After 18 years, the young man finally unlocked the perfect evolution system, all because of a piece of wild bull jerky. This marked the beginning of his journey to defy fate and undergo a bloodline evolution. At the Martial Arts Resource Management Office of Blue Star's Linen Advanced High School, what appeared to be an ordinary conversation was taking place. The resource manager, looking at the lean and resolute young man before him, earnestly advised, "Young man, during this crucial final stage of preparation for the martial arts exam, every point of credit is invaluable. I suggest you exchange it for supplements that boost your vitality." However, Yiqing decisively signed his name, insisting on exchanging 20 pounds of wild bull jerky from a small-sized beast. Even basic common sense dictated that, in this era of martial arts revival and universal cultivation, education had undergone a complete transformation. Martial arts performance had become part of the college entrance exam, and martial arts universities were springing up everywhere. The Department of Education allocated 20 resource points to each high school every month, which were typically used for quick-effect supplements like vitality powder or bone-strengthening pills. To be fair, beast meat, while rich in nutrients, was slow to show results and extremely costly. Aside from a few who indulged in its taste, it was rarely sought after. But Yiqing had his own plans. At the stairwell corner, he eagerly tore open a corner of the box. Instantly, a line of mysterious text appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. The text revealed that this long-preserved wild bull jerky could not only increase his vitality, but also grant him a chance to extract and merge unique traits. To his amazement, the system he activated yesterday turned out to be real. Having been in this world for 18 long years, Yiqing had finally encountered a turning point that could change his destiny. The system granted him the ability to enhance his physique by consuming other creatures and even extract their unique traits to strengthen himself, ultimately paving the way to becoming a perfect organism. His thoughts raced to the immensely powerful beast, the golden rock that soared across the skies, the frost turtle that controlled ice and snow, and the dreamweaver butterfly that wove illusions. Yiqing's heart burned with excitement. For now, exchanging school credits for beast meat was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Trading a month's worth of credits for both vitality enhancement and the wild bull's unique traits was an absolute bargain. As he reveled in his excitement, a cold female voice interrupted. "Excuse me, could you step aside?" Looking up, he saw none other than Zhang Qingyi, the famously aloof school beauty. Ever since she enrolled, she had dominated the top ranks in both academics and martial arts. But right now, Yiqing was blocking her path. Preoccupied with thoughts of his system, Yiqing simply apologized briefly and hurried away. This encounter left Zhang Qingyi deep in thought. As a reincarnator, she vividly remembered Yiqing's tragic fate in the previous timeline had perished in a beast tide. However, she was no longer the same person. In her past life, she had awakened a rare talent and dedicated herself to solving humanity's crises, reaching unparalleled heights through countless life and death trials. Having returned from the abyss of death, Zhang Qingyi brought back countless astounding secret top-tier martial techniques, divine weapons, the names of traitors, and the exact locations of countless treasures. She even knew how to evade the guardian beast near a mutated fruit tree with extraordinary body tempering effects, located 90 kilometers east of Linen City. Watching Yiqing's retreating figure, she let out a faint scoff and turned toward the management office's entrance. "The martial arts exam is just around the corner, and you're wasting credits on indulgences? How foolish." She smirked to herself, thinking, "But now that I've been reborn, there will be no city-destroying catastrophes. Blocking the path of your savior? You, young man, deserve a lifetime of loneliness." On the other side, throughout the entire class, Yiqing's mind was wandering. Although his gaze was fixed on the blackboard, his thoughts were consumed by the mysterious system, and he was eager to test its effects. When the school bell finally rang, his best friend Wang Beichun invited him to play games together, but Yiqing decisively declined. Clutching the box filled with jerky, he almost ran all the way home. Yiqing couldn't wait to open the box. The 20 pounds of beast jerky instantly occupied half of the table. The familiar system notification appeared before him again, and a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. As soon as he tore open the packaging, a rich aroma of meat wafted out, making his mouth water. Although the jerky could be further processed, Yiqing, who had waited the entire day, had no patience left. He cut off a large piece of the jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. The tough meat grew more flavorful as he chewed, its unique and rich taste spreading across his palate. After washing it down with a sip of water, a warm current surged from his stomach to every corner of his body, pure life energy enhancing his physical condition. The system notification promptly sounded. "You consumed a piece of wild ox meat. Vitality 0.1, extraction progress 5. With a thought, Yiqing called up his attribute panel. Name, Yiqing. Vitality, 85.1. Spirit, 95.5. Talent, none. Technique, body strengthening fist, unranked. Extraction progress, wild ox 5. Seeing the updated stats, Yiqing clapped his hands in excitement. Although the vitality increase was only 0.1, it was a genuine improvement. No need to practice techniques or consume high-energy supplements. Just eating the flesh of ferocious beasts allowed the system to maximize its effects. What thrilled him the most, however, was the extraction progress. What kind of ability would he unlock at 100? Unable to wait any longer, Yiqing ignored his manners and began shoving pieces of wild ox meat into his mouth. Each swallow was accompanied by a system notification of increased vitality and extraction progress. With the system's assistance, the beast's flesh transformed into pure vitality energy, visibly strengthening his body. Finally, the system announced, wild ox extraction progress is complete. Begin extraction and fusion. Start. Yiqing took a deep breath and confirmed without hesitation. Buzz. A low, resonant sound exploded in his mind, followed by the sensation of flames igniting within his body. A searing pain swept over him, causing veins to bulge on his forehead as he gasped in agony. The burning sensation didn't subside but intensified, with waves of excruciating pain crashing through him like relentless tides. Dizziness threatened to overwhelm him again and again, but Yiqing gritted his teeth and held on, terrified that losing consciousness might result in a failed fusion. If he failed, wouldn't it mean wasting the fierce beast meat he had just consumed? Yiqing clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. This was an opportunity he had exchanged for with his scarce points. Failure was not an option. Waves of intense pain surged through him, filling Yiqing's bloodshot eyes as sweat streamed down his face. Pain. In this world where martial strength reigned supreme, if he couldn't endure even this, how could he dream of becoming stronger? Without power, he could face death at any moment during a beast outbreak. As the pain intensified, a sinister smile crept onto Yiqing's lips. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a dramatic transformation. A searing energy coursed through him, initiating a complete refinement. His muscle fibers tore and reformed repeatedly, his bone density steadily increased, and his meridians grew tougher under the energy's relentless flow. Impurities within his body were gradually expelled, while the excess fat around his waist melted away. In its place, blocks of defined muscle emerged, stretching his training uniform tighter and tighter. Rip. The training uniform could no longer withstand the pressure and tore apart instantly. Yiqing's physique was now fully exposed, his body sculpted with sharp, defined muscles, resembling a masterpiece of art, even more perfect than those of professional bodybuilders. Extraction successful. The system's notification chimed, and the pain subsided. Level innate divine strength. So this is the unique ability of the wild bull? Yiqing read the notification, and all the earlier suffering vanished like smoke. Every species had its unique traits, and the wild bull's most renowned was its ability to unleash several times its strength in a short burst. This explosive combat ability allowed some wild bulls to even gore beasts far stronger than themselves. Such a power surge could often turn the tide of battle. Yiqing examined his reflection with satisfaction. Standing at a towering 1.8 meters with a broad frame, his newly enhanced physique with arms thicker than a girl's calves thanks to the awakened divine strength radiated an intimidating sense of power. He stood in silence for a moment before suddenly turning and throwing a heavy punch. Bang! The steel table dented instantly, as if struck by a rampaging beast. The deafening sound seemed loud enough to wake the entire building. Yiqing raised his slightly bleeding fist, feeling the faint sting, and chuckled softly. So this is power. Though his punching and kicking strength had increased significantly, his overly conspicuous physique was admittedly a bit too attention-grabbing. Taking a deep breath, Yiqing deactivated his innate ability, allowing his taut muscles to relax and his body to return to a less imposing state. Although Yiqing's physique remained robust, the exaggerated sense of swelling had subsided, returning to a more natural state. At that moment, a semi-transparent system panel appeared before his eyes, clearly displaying his stats. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 89.6. Spirit: 95.5. Technique: Body Training Fist, unranked. Extraction Progress: None. Divine Power: None. Scanning through the data, Yiqing's lips curled into a faint smile. As a martial artist, he understood exactly what this meant. On the path of martial cultivation, unlocking the potential of the human body is the most fundamental and critical step. During this process, a rare few awaken special abilities. These individuals are the enviable, gifted martial artists. Even the lowest level talent, once awakened, is enough to make a name for oneself in the martial world. Awakening a higher level talent, however, would elevate someone to the status of a martial prodigy, making headlines across major news outlets. And now, Yiqing had gained a level innate ability simply by consuming a few pieces of ferocious beast meat. Who would have thought that my talent would come from eating? Yiqing murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the vitality stat displayed on the system panel. In just half an hour, aided by a few pieces of beast meat, his vitality had increased by 4.5 points. This rate of improvement was something even renowned martial prodigies could only dream of. Last year, the minimum score to pass the martial arts exam was a vitality value of 110. At this rate of progress, it would take him only a few more days to easily surpass that threshold. Elite martial universities, and even the nation's top-ranked institutions, would soon open their doors to him. Once admitted into a higher-level academy, he would have access to stronger beasts, unlocking more powerful talents and achieving growth in both strength and potential. With this thought, Yiqing's gaze instinctively turned to the remaining pieces of barbaric bull meat on the table, his eyes glinting with anticipation. These seemingly ordinary chunks of beast meat would become the stepping stones to his ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. After binding with the system, Yiqing's appetite became insatiable. He stared at the wild ox meat in front of him, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. This was no longer just a meal, it was a cornerstone on his path to becoming a martial arts powerhouse. Every bite brought him closer to his dream. With that thought, he eagerly sliced off a large piece of dried meat and stuffed it into his mouth without a care for appearances. The divine strength inherited from the wild ox? Nowhere near enough. One single talent could never satisfy his ambition. After his transformation, Yiqing's goal was no longer just to get into a martial arts university. He wanted to enter the strongest martial arts university and become a true powerhouse. As his vitality surged, Yiqing's eating pace quickened. Eventually, he grew impatient with cutting and simply grabbed large chunks of meat to devour. Yet even as he ate, his mind remained sharp. The school's point system had run dry, and he needed to find another way. He turned on his computer and carefully researched information about giant beasts. His father worked on the front lines at the border, sending regular living expenses. Since his mother had passed away from illness a few years ago, Yiqing had developed a frugal lifestyle, managing to save 30,000 yuan. Now, this money would finally serve its purpose. To acquire more extraordinary talents, he needed a large supply of ferocious beast meat. In the entire city of Linen, there was only one place that could meet his needs. After studying the data on smaller giant beasts, Yiqing shut down his computer and headed straight to Linen's largest ferocious beast meat market the next morning. Inside the market, rows of massive stalls were piled high with blood-soaked beast carcasses. The heavy stench of blood forced most customers to wear masks, but Yiqing detected a unique, mouth-watering aroma that made his appetite surge. He felt an overwhelming urge to feast immediately. Hey, bro, is that guy's sense of smell broken? What's so great about this stink? Maybe he's got some kind of weird eating fetish. Look at that creepy grin on his face. At the market entrance, two men whispered to each other, watching Yiqing dart excitedly between the stalls. Half an hour later, Yiqing lugged several large bags of beast meat back home. This shopping trip had nearly drained his savings, but he had managed to purchase over 100 pounds of various ferocious beast meats. Staring at the raw, unprocessed meat on his table, he involuntarily swallowed, a primal thought flashing through his mind. No, I'm a civilized person, Yiqing muttered, shaking his head to suppress the impulse. He began cooking the precious ingredients. With simple boiling and pan frying, the chunks of meat sizzled, releasing tantalizing aromas. Without bothering to separate them, he heaped the meat into a large bowl and began devouring it ravenously. System notifications popped up one after another. You consumed ironhide rhino meat. Vitality 0.2, extraction progress 5. You consumed spiked boar meat. Vitality 0.1, extraction progress 8. You consumed shadow rabbit meat. Vitality 0.1, extraction progress 4. The interface displayed 3 new extraction progress bars. Ironhide rhino, 5, shadow rabbit, 8, spiked boar, 4. Each of these beasts had been carefully selected by Yiqing. The ironhide rhino was covered in an impenetrable keratin layer, capable of withstanding small-caliber firearms. The spiked boar's sharp quills could easily pierce through metal plates. As for the shadow rabbit, though it lacked combat power, its speed was extraordinary. When the ironhide rhino's extraction progress reached 100, Yiqing chose to fuse without hesitation. In an instant, a pain far more intense than the day before engulfed his entire body, as if he were being hammered repeatedly. He clenched his teeth, actively embracing the agony. Compared to gaining strength, this level of pain was nothing. He forced himself to stay seated at the dining table, his face contorted in torment, yet twisted into a crazed smile. A piece of blood-streaked beast meat dangled from his mouth. This level of suffering was far from his limit. Yiqing continued eating, one chunk of beast meat after another. The pain from the fusion process grew more excruciating. His skin began to crack, thin fissures spreading across his body. Blood seeped from the openings, staining his face. As the blood entered his eyes, the world before him turned crimson, but it did nothing to slow his pace. Finally, the extraction progress for both the spiked boar and shadow rabbit reached 100. Yiqing set down the meat in his hands, ignoring the blood that covered his face. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with excitement as he grinned like a demon. Better to get it over with all at once. Let's fuse them together. Boom. A violent pain, as if the collapse of a mountain, descended upon him in an instant. Yiqing's entire body convulsed, his wounds gushing blood that quickly soaked him, turning him into a figure drenched in crimson. He gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes filled with a fiery red haze, and the world before him seemed to dissolve into a scarlet blur. Fine blood vessels spread crazily across his pupils, his breathing heavy and ragged. After a brief pause to steady himself, he grabbed another piece of meat in front of him and swallowed it without hesitation. Although the progress for the three ferocious beasts had been maxed out, their flesh continued to boost his vitality. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Vitality 0.1, Vitality 0.1. The pain layered upon itself, his blood splattering across the restaurant floor in large streaks. The agony nearly shattered his will, but each glance at the system notifications only deepened the twisted grin on Yiqing's face. He forcibly swallowed the screams threatening to escape his throat and pressed on with this gruesome evolution. As the excruciating pain persisted, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. His skin repeatedly cracked and healed, and with each regeneration, a layer of gray keratin formed a natural armor enveloping his entire body. The tendons in his legs tore and restructured, optimizing themselves, and his physique gradually became proportionally perfect, like a predator poised to strike a leopard ready to pounce. Suddenly, an intense itching sensation flared at his joints. With a squelching sound, he instinctively raised his hand, only to hear a loud crack. His arm had driven straight through the dining table, leaving a gaping hole. He looked down and saw a sharp, bone-white spike extending from his elbow to his wrist, streaked with blood, transforming his arm into a lethal weapon. One after another, more bone spikes burst forth with wet, tearing sounds from his elbows and lower legs. These razor-sharp spikes, though fearsome, did not hinder his movements, instead providing another layer of exoskeletal defense. The sheer magnitude of his transformation momentarily made Yiqing forget the pain. He turned toward a mirror, and the reflection staring back at him was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. His bloodshot eyes radiated a savage madness, his muscles bulged with explosive power, and his sinewy legs exuded unparalleled strength. Gray keratin covered his entire body, while his limbs bristled with blade-like bone spikes. Every fiber of his being screamed predatory instinct and the desire to kill. A bit terrifying, but not bad, I guess. Yiqing muttered with a grin, his blood-stained teeth making his smile all the more menacing. The system notifications flashed again. Extraction successful. Fusion successful. The searing pain receded like a tide. It was finally done. His mind relaxed, and his legs buckled as his body leaned forward. Instinctively, he braced himself against the dining table with both hands, but with a loud bang, the table split under the force, a massive crack running through it. A final snap echoed as the table completely broke in two. Gasping heavily, Yiqing willed the system interface to appear before him. Yiqing's gaze swept across the data on the panel, and a flash of excitement lit up his eyes. Name Yiqing. Vitality 115.2. Spirit 97.1. Technique Body Refining Fist unranked. Extraction Progress none. The appearance of 3 new talents made his heart race, especially the Crade talent, which filled him with barely contained joy. Glancing down at the changes in his own body, Yiqing pondered. Although the shadow rabbit itself was weak, its talent was unexpectedly powerful. It seemed that the strength of a beast didn't always align with the quality of its talent. What exhilarated him even more was the dramatic increase in his vitality. It had already surpassed last year's benchmark. Such rapid progress was something even those relying on supplements could hardly achieve. After all, supplements were never something you could consume limitlessly. Overuse within a short time not only failed to help, but could even harm the body. As the saying goes, every medicine has its toxicity. But he was different. The blood and flesh of ferocious beasts contained the purest life energy, and the absorption process came with no side effects. As long as he could maintain a steady supply of the beast's meat, his vitality would continue to rise. Thinking about this, Yiqing's smile grew even brighter. However, reality soon hit him like a cold slap. Ferocious beast meat was far from cheap. Sighing deeply, Yiqing dismissed his talent ability with a thought. Instantly, his exaggerated muscles began to shrink, the keratinized layer on his skin faded away, and the sharp bone blades retracted back into his flesh, returning him to his normal appearance. After tidying up his room, washing off the grime, and changing into clean clothes, Yiqing sat in the dining room, calculating his options. Glancing at his bank card balance of just over 3,000 yuan, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After covering basic living expenses, it would barely be enough to buy 10 kilograms of ferocious beast meat. The saying "scholars are poor, warriors are rich" really holds true, he thought. Practicing martial arts was undeniably costly. The idea of asking his father for help crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. His family was still burdened with debt, and his father, stationed on the front lines near the border, was struggling as well. After paying off the monthly debt installments, there was likely little left. Since he couldn't rely on his family, he would have to find a way on his own. Standing on the balcony, Yiqing's gaze drifted across the city to the towering walls in the distance. Ever since the appearance of ferocious beasts, the area beyond the walls had become a dangerous no man's land, dominated by mutated beasts and claimed as their territory. Although most of them are not particularly powerful and incapable of causing catastrophic damage to cities, towering walls are erected around every city to ensure stability and safety, standing as a constant defense against the harassment of ferocious beasts. The colossal beasts capable of destroying cities are handled by the strongest human warriors, while the ordinary beasts roaming the wilderness hold a high demand in the market due to the energy and medicinal properties contained in their flesh. This demand has revitalized the hunter profession, which had once vanished with the advancement of technology. Yiqing stood at the edge of the city wall, gazing out at the distant wilderness through the lookout openings. He quickly made up his mind if he couldn't afford beast meat, he would hunt it himself. As a martial artist, vitality was fundamental, and the four innate abilities were secondary. His plan was straightforward: operate only in areas close to the city wall, where the beasts were relatively weaker. Even if he encountered danger, his four innate abilities would ensure his safe retreat. Whether the prey had special abilities was irrelevant. The key was the energy contained in their flesh, which could quickly enhance his vitality. The meat of just one beast could sustain his training for several days. Meanwhile, in a high-end villa district in the eastern part of Linen City, Zhang Qingyi was intently focused on the test tube in her hand. The light blue liquid inside gently swirled in the glass to be it was the low-grade giant beast interference agent she had just successfully developed. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. When sprayed on the body, this agent could create an illusion for the beasts, making them mistake the user for one of their own. While it lacked direct offensive power, its disorienting effect could be life-saving in critical moments. Zhang Qingyi carefully stored the interference agent and then opened the map on her computer, meticulously planning her route into the wilderness for the next day. Although her current abilities were not as strong as in her previous life, she retained many practical methods to ensure her safety. She quickly finalized her route. Her destination was several dozen kilometers away, requiring an early departure. Soon, she shut down her computer and began the final preparations for tomorrow's expedition. The next day, Yiqing woke up early and efficiently completed his morning routine, including washing up and breakfast. He was fully aware that most of the feral beasts at the edge of the wilderness were ordinary mutated creatures, not particularly strong. Even an average person with a blood energy value exceeding 100, coupled with proper training, could potentially face off against one. Although hunting a single feral beast could yield significant profits, very few were willing to risk their lives to become wilderness hunters, except for those still clinging to their dreams of becoming martial artists. Yiqing carefully inspected his gear, put on his boots, and stepped out of his room. As he descended the stairs, he encountered a middle-aged couple coming his way. He didn't know them and intended to pass by silently, but at that moment, a series of vivid, violent images suddenly flooded his mind, fists piercing through chests, bone blades splitting skulls, blood spurting everywhere. It was as if the air itself became suffused with the metallic scent of blood, and an oppressive killing intent spread silently. Startled, Yiqing quickly suppressed these brutal thoughts and hurried down the stairs. After he disappeared from view, the woman's legs gave out, and she clung desperately to the handrail, gasping for breath, her face pale as a sheet. Her husband wasn't in much better shape. While trying to comfort her, he glanced around nervously, his expression filled with fear. The sensation reminded him of the terror he once felt confronting giant beasts in the wilderness. But this was supposed to be a safe urban area. Why did it suddenly feel so threatening? Standing downstairs, Yiqing reflected on the unusual experience, deep in thought. It seemed that he had not only inherited a talent, but also the primal combat instincts of the beasts. To him, this was actually an advantage. In battles where physical abilities were evenly matched, combat skills often determined the outcome. While the fighting techniques of beasts lacked the sophistication of human martial arts, they were honed through countless life-and-death struggles. For Yiqing, these instincts were exactly what he needed right now. In some ways, this raw, primal killing instinct could be even deadlier than intricate martial techniques. An hour later, Yiqing arrived at the entry and exit application office near the east gate of Linen City. With a sharp thud, an official stamp landed heavily on his application form. The reviewer, a kindly middle-aged man, looked at the young Yiqing and couldn't help but offer some advice. "Young man, you're still so young. Why take on such dangerous work? Linen City may be small, but there are plenty of job opportunities here." Yiqing simply thanked him and took his application form, heading toward the towering city gate made of reinforced alloy. After a retinal scan, a passageway opened with a sharp buzz. Beyond the gate, the area was anything but desolate. Instead, it was bustling, a small marketplace formed by numerous makeshift tents. People moved busily among them, trading goods and supplies brought back from the wilderness. Yiqing, already prepared, headed straight to one of the tents. Moments later, with the low rumble of an engine, he rode off on a motorcycle, disappearing into the horizon at the edge of the marketplace. Not long after Yiqing's departure, another young face appeared at the East Gate's application office. The same words of caution were offered, met with the same determined resolve. Thud. The inspector shook his head, muttering under his breath, "Another student," with a trace of helplessness in his gaze. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyi paused mid-step, her brows knitting slightly. Another student? Had someone else been here before? She glanced at her watch. Time was running out, and any further delay might disrupt her entire schedule. It was probably some arrogant young heir seeking thrills in the wilderness. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. What mattered now was laying a solid foundation and reclaiming her peak. That was the true path. Moments later, a camouflage motorcycle roared out of the camp, kicking up a trail of dust as it vanished into the depths of the wasteland. The so-called wasteland was not entirely barren. Even after enduring catastrophic destruction, this desolate ruin still harbored tenacious life. Thick vines coiled around the remnants of towering buildings like giant serpents, and mutated plants of all shapes and sizes thrived unchecked amidst the rubble. In the shadows, faint rustling sounds hinted at unseen dangers. This was a land riddled with peril, yet it was also a treasure trove of opportunities, a place that every wasteland hunter both feared and coveted. Crunch. Yiqing glanced down at the ground beneath his tires. A human skull, charred by intense heat, had been crushed into fragments, the fresh edges of the remains still glistening. Just as a sense of foreboding surged in his chest, a searing wave of heat brushed past his cheek. A brilliant red flame streaked by, narrowly missing his temple. With a deafening boom, a nearby wall exploded into a gaping hole. Amid the rolling heat waves, charred white bones emerged from beneath the burning grass. Roar! A low growl rumbled as a massive, crimson-furred hound with blade-like fangs leapt from the ruins. Its limbs were thick and powerful, its size far exceeding that of an ordinary dog. Information flooded Yiqing's mind in an instant. This was an infernal hellhound, a small-scale giant beast mutated from native wildlife. Fully grown, it could reach 2 meters in length and possessed the ability to control flames, making it an exceptionally dangerous predator. Even a first-tier martial artist could lose their life if caught off guard. A first-tier martial artist was someone who had surpassed the human limit of 150 in vitality, achieving a qualitative leap in strength, speed, and reflexes, stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. The hellhound before him, measuring around 1.5 meters in length, appeared to be an adolescent. Even so, the strength of this beast was not to be underestimated. Yiqing fixed his gaze on the massive creature before him, fully aware that with his current vitality, he was no match for the giant beast. Yet, instead of fleeing, he decisively leapt off the vehicle, standing face-to-face with the monster just over 10 meters away. It was an infernal hellhound, its fangs emanating an ominous fiery glow. Yiqing could feel his hands trembling slightly, his breathing quickening, and his heart pounding not out of fear, but from an uncontrollable excitement. A voice roared within him. "I can take down this beast." The infernal hellhound clawed at the ground with its forelimbs, a hint of human-like disdain flickering in its eyes. To the beast, this feeble human appeared frozen in terror. Drool dripped from its fangs as it could no longer hold back, opening its mouth to unleash a massive fireball. Boom! The flames engulfed Yiqing in an instant. The infernal hellhound let out a triumphant howl, eagerly leaping toward the feast within the inferno. But in the next moment, a gray, armor-plated arm bristling with menacing bone spikes shot out from the flames, clamping down on the hellhound's head with a vice-like grip. Roar! The giant beast frantically kicked back, but it couldn't break free from the terrifying strength holding it. As the firelight receded, a chilling figure emerged. Yiqing, his body encased in thick, horn-like armor, his muscles bulging, and his form covered in razor-sharp bone blades that glinted with a deadly sheen. He stared at the struggling beast before him, his eyes radiating a bloodthirsty intensity. A savage grin spread across his face as he growled, "Die!" With a thunderous roar, Yiqing's hands clamped tightly on the hellhound's upper and lower jaws. Rip! The sound of tearing flesh echoed as a gruesome wound stretched from the corners of the beast's mouth down to its neck. The infernal hellhound's head and neck were brutally torn apart, its body split in two. This ferocious creature, a nightmare even for first-tier warriors, was obliterated in an instant. Blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching Yiqing entirely in a crimson hue. He released his grip, letting the massive infernal hellhound collapse to the ground. Blood trickled down his gray armor, and the crimson stains on the white bone blade gleamed eerily under the sunlight. Yiqing looked down at the dying beast at his feet, his gaze cold and ruthless, like that of a tyrant. "So weak," he muttered softly, then corrected himself. "No, it's not weak. Its mimi strength has already far surpassed this beast." This was his first real battle, his first time taking a life, and in such a brutal manner. Yet, there wasn't an ounce of fear in his heart. Instead, he was filled with an uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration. The air was thick with the stench of blood, but rather than feeling nauseated, the scent only made his mouth water. Instinctively, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. The sweet taste exploded on his tongue, and a voice echoed in his mind. Devour it, consume it, and turn it into the source of your power. Yiqing swung his bone blade, cutting off a chunk of the still twitching flesh. He hesitated for a moment before convincing himself. Isn't cultivation all about becoming stronger? Strength is the ultimate pursuit of a warrior. It's just a piece of raw meat. To his surprise, the flesh was incredibly delicious, tender, juicy, and rich in flavor. The fat melted in his mouth, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. A system notification immediately appeared. You consumed a piece of infernal hellhound flesh. Blood energy 0.3, extraction progress 2. Just this small piece increases blood energy by 0.3. Yiqing's eyes lit up as he began to focus on enjoying this unique feast. With each bite, the system notifications kept coming. Blood energy 0.5, extraction progress 3. Blood energy 0.7, extraction progress 5. As each piece of hellhound meat entered his stomach, Yiqing could feel pure energy coursing through his body, enhancing his physical attributes in every way. His blood energy grew denser, and the lingering bloodstains on his lips, combined with the increasingly menacing aura he exuded, made him look even more terrifying. When the extraction progress reached 100, the system prompted, Infernal Hellhound extraction progress complete. Begin fusion? Begin fusion. Yiqing chose without hesitation. Familiar, excruciating pain surged through his body. Crimson patterns appeared on his gray keratin armor, radiating intense heat that scorched the surrounding grass to a crisp. Having experienced this before, Yiqing merely furrowed his brows and continued savoring the remaining hellhound meat. The system chimed again. You consumed a piece of infernal hellhound flesh. Blood energy 0.6. Extraction complete. You have gained the infernal hellhound's fire control ability. Overjoyed, Yiqing examined his armor, now adorned with fiery red patterns resembling burning roses, flickering with traces of flame. He casually swung his arm toward a broken wall in the distance, and a dazzling burst of fire shot out, blasting a massive hole in the wall with a deafening explosion. The power far exceeded that of the infernal hellhound. The system interface appeared. Name: Yiqing. Blood energy 148.5. Spirit 110. Technique: body strengthening fist, unranked. Extraction progress: none. Just a little more, and I'll break through to a first-rank warrior. Yiqing smiled with satisfaction. Reaching 150 blood energy meant he could begin tempering his muscles, bones, and skin, officially entering the warrior realm. Achieving such progress in just 2 or 3 days proved that this wasteland was indeed full of opportunities. Yiqing casually broke off 2 fangs from the infernal hellhound, valuable items worth nearly 10,000 yuan each, equivalent to a month's salary for an average person. Mounting his motorcycle, he headed deeper into the wasteland. Not long after, a group of wasteland hunters arrived at the scene. They gasped at the skeletal remains on the ground. An infernal hellhound? What could have pinned it down like this? Clean to the bone, not a scrap of meat left. Strange, the most valuable fangs are missing. Judging by these tire tracks, whoever it was left not long ago. The leader cut off their speculation. Focus on the task. We need to set up the ambush ahead of time. Boss, do we really need to go to all this trouble for a little girl? Shut up. If we pull this off, we'll never have to worry about money again. The group quickly dispersed, their movements far faster than ordinary humans. It was clear they had already begun tempering their muscles, bones, and skin, marking them as full-fledged warriors. Zhang Qingyi sped across the desolate wasteland on her motorcycle, the throttle opened to its maximum. The communicator in her pocket buzzed incessantly, prompting her to frown and bring the vehicle to a halt. She reached for it and checked the message. Though brief, its content was alarming. Those scum from the dissension sect dare to ambush me. Zhang Qingyi sneered coldly, her eyes glinting with a frosty light. In her past life, she had failed to eradicate them completely. This time, suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness permeated the air. Bang! From the shadows ahead, a massive beast poised to attack suddenly froze in place and collapsed with a thunderous crash, instantly turning into a heap of frost-covered meat. This was Zhang Qingyi's unique and formidable gift, Frost Eternal. As the user's strength grew and certain conditions were met, this ability would evolve continuously. In her previous life, she had elevated it to the pinnacles level, where it could even affect the flow of time. It was this very gift that gave her the confidence to venture into the wasteland alone. Even in its newly awakened state, it already displayed remarkable power. 3 first-tier warriors. Zhang Qingyi put away the communicator and restarted her motorcycle. If they dare to come, they shouldn't expect to leave alive. Meanwhile, Yiqing cautiously navigated the ruins. He refrained from recklessly hunting for prey and instead followed a marked route to a small pond, where he carefully washed the bloodstains off his body. The blood of the Hellfire Hound was a double-edged sword. It could repel smaller beasts, but also attract far more dangerous creatures. With his current strength, he couldn't afford to act recklessly in the wasteland. As Yiqing slipped on his damp clothes, a crimson light flashed across, evaporating the moisture instantly. Using a clever ability just to dry my clothes, he chuckled wryly. But the moment of levity was short-lived as a sudden tension gripped his heart. He spun around to face the forest behind him. Not bad, kid. Your instincts are sharp. A scrawny man with a sharp face emerged from the trees, sniffing the air with a wrinkled nose. The stench of Hellfire Hound blood. So you're the scavenger, huh? Perfect. I'll make a necklace out of it for Alien. The man extended a casual hand. Hand it over. What are you talking about? Yiqing frowned slightly. Don't play dumb with me. The man pulled out a short knife, twirling it in his hand as he sneered. Give me the fangs. This is the wasteland. There aren't any city cameras here. Be smart and hand them over, or else. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. Yiqing quickly understood this was a robbery. He had heard that the most dangerous threats in the wasteland weren't the beasts but the other hunters. He hadn't expected to experience this cruel truth so soon on his first trip out of the city. The man before him was indeed stronger than the Hellfire Hound he had faced earlier, but not by much. I can take him, Yiqing thought, a faint smile appearing on his lips. What fangs? Don't you dare mock me. The scrawny man roared in anger, gripping his knife tightly as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the ground trembled and dust filled the air. A towering figure burst through the haze like lightning, appearing in front of the scrawny man in an instant. The scrawny man clutched a knife, staring in shock at the monstrous figure before him, tall and imposing, with a muscular build, its entire body encased in gray armor etched with crimson patterns. You. What are you? He stammered. But before he could finish, Yiqing had already made his move. Ever since consuming the flesh of the infernal hellhound, Yiqing's vitality had surged to nearly 150, pushing him into the ranks of a Kwasa warrior. Combined with his various innate talents, his strength was now enough to contend with a first-tier fighter. Activating his swift shadow talent, Yiqing's fist shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the man's skull. The scrawny man had no time to react. His vision was consumed by the rapidly approaching fist. Crack! The sharp sound of bone shattering echoed as the man's head exploded like a watermelon, sending blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. His headless body swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Yiqing looked down at the corpse, a faint ripple of emotion stirring within him. This was his first time killing a human, yet to his surprise, the disgust and psychological burden he had anticipated never came. The sensation was eerily similar to hunting a wild beast. As he pondered this unusual reaction, the sound of hurried footsteps rustled through the forest. Monkey, what are you doing? If you ruin the plan, I swear ill monkey. A man and a woman burst out from the trees, their eyes widening in horror as they took in the grisly scene before them. Yiqing sneered, nudging the corpse with his foot. Monkey, huh? That nickname suits him. He really was as weak as one. You're dead. The pair's eyes burned red with fury, their killing intent palpable. But when they noticed Yiqing's monstrous form, their expressions shifted to alarm. What the hell is this thing? We have to kill it and avenge monkey. Both drew their blades, ready to attack. Yiqing's lips curled into a menacing grin. Perfect timing. I might as well deal with both of you now, so you won't come seeking revenge later. In an instant, Yiqing became a blur, darting toward the female hunter like a shadow loosed from its tether. Alien, watch out, the male hunter shouted a warning. Though a flicker of excitement crossed his face, Yiqing's exposed flank during his charge was practically an invitation for a fatal counterattack. The long blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at Yiqing's side. The edge shimmered with a cold light, carrying a deadly intent. This strike was timed with absolute precision, targeting the critical moment of Yiqing's standoff with Alien. The man had calculated everything meticulously. If Yiqing chose to take the blow head-on, it would surely be fatal. If he dodged, it would leave him fatally exposed in front of Alien. As Yiqing appeared cornered, the man's lips began to curl into a smug smile. But suddenly, a burst of blazing fire erupted right in front of him. It turned out Yiqing had already sensed the killing intent from his side, yet he had kept his eyes fixed on Alien, seemingly ignoring the threat behind him. Just as the blade was about to land, he casually flicked his hand, and a scorching fireball shot forth. The fiery explosion consumed the man in an instant, engulfing him in searing flames. Taken completely off guard, his entire body was wrapped in fire. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him as his agonized screams pierced the night. A gifted warrior. Alien gasped in shock, her composure shattered. Her movements faltered momentarily, her hand hesitating for just an instant. And in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Yiqing's bone-white blade arced through the air with precision, slicing through Alien's dagger with ease before plunging deep into her chest. Thud! Blood gushed out in a torrent, the warm liquid flowing down the bone blade. The shock on Alien's face froze into a mask of eternal terror as she looked down at the gaping, bloody wound in her chest, her shattered heart faintly visible. With Alien dealt with, Yiqing turned toward the man, who was still writhing on the ground in agony. By now, the man's entire body was charred and unrecognizable, his flesh torn and scorched. Each movement caused chunks of burnt flesh to peel away. The power of Yiqing's great ability was nothing short of catastrophic for a first-rank warrior. A gifted warrior, so you're a gifted warrior. The man spat, his eyes filled with venom and despair as he glared at Yiqing. Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone like you in Linen City. I don't waste words on the dead, Yiqing replied coldly. With a wave of his hand, another burst of fire flared. With a muffled boom, the man's chest exploded, his head slumping lifelessly to one side, as all traces of life faded away. In less than 2 minutes, 3 people fell under Yiqing's hands. Blood snaked across the ground, and the faint metallic scent of it lingered in the air. Yiqing stood motionless, his breathing steady, his mind eerily calm. This was nothing more than a forced act of self-defense. They had come for his life first, and he had merely retaliated. With a soft click, the bone blades on his body slowly retracted, the crimson patterns fading away, and his chitinous armor disappearing without a trace. He reverted to the appearance of an ordinary man, though his gaze had already shifted to the backpacks beside the lifeless bodies. Efficiently, Yiqing unfastened the straps and unzipped one of the backpacks. Its contents were laid bare: several packs of portable food, a half-full bottle of mineral water, 3 stacks of crisp red banknotes, and a few well-crafted military-grade communicators. Seeing the 30,000 yuan in cash, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yiqing's lips. These wasteland hunters had inadvertently gifted him an unexpected windfall. He carefully pocketed the money, then picked up one of the communicators to examine it. The screen lit up, prompting a facial recognition unlock. Yiqing glanced at the corpses on the ground. The one called Monkey had a head that was now unrecognizable. Their leader's face was charred beyond recognition, leaving only Alien's face relatively intact. He crouched down, wiped the blood off Alien's face with a scrap of cloth, and gently lifted her eyelid. The communicator emitted a beep and unlocked. As Yiqing scrolled through the contents of the device, he quickly stumbled upon a crucial electronic document and pieced together the identities of the group. They were fugitives from the cult known as the Descent Sect. Killing such individuals was not only justified, but would also earn him a bounty. The document detailed a location called Lotus Forest, situated 90 kilometers from Linen City. More importantly, it described a creature living there, a colossal beast known as the Thunder Serpent, capable of unleashing high-voltage electric currents. Lightning abilities. A spark of excitement flashed in Yiqing's eyes. In the martial arts world, lightning-related abilities had always been rare and highly coveted. After only a brief moment of thought, he made up his mind, swiftly packed his gear, and set out for Lotus Forest, guided by the map. Hours later, Yiqing concealed his motorcycle in a thicket and replenished some energy before cautiously approaching the forest. He was well aware that thunder serpents were both communal and highly alert. Even the slightest disturbance could alarm the entire group. Relying on the Shadow Rabbit's gifted swift shadow ability, he moved with lightning speed, yet remained eerily silent, slipping into the forest like an invisible phantom. But just as his foot touched the forest floor, a piercing hiss suddenly shattered the stillness. With a sharp crackle, a bolt of azure electricity tore through the air, hurtling straight toward Yiqing. Instinctively, he sidestepped the attack, though a few stray arcs grazed his skin, leaving a stinging, tingling numbness in their wake. Already discovered? Yiqing's heart tightened. Yiqing felt a hint of helplessness. As he turned his head, a massive, deep blue creature came into view. It was an adult thunder serpent, its body stretching over 3 meters long, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen under the sunlight. The most striking feature was its pair of crystalline blue eyes, radiating a flickering, otherworldly glow, like 2 miniature stars. Its scarlet forked tongue darted swiftly, probing the air with agile precision to sense its surroundings. In an instant, the thunder serpent locked onto Yiqing's position with pinpoint accuracy. This heightened his vigilance despite mutating into a colossal beast. This creature retained the sharp olfactory instincts of its serpent lineage, far surpassing its relatively weak visual capabilities. Without hesitation, Yiqing launched himself forward like a blur, charging straight at the thunder serpent. As his bone blade unsheathed, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the serpent's head fell cleanly to the ground. Blood gushed from the smooth, severed surface, and Yiqing grabbed the serpent's body, lifting it above his head like a hose, letting the warm blood soak him completely. Even without its head, the serpent's body convulsed violently out of instinct, discharging bursts of electricity. However, these surges, potent enough to incapacitate ordinary giant beasts, had little effect on Yiqing's hardened exoskeleton armor. After undergoing numerous refinements from various beastly abilities, his physical body had transcended normal limits, leaving him with only a faint tingling sensation in his arms. Yiqing moved swiftly, tearing off a chunk of serpent flesh and shoving it into his mouth. With every bite of the thunder serpent's meat, he could distinctly feel a slight increase in his vitality and the gradual progress of his energy absorption. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted within his body, like the rumble of distant storms, as his entire being surged with vitality. His once scattered life force condensed into a singular flow, coursing through his meridians and relentlessly tempering his muscles, bones, and flesh. Yiqing felt the changes within his body as muscle fibers thickened steadily, impurities in his bones were gradually purified, and his heartbeat grew stronger and more stable. As his qi and blood became increasingly refined, his fascia and bones underwent a qualitative transformation. This was the hallmark of stepping into the ranks of a true martial artist. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Yiqing. Qi and blood: 153.2. Spirit: 113. Technique: body refining fist, unranked. Extraction progress: Thunder Serpent 18. The extraordinary qi and blood value signified that Yiqing had officially entered the transcendent realm, becoming a first-rank martial artist. He clenched his fist lightly, and the hard serpent bone in his hand instantly crumbled into pieces. This was the power of the transformation strength that could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. Examining the thunder serpent he had just hunted, Yiqing noted that despite its impressive length, its unique physique provided only a limited amount of usable flesh and blood. To fully maximize the extraction progress, he would need to hunt several more thunder serpents. By carefully studying the serpent's head, Yiqing uncovered its traits. Those crystalline eyes served as the source of its electrical abilities, but were completely devoid of vision. Its rudimentary ear structure resulted in poor hearing, leaving it largely reliant on its sense of smell to perceive its surroundings. This discovery gave Yiqing greater confidence. His swift shadow ability provided a significant advantage. Thunder serpents relied on pheromones in the air to determine positions, but the serpent blood on his body would severely disrupt their sensory perception. More importantly, there was a brief pause when the serpents flicked their tongues, which presented the perfect moment to strike. Before long, Yiqing spotted a coiled thunder serpent in the grass ahead. As it raised its head in confusion, its life was ended in an instant by a swift slash from a bone blade, severing its head. Cold serpent blood splattered across the ground. Watching the system panel reflect an increase in both his qi and blood value and the extraction progress, Yiqing suppressed the anticipation in his eyes and quietly ventured deeper into the forest. Though the lotus forest was fraught with danger, it was also a land of opportunity. His figure quickly disappeared into the dense woods. Drawing from his previous two experiences, Yiqing successfully took down 3 more electric snakes in succession. As the extraction progress climbed to 65, his vitality surged to an impressive 161.2. However, amidst his joy, a trace of doubt lingered. According to the records of the Adventist believers, this lotus forest should be teeming with adult electric snakes, each typically measuring around 5 meters in length and densely populated. Yet, all he had encountered so far were juvenile snakes, while the larger, fully grown electric snakes seemed to have vanished without a trace. Frowning deeply, Yiqing casually discarded the bone in his hand and proceeded with increasing caution. What unsettled him further was that for the next half hour, not even the shadow of an electric snake appeared. Considering the rarity of the snake's lightning abilities and the fact that the extraction progress was already more than halfway complete, he was reluctant to give up. Just as Yiqing paused in thought, a sudden burst of dazzling electric light illuminated the lotus forest ahead, instantly brightening the area. Almost simultaneously, a chorus of hissing filled the air around him. His heart tightened, suspecting his presence had been exposed, but he quickly realized the source of the noise remained stationary, clearly not targeting him. Curious and cautious, he crept forward. After pushing through a thicket, the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. Deep within the lotus forest lay dozens of massive electric snakes coiled on the ground. The electric light emanating from their bodies merged into a blinding sea of electricity. However, what truly captured his attention wasn't this group of giant beasts, but the peculiar fruit tree at the center of the snake congregation. The tree's branches were crystalline and translucent, bearing 2 azure, semi-transparent fruits, one large, one small. Intense electric currents swirled around the fruits, accompanied by a piercing crackle. From the tree's center, waves of electricity radiated outward, while the surrounding electric snakes appeared to be absorbing this energy. At the same time, they were channeling their own electric currents back into the tree, causing the fruits to grow even more radiant and pristine. This scene stirred Yiqing's memory of the Age of Beasts. When the colossal beasts had first emerged, not only animals but also plants had undergone mutations. While most mutated plants became aggressive and monstrous, a rare few transformed into invaluable medicinal resources with immense potency. The tree before him undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. Gazing at the extraordinary fruits, a bold idea sparked in Yiqing's mind. If the blood and flesh of animals could be extracted, could the same be done with plants? If he consumed these fruits, would he inherit the unique abilities of the tree? Once this thought took root, it was impossible to suppress. Yiqing's eyes glinted with determination as he carefully assessed the situation ahead. Most of the electric snakes present were fully grown, and while their individual strength was slightly inferior to a first-tier martial artist, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. Adding to the challenge, near the fruit tree coiled two colossal snakes, each nearly 10 meters long. Their size clearly indicated they had surpassed normal limits, marking them as first-tier ferocious beasts with formidable strength. The situation was daunting, but not without hope. Yiqing steadied his breathing, formulating a plan of action. Meanwhile, outside the lotus forest, Zhang Qingyi stood perplexed, scanning her surroundings as if searching for someone. She was fully prepared to eliminate the few dissension sect followers as quickly as possible, ensuring nothing would delay her from obtaining the precious fruit. Zhang Qingyi stood at the predetermined ambush site, her brows slightly furrowed. The expected time had passed, yet there was no sign of the three individuals who had barely stepped into the ranks of proper martial artists through the use of drugs. Crouching down, she touched the ground lightly with her fingers, carefully sensing the surroundings. After confirming there were no hidden threats nearby, she stood up, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. In this desolate borderland, even martial artists of their level shouldn't have encountered any significant danger. Another half-hour passed, and the dissension sect followers were still nowhere to be seen. Zhang Qingyi's patience was wearing thin, her face hardening with a frosty expression. Those lunatics dare to cancel the plan at the last minute? Fine. If that's the case, don't blame me for storming your base directly. She retrieved a small vial from her waist and sprayed a specially crafted interference agent onto herself. As she turned and stepped into the lotus forest, she was pleased to note that not even a single lightning snake appeared. This boosted her confidence in the mission ahead. If she could secure that fruit, it would not only enhance her physical constitution, but also significantly amplify the power of Frost Eternal. Her recovery would accelerate dramatically as a result. Meanwhile, Yiqing observed the behavior of the lightning snakes from his concealed position. He noticed that they resembled electric eels, requiring a period of energy recharge after each discharge of their abilities. This discovery sparked an idea in his mind. The two fruits on the distant tree were about 4 meters apart, positioned on opposite sides of the branches. He quickly calculated a plan. During the snake's energy recharge window, he would dash forward to grab one of the fruits and retreat immediately, timing it just right. As the intense crackling of electricity sounded again, Yiqing took a deep breath. In an instant, his entire body was covered in gray armor etched with crimson patterns, while bone-white blades extended from his joints. The muscles in his calves tensed and bulged. Boom! Yiqing stomped the ground forcefully, his body shooting forward like a cannonball. The moment he entered the radiating range of the fruit tree, the fine electric currents in the air began to corrode his body. However, the keratin armor covering his skin perfectly shielded him, allowing him to maintain his full sprinting speed. The distance of over 200 meters, which would take an ordinary first-tier warrior 7 seconds to cover at full speed, took him just over 3 seconds to close in on his target. The fruit tree was now within arm's reach. Without hesitation, Yiqing reached out for the largest, dazzling blue fruit. The instant it touched his hand, a violent, paralyzing sensation surged through his body like an electric current, spreading rapidly from his palm. Damn it! His heart sank as he immediately mobilized his internal energy and blood flow to counteract the sudden paralysis. While he managed to suppress the effect quickly, the brief pause had already cost him the advantage. As Yiqing turned to flee, the snake swarm had already recovered from their shock. Amidst their furious hisses, countless arcs of twisted lightning wove into a web, sealing off the area within a 100-meter radius. Blinding flashes of light filled the space, cutting off all possible escape routes. To make matters worse, 2 enormous lightning serpents, each 10 meters long, had locked their fangs onto him. The cold, murderous intent emanating from them was suffocating. A chill ran down Yiqing's spine. He knew all too well that even among first-tier creatures, these 2 serpents were top-tier threats. With his current strength as someone newly advanced to a first-tier warrior, he stood little chance against them. Facing this dire situation, a glint of madness flashed in Yiqing's eyes. In an instant, he made up his mind. Without a second thought, he shoved the fruit into his mouth, swallowing it whole without even bothering to chew. A system notification appeared. You have consumed a Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit. Vitality 300. Extraction progress 100. Extraction progress is complete. Begin extraction and fusion. Mutated plant fruits can indeed be extracted. Yiqing thought with exhilaration. Yes, he responded. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, the system notification sounded again. Extraction successful. Before leaving the city, Yiqing initially planned to acquire a few talents to bolster himself. He figured having a level talent would already be decent, a clevel would make him content, and obtaining a level would be an incredible stroke of luck. But who would have thought that fate had other plans? A chance encounter with a follower of the Dissension sect not only brought news of the Lotus Forest, but also led him to discover the divine artifact Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderfruit. When the notification of its level talent appeared before his eyes, Yiqing's heart nearly stopped. He quickly researched its significance. Even a level talent was considered remarkable. A clevel talent was highly sought after and guaranteed focused training locally, and a level talent marked someone as a prodigy, fiercely competed for by top martial academies. But its level talent? Words couldn't even begin to describe its rarity. It was beyond 1 in 10,000. Statistics showed that every martial artist with level talent would at least reach the 7th-ranked Grandmaster level in the future, with most having the potential to ascend to the 9th rank and stand at the pinnacle of human achievement. However, there was no time for Yiqing to dwell on the revelation, as a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted from within his body. Pale golden electricity surged outward, intertwining with crimson flames to form a terrifying, destructive force. This was the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Physikia body constitution talent that would grow stronger with his power, fundamentally transforming his physical strength. Golden lightning flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he raised his hands, unleashing a massive fireball intertwined with pale golden thunder. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the Lotus Forest, tearing a gaping hole in the massive net blocking his path. He leapt through, his left arm's bone blade igniting with fierce flames while his right arm's bone blade crackled with electric light. With a swift motion, a flying thunder serpent blocking his way was instantly sliced into two. Activating his swift shadow talent to its fullest, Yiqing dashed forward like a streak of lightning. Any serpent daring to block his path met a swift demise, but instead of retreating, the scent of blood drove the flying thunder serpents into an even greater frenzy. Their bodies crackled with electricity as they lashed out like whips toward Yiqing. Bang! Outnumbered, Yiqing managed to cut down two serpents in front of him but was struck by another from behind. He stumbled a few steps as a vicious crack appeared on his chitinous armor. The serpent that had attacked him didn't fare much better, as its belly was scorched by the flames on his armor, releasing an enticing aroma of roasted meat. The scent made Yiqing's stomach rumble. I only took one fruit, and even left you another. Do you really need to go this far? Frustrated, he grabbed the roasted serpent, took a big bite, and began feasting. The rich flavors exploded on his tongue, and as his vitality and extraction progress steadily increased, Yiqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, elated by his newfound, game-changing talent. Meanwhile, two massive serpents, each 10 meters long, closed in from behind. Unwilling to be bogged down in a prolonged fight, Yiqing swiftly dispatched two more flying thunder serpents, grabbed their tails, and dashed into the shadowy depths of the forest. At the same time, far away, Zhang Qingyi, who had been pleased with the effects of the interference agent, suddenly heard a thunderous noise from deeper within the forest. Her expression shifted, and without hesitation, she quickened her pace toward the source of the commotion. Before long, she found herself deep within the Lotus Forest. Suddenly, a stifled gasp escaped her throat. The sight before Zhang Qingyi made her pupils contract sharply. Around the fruit tree lay dozens of thunder serpent corpses, sprawled haphazardly. Some had been cleanly severed into multiple pieces, others had their skulls crushed, and some had their abdomens gruesomely split open, leaving a mess of blood and flesh. Most unnervingly, parts of several snake carcasses were missing, as if they had been gnawed on by some creature. Amid the strong stench of blood, there was an inexplicable hint of roasted meat. The surviving thunder serpents hovered in the air, hissing furiously, arcs of electricity flickering across their scales. Even though Zhang Qingyi had lived through another lifetime, the carnage still sent a shiver through her. She immediately realized that a fierce battle had taken place. Here other powerful creatures must also be eyeing this rare treasure. Her gaze darted anxiously to the fruit tree shimmering with electric light. Spotting a single crystal-like fruit still hanging on its branch, not yet fully ripe, she felt a small measure of relief. It was much earlier than when she had discovered it in her previous life, so its immature state was understandable. Acting without hesitation, Zhang Qingyi pulled out all the interference agents she had and released them in one go. As the snake swarm descended into chaos, she leapt toward the tree. Although her speed couldn't rival Yiqing's innate swift shadow ability, the interference agents successfully disoriented the serpents guarding the fruit. It wasn't until she plucked the Heavenly Dragon Thunderfruit from the branch that the injured snake swarm realized something was amiss. In an instant, furious hisses echoed through the forest. The thunder serpents charged at her with unrelenting ferocity, especially two massive 10-meter-long serpents that, in their rage, sacrificed their own lifespans to push the energy crystals in their eye sockets to their limits. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Zhang Qingyi's arm, and a searing pain surged through her. She was stunned by the creature's madness. They were willing to destroy their own eye crystals to stop her, as if she had taken their last shred of hope. I even left the fruit tree for you, she thought bitterly but had no time to dwell on it. At the critical moment, she unleashed the icy power of her shrank ability, instantly slowing the movements of the entire snake swarm. Seizing the opportunity, she fled the scene with all her strength. 15 minutes later, Zhang Qingyi was perched on her motorcycle, coughing uncontrollably, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Overexerting her ability had taken a significant toll. Yet, as her hand brushed against the fruit nestled in her bag, a faint smile crept onto her lips. The Heavenly Dragon Thunderfruit, a top-tier foundational elixir, and this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity were now hers. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yiqing retrieved the motorcycle he had hidden. Hearing the angry hisses echoing from the depths of the lotus forest, he patted the crystalline orb tucked in his pocket with satisfaction. It was a thunder serpent's eye he had casually pried out. According to the records of the Dissension cult, these crystals were incredibly valuable, each selling for tens of thousands. Jackpot. Time to go. Maybe you'll try my luck again next time. Yiqing chuckled, a smug grin on his face, as he sped off on his motorcycle. On the way back, Yiqing sensed something unusual. Unlike the tranquility of his journey earlier, now he could spot a giant beast almost every 10 minutes. He cautiously kept his movements quiet, but the strange behavior of these beasts puzzled him. Instead of attacking, they seemed frightened, scattering in all directions as if fleeing from some terrifying threat. Yiqing frowned deeply. With his current strength, he knew he wasn't formidable enough to instill such fear in these massive creatures. The terror in their eyes hinted at an unknown danger looming closer. A shadow of uncertainty weighed on his mind, and a wave of irritation surged within him. To ease his frustration, Yiqing took the initiative. With a swift slash, he killed a level 1 giant beast. Warm blood splattered as the beast's dying roar echoed in the air. The act of slaughter worked like a remedy, dispelling his unease. A faint smile returned to his lips as he efficiently packed the butchered meat into his vehicle. No longer bothering to conceal his movements, he revved the engine and sped toward Linen City. At that moment, Zhang Qingyi's communicator suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. She quickly checked the message, and her expression changed drastically. The timeline has shifted, she murmured. According to her memories from her past life, that catastrophe wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 years. A new rift would appear in the wilderness, and a devastating giant beast, equivalent to a 9th-tier warrior, would descend, triggering an unprecedented beast tide. Countless cities would be reduced to ruins, and that young man named Yiqing would also perish in the disaster. A shadow clouded Zhang Qingyi's brow as she realized her rebirth seemed to have introduced unexpected changes. But soon, her eyes regained their determination. There's still time, she said, clutching the Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit tightly in her hand. With this, I can quickly recover my strength. When the time comes, no beast will be a match for me. With that, she too floored the accelerator, abandoning any effort to mask her movements as she raced toward her destination. Outside the camp near Linen City, a strong scent of blood caught everyone's attention. Is someone injured? People in the camp began emerging from their tents, but when they saw the scene at the camp's entrance, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy crap, is that the corpse of a Gale tiger? Judging by its size, it's a fully grown adulta level 1 giant beast. Did that kid kill it? The crowd looked at Yiqing's youthful face, buzzing with speculation. Unlikely. Check out the wounds. It looks more like it was taken down by another beast. Probably a case of 2 beasts fighting each other, and this kid just got lucky. The seasoned hunters present examined the battered corpse of the Gale tiger and concluded that the killer must have been an even more ferocious beast. Many of their eyes lit up with excitement. After all, even an ordinary tiger was valuable for its resources, let alone a mutated Gale tiger, whose medicinal properties alone could spark bidding wars among wealthy buyers. Just then, a one-eyed, bald brute stepped forward, blocking Yiqing's path. Excuse me, could you move aside? Thank you, Yiqing said calmly. Yiqing had just emerged from a fierce battle and was in high spirits. Standing in the center of the camp, he stood beside the freshly hunted Gale tiger, its body still bearing the scars of the fight. Oh-ho, it's Lu Peng, the one-eyed scoundrel, someone whispered nervously in the crowd, then gritted their teeth and added in a low, bitter tone. That bastard is bad news. Last month, I managed to hunt down a Hellfire hound, and this guy took advantage of my injuries to snatch its most valuable fang right out of my hands. Before the words had fully settled, a burly, bald man was already striding through the crowd with heavy steps, heading straight for Yiqing. It was none other than the infamous Lu Peng. His greedy eyes locked onto the Gale tiger on the ground. Kid, you got lucky this time, Lu Peng said, rubbing his bald head with excitement. 5,000 bucks, and this Gale tiger is mine. Deal. Yiqing's expression instantly darkened. Why did this have to happen when he was in such a good mood? Annoyance and rage surged within him, and the muscles on his arm twitched slightly, the sharp bone blades beneath his skin itching to emerge. 5,000. Count it. Don't say I shortchanged you. Lu Peng continued, completely oblivious to the growing tension, as he casually pulled out some cash from his pocket. You're in my way. Yiqing cut him off coldly. Huh. Lu Peng paused for a second, then sneered menacingly. What did you just say, kid? Yiqing's irritation reached its peak. Dealing with this idiot felt like a complete waste of time. I said, get out of my way. Before Lu Peng could react, Yiqing struck. With his divine strength surging, the muscles in his arm bulged instantly, and he delivered a ferocious slap across Lu Peng's face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed across the camp. Lu Peng didn't even have time to cry out before his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Half a row of his teeth scattered from his mouth, and one side of his face was torn open by the force of the blow, exposing fractured bone beneath. With a single slap, Lu Peng went from being one-eyed to half-faced. The camp fell into a stunned silence. No one had expected Yiqing to fight back, let alone take down Lu Peng so decisively. Lu Peng dared to snatch others' prey because of his formidable strength and the backing of his biological brother, whose abilities were close to that of a second-tier warrior. These brothers were notorious on the wasteland for their vengeful nature and ruthless tactics. Typically, those who fell victim to their theft could only swallow their grievances in silence. But today, they finally met their match. The fact that Yiqing, so young, could defeat a first-tier warrior astounded everyone present. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, and soon, a kind-hearted individual stepped forward and whispered a warning. Young man, that bald guy has an older brother named Lu Fei. He's just ahead, procuring supplies. These two brothers are nothing but trouble. Be cautious, they won't let this slide easily. A brother? Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing that Lu Peng's elder sibling was nearby, he unexpectedly felt relieved. Thanks for the heads up. He nodded politely to the Good Samaritan before striding purposefully toward his next target. Finding Lu Peng's brother wasn't difficult. The two siblings were practically identical, not only in build but even sporting the same hairstyle. The only notable difference was that Lu Fei's eyes were perfectly intact. Yiqing spotted him immediately. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce flying kick. As a seasoned warrior who had honed his skills to the limit through years of survival on the wasteland, Lu Fei's reflexes were razor-sharp, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. However, in the next instant, an unimaginable force surged through his arms, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed violently into a tent, bringing it down in a heap. Struggling to rise from the tent's wreckage, Lu Fei winced as searing pain shot through his arms, the bones already fractured. His eyes widened in disbelief and confusion. Who could possess such overwhelming strength to shatter his arms with a single kick? And what baffled him even more was, who the hell are you? Why are you attacking me out of nowhere? You're Lu Peng's brother, right? Yiqing advanced toward him steadily. FK, who the hell are you? Lu Fei growled, suppressing his pain as fury burned in his gaze. Yiqing's lips curled into a chilling grin. I just took care of your little brother. They said you'd come looking for revenge. His cold, piercing eyes locked onto Lu Fei's. Judging by the look in your eyes, you already hate me. So, I figured it'd be best to take you out too. You lunatic, are you out of your mind? Lu Fei's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. He had been plotting revenge for his crippled younger brother, but to his astonishment, the enemy came knocking on his door instead. Your nonsense is just as annoying as your useless brother, Yiqing said, his smile fading as his tone turned icy. I'll kill you, Lu Fei roared, charging at Yiqing. Despite his severe injuries, his arms were lifted again under the influence of his sinister martial arts, making him appear like a crazed beast. Yiqing remained calm, raising his palm as a fiery red light rapidly gathered in his hand. Using such self-destructive techniques, no doubt you're not a good person. Seeing Yiqing's casual stance, a flash of wild joy crossed Lu Fei's eyes. So many openings, you damn brat. In an instant, he closed the distance, raising both fists high. You crippled my brother and seriously injured me. I'll destroy all your limbs. But in that moment, a blinding red light erupted before Lu Fei's eyes. So hot, like being thrown into a furnace. Lu Fei felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him flying uncontrollably. Pain surged through his body as a piercing scream tore through the air. His body, now emitting black smoke, rolled frantically on the ground as crimson flames consumed his flesh. Everyone in the camp stood frozen, their jaws slack. They had assumed Yiqing was there to flee for his life, but instead, he had come seeking vengeance. Watching Lu Fei writhing on the ground like a beaten dog, a chill crept into their hearts. Fierce. These young folks nowadays are ruthless. First, the brother gets half his face smashed, and now the older one's burned to a crisp. Someone muttered under their breath. Suddenly, their eyes fell on the strange flames, and they collectively froze. A gifted martial artist. A horrified cry shattered the silence. The crowd's expressions shifted from apprehension to awe and astonishment. No wonder he acted so boldly. It all made sense now. Yiqing looked down at Lu Fei with satisfaction. The man's body was charred, his muscles shriveled, and he was no longer a threat. Turning away, Yiqing began pushing his motorcycle, heading toward the corpse of the Gale tiger. The crowd quickly parted to clear his path. "I'll keep half of the meat for myself," Yiqing said with a warm smile. "The tiger's skin, bones, and other parts are up for sale. Anyone interested?" After some haggling, the remaining parts of the Gale tiger were sold for a hefty sum of 70,000, far above the usual market price. Yiqing converted the materials from the hunted beasts into cash one by one. The most valuable item turned out to be the well-preserved whip, while the scarred tiger hide sold for the lowest price. Other materials, such as the eyeballs of the thunder snake, the fangs of the infernal hellhound, and the feathers of the ironclad bird, also found buyers. In the end, the total earnings amounted to 180,000. The wind tiger and thunder snake's eyeballs contributed the most, while materials like the fangs seemed far less significant. Seeing the balance on his bank card, Yiqing couldn't help but smile. Earning a year's salary for a top white-collar worker in just one day was indeed impressive. While being a warrior was dangerous, the rewards were undeniably tempting. As for the matter with Lu Fei and his brother, Yiqing no longer gave it a second thought. According to other hunters, the area outside the city was essentially lawless. As long as one didn't cross certain lines, no one would interfere. Crippling someone, for example, was far from causing any real trouble. After returning the motorcycle, Yiqing hurried to the city gates. Following the routine security check, he finally re-entered the city. However, after his departure, rumors about the ruthless and reckless young hunter spread rapidly across the hunting circles of Linen City. When Zhang Qingyi returned to the camp, people were still fervently discussing the incident. However, her focus was entirely on the heavenly dragon thunderfruit in her bag. Unfortunately, the fruit was not yet fully ripe, which was a pity. She calculated that she would have to spend a significant amount of money to accelerate its ripening once she returned, hoping the results wouldn't differ too much from natural maturation. With these thoughts in mind, she also headed back to Linen City. As soon as Yiqing got home, he stored the wind tiger's meat in the fridge. Over 100 kilograms of tiger meat would last him for days. With this stockpile and ample funds, his immediate needs were well covered. After washing off the grime from his travels, he felt refreshed and sat down in the living room. He pulled out the partially extracted thunder snake meat from his backpack. Due to the urgency of the situation earlier, the extraction process for this snake meat hadn't been completed. Now, it was the perfect choice for dinner. Glancing at the time, Yiqing was about to eat the snake meat raw but stopped at the last moment. Tired of eating sashimi for the past 2 days, he decided it was time to switch things up. Heading to the kitchen, he cooked the snake meat in various ways: stir frying, deep frying, and more, creating several dishes with different flavors. However, to his surprise, when he tasted them, he found himself missing the flavor of sashimi, or more specifically, the unique taste of its fresh, blood-like essence. Yiqing smacked his lips, suppressing stray thoughts, and began devouring the flesh of the thunder serpent. With each bite he swallowed, system notifications flashed incessantly. Vitality 0.1, extraction progress 2. Before long, the extraction progress for the thunder serpent reached its maximum. The system immediately prompted, "Begin extraction and fusion." Without hesitation, he chose to proceed. In an instant, fine arcs of electricity spread across his body like a web. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a gentle tingling sensation coursed through him, akin to a soothing electric massage. For Yiqing, who had already acquired the heavenly dragon jade thunder physique, this level of electricity caused no harm. Moreover, after numerous extraction and fusion experiences, he had learned to find pleasure in the process. Extraction successful. The system notification chimed, and another great ability was now his. With a thought, a long whip made of dazzling electricity materialized in his hand. He gave it a light flick, and the electric whip traced a graceful, yet intimidating arc through the air, accompanied by a faint crackling sound. To test its power, Yiqing retrieved a thick iron lock. With a casual flick of the whip, the surface of the iron lock immediately caved in with a deep groove. If it can damage steel this easily, then if it were to strike a human body? A cold glint flashed in Yiqing's eyes. The destructive power of this lightning whip was clearly far superior to his flame abilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a twist of his wrist, the vibrant blue whip instantly transformed into a pale golden hue. Sizzle! A sharp electric crackle sliced through the air. When Yiqing swung the whip again, the same iron lock was cleanly severed, its edges smooth as a mirror. As expected of the heavenly dragon jade thunder, truly extraordinary. A satisfied smile spread across Yiqing's face. With the scrayed heavenly dragon jade thunder physique, not only could he enhance all lightning-based abilities to a higher level, but there were also countless other potential uses waiting for him to explore. Just as he was reveling in his newfound power, his phone vibrated on the table. It was a message from his homeroom teacher in the class group chat. After discussions with the city's education bureau, a citywide mock exam will be held tomorrow to improve this year's martial arts exam results. Outstanding performers will receive generous rewards. Rest well, everyone, and prepare to give it your all in the exam." As soon as the message from the class teacher appeared, the screen only displayed the simple words, "Received." Moments later, a file was sent to the group chat, and the entire class erupted in excitement. Notification sounds chimed one after another as the chat was flooded with messages at a dizzying speed. Yiqing opened the file and quickly scanned through it. Instantly understanding the source of his classmates' enthusiasm, the rewards for this joint exam were unexpectedly generous. Scoring within the top 1,000 in the city would earn 200 points, equivalent to the total points their advanced class at Lingao High could accumulate in an entire semester. The rewards increased further. The top 500 in the city would receive 400 points and a newly developed supplement. For the top 300, the rewards doubled 600 points along with 3 supplements. What caught Yiqing's attention the most was the reward for the top 10. In addition to high points and supplements, they would gain access to the Education Bureau's reserve library to choose a martial arts technique of their preference. He quickly did the math. Points from the Education Bureau could be converted to cash, with 1 point worth 100 yuan. As an advanced high school, Linan High received 20,000 yuan in martial arts subsidies each semester and had always enjoyed excellent educational resources. However, the scale of this reward far surpassed anything from previous years. As his thoughts raced, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 472.1. Mental strength: 135.5. Martial technique: body strengthening fist, unranked. Extraction progress: Gale Tiger 24. Thanks to the Tianlong Jade Thunder Fruit, his vitality had already approached the limit of a first-tier martial artist. Once he broke through 500, he could advance to the second tier. However, his martial arts techniques were comparatively underwhelming. A high-quality technique was crucial for enhancing combat power. Take Bald Lu Fei, for instance. Even with injuries to both arms, he could unleash incredible strength, all thanks to a technique that, despite its side effects, allowed for explosive bursts of power. While Yiqing's foundational strength was solid, much of it relied on his natural talent. Against truly skilled opponents, that advantage would quickly diminish. After experiencing the brutal battles in the wilderness, his desire to enhance his combat abilities had only grown stronger. The thrill of fighting had etched itself into his very being. As memories of past skirmishes flashed through his mind, his hands subconsciously began to rub together, faint sparks of electricity and fire flickering between his fingers. I hope this citywide exam will bring me a pleasant surprise. The next morning, Yiqing enjoyed a hearty breakfast of tiger meat. The firm and chewy texture, along with its rich flavor, far surpassed that of ordinary beef. Each bite not only satisfied his taste buds, but also caused his vitality and extraction progress to steadily climb. 10 minutes later, he changed into his school uniform and boarded the bus to school. Linan High was unusually lively today. The school gate was crowded with parked buses, and many students had already gathered there to wait. "Hurry up, Yiqing, over here," his best friend Wang Beichen called out. Yiqing followed the voice and saw Wang Beichen waving at him. Smiling, he walked over quickly, only to notice that Wang Beichen and the others suddenly shivered as he approached. A flicker of something unusual flashed in Yiqing's eyes, causing a subtle unease among the surrounding classmates. However, the moment he broke into a bright, sunny smile, that unsettling feeling instantly dissipated, as if it had all been an illusion. "Let's not dwell on that," Wang Beichen interjected, changing the subject with a serious expression. "Today's joint exam is a big deal. We're even sharing the same testing venue with Linan Experimental High School." Linan Experimental High School, being another prestigious institution, had consistently outperformed the high school in previous years. This dynamic had fueled a sense of determination among the students and faculty of the high school, making today the perfect opportunity to prove their capabilities. "All right, enough chatter. Get on the bus." The homeroom teacher's stern voice interrupted their discussions. To avoid any distractions that might affect their performance, the students quickly boarded the bus and began mentally preparing themselves. Half an hour later, the bus pulled up in front of an expansive stadium. Looking out, they could see countless students lining up in an orderly manner to enter the venue. Loudspeakers around the stadium continuously broadcast the exam rules. The joint exam would consist of 2 stages. The first stage was a foundational assessment, covering categories like strength, speed, and reaction time, with the blood vitality index being the most heavily weighted. Only those who passed the foundational assessment could move on to the second stage combat trials, which would ultimately determine the final scores. Ugh, the boring foundational assessment, what a hassle. Yiqing frowned impatiently as he waited in line. Why not just jump straight into the combat trials? At that moment, a commotion ahead interrupted Yiqing's complaints. "Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to cut in line?" Wang Beichen's angry voice rang out. Yiqing looked up, his brows furrowing even tighter. A group of students from Linan Experimental High School was attempting to cut in line, trying to enter the venue early to familiarize themselves with the environment. They had deliberately targeted Wang Beichen, who was shorter and stockier, assuming he would be an easy target. Look at you, so pathetic. Does it even matter if you take the assessment? It's not like you'll ever get into Martial University anyway. One of them sneered with blatant disdain. Ugly, dark-skinned, and fat, what are you even doing here? Trying to get attention? A sharp, mocking voice pierced the air. With the way you look, your grades must be at the bottom anyway. Going in late won't change a thing. The sarcastic tone was like a dagger, stabbing straight into the heart. Wang Beiqin stood frozen, staring at the group of people who found joy in bullying others. Frustration churned inside him, erupting like a volcano. The smug expressions on their faces made it seem as if they held some kind of supreme authority. What the hell did you just say? Wang Beiqin's eyes turned bloodshot, his anger boiling over. I'm talking about you, obviously. What are you going to do about it? One of the students from the advanced class pushed Wang Beiqin, only to realize, to their shock, that he stood as steady as an iron tower, completely unmoved. At that moment, Yiqing stepped forward swiftly, placing a firm hand on Wang Beiqin's shoulder while positioning himself between the two groups. What are you trying to do? Fight. Before the sentence could be finished, a crisp smack echoed in the air, cutting off the grating voice. The advanced class student was struck so hard that they were knocked to the ground, their cheeks swelling red in an instant, unconscious. Yiqing frowned deeply, frustration simmering within him. As a martial artist, he had to consciously restrain his strength to avoid accidentally crushing the skull of this ordinary student. Yet even as he held back, the seemingly effortless slap left him feeling even more stifled. You dare to hit someone. The other martial arts candidates from the advanced class, their youthful pride ignited, surged forward in anger. As the situation escalated, a flicker of anticipation glimmered in Yiqing's eyes. Go ahead, make your move. All of you, come at me. Yiqing taunted. But just as tensions were about to explode, a thunderous voice bellowed. Everyone, stop right now. Su Laoshi, wearing an examiner's badge, strode quickly toward the scene. The advanced class students immediately recognized him and reacted as though they'd found their savior. Teacher Su, please, you have to do something. They attacked us first. One of us is already unconscious. Su Laoshi crouched down to examine the unconscious student's injuries, his expression dark and foreboding. Rising to his feet slowly, he turned his piercing gaze to Yiqing. Was it you who did this? Meeting the other's gaze, Yiqing nodded calmly. Seeing this, Teacher Zu's expression immediately darkened. With such an unrepentant attitude, I don't think you need to participate in this joint exam, Teacher Su said coldly. Come with me to the administration office. After the exam, your class teacher will be called to take you, and your parents must be informed as well. Assaulting a fellow student with such severity, this behavior is simply unacceptable. The loss this student incurs from missing the exam will be on you. Loss. Yiqing smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. What loss could someone like him possibly have? It's not like he'd score anything worth mentioning in the exam anyway. You dare to talk back to the proctor? A flash of anger crossed Teacher Zu's eyes. It seems this so-called advanced education has failed you. Don't even understand the basic virtues of respecting your teachers. The repeated reprimands had drained Yiqing's patience. He had to take part in this citywide joint exam. Had already gone easy, delivering just a light slap. Yet now his exam qualification was at risk of being revoked. This proctor was truly exasperating. If your so-called advanced teachers won't teach you, then he'll show you what it means to respect your teacher. Teacher Su suddenly made a move, his palm slicing through the air sharply as he aimed for Yiqing's shoulder. To his surprise, Yiqing didn't react with fear, but instead with delight, had been waiting for this moment. Ignoring Teacher Zu's attack, Yiqing threw a punch straight at his opponent's chest. Bang! The punch landed squarely, causing Teacher Su to stagger backward. You dare hit a teacher? He exclaimed, staring at Yiqing in disbelief. What shocked him even more was that, as a first-stage martial artist, he had been forced back by a mere student. The intense pain in his chest made him gasp sharply. Before he could recover, Yiqing was already upon him, his fists raining down like a storm. Bang! 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 A series of heavy punches struck Teacher Zu's defenses. Using finesse, he managed to deflect most of the force, employing a Tai Chi-like technique to neutralize the blows with minimal effort. After a few strikes, Yiqing quickly realized his attacks weren't as effective as had hoped. Interesting. A martial arts teacher at school really does have a deeper foundation than a self-taught hunter. Yiqing grinned with excitement. If you can redirect 4 ounces, let's see how you handle 10,000 pounds. Before the words fully left his mouth, Yiqing's arm muscles bulged, straining against his school uniform. He launched another punch, this time with the force of a meteor crashing to earth. Teacher Su felt an overwhelming, unstoppable force rushing toward him, as his Tai Chi-style defense crumbled instantly. The punch landed squarely, sending him flying through the air. Against such absolute power, even the most refined techniques proved useless. In the path of martial arts, the capable are the teachers. From where I'm standing, it seems you're in no position to teach me a lesson. Yiqing withdrew his fist, exhaling deeply. The frustration in his chest dissipated, though he felt a tinge of regret. What a pity. Halfling on the ground, Teacher Zu's gaze was blank, stunned. The surrounding students were equally speechless, too shocked to react. Wang Beichen and the other classmates stared at Yiqing's retreating figure, suddenly feeling as though they didn't know him at all. Was this really the Yiqing they thought they knew? What just happened? Shock, confusion, and astonishment spread like wildfire at the entrance of the stadium. The crowd instinctively made way, leaving an open space as whispers filled the air. That's a certified martial artist, and they got beaten by a student? Zhang Qingyi stepped gracefully out of the car, her gaze calm as it swept across the scene. As the top student of Linen High, she was long accustomed to the awe and fear in others' eyes. The inter-school examination rewards that everyone else coveted were hardly worth her attention. In her previous life, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, she had access to techniques so extraordinary they could drive high-level martial artists to madness. Her true objective in participating in the exams was to secure a spot in the Donglin Province Genius Training Camp, a privilege reserved for the top 10 scorers. To rapidly regain her former strength, she needed access to higher-level circles and rare resources. For her, achieving a top 10 rank was a foregone conclusion. Expressionless, Zhang Qingyi strode toward the entrance, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Though the heavenly dragon jade thunder fruit she had matured through special means was not yet fully ripe, its effects had pleasantly surprised her. The energy within the fruit had refined her entire skeletal foundation, elevating her base strength to a new level. She had recently broken through her limits, advancing to a first-tier martial artist, with her vitality levels now ranking in the upper mid-range of this tier. She was quite satisfied with her rapid progress. Just as she was about to join the line, a commotion in the distance caught her attention. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, she recognized a familiar figure. Him, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, in a spacious conference room within the testing venue, surveillance screens displayed live feeds from various test zones. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire examination field was visible. Proctors were making final preparations, while the Martial Arts Association president, the director of the Education Bureau, and several school leaders gathered together. The top 10 get to join the province's training camp. Several principals, having just heard this from Martial Arts Association President Zhang Qingyi, exchanged eager glances. The Bureau is really placing more emphasis on the martial arts exam this year. We're hoping one of our top students can make it into the top 10. This could be a life-changing opportunity. Keep dreaming. Our school has a star student with awakened talent this year. Education Bureau Director Liang Su was about to explain the exam rules when a sudden exclamation interrupted him. What's going on? The exam hasn't even started, and there's already chaos. Liang Su frowned and turned toward the reporting proctor. Director, something's wrong. There's a fight at the entrance. The proctor's voice trembled. Just students fighting? Have the teachers handle it, Zhang Qingyi said dismissively. No, a proctor went to intervene. The proctor croaked, but the student beat up the proctor as well. With a sharp crack, the teacup in Zhang Qingyi's hand shattered. Liang Su and the principals froze in shock, then spoke in unison. What did you just say? The surveillance footage played slowly on the large screen in the center of the conference room. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Qingyi, and the director of the Education Bureau, Liang Su, along with several others, focused their eyes on the screen. The expressions of the school principals shifted as the footage progressed. In the video, it was the senior division students who initiated the conflict. Senior Principal Tian Zhan's heart skipped a beat, but quickly felt relieved at least they won, saving the senior division from disgrace. Shortly after, a teacher with the surname Su appeared on the screen and, after just a few words, got into a confrontation with a student. When that student landed a few heavy punches and knocked the teacher to the ground, the atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. Tian Zhan, whose face had darkened earlier, suddenly turned red with excitement. A gifted martial artist, Zhang Qingyi and Liang Su exchanged a look. They both saw there was no mistaking it. The force behind that final punch was clearly beyond ordinary, indicating a talent related to strength enhancement. Envy flashed across the eyes of the other principals present. Even though strength-enhancing talents were generally not ranked highly, any martial artist with a natural talent was considered a rare gem. Only the experimental school's principal, Lu Yun, looked grim after all. It was his school's teacher who had been humiliated. This incident was a blow to their reputation. Tian, when did your school produce such a talent? You've been hiding this well. Director Liang Su turned to Tian Zhan and asked. I'm not sure either, Tian Zhan replied, staring at the student in the footage, Yiqing, as he tried to recall. He might have just awakened recently. A master is a master, Zhang Qingyi said with an approving smile. Bold and fearless, this is the kind of spirit a martial artist should have. That's exactly the kind of energy young people should exude. Add this kid to the list, and have him participate in the practical combat assessment this afternoon. No one objected. In the world of martial artists, strength ruled above all. Power was the ultimate truth. Standing to one side, Zhang Qingyi's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions. Recalling memories of her past life, she remembered Yiqing had never awakened any talent. What surprised her even more was how, in just a few days, Yiqing seemed completely transformed not in appearance, but in the aura he exuded from within. As Zhang Qingyi observed him intently, Yiqing suddenly turned his head, locking eyes with her. In that instant, a chill ran down her spine. But Yiqing quickly smiled, and the unsettling vibe dissipated instantly. This left Zhang Qingyi deeply shaken. It had been a long time since she last felt this way. The last time was in her previous life, during her first encounter with a colossal beast. How is this possible? Zhang Qingyi pondered to herself. Could he also be a reincarnated? First came signs of the giant beasts that weren't supposed to appear for another 3 years, and now someone had undergone such a drastic transformation in just a few days. After much thought, she attributed it all to changes in the world's timeline. Her own rebirth was already an anomaly. The first change would inevitably trigger a chain reaction. Kid, you're quite lucky, Zhang Qingyi murmured, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. Several examiners quickly arrived on the scene. Director Li, the teacher surnamed Zus, eyes lit up upon seeing the leader. Yiqing, right? Director Li gestured for the teacher to calm down before addressing Yiqing. Since you've awakened a talent, why didn't you report it earlier? You're excused from this morning's basic assessment. Head to the exam site to prepare for the practical combat test this afternoon. The teacher's words were stuck in his throat, his face turning red with frustration. From the moment he heard the word talent, he knew any argument would be pointless. The humiliation of the day could only be swallowed in silence. Director Li's announcement caused a stir among the watching students. A talent. Yiqing actually awakened a talent. When did this happen? Yiqing, you've been hiding this too well. I was worried my buddy wouldn't get into martial arts university, but now I'm more worried he awakened a talent. This is so unfair. Punches someone, and not only gets away with it, but also skips straight to the practical exam. Well, if you awakened a talent, you could do the same. The excited chatter made the entrance even livelier. Guided by staff, Yiqing entered the exam site through a special passage and arrived in a spacious room. Inside, several people were already waiting, including Zhang Qingyi. Yiqing wasn't surprised by her presence. Having dominated the senior division rankings for 3 years, it would be more surprising if she didn't have a talent. Apart from Zhang Qingyi, there was another male student from the senior division and 6 others, 3 from the experimental division and 3 from other schools. Yiqing scanned the room, feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation. Everyone here was far stronger than that teacher he had faced earlier. Bullying the weak was not his style. Only battling true experts could ignite his fighting spirit. Yiqing, the male student from the senior division, approached him with a friendly smile. Wu Rue, from class 1. He gestured toward Zhang Qingyi. I don't think I need to introduce her, right? No need, Yiqing replied with a smile. Zhang Qingyi merely nodded in acknowledgement, her expression as cold as ever, like an unyielding glacier. That's just her personality. She hardly talks. Even in the same class, we barely exchange a few words, Wu Rue explained with a laugh before asking curiously. By the way, your talent is strength enhancement, right? As soon as he said this, everyone in the room perked up their ears. That's right, Yiqing replied calmly with a nod. Wu Rue pulled Yiqing aside and began introducing the other examinees. These guys are all tough competitors from other schools. Lowering his voice, he pointed to a tall student. See that one from the experimental division? That's Sheng Hong, the strongest student they've had in years. His vitality levels are nearly at the 2nd tier. Plus, he's trained in family martial arts since he was young, something like the Golden Bell Shield from martial arts novels. I've heard that ordinary 1st-tier fighters can't even break through his defenses. The other 2 are similar thief, all trained in multiple techniques. Wu Rue continued, enthusiastically sharing details, unaware that Yiqing's eyes were growing brighter with each word. You should be careful. Earlier, you hit their school's student and teacher, so those 3 will definitely target you, Wu Rue warned seriously. Got it, Yiqing responded briefly. Good, then, Wu Rue said with relief. This is great. Yiqing's voice, filled with excitement and anticipation, suddenly reached Wu Rue's ears. What? Wu Rue stared at him in confusion, as if a giant question mark had appeared over his head. Wu Rue turned his head to see Yiqing staring at Sheng Hong and his 2 companions in the corner of the room with an intense gaze. That look was sharp enough to send chills down one's spine, like a predator locking onto its prey. Hey, Yiqing, did you hear what I just said? Wu Rue couldn't help but ask. I heard you. Yiqing nodded briefly, his fingers trembling slightly. Noticing the unusual movement, Wu Rue pointed at Yiqing's trembling hand. Then what's with this? Yiqing rubbed his hands together and flashed a grin that stretched to the corners of his mouth. Nervous, a bit scared. However, the unsettling ferocity in that grin contradicted the fear he claimed to feel. 3 meters away, Zhang Qingyi glanced over, her red lips curving slightly. Scared? Huh. A man's words are nothing but lies. That pathetic acting, I can't even be bothered to call it out. In the afternoon, the assessment rules were announced. As gifted martial artists, they were automatically placed in the top 10. The next stage would involve a free-for-all battle to determine the final rankings. A free-for-all? Wu Rui exclaimed. That's way too unpredictable. What if someone loses control and goes too far? One of the examiners immediately clarified. The president of the Martial Arts Association and the director of the Education Bureau are present. Both are high-level martial artists who can step in to ensure safety. These words eased the tense nerves of the group. Yiqing noticed a few glances in his direction and turned to find Sheng Hong and his two companions from the experimental class, sizing him up. They were clearly planning to target him later to reclaim their pride, exactly what Yiqing had hoped for. The examiners led the group to the arena. In the massive stadium, a colossal stage the size of 4 football fields stood proudly. The scale left everyone bewildered. It seemed unnecessarily large. A scar-faced examiner explained in a low voice. On the battlefield, you'll face not just human opponents, but also giant beasts. To simulate real combat scenarios, we'll be releasing a batch of small-scale giant beasts. The announcement sent a wave of tension through the group, and even the most skilled experimental class students showed signs of unease. Only Yiqing and Zhang Qingyi remained calm as someone who had once braved a swarm of snakes to claim a mutated fruit and a seasoned warrior from a previous life. Such a scene was mere child's play to them. Before long, the last student to pass the rigorous preliminary tests arrived. Despite being surrounded by gifted martial artists, he maintained an air of confidence. With all 10 participants in place, the audience around the stage erupted into thunderous cheers, louder than any celebrity concert. In a monitoring room filled with screens, Zhang Muji and the others watched the arena through floor-to-ceiling windows, discussing the contestants' abilities. They talked about Sheng Hong's rare-grade earth spirit body talent, Zhang Qingyi's mysterious cold energy abilities, and Yiqing's formidable power amplification skill. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the gates around the stage rumbled open. Nearly 200 silver moon gray wolves surged out, the stench of blood filling the air. These ravenous beasts, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, regarded the 10 participants as nothing more than prey. Each contestant showcased their strengths. Zhang Qingyi unleashed waves of cold energy, freezing several wolves into fragments. Sheng Hong, surrounded by a yellow glow, shattered wolf fangs with ease. Even the ordinary student managed to take down 2 of the beasts. On Yiqing's side, several wolves lunged at him, their saliva dripping from razor-sharp fangs. He frowned in disgust, his muscles bulging in an instant. With a single punch, he broke the spine of the nearest wolf and followed up with a kick that crushed its skull. The remaining wolves attempted to ambush him, but were swiftly pulverized by his rapid, powerful punches. In less than 10 seconds, nearly 10 silver moon gray wolves lay lifeless at Yiqing's feet. Too weak, he muttered, shaking his head. Without hesitation, he charged into the wolf pack, each strike claiming another life. The 3 experimental class students watched in shock, quickly reaching an agreement. Let's surround him and take him out first. Sheng Hong commanded, and the trio moved to encircle Yiqing. Sensing the commotion behind him, Yiqing's lips curled into a radiant, genuine smile. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Yiqing wore a faint smile, but his gaze was as cold as ice. In the distance, Wu Rui sensed trouble and was about to rush over to help. After all, they were schoolmates, and he couldn't just stand by and watch one of his own be bullied by students from another school. But to everyone's surprise, Yiqing simply waved his hand lightly, kicked a gray wolf blocking his path into the air, and strode directly toward Sheng Hong and his companions. You two, hold off these beasts for me, Yiqing instructed. Sheng Hong, known as one of the most talented individuals in recent years, carried his own pride. He disdained the idea of ganging up on someone and only wanted to defeat this arrogant opponent in a fair unknown fight. Eliminate me? Only if you have what it takes. Yiqing's smile grew brighter as he threw a punch straight at Sheng Hong. Arrogant. Sheng Hong snorted coldly, planting his feet firmly on the ground. A faint yellow glow instantly enveloped him, forming an impenetrable protective barrier. Clang! Yiqing's fist collided with the barrier, producing a loud metallic clang. His hand went numb, as though he had struck a solid steel wall. He raised an eyebrow, feeling the sharp pain radiating from his knuckles. Meanwhile, Sheng Hong's barrier only rippled slightly, showing no significant damage. This defense far surpasses my iron skin talent, Yiqing thought to himself. Without hesitation, he launched a series of punches, each one more powerful than the last. Your strength isn't bad, but it's still not enough, Sheng Hong said confidently. Earth Spirit Protection, it's the strongest defense among first-tier warriors. Before he finished speaking, Sheng Hong began his counterattack. His movements were steady, and with each swing of his fists, the air seemed to roar with energy. His punches were as thunderous as they were unpredictable. Yiqing, however, neither dodged nor retreated, choosing to meet Sheng Hong head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the stadium. Sheng Hong's talent seemed to amplify his power, and every strike he delivered carried immense force. Though Yiqing felt the pain in his knuckles intensify with each clash, he remained unfazed. On the contrary, as he realized Sheng Hong's strength exceeded his expectations, his grin only grew wider. The stronger, the better. The stronger, the more exciting. The fighting spirit in Yiqing's eyes seemed almost tangible. You're wasting your efforts. You'll never break through my protective aura. Sheng Hong maintained a relaxed and smug demeanor. The strongest defense. Yiqing sneered, his smile taking on a savage edge. Ignorant fool. Crackle. The sharp sound of electricity drowned out the howls of the wolves. Blinding arcs of lightning gathered in Yiqing's palm, forming into a long whip of pure energy. With a fierce swing, the brilliant lightning erupted, temporarily blinding everyone watching. Snap! The lightning whip tore through the air and struck Sheng Hong squarely. The deafening crack was followed by bursts of electricity that even momentarily paralyzed the surrounding gray wolves. Sheng Hong's seemingly indestructible barrier trembled violently, a deep crack forming across its surface. Though the yellow glow surged, trying to repair itself, the lightning's relentless energy shattered its regenerative efforts. Seizing the moment, Yiqing drove his fist directly into the crack with all his might. Like fragile porcelain, the pale yellow barrier shattered into countless fragments under Yiqing's fierce punch. The follow-up blow landed directly on Sheng Hong's chest without resistance, the immense force crashing down on him like a mountain, sweeping through his entire body. Sheng Hong was sent flying backward, tracing a powerless arc in the air. Sheng Hong crashed heavily to the ground, the searing pain in his chest robbing him of the ability to form a coherent sentence. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the crackling electricity dancing in Yiqing's hand. Before he could utter another word, he let out a faint groan and slipped into unconsciousness. If not for the barrier earlier, which had absorbed part of the force, the consequences of that punch would have been far more severe than just fainting. The laboratory's most talented student over the years had been effortlessly defeated with just a whip and a punch. The scene was engulfed in a deathly silence, and every gaze, including those of the silver moon-gray wolves, was fixed on Yiqing more precisely, on the lightning-imbued whip in his hand. Dual talents. A shocked shout broke the stillness in the meeting room. Zhang Muji's teacup shattered in his hand as disbelief spread across everyone's faces. That arrogant young man had awakened not one but two talents, one of which was the exceptionally rare lightning talent. Linen has truly produced an extraordinary talent this time. Senior Headmaster Tianjun finally regained his composure and turned to the ashen-faced experimental school headmaster Lu Yun, bursting into hearty laughter. Lu Yun. Oh Lu Yun, how did your school's top seed end up being the first one eliminated? Lu Yun trembled with rage, his fingers shaking, unable to utter a single word. Liang Su, on the other hand, watched Yiqing closely from the stands, his expression thoughtful. In a low voice, he muttered, arrogant, but it seems he has every right to be. He hid his strength well. This joint exam was the right call, otherwise, we might have missed out. Zhang Muji observed the battle unfolding on the field, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. His eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, this kid fights with such ferocity. Even without any formal training, look at how every move and strike goes straight for the vital points, clean, precise, and efficient. He's a natural-born combat genius. Turning to the education director, Liang Su, he added, with him on the team, the Donglin province training camp might just achieve a record-breaking performance this time. Liang Su nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, in the stands below their feet, the audience was already in an uproar. Shocked gasps and cheers erupted one after another, while senior students frantically shouted Yiqing's name. Dual talents. Yiqing, you're dual-talented? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Rui shouted in disbelief. Yiqing shrugged casually. You never asked. This scene caught Zhang Qingyi's attention, and for the first time, ripples formed on her otherwise calm and composed heart. She stared intently at Yiqing's figure, her thoughts swirling. This variable seems large enough to alter the trajectory of the world itself. If you had this kind of strength in your previous life, how could you have perished in the beast tide? This thought unsettled her, leaving her emotions in disarray. Honga! The remaining two experimental class students cried out in panic. Annoying, Yiqing said coldly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, one of the students barely had time to react before a powerful iron fist slammed directly into his face. With a loud thud, the student collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The last experimental class student, sensing danger, was about to admit defeat, but was already too late. I didn't give you permission to speak, Yiqing said as he spun around with lightning speed, delivering a heavy punch that sent the student crashing to the ground. From Sheng Hong's fall to the defeat of the two experimental class elites, the entire sequence lasted no more than 5 seconds. This overwhelming victory ignited the crowd's enthusiasm once again. Students from other schools couldn't help but join the cheering throng, all chanting Yiqing's name in unison. The deafening roar of their voices seemed to pierce the heavens. At that very moment, a crack appeared in the clouds above, and golden sunlight poured down onto Yiqing, as if bearing witness to the rise of an unparalleled powerhouse. Several figures suddenly appeared on the stage, swiftly carrying away the three unconscious contestants. These overseers exuded a calm and composed aura, their strength clearly extraordinary. How dull, Yiqing muttered, shaking his head as a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Sheng Hong's unique defensive ability was indeed impressive. Typically, a level divine power would struggle to break through such a defense. Yet to Yiqing's surprise, Sheng Hong couldn't even withstand a casual strike from his whip. As for the other two experimental class students, they were knocked out with a single punch each, offering no worthwhile challenge. Yiqing's gaze inadvertently swept across the stage to the icy beauty of the school, and a glimmer of battle intent flashed in his eyes before quickly fading. Forget it. We're from the same school, he thought to himself. It wouldn't make sense to target someone from my own group. Suppressing the thought, he turned decisively and charged into the dense pack of wolves. The thunder whip danced in his hand, each strike accompanied by dazzling flashes of lightning. Silver moon gray wolves fell one after another, their bisected bodies scattering across the ground. The scent of charred flesh filled the air. Zhang Qingyi stood off to the side, her delicate brows slightly raised. Was that guy just considering attacking me? Her attention was soon drawn to the thunder whip in Yiqing's hand. The faint golden lightning emanating from it felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the power within the celestial dragon thunder fruit. Though she had reached the pinnacle of power in her past life, her use of the fruit's energy had been limited to tempering her physical body. She had not truly mastered its power and could not discern the exact connection at this moment. Yiqing moved through the pack of wolves as if they were nothing. With the augmentation of the celestial dragon thunder, the thunder whip in his hand had reached a level comparable to upgradability. Each swing of the whip, now with heightened cutting power, easily claimed the lives of one or two silver moon gray wolves. The air was filled with their anguished howls as the surviving wolves finally recognized the terrifying strength of this human. Their blood-red eyes locked onto Yiqing, abandoning their other targets as hatred drove them to surround him in a frenzy. A futile resistance, Yiqing sneered, unleashing a burst of electric light from his hand. With a single sweep of the whip, he shattered the skulls of 5 gray wolves. 30, 40, 50 the numbers climbed steadily as the wolves' lifeless bodies piled up at his feet. Does this guy ever get tired? One of the other contestants murmured in shock. We need to act fast, or he'll kill them all. Scrambling to intercept the silver moon gray wolves heading toward Yiqing, the other contestants hurried to join the fray, fearing he would monopolize the final rankings. Ironically, with most of the wolves focused on attacking Yiqing, hunting became much easier for the others. In just a few minutes, the entire stage was shrouded in a thick stench of blood. Rivers of crimson flowed, and over 100 silver moon gray wolves lay dead across the battlefield. Some of the wolves, cleaved in two by the thunder whip, emitted faint whimpers, adding an eerie desolation to the scene. Did he actually kill them all? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Wait, what were the rules again? Survive for 10 minutes, and rankings are based on the number of kills, right? Zhang Muji and Liang Su exchanged glances, a shared astonishment flashing in their eyes. The sudden appearance of this little prodigy, not only possessing dual talents but also the most formidable thunder affinity, left them with contrasting reactions. Liang Su shook his head helplessly, while Zhang Muji beamed with delight, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Linen has finally produced a true gem, he exclaimed. The competition had concluded, and Yiqing and the others went to clean the blood off themselves and change into fresh clothes. They then made their way to the top-floor conference room, where Zhang Muji and the others were already waiting. As the young participants entered, smiles of satisfaction spread across the faces of all present, including Principal Lu Yun of Experimental High School. Although Yiqing had eliminated some of Experimental High's students, Lu Yun, as a principal, harbored no hard feelings about such fair competition among students. A genius training camp? The announcement of this news lit up the faces of the young participants with surprise and excitement. Zhang Qingyi, already aware of the plan, maintained her usual calm demeanor. However, Yiqing's eyes instantly brightened, as if ignited by a spark. The prospect of competing against martial arts talents stronger than Sheng Hong was exhilarating. After all, Linen's martial arts education ranked only mid-tier within the Donglin province, with many cities far surpassing it in strength. When Yiqing learned that the training camp would be held in the wilderness, his excitement reached a fever pitch. To him, the wilderness was an endless reservoir of vitality and talent, a place where he could engage in relentless battles and savor the fresh, steaming blood and flesh of formidable beasts. In Linen City, leaving the city was inconvenient, and quality beasts were scarce in the surrounding areas. Only by venturing deep into the wilderness could he encounter truly powerful prey. With a solemn expression, Director Liang Su addressed the group. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all. The training camp consolidates resources from the entire province, and you'll even have the chance to receive guidance from high-level martial artists. The camp begins in a week, so take these days to rest and prepare. Be sure to gather at the Martial Arts Association building on time. All right, Zhang Qingyi interjected at just the right moment. We can't interfere with the training camp arrangements, but we can handle the competition rewards for now. As he spoke, he gestured with a wave of his hand, and an examiner stepped forward carrying a tray. On the long table at the center of the examination hall, rows of crystal-clear cards were neatly arranged, each with a string of numbers gleaming in the center. Zhang Qingyi picked up the topmost card, his gaze landing on Yiqing. With your outstanding achievement of slaying over 100 silver moon gray wolves in combat, the first place undoubtedly belongs to you. Zhang Qingyi solemnly handed the card to Yiqing. This is 3,000 reserve points, which can be used to exchange for any resources in the Linen Martial Association's reserve. Additionally, he paused for a moment. You have the privilege of selecting a 6th tier martial technique. 6th tier. The moment these words were spoken, the principals present collectively drew a sharp breath. The tier of a martial technique is closely tied to the rank of the practitioner. A 6th tier technique requires a 6th tier martial artist to fully unleash its power. As for 7th tier techniques, they are considered grandmaster level secrets, their rarity and value beyond imagination. Even for the Linen Martial Association, 6th tier techniques are treasured and rarely revealed. Following this, the rewards for the other participants were distributed. Zhang Qingyi, who earned 2nd place, received 2,000 points and the chance to select a 5th tier martial technique. However, what mattered most to her was the hard-won nomination for the training camp. Because Yiqing had eliminated 3 students from the experimental class earlier, Wu Rui unexpectedly secured 7th place, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Had those 3 not been eliminated, he might have ended up at the bottom. The advanced class securing the top 2 spots left Principal Tianjun overjoyed. His face glowed with pride, his chin slightly raised, and he occasionally cast sidelong glances at the experimental class principal, secretly pleased. Finally, they had their moment of glory. Who could still claim the advanced class was perpetually 2nd place? Watching the figures of Yiqing and the others, Tianjun couldn't help but let out a few smug chuckles. After a round of encouragement, Yiqing and the others exited the examination hall. The waiting students outside immediately surrounded them, erupting into cheers. It wasn't until half an hour later that Yiqing managed to break free. However, instead of heading straight home, he walked directly toward the Linen Martial Association building. It was time to choose a martial technique that suited him. The underground storage vault of the Martial Arts Association building was heavily guarded, with a thick alloy door standing firm like an impenetrable fortress. After passing through multiple layers of identity verification, Yiqing finally stepped into the coveted reserve vault of the Linen Martial Arts Association. 3,000 points, equivalent to about 300,000 yuan in cash, Yiqing calculated silently. For ordinary people, it's a fortune, but in the martial artist community, it's just enough to buy some basic supplies. A staff member briefly explained the usage instructions before leaving. Select the items on the computer, and they will be delivered by unmanned equipment. Standing before the enormous electronic screen, Yiqing's eyes scanned the vast array of martial arts resources. Herbs, supplements, weapons, rare materials. He quickly skipped over these categories and went straight to the section for beast materials. Those 3,000 points had to be used wisely. The screen instantly displayed a plethora of information related to beast materials. The bile of a Tier 2 giant rock black bear, which could enhance vitality and eyesight, priced at 500 points. The hardened skin of a Tier 2 golden gorilla, suitable for forging equipment, priced at 600 points. As Yiqing browsed rapidly, a particular material caught his attention: a nearly intact body of a Tier 4 small beast, the three-eyed spirit fox, discounted to 3,000 points due to the absence of its most precious third eye. A Tier 4 beast, equivalent to the strength of a 4th-rank martial artist. Yiqing's eyes lit up. Most importantly, this is a rare spiritual-type beast. It was well known that for a martial artist to harness spiritual power, they either had to break through 7 extreme limits to become a grandmaster or be 1 in 100 born as a natural psychic. The abilities of this three-eyed spirit fox might just allow him to gain spiritual power ahead of time. Missing the third eye? Doesn't matter. As long as the system's extraction progress reaches completion, I can still obtain its unique abilities. Without hesitation, Yiqing confirmed the exchange. Accompanied by the mechanical hum of machinery, an unmanned delivery vehicle arrived, carrying a frosty large container. Afterward, Yiqing swiftly browsed the martial arts techniques interface, directly filtering for 6th-level techniques. 3 options appeared: blade techniques, sword techniques, and fist techniques. The path of blade or sword mastery requires long-term dedication, which is too time-consuming. Yiqing quickly settled on the 8 extremes force fist. This technique doubles punching power right from the start. Combined with my innate divine strength, even a 2nd-rank martial artist would struggle to withstand it. After confirming his choice, an electronic storage device was dispensed, accompanied by a warning message. Martial arts techniques are strictly prohibited from being shared. Violators will face severe consequences. Yiqing secured the technique and was promptly escorted back to his residence by the association's dedicated vehicle. He wasted no time opening the container, revealing a massive fox with fiery red fur. Besides its size, which far exceeded that of a common fox, the most striking feature was the dried-out eye socket on its forehead, with traces of blood surrounding it, a result of the three-eyed spirit fox destroying its third eye before death. To prevent being exploited by enemies, huh? Doesn't matter to me. Yiqing smirked and began processing the fox meat immediately. After an intense day, he was famished. Before long, a steaming plate of fox meat was served on the table. Yiqing devoured it ravenously, and with every bite, the system notifications rang out. Vitality 0.4, extraction progress 2. Vitality 0.5, extraction progress 2. Half an hour later, the system chimed in. Three-eyed spirit fox extraction progress complete. Begin extraction and fusion. Begin. In an instant, an excruciating pain surged through Yiqing's brain. Unlike the physical pain he had endured before, this agony struck directly at his mind, as if countless steel needles were churning inside his skull, threatening to shatter his will. Veins bulged on Yiqing's forehead, and bloodshot lines filled his eyes, but a twisted grin remained on his face. Pain means progress. The stronger the pain, the more powerful the ability he'll gain. This is nothing compared to the prospect of dying in battle. From the moment he acquired the system, Yiqing had resolved to do whatever it took to grow stronger. The pain intensified, ultimately concentrating at the center of his forehead. Pop! A crack opened on Yiqing's brow, and a crimson eye emerged. The eye seemed to harbor a swirling vortex within, exuding an aura of malice, greed, and savagery. It rotated restlessly, as if searching for a spiritual entity to devour. At the same time, a pleasant notification sounded. Extraction successful. The pain gradually subsided, but the hunger grew more intense. Yiqing devoured the three-eyed spirit fox meat on the table like a starving wolf. With every bite he swallowed, the system notified him of a slight increase in his vitality. As he consumed the last piece of meat, a deep rumble echoed within his body. Pale golden electric currents began to flow through his blood, bones, and fascia, like tiny bolts of lightning coursing through every muscle. His vitality surged like a flood, gathering from his muscles and bones and rushing toward his internal organs. Boom, boom, boom. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, and a streak of pale golden lightning coiled around his heart. Impurities within his organs were instantly refined by the lightning's force, leaving him feeling as if a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders, clear-headed and invigorated. Second-tier warrior. Yiqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled with satisfaction. Not only had he broken through his second limit, but he had also gained a level talent, truly a double blessing. Standing before the mirror, his gaze was immediately drawn to the sinister eye that had appeared on his forehead. He had assumed that acquiring the abilities of the three-eyed spirit fox would enhance his vision, but who would have thought it would result in a third eye growing on his forehead? As Yiqing focused his mind, his entire body underwent a dramatic transformation. A layer of keratinous armor covered his skin, fiery red patterns spread across his body, and sharp bone blades extended from his elbows. His muscles swelled, tearing through his clothing, and his height shot up to nearly 1.9 meters. His limbs became as thick and powerful as coiled dragons, his arms as sturdy as an average person's thighs, and his long, tendon-packed legs exuded explosive power. The crimson eye on his forehead rotated slowly, while pale golden lightning flickered in his other two eyes. So this is my peak state. Yiqing examined his monstrous reflection in the mirror and found himself oddly impressed. Though his appearance now deviated significantly from that of a normal human, he reasoned that as long as he was strong enough, his appearance hardly mattered. The system panel appeared before him. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 503.2. Spirit: 158.1. Technique: Body Strengthening Fist, unranked. Extraction progress: Gale Tiger 51. Crossing the 500 vitality threshold signified his advancement to a second-tier warrior. The first tier focused on tempering muscles, bones, and skin, while the second tier began refining internal organs. This process was typically gradual, but the medicinal power of the Dragon Jade Thunderfruit had already tempered his body multiple times. Coupled with the Slevel Dragon Jade Thunder physique, the continuous flow of lightning energy throughout his body ensured a rock-solid foundation. Clenching his fists, Yiqing felt the changes within. The second tier brought a significant boost compared to the first. With every heartbeat, pale golden lightning coursed through his body, constantly refining it. The Dragon Jade Thunder physique finally began to reveal its true potential after his second-tier breakthrough. There was only 1 week left before heading to the wilderness training camp. Though it was a treasure trove of opportunities, it was also fraught with danger, with powerful beasts surely lurking nearby. Yiqing had no intention of becoming a beast's meal, needed to seize every moment to strengthen himself. His recent trip to the wilderness had yielded substantial rewards, 180,000 in cash and the remaining Gale Tiger meat in his fridge. However, now that he had reached the second tier, his appetite had grown significantly, and the tiger meat that would have lasted several days might now be consumed in just 1 or 2. Yiqing turned on his computer and began searching for beast meat. Given his limited budget, he temporarily set aside high-tier beast meat. Not only was it prohibitively expensive, 180,000 wouldn't buy much, like the three-eyed spirit fox meat, but he also already had 8 talents, which were sufficient for now. His priority was to increase his vitality. In the end, he purchased a large quantity of ordinary beast meat, such as wild bull and shadow rabbit meat. Over the next few days, Yiqing's life became highly regimented, eating, practicing his martial arts, eating again, and continuing to train, with additional meals in between. His vitality steadily increased. His second-tier foundation grew more stable, and he inched closer to the threshold of the third tier. To his delight, his progress in mastering the 8 Extremes Force Fist was rapid. He could now execute it with ease. This was thanks to the combat instincts he had absorbed from the beasts, as well as his own deep-seated thirst for battle. The 8 Extremes Force Fist, while similar to the internal energy techniques of third-tier warriors, was even more refined. With this technique, he was confident he could hold his own against a third-tier warrior. 7 days flew by. On the final day, Yiqing packed a few essentials and headed to the Martial Association building with his bag. The other participants had already begun to gather, including Sheng Hong and his 2 companions, whom he had injured earlier. Sheng Hong, who should have been recovering for a month, now appeared healthy and full of vitality, clearly having used his family's resources to recover quickly and perhaps even grow stronger. Upon seeing Yiqing, Wu Rui immediately approached him and whispered, "I managed to get some intel on participants from other cities. I'll share it with you and Zhang Qingyi on the bus." "You're quite the information broker," Yiqing teased. Wu Rui's ability to gather intelligence was indeed impressive, always managing to stay ahead of the curve. "If I was useless at everything else, then I'd really be a waste," Wu Rui replied with a cheeky grin. The 10 participants from Linen City selected for the training camp had all arrived. True to the Martial Association's no-nonsense style, Zhang Muji simply instructed, "Don't disgrace Linen," before ushering everyone onto the bus. As soon as they were seated, Wu Rui eagerly leaned in and said, "Let me tell you, this training camp is going to be something else." From the moment Yiqing appeared until he got into the car, Zhang Qingyi's gaze followed his every move. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Though her strength had only just begun to recover, her sharp vision from her past life remained intact. Yiqing's current condition shocked her, his restrained vitality, the powerful, rhythmic beating of his heart. These were unmistakable signs of a second-tier martial artist beginning to temper their internal organs. The realization made Zhang Qingyi's heart skip a beat. In just over 10 days, someone who wasn't even a prospective martial artist had managed to leap to the second tier? She instinctively clenched her fists, countless questions racing through her mind. Then again, as a reincarnated empress carrying countless precious memories from her past life, wasn't she also cheating in a way? Yet, even with such an advantage, she couldn't match Yiqing's rate of progress. This stark contrast left her momentarily lost in thought. Wu Rui's voice pulled her back to reality. Yiqing asked with interest, "Oh, how incredible are we talking?" Yu Zian from Lingqiu City, Xiao Xiyun from Anliang City, and Huang Ming from Tianlan City all awakened a grade talents. And then there's Xie Linger, a rare spiritual psychic from Haiwei City, Wu Rui said excitedly. Besides that, there are plenty with grade talents and an overwhelming number with grade talents. Any grade talent holders? Yiqing pressed further. Impossible. Wu Rui shook his head repeatedly. If someone awakened in grade talent, the rest of us might as well pack it up and go home. Yiqing simply nodded, a clear look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Zhang Qingyi noticed his reaction and felt a spark of intrigue. Was this guy seriously disappointed because there were no grade talent martial artists? Did he even understand what grade talent meant? She considered explaining, but after a moment's thought, she decided they wouldn't understand even if she did. Instead, she let out a light scoff. "What are you scoffing at?" Yiqing suddenly turned to her. "Since I got here, you've been staring at me, and now you're scoffing. What's your deal? You look pretty good, but all you do is act mute and hum. Can't you actually speak? What did you just say?" Zhang Qingyi's eyebrows arched sharply, her teeth clenched in frustration, revealing an unexpectedly cute pair of little fangs. It had been years she couldn't even remember the last time someone dared to speak to her like this. Hey, calm down." Wu Rui quickly interjected to mediate. "We're all classmates, hurry, no need to be like this. The training camp has plenty of resources, but competition is fierce. We should stick together as a team from the same school, or we'll just get bullied. This could be the opportunity that changes our lives." Zhang Qingyi suppressed her anger, her delicate face now covered with an icy expression as she returned to her usual cold demeanor, turning away from the two of them. Inwardly, she thought, I was once a woman at the pinnacle of power. I won't stoop to the level of these juniors. But at least you've got some taste for recognizing that I'm beautiful. They'll let you off the hook this time. Once my strength is fully restored, we'll make sure you live a life without a wife. Let's see if there's any woman on earth daring enough to marry you. Yiqing, on the other hand, inwardly sneered. What's with this inexplicably aloof act? Sooner or later, they'll find a chance to teach you a lesson. This girl's constant staring didn't escape my notice from the start. I thought she'd stop after a few glances, but she just kept staring as if my face had grown flowers or something. Yiqing shook his head, recalling the two unpleasant conversations he had with Zhang Qingyi. Both had ended on a sour note. The thought of being incompatible briefly crossed his mind, but he dismissed it quickly and closed his eyes to rest. Beside him, Wu Rui watched the scene unfold, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the weakest among them, he had hoped to rely on the other two for support. Yet, to his dismay, the two pillars seemed ready to clash. He silently calculated a way to break the ice between them before things escalated further. The armored vehicle roared as it passed through the city gates, heading into an endless expanse of wilderness. The engine's growl seemed like an invisible signal, drawing the attention of lurking beasts in the area. However, any beast that dared approach was swiftly cut down by the martial experts escorting the vehicle, their bodies cleaved in two before they could even reach the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, it was calm and composed, a stark contrast to the bloody chaos outside. These martial arts prodigies from Linen City were considered treasures by the Martial Association. No harm could be allowed to come to them. After 6 hours of rapid travel, the armored vehicle came to a halt before a sprawling mountain range. Get off! A thunderous voice jolted everyone out of their meditative states. Once Yiqing and the others got off, they found themselves in a field already crowded with over 100 people. Wu Rui whispered, "Some cities have deeper foundations, so they get more spots. This training camp might have over 200 participants. The number doesn't matter. What matters is how many top-tier fighters are here," Yiqing replied, his gaze sweeping swiftly across the crowd. His eyes locked onto 4 striking figures, 3 men and 1 woman. Each was surrounded by followers, clearly the leading figures of their respective cities. The 3 men exuded a powerful vitality, their expressions filled with arrogance. Their disdainful glances toward the crowd betrayed their belief that no one could rival them. Seeing their overconfident demeanor, Yiqing's fingers involuntarily twitched, and a spark of battle intent ignited deep within his eyes. The last figure, a girl with a ponytail, was petite in stature, but her jet-black eyes gleamed like polished obsidian, so pure and captivating that it was hard to look away. The moment Yiqing locked eyes with her, a peculiar itch pricked between his brows, and the dormant spirit fox evil eye within him stirred faintly. This girl was a psychic. As Xia Linger waited quietly, an abrupt sense of danger gripped her heart. Her spiritual energy started to fluctuate uncontrollably, almost spilling out. Instinctively, she turned her head, and her gaze met Yiqing's eyes. In that instant, Xia Linger's petite frame trembled involuntarily. Yiqing's stare sent chills down her spine. His eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit, laced with a bloodthirsty desire and an overwhelming aura of aggression, as if he intended to devour her whole. That terrifying gaze made her inwardly cry out in alarm, and she quickly averted her eyes. At that moment, the surrounding clamor began to die down. Burly men in uniforms lined up neatly on either side, creating a pathway. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and built like a bear, strode forward. A golden flower was pinned to his shoulder, and a menacing scar stretched from his brow to the corner of his mouth, exuding an aura of raw, unyielding strength. "I am Qi Heng. You may call me Instructor Qi," he introduced himself in a deep voice, then gestured to the person beside him. "This is Instructor Feng Linxue. The two of us will be in charge of this training camp." Qi Heng scanned the young people from Lianan City standing before him and grinned, his scarred face twisting into a fierce smile. "You've reached the gates of the training camp, but getting in won't be that easy." With that, he handed a tactical watch to Yiqing. "The training camp is somewhere within these mountains. It's up to you to find the exact location." His voice carried a challenging tone. "Don't think luck will help you. I've set up multiple beacons throughout the mountains. Each one contains the coordinates of the camp. Remember, only those who retrieve a beacon will be allowed to enter." Finally, Qi Heng threw out a condition that made everyone's heart race. "The first person to step into the training camp will get 7 days of private training with me, a 6th-tier martial artist." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone understood what such an opportunity meant. The guidance of a 6th-tier martial artist promised unparalleled growth and access to invaluable resources. "Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you at the gate," Qi Heng said with a wave of his hand. Before his words had fully settled, the group shot off into the mountains like arrows loosed from a bow. "By the way, I forgot to mention he only deployed 150 beacons." Instructor Qi Heng's voice suddenly came through the tactical watch, instantly stirring commotion across the field. The faces of the more than 200 participants turned grim. There were over 50 fewer beacons than people, meaning some would be eliminated right from the start. Without delay, everyone dashed toward the depths of the forest. See you later, you two. I'm heading out first, Wu Rui said before turning and leaving. His strong-willed nature made him unwilling to rely on others. Yiqing and Zhang Qingyi exchanged glances, sparks seeming to fly between them. Zhang Qingyi's delicate face turned frosty, and she instinctively wanted to scoff. Sensing this, Yiqing clenched his fists tightly, his expression full of provocation. Zhang Qingyi's face grew colder, and with an icy air, she disappeared into the forest. Just wait until I catch you. I'll make sure you get a taste of my iron fists, Yiqing muttered. He didn't rush into the woods, but instead pulled up the map on his tactical watch for a careful look. The map was rudimentary, showing only basic terrain to barely discern directions. This location was hundreds of kilometers from Linen, deep in the wilderness. Yiqing felt a surge of excitement. This wild terrain was the perfect place for him to shine, far freer than the constraints of an urban environment. What's that kid doing, strolling around so leisurely? Qi hung, preparing to return to the training camp, noticed someone still wandering at a relaxed pace. A staff member nearby quickly pulled up the records. Yiqing, dual talents, one for strength amplification, the other for lightning manipulation. Exceptional combat performance. He's Linen's top seed. Top seed? No wonder he's so cocky. Qi hung smirked playfully. But Linen is just a small place. That's not enough for him to show off here. He made a mental note of Yiqing before getting into the vehicle and leaving. Only then did Yiqing begin walking into the forest. Searching for the beacons couldn't be rushed. According to the rules, the tactical watch would give a signal when approaching a beacon, clearly designed to encourage wide-ranging exploration. Yiqing understood the wilderness, while the more ground one covered, the higher the chances of encountering beasts. He even suspected that Instructor Qi had deliberately placed the beacons in areas frequented by such creatures. With this in mind, Yiqing started following the traces left by beasts. The dense forest blocked out the sunlight, shadows flickering as rustling sounds came from unseen creatures lurking in the dark. Occasionally, a low, guttural howl echoed from deeper within, sending chills down the spine. The skin on Yiqing's forehead began to ripple as his closed spirit fox evil eye sensed the pulsing vitality around him. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound cut through the air. The evil eye on Yiqing's forehead snapped open, its crimson pupil locking precisely onto the approaching creature. An invisible wave of psychic energy rippled outward. Bang! A massive insect, nearly a meter long, slammed heavily to the ground. Its dozens of compound eyes rolled back, and its hundreds of legs twitched violently. Yiqing's evil eye swirled as he observed the result of his attack. With satisfaction, just one psychic assault had caused the target's mind to collapse. For lower-tier warriors, the mind was indeed their greatest vulnerability. Even after tempering their vitality, they had little defense against such attacks. That's enough. In battle, even a momentary lapse in focus can determine the final outcome. Facing these intellectually inferior giant beasts, Yiqing was fully confident just one strike would be enough to turn them into mindless walking corpses. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach protested at an inconvenient time. He hadn't had a single drop of water since his journey began, and now it was just about dinner time. Yiqing glanced down at the centipede-like creature on the ground, and a thought struck him. This reminded him of a delicacy from Lingnan. Since it had delivered itself to him, why not turn it into a meal? He opted against eating it raw. Instead, he flipped his palm, summoning a searing flame. As the sizzling sound ensued, the hundred-legged creature gradually turned black in the fire, and an enticing aroma quickly filled the air. With practiced ease, Yiqing peeled away the charred outer shell, revealing the tender, pale flesh inside. Taking a bite, the system immediately notified, blood energy 0.2, extraction progress 3. Unexpectedly, the meat of the venomous centipede was incredibly flavorful. In just a few swift movements, Yiqing devoured the entire creature, leaving no trace behind. However, this small portion only whetted his appetite, making his hunger even more intense. Time was of the essence. Filling his stomach was the priority. In a flash, Yiqing's figure turned into a gust of wind, darting into the dense forest. Amidst the dim shadows of the trees, flashes of bright firelight occasionally appeared, and the air grew thick with the tempting aroma of roasted meat. The blood-red threads in his sinister eye became denser, and greedy, chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Thus began a silent feast. Black-feathered chickens, one-horned wild boars, venomous centipedicine prey that crossed his sight met the same fate. Their eyes burst, and they were soon transformed into delicious roasted dishes. This area was particularly infested with venomous centipedes. When the fifth one fell, a sharp, piercing screech suddenly echoed, filled with seething hatred. Dark green smoke began to rise from the ground, and wherever it passed, leaves withered rapidly, and thick tree trunks rotted and collapsed. Within the haze, clusters of compound eyes formed glowing green orbs, and then, a massive venomous centipede emerged. A Tier 2 beast. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, and the sinister eye on his forehead widened abruptly, his gaze brimming with excitement. Poison mist? In the next instant, a powerful burst of wind and ability borrowed from the gale, tiger howled into existence, instantly dispersing the thick, toxic fog. Revealed before him was a 5-meter-long venomous centipede. No matter how fierce the wind, it merely rang out with the sound of metal clashing against metal, unable to inflict any real damage. Yiqing's tactical watch suddenly vibrated. His gaze immediately locked onto the neck of the Tier 2 beast, where a faintly glowing electronic beacon hung conspicuously. Huh, so it's Instructor Chi's trick after all, he muttered, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. A Tier 2 beast, and the unexpected bonus of a beacon. This was indeed a double gain. Before the centipede-like venomous beast could react, Yiqing's sinister eye snapped open, unleashing an invisible mental shockwave that rippled outward. The beast let out a piercing screech, its massive body writhing violently, snapping a large tree in its wake. Though not completely stunned, its movements noticeably slowed, and the venom it was about to spray abruptly halted. Seizing the moment, Yiqing's body was instantly covered in a layer of tough keratin armor. His left hand extended a sharp bone blade, while his right hand gripped the thunder whip tightly. The electric whip lashed out with a sharp crack, striking the beast with precision. Its tough scales shattered on impact, exposing the pale flesh beneath. Taking advantage of the beast's moment of pain, Yiqing leapt high, landing steadily atop its head. Without hesitation, he drove his bone blade deep into the cluster of compound eyes, twisting it forcefully, turning the area into a grotesque mess of blood and pulp. The beast let out an ear-splitting screech, thrashing its head wildly in an attempt to throw him off. But Yiqing was ready, punched through its flesh and gripped the internal bones firmly, anchoring himself in place. As the corrosive blood splattered everywhere, the outer layer of Yiqing's keratin armor began to erode. Watching the beast's desperate struggle, his gaze turned cold. A fireball, the size of a human head, formed in his palm. With a swift motion, he directed it into the beast's shattered compound eye, straight into its skull. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as dark green ichor sprayed in all directions. The centipede-like venomous beast's head was obliterated, and its headless body twitched a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. Yiqing landed lightly beside the corpse, retrieving the beacon. He silently mused. A Tier 2 beast doesn't seem that formidable after all. Before he could finish his thought, his tactical watch vibrated again. This time, however, the sensor wasn't picking up a beast signal. Yiqing's sinister third eye closed, and the bone blades at his joints slowly retracted. Just as he returned to his normal state, his watch vibrated. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted through the dense forest like lightning, crossing 100 meters in an instant to appear before him. It was Huang Ming. He stepped into the clearing, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield littered with destruction. The ground had been cleared of foliage, and the massive headless body of a centipede lay sprawled across it. A Tier 2 beast. Huang Ming raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. Yiqing immediately recognized him. This was one of the 4 people he had seen earlier on the transport, a formidable warrior with an awakened rank ability. Although Yiqing didn't know the specifics of the ability, that didn't matter. What concerned him more was the man's strength. A poison-spewing fool, nothing more than a giant centipede, Huang Ming said with a smug smile. Still, killing it shows you're not entirely useless. Now, hand over the beacon it carried. Yiqing didn't respond. Instead, he silently opened his tactical watch and carefully reviewed the assessment rules. Trying to scare me off with the rules? Huang Ming sneered. The rules don't prohibit taking things by force. Resources in the training camp are limited, and they shouldn't be wasted on the unworthy. The fewer people who make it into the camp, the more resources I get. You should understand that. Yiqing shook his head regretfully and closed the watch. Given up already? Huang Ming chuckled. What a shame, Yiqing said with a menacing grin. Since killing isn't allowed, I guess he'll just have to cripple you. Before he finished his sentence, Yiqing launched himself forward like a cannonball, aiming a powerful punch directly at Huang Ming's head. Arrogant fool. Huang Ming roared, his expression darkening. As an A-rank ability user, he had always regarded only other A-rank users, and that one psychic master as his equals. Never did he expect to encounter someone who not only dared to attack him, but also threatened to cripple him. Huang Ming remained motionless, but the shadow beneath his feet began to writhe unnaturally. Just as Yiqing's punch was about to land, a black shadow shot up from the ground. Bang! Yiqing felt his fist sink into something like quicksand, with his entire arm tightly bound. A chilling sensation crept up his arm, threatening to freeze him completely. Staring at the semi-transparent black shadow before him, Yiqing didn't panic. Instead, a trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. Interesting. A shadow-based ability. Now that my shadow form has ensnared you, don't even think about escaping. Huang Ming's voice came from behind as he swung a hand chop aimed at the back of Yiqing's neck. Not bad. Yiqing's eyes burned with fighting spirit. His muscles swelled to an exaggerated size as he summoned his strength, forcibly breaking free from the shadow's hold and spinning around to deliver a fierce punch. Huang Ming hadn't expected Yiqing to break free and scrambled to dodge. The powerful punch grazed his face, the force of the wind stinging his skin. Such immense strength. A power-boosting ability, perhaps? The disdain in his eyes lessened. Enough with the chatter, Yiqing said, his body surging with energy. He grew taller by half a head, and each punch he threw carried the force of a battering ram, thanks to his mastery of Bejiquan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of his punches tore through the air, sending leaves flying in all directions. Despite Huang Ming's shadow form attempting to block, it began to falter under the relentless assault, its shape warping and distorting, ready to collapse at any moment. Huang Ming tried to intervene, meeting Yiqing's punch heat-in, only to be sent flying by the sheer force. His arm was nearly broken. Is that all you've got? Yiqing licked his lips, his grin widening. Come on, show me what you're really made of. Either cripple me, or I'll cripple you. Damn power-boosting trash. Huang Ming snarled, his anger giving way to a sinister grin. Let me show you what a true rank ability looks like. Dark energy swirled around Huang Ming as a second shadow form emerged from his shadow. Now flanked by 3 figures, Yiqing found himself under a coordinated assault. To make matters worse, Huang Ming could switch places with his shadow forms at will, making his attacks unpredictable. The shadows could also meld seamlessly with the ground, moving in ways that defied logic. Yiqing's body became encased in a layer of chitinous armor, leaving only his blazing eyes visible through the faceplate. He turned into a whirlwind of destruction, relentlessly targeting Huang Ming's true body. But Huang Ming always managed to switch places at the last second, letting his shadow forms entangle Yiqing while he seized opportunities to counterattack. This is the true power of shadow form. You'll never understand the might of an rank ability. Huang Ming taunted, trying to unnerve Yiqing. It worked. Enough of this circus act, Yiqing growled, his eyes flashing with a pale golden light. Boom. A deafening crack of thunder echoed through the forest. Pale golden lightning erupted around Yiqing, cascading outward like a tidal wave and engulfing everything within a 10-meter radius. Pop, pop. The 2 shadow forms disintegrated into black smoke under the electric onslaught. Huang Ming let out a blood-curdling scream as the searing electricity coursed through him, racking his body with unbearable pain. He froze in place, his skin charred, and his hair completely burned off. Rank ability. Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder, Yiqing said, the high-grade lightning easily obliterating the shadow forms. A rank? I specialize in crushing ranks, Yiqing said with a bright, almost mocking smile. Your mouth is really annoying. Too much talking. Let me help you shut it. He walked up to the incapacitated Huang Ming and delivered a brutal kick, shattering his teeth. Huang Ming didn't even have time to process the insult before losing consciousness. That was satisfying. Yiqing exhaled, feeling his earlier irritation dissipate. He turned to the corpse of the giant centipede, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Time for a post-battle meal. Post-workout meals are a basic necessity for anyone training. After an intense and satisfying battle, Yiqing's stomach had already begun protesting. He glanced at the disheveled Huang Ming lying on the ground and smirked slightly. Good luck to you. If you get eaten, that's not on me. With that, he hoisted the massive corpse of the centipede-like venomous creature and walked away without looking back. Behind him, Huang Ming lay on the ground, his clothes burned to cinders, leaving him exposed and in a state so pitiful that it could ruin anyone's appetite. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains stood a heavily fortified military stronghold. Within its walls, an array of military-grade surveillance equipment operated tirelessly, capturing every movement in the surrounding forests. The staff inside were diligently recording their observations. At the center of the surveillance room, Qi Hung lounged in a chair, his feet propped up on the desk, a cigarette lazily dangling from his lips. Those little rookies think slapping a beacon on a beast is the end of the job? He chuckled, taking a deep drag and exhaling a cloud of smoke that veiled his narrowed eyes. Report. A sharp cry shattered his leisure. What is it? Qi Hung frowned. Huang Ming's been taken down, a burly man shouted excitedly. What? Qi Hung jolted upright, ignoring the ash that spilled onto his clothes. Did he run into Xiaolinger? In his mind, the only one capable of countering Huang Ming's troublesome deathly body ability was the psychic master, Xiaolinger. No, it was that arrogant kid. Show me, Qi Hung barked, springing from his chair. Moments later, the surveillance room echoed with his furious roar. Zhang Fankong from Linen. Sitting in the rear too long has made your bones weak and your eyes blind. How the hell is that level of lightning power classified as rank? That's at least a rank. Its rarity could even rival that of a psychic master. As his rant subsided, the scar on Qi Hung's face twitched like a writhing worm as he broke into a grin. The talent pool for this training camp was already impressive, but now, an extraordinary anomaly had emerged. What thrilled him even more was Yiqing's performance in battle, straightforward yet effective combat techniques, an unstoppable ferocity, and a lightning ability so destructive it was a perfect match for a natural-born warrior. While psychic masters were rare, as a soldier, Qi Hung had a particular appreciation for close combat prodigies like Yiqing. Put that kid on the priority watch list. When he gets back to the training camp, he'll personally train him. Boss, wouldn't giving him special treatment break the rules? Someone nearby asked cautiously. What rules? I outrank everyone here. My word is the rule. Qi Hung snapped, waving dismissively. He took a long drag from his cigarette and slumped back into his chair with satisfaction. Enough talk. The rookies should be acclimated to the jungle by now. Let's give them a little surprise. The malicious grin on his face twisted through the haze of smoke. At the same time, atop a small mountain, Yiqing sat cross-legged. On a smooth stone slab before him, neatly arranged pieces of pale centipede meat awaited him. Since advancing to the second tier, his appetite had noticeably grown. After devouring most of the centipede, a system notification finally chimed. Extraction progress for the centipede venom has reached capacity. Begin extraction and fusion. Begin, he confirmed. As Yiqing gave the command, a dark green toxic mist billowed from his nose and mouth, enveloping him entirely. Though the corrosive mist surged with a menacing force, it caused him no harm. The pain from the fusion process was also far less intense than before. His now formidable physique had rendered ordinary abilities incapable of shaking him. Before long, a notification sounded in Yiqing's mind, signaling a successful extraction. Another clever talent was now in his possession, though this time he felt a tinge of disappointment. The practical value of this toxic mist ability was rather limited. Any martial artist with sufficient cultivation could easily dispel the mist with a single strike. Besides, who would be foolish enough to willingly charge into a poisonous cloud to engage in combat? As Yiqing quietly assessed the situation, the system's notification suddenly chimed again. Host has reached the maximum of 10 talents. System fusion feature activated. A surge of new information flooded into his mind. Yiqing was momentarily stunned, but his eyes soon lit up with excitement. This new ability went beyond merely extracting talents from other creatures. It allowed him to fuse the talents he already possessed. The system's message quickly clarified the key aspects of this new feature. Yiqing could select compatible talents from his collection and combine them to create entirely new ones. However, the process wasn't without its risks. For instance, forcibly merging water and fire attributes could result in failure or, at best, produce unpredictable and unstable effects, making the combination less effective than the original talents. The basic fusion involved 2 talents, but the system specifically mentioned that, theoretically, there was no upper limit to the number of talents Yiqing could merge provided he had the courage to attempt it. This discovery thrilled Yiqing. As his strength increased, some lower quality talents would inevitably become obsolete. For example, when he advanced to a 4th-tier martial artist, the internal energy he generated would fully replace the effects of his divine power talent, which was why strength-based talents were generally unpopular. But with the fusion ability, these soon-to-be outdated talents could be combined with others to create more powerful and practical abilities. If I have enough imagination, a solid reserve of talents, and the guts to take risks, Yiqing thought to himself, realizing he had all 3 in abundance. He could extract talents from all living things. His imagination knew no bounds, and most importantly had always been fearlessly audacious. This unexpected boon was even more exhilarating than when he had first acquired the Slevel Tianlong Jade Thunderbody. The possibilities were endless, and countless combinations awaited his experimentation. Without hesitation, Yiqing began reviewing the talents in his mind. The Slevel Tianlong Jade Thunderbody was too valuable to risk for now. After some thought, he decided to test the fusion with 2 clever talents, Corrosive Toxic Mist and Gale Force. The moment the fusion process began, Yiqing's body felt like a blazing furnace. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, no less intense than when he had first extracted a talent. He let out a cold laugh, steadied his trembling hands, and grabbed a piece of toxic centipede meat in front of him, devouring it with gusto. No matter how much it hurt, he had to replenish his energy. As the fusion progressed, his vital energy began to burn, his mental strength was drained rapidly, and his thoughts became sluggish. Even the sinister eye on his forehead seemed to fall into dormancy. Sensing the situation, Yiqing's eating speed increased dramatically, and in no time, he had consumed the entire toxic centipede. Yet the fusion process still wasn't complete. Suddenly, Yiqing stood up, his eyes burning with a near-manic intensity. His gaze swept across the horizon and quickly locked onto a hibernating giant beast in the distance. In the next instant, his figure shot forward like a raging wind, hurtling toward his target. Whatever I expend, I'll replenish. Yiqing vowed silently to himself. Crack! The thick scales shattered under the strike, and scalding blood sprayed out. The dying wails of the giant beast echoed through the forest, while the stench of blood filled the grassy air. Yiqing wiped the blood off his face and swiftly tore off a chunk of flesh, shoving it into his mouth. Fresh fat burst between his teeth, transforming into pure energy that was instantly absorbed by his body. System notifications chimed in quick succession. You consumed Earth rock bear meat, Qi and blood 0.5. Extraction progress 3. You consumed Earth rock bear meat, Qi and blood 0.3. Extraction progress 3. This Earth rock bear was truly extraordinary. Its fur had mutated into hardened scales, leaving it with almost no weaknesses except for its eyes. Its defense was astonishing. For an average Tier 2 warrior, such a creature would be insurmountable. But to Yiqing, it was nothing more than a top-grade tonic. He didn't bother cooking it. Instead, he chose to devour it raw. His stomach felt like a bottomless pit as he ravenously consumed chunk after chunk of blood-soaked bear meat, replenishing his depleted qi and blood. When the entire Earth rock bear was finally consumed, the system prompted, Earth rock bear extraction progress complete. Begin extraction. At almost the same time, another notification brought great news. Fusion successful. Corrosive poison mist and gale force, 2 clevel abilities, have fused into a level ability, corrosive wind. Yiqing was ecstatic. This was his first true level ability, perfectly combining the strengths of both elements. The previously low-damage gale force and the sluggish corrosive poison mist had now merged into a sharp, toxic wind. It carried the speed and ferocity of a gale, coupled with potent corrosive properties. Gazing at the remains of the Earth rock bear, a glimmer of hope flashed in Yiqing's eyes. If mist and wind could fuse, then perhaps abilities like iron armor, divine strength, and bone blade could also integrate. The Earth rock bear's amazing defensive capabilities, if combined with iron armor, could significantly enhance his protection. Begin extraction. Yiqing commanded decisively, enduring the strange pain spreading across his body. He turned and dashed into the forest to hunt for new prey. Fusing abilities required tremendous energy, and he needed to plan ahead. Soon, the Earth rock bear's ability was fully extracted, and he immediately began attempting a fusion between iron armor and rock barrier. At that moment, within a hidden military fortress nestled in the forest, a complex device rose to its peak, emitting a biological signal detectable only by giant beasts. Instantly, the entire forest fell into an eerie silence. Roar! A cacophony of howls shattered the stillness. Within a 100-mile radius, the eyes of every non-human creature turned bloodshot, their pupils reflecting murderous intent and madness. From grasslands, treetops, rivers, and caves, the beasts began to stir. They moved in unison, drawn toward the invisible signal. Even natural enemies or victorious predators abandoned their prey, joining this bizarre convergence. They gradually converged into torrents, moving purposefully in a specific direction. In a corner of the forest, Xiaolinger watched the massive beast before her suddenly turn and flee. Tilting her head in confusion, she raised her hand, and a shimmering silver light shot forth, piercing through the beast's thigh with precision. Despite its severe injury and impaired mobility, the beast ignored Xiaolinger's attack, stubbornly dragging its wounded body forward. Stop right there. Yu Zian, another A-rank talent fighter, shouted with a commanding voice. Activating his ability, the surrounding vegetation erupted into chaos. Thick tree branches twisted like arms, binding the massive beast tightly, while the grass on the ground turned into sharp blades, leaving bloodied marks on the struggling creature. In this condition, and you're still desperate to leave? Yu Zian muttered, his brows furrowed as he stared at the giant beast before him. Xiao Shiyun did not act rashly. In a flash, he appeared at the top of a towering tree. Gazing into the distance, he saw the swaying of treetops throughout the forest, a clear sign of large beasts on the move. All the beasts are on the move. What's going on? He murmured softly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. This dull assessment seems to be getting interesting. Zhang Qingyi, sharp and perceptive, immediately sensed something amiss. Biting her lip in frustration, anger flickered across her face. Her gaze locked onto a particular direction within the forest. The sudden agitation of the beasts, their erratic behavior, their instincts suppressed. This must be the work of a higher-tier beast exerting control. Memories of her past life as an empress surged into her mind. The Oka device, which simulates the biowaves of colossal beasts, and they've been using it like this? The military is becoming more and more reckless. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck her, and alarm bells rang in her mind. The Oka device's development timeline didn't seem to align. A strong sense of urgency rose within her. Too many things were spiraling beyond her control. The timeline from her previous life could now only serve as a rough reference, as much of the information was no longer reliable. I need to regain my strength as quickly as possible, Zhang Qingyi resolved silently. She was determined to correct the course of the world and guide it toward a brighter future. Her immediate priority was to elevate her Frost Eternal skill from the peak of Brank to a rank, which required a rare material found deep in the wilderness. Though the journey would be fraught with danger, Her memories from her past life gave her confidence to navigate around most perilous areas. Hopefully, this mission will go as smoothly as retrieving the heavenly dragon jade thunderfruit, she thought. As a frosty aura enveloped her, her figure faded into the shadows. Meanwhile, Yiqing also noticed the unusual situation. Where have all the nearby beasts gone? He muttered, exploring several beast dens. The ground he touched was still warm, indicating that the massive creatures had left not long ago. Instead of staying put, why are they running off and wandering around? He said with a frown. The sudden departure of these beasts had disrupted his talent fusion plans. Carefully examining the traces in the forest, Yiqing followed the faint clues, heading deeper into the mountains. The fusion was a success. The combination of the Clevel rock barrier and the Dlevel iron armor gave birth to the new rock iron armor. Though still classified as Clevel, its defensive capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap. This armor not only inherited the toughness of iron armor and the solidity of the rock barrier, but was also imbued with the power of the earth. So long as Yiqing's feet remained on the ground, the damaged armor could rapidly heal itself. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he calculated the potential for enhancing his talents, such as divine power, swift shadow, and boneblade. The wasteland was truly an inexhaustible treasure trove, where he could maximize the efficiency of the system. As he pondered, a subtle thought surfaced in his mind. From a biological perspective, humans and giant beasts didn't seem fundamentally different. The pride in human intelligence? High-level beasts possessed it as well, with some unique beasts even exhibiting astonishing levels of intellect. As carbon-based life forms, what truly distinguished humans from beasts? Yiqing dared not dwell further on the thought. His moral boundaries remained intact, at least for now. Ahead, a massive beast charged past, catching Yiqing's attention. His eyes lit up as he accelerated to give chase. At this moment, all the creatures in the mountains seemed to be on the move. The beast herd wasn't heading in a straight line, but was instead circling around a certain point within the forest. Many trainees, caught off guard, found themselves surrounded and had no choice but to move inward. Scattered groups of people encountered one another along the way, instinctively banding together and gradually converging. Inside a military fortress, several uniformed men with brawny frames wore worried expressions. Boss, isn't this too aggressive? These are students who've never been on a battlefield. If they face a beast tide, people could die. What? Have you stayed in the rear so long that you've forgotten the brutality of the front lines? Qiheng's gaze was cold and piercing, his voice sharp. We've grown too comfortable, and too many have forgotten that our race is still teetering on the brink of extinction. Why do the younger generation want to become warriors? Just to stand above others. Rotten to the core. The destiny of a warrior lies in the blood-soaked battlefield against giant beasts, fighting to protect the spark of humanity. Without experiencing hardship, how can they understand the struggles of our predecessors? Enough, boss. If you keep going, this could lead to serious problems, someone interjected, their face turning pale. Fine. Qiheng waved his hand dismissively. If there's any accountability, I'll take full responsibility. Worst case, I'll join the cannon fodder suicide squad myself. When the various temporary teams finally converged in the basin, everyone's expressions turned grim. As the top students from their respective cities, they immediately understood the intention behind the beast herd's movement. It was driving them here. But by now, it was too late to break through. All around them was a torrent of giant beasts. Though each one was only a first-level beast, their sheer numbers had reached a critical mass, and the consequences would be catastrophic. What do we do? Could this really be part of the exam? Someone asked, their face pale. Those with weaker mental fortitude already had tears welling up in their eyes. Fear quickly turned to anger. That bastard Qiheng. Everyone stay calm. We need to stick together and find an opportunity to break out. Yu Zian said firmly. It's Yu Zian with an A-level talent. And there's Xiao Xiyun and Xie Ling to re-saved. The group, seeing several A-level talents among them, felt a glimmer of hope. Where are Zhang Qingyi and Yiqing? Wu Rui scanned the crowd anxiously. An impossible exam wouldn't exist, Zhang Qingyi said softly. There must be a way out. Everyone, stay calm. Her words inexplicably brought a sense of reassurance. Before the echo of her voice faded, the valley reverberated with the savage roars of beasts filled with killing intent. The ground trembled as the beast herd began to surge into the basin. Get ready. We'll lead the charge and fight our way out together. Yu Zian and the others shouted. Dozens of giant beasts had already entered the basin, and the battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, Yiqing had just completed another talent fusion. The talent obtained from slaying the giant elephant had merged with divine power, creating a new strength-based talent overlord's divine force, capable of doubling his punching power when fully activated. He pulled up the system panel. Name, Yiqing. Vitality, 826.5. Spirit, 195.3. Martial technique, 8 extreme fist beginner. Extraction progress, none. Breaking through a vitality of 1000 would allow him to advance to tier 3 and gain the support of internal energy. Although he was still at tier 2, With Overlord's divine force, his punching power could already rival that of a Tier 3 warrior. Combined with the unique force of the 8 Extreme Fist, he could even take on Tier 3 opponents in battle. Yiqing's hands trembled slightly as his eyes burned with anticipation, gazing into the distance. It seemed that everyone had been driven ahead. His instincts told him that an incredibly powerful giant beast awaited there. Battle intent surged within him as he chuckled softly. This is probably Qiheng's doing. What a thoughtful instructor. It was only when they faced the overwhelming tide of beasts that the prodigies from various parts of Donglin province truly grasped the brutal reality of the battlefield. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, each step requiring immense effort just to stay balanced. Roars from countless massive creatures echoed incessantly, leaving their ears ringing in pain. All around them were towering monstrosities, fangs sharp as blades, corrosive saliva sizzling as it dripped to the ground, and the stench of blood mixed with thick drool splattering everywhere. A single misstep meant certain death. Some were torn apart by the beasts, their mangled remains scattered across the battlefield. Others were trampled into the mud, their bodies blending into the blood-soaked earth, recoverable only with shovels. The sheer carnage of this mass battle was far more devastating than any unknown duel. Even the exceptionally skilled and usually confident Yu Zian, Xiao Xiun, and Xia Linger were now pale-faced and deeply unsettled. Despite being at the forefront, they found themselves unable to break through the encirclement. The escape route they had planned to carve out seemed like an unattainable dream. All they could do was struggle to survive, barely holding on to their lives. Despair crept into their hearts like an unstoppable tide. At that moment, a chilling female voice cut through the chaos. Pull yourselves together. Like an icy gust sweeping through the battlefield, Zhang Qingyi's figure stood out prominently among the crowd. Her icy blue gaze was sharp and piercing, exuding an aura of lethal determination. Under her control, layers of frost began to form on the massive beasts, slowing their movements until they collapsed one by one. Having endured countless brutal battles in her past life, she was the only one who remained calm and composed in this dire situation. The frigid air not only hindered the beast's assault, but also froze the panic in everyone's hearts. Following her lead, the survivors gradually regained their courage and began to cooperate seamlessly. Their combined strength became a sharp blade, cutting through the horde of beasts and finally carving out a path to survival. We have a chance, someone shouted in exhilaration, and with renewed vigor, their attacks grew fiercer, their pace of breaking through accelerating. Inside the base, Qiheng observed the scene. His previously disappointed expression shifted as he witnessed Zhang Qingyi's performance. He shot to his feet, his eyes filled with astonishment. Calm, so incredibly calm. Like a battle-hardened warrior, not only does she maintain her own fighting spirit, but she also inspires her companions. Another genius who can't be measured by talent levels alone. He suddenly remembered Yiqing's absence and turned to berate his subordinates. What have you all been doing? Didn't I tell you to use the beast tide to force Yiqing into the encirclement? That kid has nearly wiped out all the beasts around him. We can't just pull in creatures from farther away that would leave gaps in the encirclement, and the assessment would fall apart. One burly man replied helplessly. Qiheng sneered coldly. Fine, time to play our final card. Did you really think breaking through would be that simple? Understood. A staff member immediately began working on the control panel. We're almost out, someone in the basin shouted excitedly. But before the words fully left their mouth, a ferocious roar erupted from behind the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the chaotic clash of battle, massive beasts were flung into the air like straw figures. The ground trembled violently as a colossal figure slowly emerged, a giant spiked tyrannosaurus, over 10 meters in length, covered in sharp, icy spikes, each spanning several meters. Its thick, scaly armor gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. With every step it took, the earth quaked, and every charge left a dozen beasts shattered and broken. A level 3 behemoth giant spiked tyrannosaurus. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd, and the fragile sliver of confidence they had managed to muster instantly crumbled into despair. The faces of the martial artists present turned ashen. Most of them were still at level 1, capable of challenging level 2 beasts under favorable conditions. But against this level 3 monstrosity, they stood no chance. Even the few level 2 martial artists like Yu Zian, who had recently advanced, might have been able to hold their ground against a level 3 beast in an unknown fight under normal circumstances, possibly even defeating it. But now, surrounded by a horde of beasts, they could barely summon 80 of their strength. Facing this colossal creature, Hedon was out of the question. Forced to fight while retreating, their situation grew increasingly dire. In mere moments, they were pushed back to their original position, the remaining space for survival shrinking visibly with each passing second. To make matters worse, when someone attempted to call for help using their tactical watch, they found it had already gone dark and malfunctioned. Damn you, Instructor Qi! Someone cursed aloud in frustration. Even the strongest among them, Zhang Qingyi, struggled against the giant spiked tyrannosaurus. Her formidable icy aura, which she had always prided herself on, could only slow the beast's movements for a fleeting second, barely making a dent. Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, and Xia Linger launched a coordinated assault, managing only to shatter a few of its scales, and were nearly impaled by its deadly spikes in retaliation. As they gazed upon this scene of utter despair, a suffocating sense of hopelessness gripped everyone's hearts. The overwhelming despair, like a tide of darkness, swallowed the last remnants of their hope. Fear swept over everyone at the scene like a tidal wave, except for Zhang Qingyi, whose expression remained calm. The young students, faced with such a perilous situation, were pale-faced and trembling. Just then, a burst of maniacal laughter echoed from beyond the approaching beast horde, cutting through the cacophony of roars. A feast! What a feast of slaughter! Following the sound, the crowd turned to see a figure soaring into the blood-red sunset sky. Surrounded by crackling arcs of lightning, the figure streaked toward the battlefield like a falling comet. It was Yiqing. Boom! Yiqing landed heavily, sending shockwaves through the ground that made the earth tremble violently. The resulting blast of air even drowned out the beast's roars. "Move aside," he bellowed, his voice brimming with fervent battle intent as his piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Yu Zian and the others instinctively stepped back when they met his fiery eyes. In the next moment, a pale golden light erupted from Yiqing's body. His form expanded rapidly, muscles bulging like forged steel, transforming him into a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the massive spiked tyrannosaur. Sensing the murderous intent behind it, the spiked tyrannosaur swung its thick, spike-covered tail with immense force toward Yiqing. Good timing. Yiqing shouted in exhilaration, refusing to dodge. Instead, he hurled his right fist forward, wrapped in a storm of lightning. Boom! With a thunderous crack, the tail, so thick it would take two people to encircle it, snapped apart. Blood sprayed in all directions as jagged white bone fragments burst into the air. The spiked tyrannosaur let out a piercing, agonized scream, the pain awakening its savage fury. Its massive body twisted with startling agility, turning to lunge at Yiqing with its gaping, blood-stained jaws. "Watch out!" the crowd cried out in alarm. "Courting death." Yiqing sneered, bearing a chilling grin of white teeth. Then he did something that left everyone utterly stunned, bent his knees slightly, aimed at the beast's gory maw, and leaped straight into the spiked tyrannosaur's mouth. That guy must be insane. The scene froze for a moment. The group of simple-minded giant beasts stood motionless, their limited brains unable to process what had just happened. The trainees were dumbfounded. Even the usually composed Zhang Qingyi was stunned, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak, but no words came out. Just moments ago, they thought a savior had arrived, someone who could shatter the tail of a thorned tyrannosaurus with a single punch. But in the next second, they watched in disbelief as this so-called reinforcement leaped directly into the gaping maw of the massive beast. The thorned tyrannosaurus chewed mechanically, its sharp teeth grinding together. The prey slid down its throat into its stomach without even giving it a chance to savor the taste. Though slightly annoyed, the beast felt a surge of excitement at swallowing the one who had dared to harm it, letting out a triumphant roar toward the sky. However, its roar was abruptly cut short. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from deep within the beast's body. Its bloated stomach suddenly bulged grotesquely, the armored scales stretching apart to reveal the taut skin underneath. Then came the sharp crack of breaking bones as a massive dent appeared in the monster's spine. The excruciating pain caused the colossal creature to let out a blood-curdling scream, nearly losing consciousness. It desperately tried to regurgitate whatever was wreaking havoc inside, but all it managed was a series of dull thuds from within. Boom! The giant beast could no longer support itself and collapsed heavily to the ground. Its massive body rolled wildly, crushing smaller beasts in its path into pulp. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted from inside its body, with bulges and dents rippling across its surface. Blood gushed from its mouth in torrents. What is happening? He's insane. He actually climbed inside the beast to attack it. That's absolutely crazy. Who even comes up with something like that? Actually, it's a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of it? Splatter. Suddenly, the thorned tyrannosaurus's abdomen burst open, creating a gaping, bloody hole. Through the torn flesh, they could clearly see a lone, towering figure wreaking havoc amidst the beast's internal organs. It turned out that Yiqing, after sliding down the esophagus into the beast's stomach, immediately activated his iron rock armor to shield himself from the corrosive gastric acid. Fully transformed, he unleashed a storm of flames and electricity, blasting through the stomach lining and carving his way deeper into the beast's body. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, and no internal organ could withstand his onslaught. These fragile tissues offered no resistance as he destroyed them at will. When he finally punched through the massive heart, the beast's body convulsed violently, a clear sign of its impending death. Drenched in blood, Yiqing casually tore off a piece of the still beating heart and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich, savory flavor spread across his tongue. It was clear that the meat of a level 3 beast was far superior to that of a level 2. A notification from his system immediately chimed. You have consumed a piece of thorn tyrannosaurus flesh. Vitality 0.8. Extraction progress 3. It seemed that the higher the beast's level, the more potent its vitality energy. A faint smile tugged at Yiqing's lips as he decided to fully enjoy this unexpected feast. The heart before him, as tall as a person, was still pulsating, and its fresh, tender meat was a delicacy beyond compare. You swallow a chunk of the spiked tyrannosaurus's flesh. Blood energy 0.7. Extraction progress 2. Another piece of flesh goes down. Blood energy 0.8. Extraction progress 3. Outside the colossal beast's body, an astonishing scene unfolds. The feared spiked tyrannosaurus collapses with a thunderous crash, but does not die immediately. Its massive body still twitches faintly, though it can no longer summon the strength to move. Through its mangled wounds, it can clearly feel its heart being devoured bit by bit. Its lantern-like eyes blink weakly, the once ferocious gaze now replaced by endless despair. Life slips away visibly, its pupils gradually losing focus until the last trace of breath fades completely. Suddenly, with a gruesome sound, the top of the beast's skull is violently torn open, leaving a gaping hole. A tall, blood-soaked figure emerges from within its Yiqing. Wiping the sticky brain matter from his face with a casual motion, he takes a deep breath of fresh air, visibly reinvigorated. Thrilling. All around, eyes pierce him like arrows, every face etched with disbelief. Shock, fear, horror, confusion. A whirlwind of emotions swirls through the crowd. The very beast that had driven them to despair, a grade 3 behemoth, had been brutally slaughtered by this man. Zhang Qingyi's gaze is particularly complex, her heart shrouded in growing bewilderment. In her past life, she had encountered countless powerful figures, but never someone as insane as Yiqing. Noticing the stares directed at him, Yiqing wipes his face once more and flashes a seemingly friendly smile. Yet, this spring-like warmth only chills those around him to the bone, sending involuntary shivers down their spines. Yiqing pays no mind to their reactions. Standing atop the massive corpse of the spiked tyrannosaurus, he scans the surroundings intently, as if searching for something. After scanning his surroundings, a look of disdain appeared on Yiqing's face. In the training ground, a massive Tier 3 beast was glaring at him menacingly, but in his eyes, such an opponent was clearly beneath him. Just one Tier 3 beast? A training camp this big can't even manage to bring out two. Yiqing's voice echoed through the monitoring system, reaching the control room of the base loud and clear. What an arrogant kid. Unbelievable, absolutely fierce. Exclamations of astonishment rippled through the training base. Boss, looks like your Tier 3 beast isn't much of a challenge, a staff member said, turning to Qihang. And I think we've just been looked down on. Damn it. Qihang's scarred face twitched violently, his heavy breathing betraying the turmoil in his heart. A seasoned soldier who had survived countless battles on the front lines, he had never witnessed such a wild fighting style. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he began to plan a special training regimen. No way that kid's going to stay this cocky. Keep monitoring him. I am off to prepare the equipment for special training. Before his words had even fully settled, Qihang stormed out of the room. On the field, as the Tier 3 beast fell, the entire pack of beasts descended into chaos. Yiqing's ferocious combat style, brutal and direct, left a deep impression on every student present. It was as if he had ignited a flame of battle spirit within them. Their attacks grew increasingly ruthless, and they quickly broke through the encirclement of beasts. However, once they had fought their way out, Yiqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Where's that badass guy? Didn't see him. Last I saw, he was tearing apart a few more beasts with his bare hands. With skills like that, he must have gotten out way ahead of us. Let's move. We've got the beacon. Let's head back to the base. Once we're settled in, we've got to thank that guy properly. The group dispersed quickly, but Zhang Qingyi lingered, standing still as she thoughtfully glanced back at the battlefield. If her eyes hadn't deceived her, Yiqing, after tearing through the beast horde, had turned around and gone back. She frowned, deep in thought. What on earth is that lunatic trying to do? The beast tide was a deadly threat in the eyes of the other trainees. But for Yiqing, it was a rare treasure trove of vitality and talent. After breaking through the encirclement, his gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he returned to the basin. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was streaked with winding streams of crimson. As far as the eye could see, the corpses of giant beasts were scattered haphazardly. Amid the chaos, most of the beasts had fled in all directions, leaving only a few daring ones frantically tearing at the corpse of a giant spiked tyrannosaurus, vying for the precious high-grade flesh. Dare to steal my post-battle meal? A cold glint flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he charged forward without hesitation. Scram, he roared. With a swift kick, he sent one of the beasts flying. Its abdomen burst open on impact, spilling its innards across the ground. It was clear it wouldn't survive. The remaining beasts, terrified by the display, let out panicked cries and fled in disarray. Yiqing had no interest in pursuing them. Instead, he headed straight for the belly of the giant spiked tyrannosaurus. From experience, he knew that the energy contained in the flesh varied by body part, with the heart holding the most concentrated vitality. One piece of it was equivalent to 3 or 4 pieces from other areas. System notifications flashed one after another. You consumed a piece of giant spiked tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality 1, extraction progress 5. You consumed a piece of giant spiked tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality 0.8, extraction progress 4. You consumed a piece of giant spiked tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality 0.9, extraction progress 4. Yiqing's vitality value rose rapidly. At this rate, he would break through his third limit and advance to a third-tier warrior within a day or two. Giant spiked tyrannosaurus extraction progress complete. Begin extraction. Yiqing immediately confirmed. The ensuing pain was not severe and well within his tolerance. As the fusion neared completion, the skin and flesh on both sides of his spine split open, revealing rows of menacing black spikes that pierced through. Black spikes also emerged from the knuckles of his fists, and his hands began to mutate, resembling the claws of a beast. Extraction successful. The newly acquired long-range attack talent took Yiqing by surprise. These black spikes were not only effective in close combat, but could also be launched like concealed weapons. He tested this by flicking his finger, and the spike on his knuckle shot out instantly. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, a white shockwave rippled through the air. Boom. 100 meters away, the head of a giant beast exploded instantly. The power surpassed that of large-caliber firearms. For most low-tier warriors, firearms remained a lethal threat, and only 4th-tier warriors or higher could withstand bullets without injury. The destructive potential of the Tyrannosaurus spikes was such that even a 3rd-tier warrior could be fatally pierced if caught off guard. Yiqing was thoroughly satisfied with this newfound talent. With a thought, the spikes retracted back into his flesh. Just then, his tactical watch vibrated on his wrist. Your trainee identity has been activated. Permissions unlocked. The Beast Tide is the trump card for this initiation assessment. Yiqing revealed the final card, and the base immediately activated everyone's permissions through the beacon, decisively ending this trial. He calmly watched the notifications flashing across the light screen. Starting from this moment, all beacon holders were officially part of the training camp. With permissions unlocked, a stream of information flowed across the light screen. Yiqing's eyes quickly skimmed through the training camp's rules. This place adhered to the most primal jungle law, survival of the fittest. Everything, from the instructor's guidance and techniques to the most basic necessities like food, clothing, and shelter, had to be exchanged for points. He swiftly brought up the resource library list, his fingers sliding across the semi-transparent light screen. The list showcased an array of dazzling items, newly developed supplements, rare and coveted in the outside world, each vial containing the essence to enhance a warrior's strength. Cutting-edge technological equipment worth billions, gravity labs, neural response training arenas, high-pressure simulation chambers, facilities that ordinary warriors could only dream of, readily available here. Yet, Yiqing's brows furrowed slightly. These seemingly precious resources felt almost useless to him. While the supplements were excellent, they required significant time to absorb and stabilize their effects. As for the immensely expensive high-tech equipment, in his opinion, it couldn't compare to the practicality of a meal made from giant beast meat. Not only was it pure and pollution-free, but it also provided immediate results, boosting strength rapidly and granting new talents a perfect, heaven-sent resource. Just as he was about to close the list, the final piece of information caught his eye, making his gaze light up. The ultimate reward of the training camp. The top scorer in the final assessment would earn the chance to undergo a body refinement with the blood essence of a level 7 giant beast. A level 7 giant beast, a creature equivalent in power to a human grandmaster-level warrior. Levels even beasts, each one a terrifying existence capable of effortlessly destroying an entire city. Their essence blood not only significantly enhances a warrior's physical constitution, but also increases the likelihood of breaking through to the 7th tier. However, Yiqing's attention was drawn to another critical aspect: the essence blood itself. Essence blood should count as part of the flesh and blood, he muttered, a glint flashing in his eyes as his fingers unconsciously tapped against his thigh. As long as I consume enough, the extraction progress is bound to reach completion, and the abilities of a levels even beast. At this thought, Yiqing's eyes grew even brighter. What kind of unparalleled talent would that grant? With his mind made up, he was determined to claim a spot for body refinement through essence blood. But before that, improving his own strength was the top priority. Yiqing let out a cold chuckle, his gaze sweeping toward the distant training camp. Supplements? High-tech experimental pods? What a waste of time. He sneered. Idling away in a training camp is less productive than having a decent meal. Join the camp? What a joke. Clenching his fist, Yiqing's expression hardened. The real training camp is out in the wilderness. I'll return for the final assessment when the camp ends. After all, I'm already an official trainee. Before him lay the massive corpse of a giant thorn tyrannosaurus, its enormous body sprawled across the ground. Yiqing knew full well that with his current abilities, he couldn't completely process the entire beast in a short time. The flesh and blood would gradually decay, losing their value as time passed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly skinned the beast, efficiently cutting off several hundred pounds of its prime meat and slinging it onto his back. Without hesitation, he turned and headed deeper into the wilderness. If only I had an ice-based talent, Yiqing muttered as he walked, shaking his head. The power level wouldn't even matter that Masha at least it could keep this meat fresh. His figure soon disappeared into the rolling mountains. Meanwhile, back at the training base, Instructor Qi stood before a row of high-tech equipment, his eyes coldly scanning the weights measured in tons. A chilling smile crept onto his lips. Yeah, you think our training camp is beneath you, kid? I'll show you what we call Hell Week of Life and Death. At the entrance of the training base, people began arriving one after another. The iron-gray alloy gate glinted coldly under the sunlight, while the instructors on guard meticulously recorded the information of each arrival with solemn expressions. Who was the first to arrive? Qi asked from inside the monitoring room, his gaze sweeping across the display screens. Xiao Xiyun, an 11 awakened talent. So far, over 30 people have arrived, an instructor replied, flipping through the logbook. What about Yiqing? A flicker of anticipation flashed in Qiheng's eyes. Still no sign of him. Qiheng frowned. With his abilities, there shouldn't be any obstacles along the way. Notify me the moment he steps through the gate. With that, he resumed adjusting the equipment in front of him, constantly fine-tuning the parameters. The operation lever beneath his hand gleamed from constant use as time ticked by. Night fell, and the distant roars of colossal beasts echoed faintly. Most of the trainees had settled in, and upon learning about the abundant resources available at the training camp, any complaints about the entry assessments quickly dissipated. The policy of earning points by hunting giant beasts, in particular, ignited a wave of excitement among the group. However, when some trainees eager to hunt at night approached the gate, they were met with the sight of Chief Instructor Qi standing there, his face dark and motionless. No one dared to approach or disturb the clearly infuriated instructor. Sir, take a look at this. An instructor hurried over, handing Qi a tablet. On the screen, Yiqing could be seen carrying a massive pack, heading deeper into the wilderness in the opposite direction of the base. That kid never intended to join the camp. Qiheng's roar reverberated throughout the base. His face flushed with anger, and he felt as though he might cough up blood. Top-notch martial arts resources, elite instructors, cutting-edge technology. How could someone look down on such a training environment? Keep a close watch on him. Report to me the moment he appears on the monitors. Qiheng barked before vanishing from sight. News of Yiqing's absence from the camp quickly spread. Zhang Qingyi couldn't comprehend why he would abandon such precious resources, while Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, and others secretly felt a surge of excitement without their strongest competitor. They now had a chance to catch up using the camp's resources. Meanwhile, Yiqing was by a river deep in the wilderness. After washing the blood off himself, he casually killed a giant beast drawn by the scent. As night fell, he roasted some tyrannosaur meat over a campfire, while his system continuously displayed notifications of his rising vitality. You consumed a piece of giant spiked tyrannosaur meat. Vitality 1.1. You consumed a piece of giant spiked tyrannosaur meat. Vitality 0.9. You consumed a piece of giant spiked tyrannosaur meat. Vitality 0.8. He opened his system panel. Name: Yiqing. Vitality 908.2. Spirit 210.7. Technique: Mastery of 8 Extremes Fist. Extraction progress: none. He was less than 100 points away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. At this pace, he estimated it would take no more than 2 days to achieve the breakthrough. Finding a cave, Yiqing rested for the night, then continued his journey the next day. By midday, after traversing a dense forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His pupils contracted sharply. Before him lay a city completely overrun by lush greenery. At its center, a massive vine pierced the sky, with countless thick branches swaying high above like living tendrils. Mutated plant life. Yiqing couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the colossal entity in the center of the city. In the world of martial artists, such beings were as notorious as giant beasts and were referred to as giant plants. These unique life forms possessed extraordinary abilities due to their distinctive nature, making them a rare occurrence among all mutated creatures. Yiqing recalled the Tianlong jade thunderfruit tree he had harvested before. It, too, was a giant plant, but it lacked any offensive qualities. However, the massive plant before him, dominating the entire city center, exuded an overwhelming aura of danger even from a distance. What level of power had this enormous giant plant reached? A flicker of greed flashed in Yiqing's eyes. If he could devour it, his strength would skyrocket. Yet, for now, this thought could only linger in the depths of his mind. Scanning the abandoned city, the air was thick with chaos and violence. Between the dense rows of residential buildings, among the crumbling remains of parks, inside derelict shopping malls, and even across the intersecting roads, packs of giant beasts roamed freely. In the sky above, massive winged birds occasionally swooped down, their razor-sharp talons snatching ground-dwelling beasts, which they tore apart mid-air and devoured. Blood rained down like droplets, inciting the beasts below into frenzied roars. This city, once a symbol of civilization, had now devolved into a savage arena of slaughter. Observing the scene, a faint, excited curve appeared on the corner of Yiqing's lips, and his eyes gleamed with battle intent. However, he quickly suppressed the urge. Now was not the time. The giant plant at the city center seemed indifferent to the carnage around it, and as long as he didn't approach too closely, it was unlikely to attack. For now, his priority was to replenish his strength. Discarding the remaining meat of the giant spiked tyrannosaurus after a night, the flesh was no longer fresh and offered minimal vitality. Yiqing turned his attention to the abundance of fresh delicacies right before him. There was no need to settle for stale scraps when prey was in such plentiful supply. This was already the heart of the wilderness, where the beasts were far more formidable than those on the outskirts. Level 1 beasts couldn't survive here. Level 2 beasts were everywhere, and even level 3 beasts were not uncommon. At the mist-shrouded city center, he could faintly make out the colossal forms of creatures tens of meters tall. Though their exact appearances were obscured, their sheer size was enough to hint at their destructive power. I need to reach level 3 first, Yiqing decided silently, slipping into the city without a sound. After maneuvering past 3 groups of beasts, he found a relatively intact residential building. On its top floor, he cleared a clean area, tidied up the dusty furniture, and set up a temporary shelter that was barely livable. Eager to act, Yiqing quickly descended the building and threw himself into the hunt. System notifications began to flood in. You consumed a piece of shadow soul leopard meat, blood energy 0.7, extraction progress 3. You consumed a piece of bloodthirsty rabbit meat, blood energy 0.5, extraction progress 5. You consumed a piece of ironwing bird meat, blood energy 0.4, extraction progress 3. Blood energy 0.6, extraction progress 2. Blood energy 0.6, extraction progress 3. The density of beasts in the city exceeded all expectations. Yiqing didn't even need to actively search for prey. Within just half an hour, the area around him was littered with the corpses of giant beasts. These creatures seemed almost eager to throw themselves at him. The shadow panther curled up in the dim corner, its eyes gleaming with cunning as it prepared to launch a fatal strike. Yiqing sneered coldly, spun around like a flash, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that left the beast crippled with broken bones. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, instantly alarming a nearby pack of bloodthirsty rabbits. Dozens of crimson-eyed rabbits charged out of their burrow in a frenzy, only to be swept away by a blazing flame conjured effortlessly by Yiqing. Over a dozen of them were reduced to charcoal on the spot. A sharp screech pierced the sky as the iron-winged bird dove down, its talons glinting ominously. Yiqing's gaze sharpened, and with precise timing, he caught its claws midair. Using its momentum, he twisted and slammed it violently into the ground. With a sickening crack, Yiqing tore the creature in half with his bare hands. Refreshing, Yiqing exclaimed, sitting down and feasting on the blood and flesh of his prey. He could distinctly feel the rapid surge of vitality coursing through his body. Suddenly, a dull rumble echoed within him, as if a barrier had been shattered. His blood energy surged like a raging river breaking through a dam, forming a torrent of heat that raced through his meridians. Yiqing felt the intense tremor of his 8 extraordinary meridians as a unique force began to flow within him. This was the inner strength possessed only by third-rank martial artists. With a thought, his status panel appeared, blood energy value, 1001.3. Breaking past the 1,000-point threshold signified that he had surpassed the 3rd human limit and officially ascended to the 3rd rank. This breakthrough had been seamless, free from any bottlenecks. As Yiqing carefully examined himself, he realized his blood energy had doubled in density, and with the enhancement of inner strength, his punching force had multiplied several times over. Turning to a nearby concrete wall, he unleashed a punch. With a deafening crash, the wall shattered, leaving a large hole surrounded by a web of cracks. This was purely the strength of his physical body, hadn't even tapped into his innate abilities. Taking a deep breath, Yiqing calculated silently. Now that he had advanced to the 3rd rank, his hunting targets needed to be adjusted accordingly. He resumed eating, quickly gathering the progress required for extraction. When the process began, the faint pangs of pain barely registered to him, leaving him somewhat disappointedless. Pain often meant the extracted ability was of a lower grade. As expected, Yiqing acquired 2 new talents. The grade speed-related ability, Shadowless Kill from the Shadow Soul Panther, and the grade ability, Berserk, from the bloodthirsty rabbit. After a quick evaluation, while these abilities had limited immediate use, they were excellent materials for fusion. He quickly made his decision, merging Shadowless Kill with Swift Shadow, and combining Berserk with the Overlord Divine Force. As for the sharp claws, he couldn't think of a suitable purpose for them at the moment. Compared to these talents, the blood and flesh of the three giant beasts held far greater value. After advancing to a third-tier warrior, Yiqing's appetite had surged dramatically. The Shadow Soul Panther and over a dozen rabbits he had just devoured were swiftly absorbed by his body, and a new wave of hunger was already gnawing at his insides. Without hesitation, Yiqing began the process of talent fusion while charging into the neighboring district to continue his hunt. Even when faced with a pack of over a dozen second-tier giant beasts, he felt no fear. In this desolate wasteland, he no longer restrained his instincts. Jet black armor surged like a tide, covering his body entirely. Sharp bone blades jutted menacingly from his joints, and rows of black, spiked protrusions extended along his spine. His height now approached 2 meters, his limbs thick and sturdy like ancient tree trunks. Muscles bulged like iron, and eerie crimson patterns covered his entire form. At the center of his forehead, a blood-red, sinister eye scanned his surroundings vigilantly. At this moment, Yiqing appeared far more terrifying than the beasts he hunted. Drenched in blood, he tore into his prey with savage bites, crimson liquid dripping from his mouth. Each piece of beast flesh he consumed was rapidly transformed, continuously fortifying his power and stabilizing his tier. It was then that an unusual movement caught his attention. Glancing down, he noticed a slender green vine silently writhing from a crack in the ground. Its delicate tendrils pierced into the corpses of the surrounding giant beasts. Soon, a faint red line of blood began to creep upward along the vibrant green stem. Vines sucking blood? Yiqing's pupils contracted as his gaze pierced through the mist, locking onto the massive cloud-devouring vine at the center of the city. Its tendrils stretched across the sky, looming over the city like an ancient deity. He crouched down and lifted the corpse of a giant beast at his feet. Within the cracks in the ground, dozens of tiny emerald-green tendrils writhed in the air, each coiled with bright red veins of blood, squirming as if alive. As the blood-soaked carcass was moved, the tendrils immediately extended upward, greedily seeking to draw more blood. Surveying the city covered in greenery, a bold idea took shape in Yiqing's mind. He stared at the faintly wriggling tendrils emerging from the cracks in the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out and snapped off a 10-centimeter section of one of the tendrils. To his surprise, even after being severed, the tendril continued to squirm. Transparent liquid seeped from its cut, and new roots began to grow rapidly. Such powerful regenerative ability. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, then gritted his teeth and placed the tendril into his mouth. A sweet and fragrant taste instantly blossomed in his mouth. A system notification appeared. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-devouring vine branch. Extraction progress 0.001. So it's true. Yiqing sprang to his feet as a chill ran down his spine. The entire city was not just the hunting ground of the cloud-devouring vinite, was its stomach. Every dead beast was silently drained of its essence by the underground tendrils and transported to the city's depths. Quickly regaining his composure, a spark of excitement flashed in Yiqing's eyes. Even though that tendril was small and barely improved my vitality, if I gather enough of them, I can still max out the extraction progress. Without hesitation, Yiqing punched the ground, plunging his arms deep into the soil. With a powerful motion, he tore up a large section of concrete, revealing the brown dirt beneath. Alarmed, the tendrils began to retract, but Yiqing was prepared. Extending his bone blades, he started digging and tracking them down. The talents he typically used for combat now proved invaluable. Harnessing his immense vitality, Yiqing used his bone blades to fling aside dirt, cut through rocks, and even used flames to reinforce the tunnel to prevent collapse. Soon, the soil ahead caved in, revealing an underground chamber. The chamber was not dark. Countless emerald-green tendrils glowed faintly, intertwining and converging on a main trunk as thick as a person's waist. This central vine coiled within the hollow, its entire body of vibrant green, adorned with blood-red fruits that exuded a faint metallic scent. Yiqing noticed that the smaller tendrils acted like blood vessels, transporting the harvested blood here for refinement and storage. One branch of the main vine extended even deeper underground. Sensing the intruder, the tendrils sprang into action. With a series of sharp sounds, dozens of spiked tendrils shot toward Yiqing from all directions. However, the attacks bounced harmlessly off his iron rock armor, leaving no trace. The main vine, perceiving the threat, unleashed thicker tendrils, but they too failed to phase Yiqing. He deftly dodged and slashed with his bone blades, severing the tendrils as green fluid splattered everywhere. Yiqing leaped into the chamber, swiftly cutting down all the tendrils. Even when severed into multiple segments, the main vine stubbornly writhed, attempting to reconnect itself with tiny filaments. Let's see if you can regrow faster than I can consume. Yiqing sneered, biting into a large chunk of translucent flesh from the main vine. System notifications flooded in. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-devouring vine branch. Vitality 0.4, extraction progress 1. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-devouring vine branch. Vitality 0.5, extraction progress 2. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-devouring vine branch. Vitality 0.3, extraction progress 0.8. The vine disappeared rapidly into Yiqing's mouth. He then grabbed a blood-red fruit the size of a watermelon. Its bloody scent only whetted his appetite. The fruit's skin was paper-thin, and with one bite, a sweet, warm flow filled his mouth. A new notification appeared. You have consumed the essence of a two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 13, extraction progress 35. This much improvement. Yiqing looked at the shriveled fruit in his hand with excitement, and quickly understood its secret. The fruit contained the essence of countless two-headed black-lined snakes, which explained its incredible effect. This is a treasure. This might be the greatest opportunity in the entire city. With 200 or 300 more of these fruits, I could break through to the 4th tier. Suppressing his excitement, Yiqing quickly consumed the remaining 3 fruits. You have consumed the essence of a tiger mastiff. Vitality 8, extraction progress 60. You have consumed the essence of a two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 10, extraction progress 27. You have consumed the essence of a two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 14, extraction progress 38. In the blink of an eye, his vitality increased by 45 points, and the extraction progress for the two-headed black-lined snake reached its maximum. The extraction progress for the two-headed black-lined snake is complete. Begin extraction? Begin. A surge of excruciating pain struck Yiqing's brain like an electric current, as if countless red-hot needles were piercing through his mind. The intense pain swept over his entire body like a tidal wave, yet instead of fear, a look of exhilaration appeared on his face. This profound mental agony was strikingly similar to what he had experienced when he obtained the spirit fox's evil eye, signifying that the abilities of the two-headed black-lined snake were undoubtedly tied to mental strength. Through his experience with the evil eye, Yiqing had already grasped the terrifying potential of mental power, its ability to silently and invisibly claim lives. The extraction process was extraordinarily swift, completing in the blink of an eye. Success. A row of sharp teeth suddenly emerged from Yiqing's lips, clinking together with a chilling sound. He opened his mouth experimentally, astonished to find that his jaw could stretch all the way to his ears. Rows of densely packed, razor-sharp teeth formed a gruesome maw, resembling a monstrous meat grinder. A drop of saliva accidentally fell to the ground, sizzling audibly as it corroded a small pit into the surface. This abyssal maw not only granted Yiqing an incredible expansion of his jaw, but also endowed him with a digestion capability akin to potent acid. This discovery filled him with elation, not just for the combat potential of this ability, but for its perfect synergy with his unique gift. This meant his eating speed and capacity would significantly increase. Not bad. With this talent, my power growth will undoubtedly accelerate even further. Yiqing's gaze shifted to the vine remnants on the ground, a glint of determination in his eyes. This swallowing cloud vine is indeed valuable. I need to find more of it. After a brief adjustment, Yiqing continued digging underground along the broken vine. Despite delving deeper, he failed to locate another main vine. Suddenly, a deep sense of foreboding stopped him in his tracks. His current excavation direction seemed to be leading straight toward the city center. Could it be connected to the main body in the city center? While bold, Yiqing wasn't reckless. He immediately decided to retreat and swiftly return to the surface. There's no way that small main vine was the only one. After a brief moment of thought, Yiqing had formed a general plan. Over the following days, Yiqing was tirelessly on the move. He hunted colossal beasts while strategically placing fresh meat in various locations. With unwavering determination, he searched for new, vibrant vines. Though the crimson blood fruits were tempting, his priority was to fill the progress bar for the swallowing cloud vine branches. During this time, his vitality steadily increased, gaining at least 30 points each day. Meanwhile, he continued to collect various talents. Level talents were countless, and he had also acquired over a dozen clevel ones. He successfully hunted 2 Tier 3 beasts, and while the talents he obtained were clevel instead of blevel, he remained undeterred. For talents with limited utility, Yiqing simply fused them into his existing abilities. As long as his body could withstand it, these talents provided a quadruple boost to his strength. His 2 foundational talents, Swift Shadow for speed and Iron Rock Armor for defense, were significantly enhanced, both advancing to blevel. Even his bone blade underwent a qualitative transformation after devouring a beast whose bones had turned to steel. The bone blade evolved into a unique metallic form, with a hardness capable of piercing through thick concrete walls effortlessly. With the rise in vitality, these talents continued to transform and evolve. Persistence paid off. After days of relentless exploration, Yiqing finally made a major discovery in a park 5 kilometers from his temporary shelter. Yiqing discovered another vine of the cloud-swallowing vine in the underground space. Squatting down to examine it closely, he noticed the vine resembled underground blood vessels, continuously transporting streams of vital essence deep into the urban center. After repeated surveying, he confirmed that the primary vine's coverage spanned an area of approximately 5 kilometers. Gazing at the sprawling vine before him, a faint smile appeared on Yiqing's lips. Now that he had figured out the distribution pattern of the cloud-swallowing vine, his search efficiency was bound to improve significantly. Without hesitation, his arm transformed into a blade of steel, and with a flash of cold light, he severed the vine into dozens of pieces. As he continued consuming the vines, system notifications flashed before his eyes in rapid succession. Consumed a branch of cloud-swallowing vine. Vital energy 1. Extraction progress 2. Consumed blue line insect essence. Vital energy 10. Extraction progress 20. Consumed golden lion essence. Vital energy 15. Extraction progress 28. Consumed flying elk essence. Vital energy 11. Extraction progress 30. Yiqing could clearly feel the surge of vital energy coursing through his body. Based on his calculations, a single cloud-swallowing vine, including its main body and fruit, could increase his vital energy by over 50 points. This rate of improvement far surpassed that of the latest developed supplements. At this pace, he estimated he could reach the 4th tier within just a month. For safety reasons, Yiqing avoided venturing into the heart of the city and instead focused his search on the outskirts. Over 3 days, he located 4 more cloud-swallowing vines. When the extraction progress finally reached its maximum value, the system prompt appeared. Cloud-swallowing vine branch extraction progress is full. Begin extraction. Without hesitation, Yiqing chose to proceed. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, he felt an itch rising from the depths of his bone marrow. This sensation was unlike surface-level itching. It seeped from the gaps in his bones into his flesh and spread across every inch of his skin. Even with his highly trained nerves, capable of withstanding excruciating pain, this invasive itch nearly drove him to the brink. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Yiqing muttered, resisting the urge to scratch. Instead, he grabbed a piece of vine and shoved it into his mouth. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, its refreshing taste slightly alleviating the unbearable itch. The system prompt reappeared, indicating that the extraction progress could continue to accumulate. This discovery made Yiqing raise an eyebrow. Could the branches of the cloud-swallowing vine be extracted multiple times? This was entirely different from the giant beasts he had encountered before, which could typically only be extracted once, solely increasing vital energy afterward. This suggested that the cloud-swallowing vine might harbor undiscovered special abilities. Interesting, Yiqing thought to himself. If the extraction progress could continue to accumulate, then searching for more cloud-swallowing vine branches would be a win-win situation. Before long, the unbearable itching finally subsided. A small line of text appeared before Yiqing's eyes. Extraction successful. Hyperactivation. Yiqing stared at the name of his newly acquired talent, instantly realizing this was no ordinary ability. As he fully understood its function, a smirk of satisfaction unconsciously appeared on his face. This talent had a single effect, but it was enough to astonish Anyani. It dramatically enhanced cellular activity, allowing mature cells to regain the ability to divide and enabling dormant cells to come back to life. Eager to test this ability, Yiqing removed the armor from his arm and used a bone blade to create a cut on his skin. The moment blood began to seep out, the wound started to wriggle and heal. The bleeding stopped almost instantly. Within mere seconds, the wound was completely gone, and his skin was restored to its original state, as if it had never been injured. Now this is what I call real self-healing. Yiqing's laughter echoed through the underground chamber. While it wasn't yet at the level of regenerating lost limbs, this extraordinary healing ability was enough to make him stand out among others at his level. No wonder giant plant-type creatures like the swallowing vine had abilities far superior to those of similarly ranked beasts. With anticipation for the next extraction, Yiqing returned to the surface and headed toward a location 5 kilometers away, searching for another swallowing vine. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the training base grew increasingly tense. Any signs of that kid? None. It's been almost 10 days. Could he have died out in the wilderness? The signal has weakened, but the life detection system shows he's still alive. Shi-Hung inquired about Yiqing's whereabouts almost daily, only to receive the same negative answer each time. The others at the base exchanged wary glances, keeping their silence. Over the past few days, the trainees had suffered greatly. Shi-Hung had distributed the grueling training originally intended for Yiqing among all of them. Every night, the dormitories echoed with groans and curses. Damn, that instructor Qi had become their collective mantra. Even in a great talent like Xiao Xiun nearly collapsed under the strain of the weighted training, fracturing her legs and requiring a night in the recovery pod. Spirit manipulator Xiaolinger wasn't spared either, forced to control a 1-ton sword and fly it around the base 10 times a day, often fainting from mental exhaustion. Despite the harsh conditions, the trainee's strength improved rapidly thanks to the camp's abundant resources. In just 10 days, they had achieved significant breakthroughs. Most of them believed Yiqing's absence from the camp was a grave mistake, but Zhang Qingyi held a different opinion. Who is the real reborn one here? Zhang Qingyi murmured to herself in the dormitory, as icy blue frost danced like sprites at her fingertips. She decided to focus on advancing her Frost Eternal ability to a grade, which required enhancing cellular activity. After some thought, she set her sights on a level 7 swallowing vine. Zhang Qingyi approached Qi Heng and revealed this astonishing information. A level 7 giant plant. The value of this intel left Qi Heng visibly shaken. After a brief discussion, he agreed to reward Zhang Qingyi with 3 drops of life essence if her information proved accurate. Once Zhang Qingyi left, Qi Heng immediately contacted his superiors. He also noticed that the swallowing vine's location was remarkably close to where Yiqing was last seen. Interesting, he sneered. Maybe this time, we'll catch that kid along the way. Unaware of the events unfolding at the training base, Yiqing was fully engrossed in hunting giant beasts and extracting their abilities. With each beast's essence absorbed, his vitality and blood energy steadily surged. Finally, the extraction progress for the swallowing vine reached its maximum value. The system notification echoed in his mind. Swallowing vine branch extraction progress is full. Would you like to begin extraction? When the prompt appeared, Yiqing decisively chose to begin. This time, the extraction process was exceptionally smooth, with no sensation of pain or itchiness. In the blink of an eye, it was completed. Extraction successful. A stream of information appeared before Yiqing, detailing the newly acquired ability Bloodthirsty Vine. His face lit up with excitement. He had extracted the ability of the Devouring Cloud Vine, which could absorb the blood of giant beasts and refine it into essence blood fruits. Yiqing raised his palm, and a blood-red fleshy vine extended from his hand. Tiny tendrils writhed in the air, greedily searching for the scent of blood. Eager to test its effects, he quickly returned to the ground and soon locked onto a giant beast. The fleshy vine spread rapidly through the air, its needle-like tendrils piercing precisely into the beast's body. A crimson stream of blood traveled along the vine to Yiqing's palm. The beast struggled desperately, trying to escape, but the tendrils at the end of the vine had already rooted themselves inside its body, firmly anchoring it in place. As its blood was drained, the beast's body gradually shriveled until it collapsed heavily to the ground, reduced to a dried corpse. A system notification immediately popped up. You have absorbed the essence blood of a sawtooth boar. Blood Chi 19, extraction progress 30. After careful observation, Yiqing concluded, the blood extraction speed isn't particularly fast, so it can't serve as a primary attack method. The Bloodthirsty Vine seemed more like a supportive ability effective at weakening an opponent's strength, but lacking the direct lethality of a single decisive strike. From his perspective, in the time it took to drain the boar, he could have smashed its head 10 times over. However, this ability had other potential uses. Yiqing had always been picky about his food, especially when it came to certain primate-like giant beasts, which he found hard to stomach. Now, with the Bloodthirsty Vine, he could directly extract their essence blood, making it psychologically easier to consume. If he thought boldly, the applications of this ability could extend even further. The vine slowly retracted into his palm, leaving only the dried corpse of the sawtooth boar on the ground. Yiqing murmured to himself, with the Bloodthirsty Vine, my blood chi will increase much faster. At this rate, breaking through to the 4th tier by the end of the month isn't out of the question. He then pulled up the system panel. Name, Yiqing. Blood chi, 2112.5. Spirit, 297.9. Technique, 8 extremes fist mastery. Extraction progress, sawtooth boar 30, tiger mastiff 65, golden lion 55, three-clawed winged bird 40. The past 10 days had been incredibly fruitful. His blood chi had doubled, he had acquired several level abilities, and his 8 extremes fist had advanced to mastery level. At this stage, the technique could double his punching power, and when combined with the Blood Elephant Overlord skill, his peak punching strength could exceed 5 times the norm, enough to pose a threat to 4th-tier martial artists. Yiqing's gaze shifted toward the depths of the city. He had already swept through the outskirts and devoured most of the Devouring Cloud Vine's offshoots. To continue his search, he would have to venture deeper into the city. Yiqing pondered for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping the weapon at his waist. Venturing deeper into the city carried risks, but as long as he acted cautiously, the danger was manageable. His gaze drifted toward the shadowy area deeper within the city. A faint smile played on his lips, though the beasts there were stronger. A single one could yield as much as 4 or 5 of the ordinary prey in the outskirts. After weighing his options, he decided to rest for a day, replenishing his energy before delving further. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit office at the Eastern Lin Military District headquarters, an emergency meeting was underway. A middle-aged officer with a golden star on his shoulder was intently studying a map on the table, which marked the growing fissures in the depths of the wilderness. "Commander, our manpower is indeed limited at this time," a staff officer reported softly. Another officer quickly added, "However, the value of this Grade 7 colossal plant cannot be underestimated. Its life essence is considered a miraculous healing resource even by master-level warriors. Our military district's reserves are critically low. This is an excellent opportunity to replenish them." The middle-aged officer deliberated briefly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "If that's the case, pass the information to the Chun, Li, and Feng families. They've been rooted in Eastern Lin for generations. It's time they contributed to the safety of their homeland." The two staff officers left to carry out his orders. In this era, few knew that such martial arts families still existed. Their ancestors had risen during the initial waves of the beast invasions, passing down unique martial techniques through the generations. Over time, these three great families had established deep roots in the Eastern Lin province. Once the message was delivered, the three families quickly mobilized. Each assembled a team of elite young members, most in their early 20s, with some as young as high school age. These descendants had been trained in martial arts within their family-run academies from a young age, rarely setting foot in ordinary schools. Outside the Feng family estate, a group of youths was boarding an armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle, disdainful remarks soon filled the air. "Did I hear right? This colossal plant was discovered by some so-called genius training camp," one young man sneered. "Those places? What real talent could they possibly produce?" Another chimed in. "True geniuses don't need training camps. They're secretly groomed by major powers long before that. And even if someone has talent, it's wasted with incompetent instructors. The army's basic techniques are nothing compared to the sophistication of our family's inherited martial arts." "Everyone," the team leader said sternly. "This mission isn't just about gathering intelligence, it's also a test of our abilities. Don't let the Chun and Li families outshine us." "Don't worry, we won't let them steal the spotlight," the group responded confidently. Similar conversations echoed in the vehicles of the Chun and Li families. The young heirs of these families carried an innate sense of superiority, as though they were destined to stand above the rest. The wilderness, a training base. A single notification caused quite a stir among the trainees. It announced a special outdoor training exercise to take place in a few days. Unlike previous drills, this one was not mandatory. The notice specifically emphasized the dangers of the mission and gave the trainees the freedom to opt out. This unusual arrangement surprised everyone, except for Zhang Qingyi, who understood the reason behind it. Upon learning the specifics, she couldn't help but silently curse Instructor Qi as a madman. However, this time, she had misunderstood Chief Instructor Qi Hong. The outdoor drill had already been part of the training camp's plans. It just happened to align with the intelligence she had provided. After a night of deliberation, Qi Hong decided to set the training location in the city where the Cloudvine resided. He intended to let the strongest face the formidable Cloudvine, while the city's beasts would serve as ideal training opponents for the trainees. Most battles on the front lines take place in cities. Getting them acclimated in advance will be highly beneficial, Qi Hong reasoned. The enrollment results surprised and gratified him. Every single trainee chose to participate. The grueling training of the past few weeks had awakened their fighting spirit, and their improved abilities filled them with confidence. Each one was eager to prove themselves in the wilderness. For once, Qi Hong allowed a rare smile to surface on his face, though it was still far from pleasant, and opened up the base's reserves, issuing extra supplies to every trainee. The next day, the trainees were divided into several small teams and began their journey into the depths of the wilderness, led by their instructors. Before departure, Qi Hong pulled aside the communications team instructors and ordered with a sinister grin, "Keep the signal detectors on and perform a thorough search. If you detect that kid's signal, report to me immediately." The two communications instructors exchanged uneasy glances, silently sighing to themselves. The boss has really lost it. He even mutters Yiqing's name in his sleep. They quietly prayed for the unlucky kid, while dutifully activating the equipment to begin scanning. Meanwhile, in the lush, abandoned city, Yiqing had already risen and was enjoying a well-prepared breakfast of fresh meat, fried winged bird eggs, and Cloudvine tendrils, a balanced and nutritious meal. After eating, he stepped out onto the street, stretched, and welcomed the cool morning breeze. Suddenly, his ears twitched, catching the faint sound of cheering in the distance. With a leap, he landed on the roof of a nearby low building. Peering through the morning mist, he could make out several figures at the edge of the city. "Strange. This isn't the outskirts of the wilderness," Yiqing murmured, frowning. "Ordinary hunters wouldn't venture this deep, and even skilled hunting teams would tread cautiously here, wary of provoking the formidable beasts that roamed the area. Yet these people were shouting and making a racket." A sharp screech suddenly pierced the air. A flock of winged birds, alerted by the commotion below, dove toward the intruders, their talons glinting menacingly in the morning light. Courting death. The group didn't retreat but instead charged forward, swiftly slaughtering over a dozen winged birds and sending the rest scattering in fear. Pointless. Yiqing shook his head and turned away, heading deeper into the city. He remained vigilant, refraining from venturing recklessly into the unknown territory. Elsewhere, the winged bird carcasses quickly attracted the attention of hidden beasts lurking in the surrounding buildings. A dozen or so massive creatures charged out, only to be swiftly dispatched by the same group. Is that it? Too weak. So weak I can't even be bothered to join in, one of them scoffed. What kind of training is this? For those so-called geniuses in the training camp, sure, but I hear some of them struggled immensely just to barely break into the first tier. The speaker deliberately emphasized the word genius, drawing smug smiles from the others in the Feng family group. The weakest among them were already second-tier warriors, with their elites reaching the third tier. Combined with their family's martial arts techniques, they could easily dominate their peers. What they didn't realize was that every powerful beast within a 10-kilometer radius had already become a meal for a certain gluttonous predator. All right, time to get down to business, one of them said, pulling a sophisticated device from his backpack. We need to map the data on that giant plant and send it back before the other two families. We need to get closer. It's still too far from here. The group stifled their laughter and pressed on deeper into the city. Before long, they suddenly halted, their eyes fixed on a lone figure ahead. How is there someone else here? Their device was cutting-edge technology from their family's company, classified at the highest level. It couldn't be seen by outsiders, not even in a photograph, as any leak could result in severe consequences they couldn't afford. He has to go. After all, when the Feng family was involved, no outsiders were allowed to interfere. Stop right there. They stowed the device and barked sharply, stepping forward to block the person's path. Yiqing looked at the group barring his way, baffled. Their overbearing demeanor instantly ruined his good mood, and a trace of irritation began to rise within him. Who are you and what are you doing here? This is no place for you to be. You have 1 minute to leave this city, or don't blame us for being rude, one of them demanded. Leave? Not only was Yiqing not leaving, but he was also planning to delve even deeper. Judging by their posture, these people were ready to fight. Ready to fight? Yiqing glanced at their arrogant expressions and condescending attitudes, and a wave of disgust welled up within him. He felt an urge to tear apart those smug faces. His fingers trembled slightly as his irritation flared into a burning rage. Since a fight was inevitable, he saw no reason to waste time with words. Better to settle this quickly and not let it delay his lunch. Where the hell did these idiots come from? Yiqing's eyes flashed with fierce determination as he raised his fist and struck without hesitation. The punch came crashing down like a collapsing mountain, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. An invisible force condensed at the point of the fist. The man standing in front of Yiqing only saw a flash before a fist, carrying the power of a thunderclap, surged toward him amidst the howling wind. Relying on instinct, he dodged to the side, but he was still a fraction of a second too slow. Bang! The fist landed squarely on his shoulder. The immense impact sent him flying through the air, slamming heavily into a low wall behind him. Bricks crumbled, half burying his body in the debris. A sickening crack echoed as his shoulder blade fractured, the broken bone piercing through his skin to reveal a ghastly white shard. The searing pain overwhelmed him, and he passed out before he could even cry out. Not bad reflexes, Yiqing remarked indifferently. Inwardly, he thought that if the punch had struck the man's chest instead, it wouldn't have been just a matter of a few broken bones. Feng Xin, the others shouted in alarm, rushing to the fallen man's side to check on him. When they saw the horrifying state of Feng Xin's shattered shoulder, their eyes reddened with fury. Never before had a disciple of the Feng family suffered such a grievous injury. Attacking without reason or restraint, where is your honor as a martial artist? One of them roared angrily. Quick, bring the family's secret medicine. Seeing Feng Xin's critical condition, they immediately retrieved a vial of medicinal elixir and administered it to him, barely managing to stabilize his injuries. The group turned to Yiqing, glaring at him with burning rage in their eyes. This bastard ambushed and seriously injured Feng Xin. If we don't make him pay, the family will surely hold us accountable. Before the words had fully left their mouths, they had already surrounded Yiqing, closing in with hostility. The sound of palms slicing through the air echoed as a web of overlapping strikes enveloped Yiqing from all directions, leaving no room for escape. This was the Feng family's signature technique, the cloud-splitting palm, a martial art that every disciple was required to master. When perfected, a single strike could leave an opponent seemingly intact on the outside while their insides were utterly destroyed, a truly insidious technique. By using this move, it was clear they intended to take Yiqing's life. Facing this imminent danger, Yiqing appeared unperturbed, as if lost in thought. The phrase "the family" had caught his attention. It seemed these people were all from the same clan. Initially, he had planned to teach one of them a lesson to intimidate the rest. After all, Dealing with humans neither satiated his hunger nor was worth the effort. But if they were all part of the same family, the situation changed. Merely injuring one would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the entire clan, creating unnecessary trouble. It seemed he had no choice but to take a more decisive approach. As the cloud-splitting palms closed in on Yiqing's face, the Feng family disciples hesitated for a brief moment, puzzled by his lack of reaction. Could he have been paralyzed with fear? Just as the strikes were about to land, a layer of pitch-black, heavy armor suddenly emerged from beneath Yiqing's skin. The armor was composed of countless, overlapping black scales, encasing his entire body. Even his face was concealed beneath a mysterious mask formed by the armor. Clang! Bang! Bang! The sound of palms striking Yiqing's body was not the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh, but the crisp clang of metal against metal. The strikes from the Feng family members landed on him as if hitting a steel plate, sending a numbing shock through their hands. The immense recoil forced them to stagger backward repeatedly. The Feng family members stared at Yiqing's body with wide eyes, their disbelief palpable. The metallic sheen covering his form was not armor from an external source, but something that seeped from beneath his skin, spreading across his body like a living entity. Dissension sect, someone shouted sharply. Only those beasts would practice such sinister techniques. Murderous intent flared in their eyes, no longer concealed. To them, this bizarre ability growing steel-like scales under one's skin could only belong to the fanatical followers of the dissension sect, those insane enough to experiment on their own bodies. Hearing the accusation, a twisted smile curled at the corner of Yiqing's lips as he slowly shook his head. In the next moment, his body began an astonishing transformation. His muscles swelled as if inflated, bulging and twisting as they pushed against the black scales covering his entire being, making them creak ominously. In the blink of an eye, his height shot up, towering close to 2 meters. Most horrifying of all, a thin slit opened in the center of his forehead, revealing a crimson eye that swiveled eerily. An invisible force field burst forth from his body, distorting the surrounding air, rippling outward like waves of heat. My God! What kind of monster are you? The Feng family members cried out in horror, their faces etched with fear. Not far away, Feng Xian, who had just regained consciousness after taking a secret remedy, lifted his head to see Yiqing's current form only to faint again on the spot in terror. Yiqing stretched his limbs, feeling the perfection of his weapon-like body. Every muscle was sculpted to precision, without an ounce of excess, forming a streamlined, flawless physique. He was well aware of how terrifying his current appearance was, but the fear it invoked was exactly what he wanted. A normal person would scream monster upon seeing this, and spreading the news would undoubtedly have a terrible impact. Yet Yiqing showed no hesitation in revealing his strength. It was clear he had already decided to kill everyone present. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips, and his eyes gleamed with a mix of fervor and savagery. Come on, use everything you've got. I'll make your deaths a little less painful, he sneered. Come, kill me, or be killed by me. Yiqing roared, his voice echoing like thunder. In an instant, his entire figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, shooting toward one of them like a cannonball. Attack with everything. Kill him now. The Feng family members snapped out of their daze, their eyes blazing with fury, their rage now fully ignited. Their blood surged as they unleashed their abilities. One moved like a shadow in a gale, delivering a flurry of rapid palm strikes. Meanwhile, the other two retreated a few steps in perfect coordination. One ignited in blazing flames, while the other summoned a shimmering blue water orb in his palm. These three were clearly gifted elemental warriors, each wielding mastery over wind, fire, and water, 3 rare, elemental talents. Boom! A powerful palm strike landed viciously on Yiqing's body, immediately followed by a roaring fire dragon and a massive water orb. All 3 attacks struck their target with precision. The intense heat instantly evaporated a large amount of moisture, blanketing the street in a thick, rolling mist. Is it over? One of them asked, exhaling deeply as they calculated the outcome. Their combined attack was powerful enough to obliterate even a tier 3 beast. Our attacks all hit. He must be seriously. Ugh. The Feng family warrior engulfed in flames couldn't finish his sentence before a thick, black-armored arm suddenly emerged from the dense mist. It clamped around his throat and hoisted him into the air. Futile struggle. A towering, pitch-black figure began to materialize from the fog, his face hidden behind a menacing helmet, radiating an air of profound disappointment. Yiqing allowed the flames on the man's body to scorch his arm as if he felt nothing, his smile growing ever more deranged. Such feeble attacks, who could they possibly kill? Yourselves? Or perhaps you haven't tasted true despair yet, unable to unleash your full potential. Madman, what kind of monster is this? Yiqing was shocked. The biological experiments of the dissension faction had clearly advanced to an astonishing level. In that split second, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flaming creature in his grasp suddenly extinguished its flames, condensing them into several blazing chains. These fiery chains, as if alive, slithered swiftly up Yiqing's arm and, in the blink of an eye, tightly bound all his limbs. Forget about me. Use the grenades and blow him up, the subdued creature roared furiously. Yiqing struggled to break free, but the chains were indestructible, rendering him immobile. The two remaining enemies exchanged grim glances. They knew all too well that the monster before them possessed defenses far beyond ordinary means. Breaking through with their current strength seemed impossible. Almost simultaneously, both of them pulled out unusually shaped grenades from their pockets. Through the transparent glass casing, the glowing blue liquid inside crackled with arcs of electricity. These were trump cards capable of threatening even a Tier 4 warrior. They hadn't expected to use them today, but now the situation demanded it. Aim for his back. That way, Feng Ji might take less damage, one of them muttered under his breath. With lightning speed, they pulled the pins and, using a water bomb as cover, hurled the grenades toward Yiqing's back. Yiqing's combat instincts were razor sharp. The moment his back tingled with a needle-like sense of danger, his adrenaline surged. Good. Very good. Bring it on. Yiqing burst into wild laughter, his eyes gleaming with a manic excitement. In the next instant, several menacing spikes erupted from either side of his spine. One of the spikes detached completely, shooting forward like an arrow, striking the water bomb encasing the grenades. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a sea of blue lightning engulfed the area. The devastating shockwave tore through the surroundings, leveling the dilapidated buildings on both sides of the street. Several massive beasts were buried under the collapsing rubble. Amid the blinding light, Yiqing's figure was swallowed entirely by the lightning storm. Did we get him? One of the enemies asked, his eyes burning with hatred. The blast was too powerful. Feng Ji's probably done for as well. Damn it! The cost of this battle had been immense for them. However, the lightning storm began to contract. Gradually, Yiqing's figure emerged. His back spikes were all broken, his armor was riddled with cracks, and faint glimpses of the skin beneath could be seen. At his feet lay Feng Ji, his body charred black, motionless, his fate uncertain. The power was impressive, Yiqing remarked as he ran his hand over the cracks in his armor, shaking his head with a sigh. Too bad. If you had 3 grenades, you might have actually hurt me. If I were still using the crank iron rock armor, I wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike. He silently thanked his foresight in upgrading the iron rock armor to the rank of stone barrier just days ago. Its enhanced defensive capabilities had made all the difference. While his armor was nearly destroyed and he had sustained heavy damage in appearance, the actual injuries were superficial. The 2 remaining enemies stood frozen, staring at Yiqing in utter disbelief, their minds blank. Despair, horror, fear, and panic flickered in their eyes. 3 martial artists stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably as their gaze remained locked on Yiqing before them. What kind of monster have we provoked? This thought spiraled wildly in their minds. Yiqing lowered his gaze to the severely injured Feng Ji at his feet, a faint smirk curling his lips. Scarlet tendrils extended from his palm, plunging into Feng Ji's body in an instant. With a sickening sound, Feng Ji's charred body rapidly withered and shriveled. You have absorbed the essence blood of a Tier 3 martial artist. Vitality 58. The system's notification echoed in Yiqing's mind. He raised his head and looked at the remaining 2 men, whose faces twisted with disbelief and terror. You this? Feng Ji. One of them stammered, his trembling voice filled with fear. What? Yiqing's voice was as cold as the Arctic tundra. When you chose the path of a martial artist, did you not consider the possibility of being killed? Before the words fully left his mouth, Yiqing's figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind the 2 men. His hands, sharp as steel claws, seized their heads and smashed them forcefully into the ground. Boom! A dull, resounding impact filled the air as cracks spread across the ground. Blood, brain matter, and bone fragments splattered in all directions. The 2 bodies twitched briefly before falling lifeless. Yiqing straightened up and casually flicked his fingers. A sharp spike shot through the air, piercing Feng Xian, who was struggling to crawl away, nailing him to the ground. And thus, all 4 descendants of the Feng family met their end. A bit brutal, don't you think? Yiqing muttered to himself, shaking his head. But when someone picks a fight over a minor injury, harboring such vengeful tendencies, why leave them alive to seek revenge later? Besides, they're already dead. What's the point of overthinking it now? Scarlet vines spread out, climbing over the remaining 3 corpses. A series of system notifications rang in Yiqing's mind. You have absorbed the essence blood of a Tier 3 martial artist. Vitality 54. You have absorbed. You have absorbed. In mere moments, Yiqing's vitality surged by over 200 points. Just as he wondered about the absence of a progress indicator, a clear and ethereal system prompt suddenly sounded. Host's mental strength has reached the required threshold. System's second phase unlocked. Note: upon unlocking the second phase, your absorption abilities will no longer be limited to the physical realm. You can now consume entities in the spiritual realm as well. A torrent of information flooded Yiqing's mind. His gaze deepened, and within his pupils, a vortex resembling a black hole seemed to form, capable of devouring everything. The world around him transformed. As he scanned his surroundings, clusters of ethereal, radiant orbs materialized in the air, manifestations of spiritual energy. The brightest clusters hovered where the heads of the four Feng family members had been. What the? Yiqing muttered, genuinely astonished as he grasped the functions of the system's second phase. With a flip of his palm, an invisible yet overwhelming suction force descended, drawing one of the radiant spiritual orbs into his body. You have absorbed a fragment of a Tier 3 martial artist soul. Mental energy 3. Extraction progress 30. Bang! Yiqing's heart raced wildly, and the discovery before him left him unable to stay calm. Not only flesh and blood, but even the intangible spiritual energy and fragments of the soul could serve as his nourishment. Yet, what truly stirred his emotions was the mysterious extraction progress. His gaze fell on the 3 remaining radiant orbs, noticing how they were dimming at a visibly rapid pace. It dawned on him instantly: spiritual energy dissipates gradually after death. To maximize the benefits, the extraction must be completed while the target is still alive. With this realization, Yiqing wasted no time and absorbed all 3 remaining spiritual energy orbs. A system notification promptly echoed in his mind. Devoured soul fragment of a Tier 3 martial artist. Spiritual energy 2. Extraction progress 20. Devoured soul fragment of a Tier 3 martial artist. Spiritual energy 2.2. Extraction progress 25. Devoured soul fragment of a Tier 2 martial artist. Spiritual energy 1.8. Extraction progress 25. 4 soul fragments in total, just enough to fill the extraction progress bar. The system immediately prompted, extraction progress complete. Would you like to begin extraction? Yiqing took a deep breath. This was his first attempt at extracting spiritual energy. After mentally preparing himself, he decisively chose to proceed. In an instant, a faint, ethereal hum resonated in his mind. Countless fragmented images flashed like a kaleidoscope. It was the remnants of the deceased's memories. Amid this chaotic torrent of memories, several golden points of light shone distinctly. When Yiqing's consciousness touched one of these points, a dazzling golden light erupted, flooding his entire vision. Extraction successful. The nearly 20 years of cloud palm cultivation experience from 4 Feng family disciples, along with the insights passed down by their elders, surged into Yiqing's mind all at once. Almost instinctively, he raised his hands and traced a profound trajectory with his palms. In the blink of an eye, a surge of powerful palm wind howled out, transforming into a mist-like wave of air that swept across the street, instantly pulverizing the distant corpse of a massive beast. As expected of a martial art rivaling the 8 Extremes fist, Yiqing murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A smile tugged at his lips as he reveled in his newfound mastery of the advanced cloud palm technique without the need for prolonged training. Taking a deep breath, Yiqing summoned the system interface. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 2320.2. Spiritual energy: 309.5. Techniques: Cloud Palm 6th tier, 8 Extremes Fist 6th tier. Extraction progress: Sawtooth Boar 30, Tiger Mastiff 65, Golden Lion 55, 3-Clawed Winged Bird 40. Almost there, Yiqing calculated silently. With a bit more hunting, he could break through to the 4th tier. When that happens, his internal energy would condense into chi, and his strength would skyrocket. The increase in vitality was expected, but what thrilled him most was the leap in spiritual energy. With the activation of the system's second phase, he had finally gained the ability to control spiritual energy at will. A silver glow flickered in Yiqing's eyes. In an instant, everything within a 300-meter radius of him became vividly clear. The solid concrete walls appeared as transparent as glass, revealing the intricate steel reinforcement inside, and even the underground pipelines were laid bare. This all-encompassing perception reminded him of a video game cheat, as if he could mark the location of enemies from miles away. Surveying the environment, this is just the most basic application, Yiqing murmured to himself, his mind already envisioning countless ways to utilize this ability in combat. With such a power, he could not only anticipate his enemies' moves, but also prepare a flawless counterattack before they even struck. Mental energy had always been one of the most enigmatic domains in the martial world. Typically, only 6th-level martial artists could begin to grasp this realm, while prodigies like Xie Ling'er from the training camp, who awakened their mental energy early, were exceedingly rare. Although mental energy practitioners were categorized by levels, the difficulty of their training was several times that of ordinary martial artists. Yet, once mastered, this power was nothing short of extraordinary. Yiqing recalled the information he had come across when he obtained the Spirit Fox Evil Eye. A first-level mental energy practitioner could easily suppress 8 martial artists of the same rank, and challenging higher levels was a common feat with his current mental energy strength exceeding 300, equivalent to a second-level mental energy practitioner. He could effortlessly defeat third-level martial artists. Yiqing even speculated that under the interference of mental energy, even fourth-level martial artists might expose fatal flaws. Looks like I can't just focus on eating meat anymore. I need to replenish soul fragments too. Yiqing sighed inwardly, marveling at the system's absurdity. It could devour both tangible physical matter and intangible souls, achieving the ultimate in resource utilization. The surge in power lifted Yiqing's spirits. He glanced down at the backpacks lying beside several charred corpses. From the fragmented memories he had obtained earlier, he had already identified these individuals. They were scouts sent by the Feng family, one of the martial arts clans, equipped with a 7th-level giant plant detection device to gather intelligence. Good thing I took care of them. Yiqing exhaled in relief. If even one of them had escaped, the Feng family would definitely send more people to cause trouble. First come the small fry, then the big shots, and eventually the elder sit would never end. With an impassive expression, he stomped on the expensive detection device, smashing it to pieces. Despite its high value, it was useless to him, and might even contain a tracking device from the Feng family, which would only invite endless trouble. A blazing flame erupted, incinerating all traces at the scene. The corpses and the shattered equipment were reduced to ashes. After cleaning up, Yiqing clapped his hands in satisfaction. Thanks to the accelerated regeneration, the cracks in his armor had fully healed. The broken spikes on his back had fallen off, replaced by new, menacing black spikes that emerged from his flesh, restoring him to peak condition. Turning around, Yiqing headed deeper into the city. Yiqing decided to slightly adjust his strategy. Standing at the edge of the ruins, he recalled the intelligence he had extracted from the memories of the Feng family members, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The reputation of the level 7 giant plant lingered in his Mindit was no ordinary opponent. In the imminent fierce battle, the powerful fighters were bound to clash violently with the devouring cloud vine, and the massive vine would inevitably sustain damage, leaving behind fragments of its body. If I can see some of the main body of the devouring cloud vine amidst the chaos. A greedy light flickered in Yiqing's eyes. What he had consumed before were merely offshoots, and even those small devouring cloud vines had granted him upgrade talent. If he could obtain the main body. His thoughts were interrupted as a giant beast suddenly lunged at him from the side. Yiqing reacted swiftly, and with a flash, his blood-infused tendrils pierced through the beast's tough hide. As its essence was greedily absorbed, the beast's body withered at a visible speed. Tossing aside the now mummified corpse, Yiqing continued forward. The blood absorbed by the bloodthirsty vines not only nourished Yiqing, but also accelerated his evolution. The number of tendrils he could control had increased from 1 to 2, significantly boosting his hunting efficiency. Ordinary giant beasts barely had a chance to approach before being pierced by the 2 tendrils, their bodies drained dry in an instant. After advancing 15 kilometers into the city, Yiqing stopped. Beyond this point lay the city's core area, where the beasts were far stronger than what he could currently handle. Finding a secluded spot, he took a brief 2-hour rest before resuming his hunt. The next day, at the agreed meeting point, the groups from the Chun and Li families were growing impatient. What's taking so long? Someone muttered angrily. Could the Feng family have left early to claim credit? Knowing their personalities, it's not impossible. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. If we delay, it'll ruin everything. After a brief discussion, the Chun and Li family members decided to leave immediately. However, upon reaching an area with signal coverage, they quickly transmitted their findings, only to receive a surprising inquiry from their families. The 4 members of the Feng family had not left early and were still missing. This news sent a chill through everyone. No matter how reckless the Feng family might be, they wouldn't falter at such a critical moment. Their continued silence could only mean they had encountered trouble deep in the wasteland. The elders of the Feng family urgently contacted the young elites of the Chun and Li families. After a brief exchange, new orders were issued. Retrace their steps, rendezvous with the members of the Genius training camp, and request assistance in locating the missing Feng family members. They were also instructed to wait for reinforcements from their families, during which they would need to help contain other giant beasts on the outskirts. Not daring to delay, the group immediately turned back. Is there any sign of that guy's signal? Qiheng approached the communications team during their march. The answer was still negative. That kid sure knows how to go deep, Qiheng muttered, taking a deep breath. He still couldn't fathom why Yiqing hadn't returned to the training camp. What puzzled him even more was how a second-tier martial artist had managed to survive this long in the depths of the wasteland. That kid's combat ability is truly astonishing. Qiheng gazed into the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. He can easily handle a tier 3 giant beast. But no matter how formidable someone is, they're still flesh and blood and need rest. Yiqing, though he's practically a monster. A member of the communications team hurried over and reported, "We found fresh traces of a campfire on a nearby hill. It seems Yiqing stayed there briefly. His movement path overlaps with ours, and he's heading deeper into the area. Report any clues immediately, Qi Heng ordered. Just as he finished speaking, an instructor rushed to his side and whispered a few words. The Feng family's people are missing? Qi Heng's scarred face twisted into a sly smile as his lips curled upward. Those pampered elites finally got a taste of how unforgiving the wilderness can be. The instructor chuckled. They're requesting assistance in the search. As for the reward, cut the nonsense, Qi Heng interrupted. Didn't their pharmaceutical company just develop a new supplement? Tell them to send over 200 doses and distribute them among these young brats. The instructor nodded repeatedly in agreement. By the time the 8 members of the Chun and Li families joined the training camp, the search team had already been assembled. Considering their prior experience gathering intel in the depths of the city, the camp deployed its most elite forces, Psychic Master Xiaolinger, a rank gifted fighters Yu Zian and Xiao Xiyun, and the ever-enigmatic Zhang Qingyi. Additionally, more than a dozen outstanding trainees with notable abilities were assigned to the search party. By the afternoon, the team had navigated through numerous obstacles and finally spotted the silhouette of an abandoned city, cloaked in greenery, standing tall in the distance. Amid the dense fog, a massive plant towering in the heart of the city came into view. Its branches and vines twisted like giant dragons, sprawling across half the sky. Each tendril of the cloud-devouring vine stretched hundreds of meters, far exceeding the size of any creature the trainees had ever encountered. Those third-tier beasts were merely a dozen or so meters tall in comparison. This is enormous. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the trainees as they craned their necks, their eyes filled with awe. Although they were hailed as prodigies, for most of them, breaking through 6 limits and becoming 6th-tier warriors was already considered the pinnacle of achievement. Reaching the level of a 7th-tier master warrior was, for the majority, an unattainable dream. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhang Qingyi unconsciously clenched her fists. The appearance of this cloud-devouring vine held great significance for her. Its existence would elevate her Frost Eternal technique to an S level, and her progress in mastering several other unique techniques would accelerate dramatically. Her gaze was as resolute as steel as she murmured to herself, "Soon, I'll return to the realm of the master warrior. By then, I will eliminate this monstrous invasion once and for all." Set up camp. Qi Heng's command rang out, and the instructors and trainees sprang into action. Using modular construction materials, they quickly erected a highly defensible camp. Qi Heng's voice resonated throughout the camp. "Listen up, everyone. This outdoor training exercise directly impacts your final camp evaluation. Take it seriously, but remember, if you encounter something you can't handle, retreat immediately. Your lives are the priority." After a brief rest, the trainees organized themselves into several small teams and began venturing into the city one after another. The team assigned to search for the Sun family members also departed, retracing the route Sun Xin and his companions had previously taken. Once everyone had dispersed, Qi Heng stood alone at the edge of the camp, gazing at the fog-shrouded city before him. His brows furrowed tightly as he muttered, "That kid, where could he have gone?" The search team cautiously followed the path left by the Feng family of 4, venturing deeper into the heart of the city. Suddenly, Xiao Xiyun's nose twitched slightly as he caught a faint, unusual scent. In a flash, he appeared on the top-floor balcony of a nearby residential building. The other team members quickly followed his lead. "Something has been active here recently. Judging by the traces, it hasn't been gone for long," Xiao Xiyun said, his sharp gaze meticulously scanning the surroundings. One of the team members pushed open the balcony door, and the scene inside made everyone gasp in shock. Piles of bones, densely packed and towering, filled every corner of the room. The living room, bedroom, and dining area floors were covered with overlapping, bleached white beast bones, leaving no space to step. These bones belonged to various gigantic creatures, and the savage bite marks on their surfaces were clearly not caused by humans. There must be a highly powerful beast here. The team's vigilance immediately heightened to its peak. The few encounters they had with formidable beasts in the city now seemed to hint that most of them might have already fallen prey to this mysterious, predatory creature. As time passed, the training camp members continued to venture deeper into the city, honing their skills by hunting ferocious beasts. Some returned with substantial gains, while others came back injured. Fortunately, the camp's ample supply of healing potions managed to save the lives of several seriously wounded members. Meanwhile, Qi Heng's presence on the communications team became increasingly rare as he fully immersed himself in preparations for the upcoming battle. With top experts from the military district and the Chun, Feng, and Li families arriving soon, Qi Heng now had 5 6th-tier martial artists at his disposal. Facing a newly advanced 7th-tier giant plant, a well-executed strategy and numerical advantage could secure victory. After all, the giant plant's movements were inherently limited, and as one of the military district's strongest 6th-tier fighters, Qi Heng was undoubtedly the linchpin of this operation. A week later, several figures quietly appeared in Qi Heng's tent. "You're here?" Qi exchanged nods with his old comrade, Shunlin, Feng Yunqi, Jinyan, Li Yao. The three sixth-tier experts from renowned martial families introduced themselves succinctly. Qi demeanor remained cold toward these fighters, who typically avoided the front lines, but they were already familiar with his personality and showed no offense. You're all familiar with the situation regarding the swallowing cloud vine, right? Shunlin stepped in to ease the atmosphere. Based on the analysis, it hasn't been long since it advanced. Its mastery of Grandmaster-level elemental forces is still incomplete, which gives us the best opportunity to strike, Chunyan said with a serious expression. Then we act tomorrow. The longer we wait, the stronger it becomes, Qi stated firmly. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yiqing was fully engrossed in his own mission. Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that the soul fragments of giant beasts could also be devoured to enhance his mental strength. After swallowing the soul fragment of the colossal beast, Yiqing frowned. Amid the chaotic torrent of memories, there was nothing but endless bloodshed and slaughter. These overwhelming negative emotions churned within him, making his hunting methods even more ruthless. As he entered the city, he no longer restrained his form. Menacing spikes extended from his body, and pitch-black armor enveloped him entirely, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss. Strangely, this monstrous appearance didn't discomfort him. Instead, it brought an unprecedented sense of liberation, as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles. Following his predetermined kill list, Yiqing quickly locked onto his next target, the cloud-devouring vine. Unlike the weaker offshoots hidden beneath the outskirts, this particular branch was brazenly exposed above ground, sprawling over an entire building. The main vine stretched nearly 20 meters, with its offshoot spanning close to 100 meters, clearly a fourth-tier giant plant. No wonder it was so audacious. Any beast that had once coveted it had likely already become its nourishment. Yiqing paused to observe, releasing invisible mental energy. The steel and concrete barriers were no obstacle as the interior of the building came into clear focus in his mind. Several blood-red fruits, nearly the height of a person, were tightly guarded by the thick vines. The energy contained within these fruits made his heart race with anticipation. Just one of these fruits was equivalent to the yield of devouring several Tier 3 beasts. His tongue brushed over the remnants of beast blood on his lips, and his sharp, white fangs gleamed crimson. Yiqing's silvery, glowing eyes locked onto the building ahead. Though his opponent was a fourth-tier entity, he was far from being without a chance. Without hesitation, Yiqing strode out of the alley, stepping over the small vines that crisscrossed the street as he advanced toward his target. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. The building's wall exploded, and a thick vine whipped out like a steel lash, hurtling toward him. Yiqing neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he accelerated forward. His body grew rapidly, muscles swelling, and his arms thickened to match the size of an average person's thigh. With a resounding snap, he caught the incoming vine with his powerful arms, holding it firmly in place. Just one vine? Are you underestimating me? A cold glint flashed in Yiqing's eyes as his lips curled into a sinister grin, his sharp fangs fully bared. I've just changed my mind. Looks like it's time to start the feast right now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he opened his massive, fang-filled jaws and sank his teeth into the thick vine with brutal force. Uft! A burst of translucent pale green plant fluid sprayed out. Yiqing bit through the vine, his cheeks puffing up momentarily before deflating quickly. A system notification immediately appeared, consumed a chunk of the cloud-swallowing vine's branch. HP 3.5, Extraction Progress 1. This notification made Yiqing's eyes light up. We wait until the prey is dead to enjoy the spoils. Eating during combat is far more efficient. Plus, the more he consumed, the stronger he became. While the prey grew weak, a perfect strategy. Realizing this, Yiqing couldn't help but laugh maniacally. While tightly restraining the wildly thrashing vine, he activated the abyssal maw and bit down fiercely. The system notifications came one after another, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. This insignificant ant-like creature not only dared to attack, but was even devouring its body. The cloud-swallowing vine's branch was utterly enraged. With a thunderous crash, over a dozen thick vines burst through the walls, extending from the building. Vines nearly 100 meters long intertwined madly, forming an impenetrable green barrier that enveloped an area of 100 meters in radius. The buildings on both sides of the street crumbled under the onslaught of this violent force, the rumbling noise echoing incessantly. Yiqing tossed aside the severed vine, his figure flickering like a phantom as he deftly dodged each vine strike, each as powerful as a full-force attack from a Tier 3 martial artist. For an ordinary martial artist, even a slight misstep under such an assault would result in being reduced to pulp. However, with his great speed talent and the enhancement of mental power, Yiqing moved with ease and precision. No wonder you're a level 4 colossal plant. Yiqing shouted excitedly while dodging. With a body this big, you'll keep me fed for days. This remark infuriated the cloud-swallowing vine branch even further, and its attacks became increasingly frenzied. Its main body writhed violently, causing the entire building to sway precariously. Yiqing, instead of retreating, charged forward. Steel blades extended from his joints, their razor-sharp spikes crackling with faint golden electricity as they shot out. His eyes burned with unyielding battle intent as he plunged into a fierce fight with the cloud-swallowing vine. The earth-shaking battle alarmed the giant beasts across the entire street. When a few unfortunate beasts strayed into the battlefield and were shredded into pulp by the vine's spiked tendrils, the remaining beasts instinctively fled toward the outskirts of the city, terrified of being caught in the chaos. Over 10 kilometers away, a search team composed of members from the training camp and the Chun and Li families encountered the panicked herd of beasts hidden. They quickly dodged to avoid being trampled. Once the beasts had passed, the team exchanged uncertain glances. After a brief discussion, they reached a conclusion. A powerful beast must be fighting ahead, and they might have a chance to reap some benefits. With renewed determination, they wasted no time and pressed deeper into the area. By now, their original search mission had gradually shifted to a hunt for prey. It wasn't long before they moved further in. A deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears, accompanied by a faint tremor in the ground. Their faces shifted in alarm. This was the unmistakable hallmark of a level 4 behemoth. Yet, despite the looming threat, they pressed forward with unwavering determination. As the distance closed, the roaring grew increasingly thunderous, the vibrations almost unbearable, causing their eardrums to ache. Explosive sonic booms occasionally burst through the air, sharp and piercing. Turning a corner, they were met with an awe-inspiring sight. Thick, writhing vines lashed furiously, their movements so rapid they left afterimages, forming an impenetrable barrier. Cloud-swallowing vine, someone exclaimed in shock. This is a branch of a level 7 giant plant. Even though it was just a branch, everyone present understood its extraordinary value. To encounter something this rare within the city was undoubtedly their most significant find since entering. Beyond the dense wall of vines, something seemed to be locked in fierce combat, but the chaotic flurry of vegetation obscured their view. Zhang Qingyi turned to her companion, Xie Linger. Linger, can your psychic abilities probe what's behind the vines? I'll try. After enduring Qi Heng's grueling training, Xie Linger's mental strength had grown exponentially. She nodded in agreement, her light brown eyes shimmering with an unusual silver glow as her invisible psychic energy extended through the curtain of vines. In her perception, a sinister black figure darted like a phantom amidst the raging vines, occasionally emitting a bone-chilling, maniacal laugh. Even with Xie Linger's heightened psychic sensitivity, she couldn't discern the true form of the shadowy figure. Suddenly, the towering black figure seemed to sense her probing and whipped its head around. A bloodshot crimson eye, filled with icy malice, savage fury, and searing heat, locked onto Xie Linger's psychic vision, a gaze brimming with insatiable greed and malevolence. In the next instant, an overwhelming psychic shockwave surged toward her. Buzz! Xie Linger's face turned deathly pale, her eyes wide with a look of utter disbelief and terror. A sharp, searing pain struck her head like a freight train, spreading rapidly through her entire body. Her eyes rolled back abruptly, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Linger! Zhang Qingyi cried out in alarm, rushing forward to check on her. Placing her fingers gently on Xie Linger's wrist to feel her pulse, her expression quickly darkened. She's in shock. Her mental strength has taken a severe hit. She won't wake up for at least 2 or 3 days. What the hell? The group exchanged bewildered glances. What could have possibly scared Xie Linger this much? Could that beast inside really be that terrifying? For a moment, hesitation gripped everyone. Just then, Yu Zian stepped forward confidently. What's there to be afraid of? There's so many of us here. Even if it's a level 4 beast, we can overwhelm it by sheer numbers. He patted his chest and continued. I have an awakened wood affinity, which is perfect for countering that devouring cloud vine. With just 2 or 3 of you assisting me, we can hold it down. As for the beast fighting against the vine, you guys take care of it first, and then we'll team up to finish off the vine. The plan sounded reasonable to everyone present, and a spark of determination reignited in their eyes. Excitement filled the air. Strength in numbers. Besides, the thought of taking down a level 4 beast is enough to get the blood pumping. Xiao Xiyun immediately chimed in. I'll go with you Zian to deal with the devouring cloud vine. Zhang Qingyi, you stay here and look after Xie Linger. If anything happens to her, Instructor Qi will tear us apart. Zhang Qingyi nodded silently. Truthfully, she hadn't intended to join the fight. The writhing vines had been giving her an intense and unshakable sense of danger. She simply gave a brief warning. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, I'll step in to support you. Let's go. Let's see who can take down these 2 level 4 beasts first. Yu Zian shouted, activating his ability. Instantly, countless tree branches burst from the ground, surging forward under his control with a fierce momentum. At that moment, in the midst of the ongoing battle, Yiqing suddenly frowned, and turned his head to the side. What the hell is that noise? The moment Yiqing sensed a probing mental force, he immediately activated his spirit fox evil eye, shattering it with a single strike. At first, he thought it was just some reckless mental-type beast, but upon listening closely, he realized it was a human. His brows furrowed deeply. Being interrupted in the midst of an exhilarating battle with the cloud-swallowing vine ignited a nameless fury within him. At that instant, Yiqing formed hand seals, green light flashing as he conjured a massive wooden log, 3 meters in diameter, suspended midair. With a thunderous crash, the log descended, colliding with the vine, producing a deafening roar. A previously impenetrable wall of vines cracked, several thick tendrils snapping under the impact as the log, unstoppable, drove deeper into the mass. Distracted by the sudden attack, the cloud-swallowing vine redirected several tendrils toward the log, significantly easing the pressure on Yiqing. How irritating. Yiqing was enraged like never before. Just as he found a thrilling fight, someone had to interfere. He darted forward, positioning himself in front of the massive log, his hands claw-like as they caught and stopped it dead in its tracks. His muscles bulged, the ground beneath him fracturing as he forcibly halted the log's momentum. With his blood elephant overlord technique fully activated, golden lightning coursed around his body. Letting out a furious roar, Yiqing hoisted the giant log above his head and hurled it with immense force. Yiqing, who had just begun to smirk in satisfaction, was stunned to see the log halted as if it had hit an unyielding wall, unable to advance an inch further. Before he could react, the log, now crackling with lightning, broke free of his control and hurtled back toward him. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as the log bore down on him, sending chills up Yiqing's spine. Panicking, he frantically cast spells, green light flashing as he tried to regain control, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the electrified log struck the ground, shaking the entire street. Nearby, several dilapidated buildings collapsed in a cloud of dust and debris. In the nick of time, Yiqing managed to break the log into countless branches. However, this only made matters worse. The electrified branches lashed out like whips, severing vines wherever they struck. Despite his best efforts to dodge, Yiqing was struck in the legs, his bones shattering as he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Nearby members of a search team were also hit, their bodies mangled and broken as they were sent flying. This single attack severely injured several elite members from martial arts families in the genius training camp. However, this only enraged the cloud-swallowing vine further. A large, blood essence fruit rapidly withered, and vivid red energy surged along its emerald vines. In the blink of an eye, the entire vine turned from green to crimson, a nauseating stench of blood permeating the air. The cloud-swallowing vine writhed violently, shattering the 5-story building it had been sheltering in. Amidst the blood-red glow, countless twisted, bloodthirsty tendrils sprouted wildly. The 100-meter-long vines grew even larger, and in a flash, they enveloped the surrounding crowd, who had been preparing to act. The crimson tendrils flailed wildly, gouging deep trenches into the ground. Realizing the vine had entered a berserk state with its attack power greatly enhanced, the group turned pale with fear. While scrambling to rescue the injured, they fought back in haste. So it had this trick up its sleeve and didn't use it earlier. Yiqing was not alarmed, but rather delighted. He then noticed the group of over 10 people struggling in the distance and frowned slightly. People from the training camp? His eyes landed on a figure exuding a chilling aura. Zhang Qingyi. Yiqing clenched his fists and sneered. I've long been annoyed by that icy mountain. Always putting on a cold, aloof act she's probably never been taught a lesson. Now, this is the perfect opportunity. These people were severely hindering the cloud-swallowing vine's performance, making the fight dull and uninteresting for Yiqing. Just then, a flickering figure caught his attention. Interesting footwork, he mused, slashing through 2 vines as he transformed into a shadow and moved to intercept. Xiao Xiyun's heart raced as she prepared to use her innate abilities to strike at the cloud-swallowing vine's core. However, as her figure flickered once more, she was met with a terrifying sight, a 2-meter-tall monstrosity. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, its shoulders and back bristling with sharp spikes, and its muscles bulged like twisted roots. Bone blades, each nearly a meter long, extended from its joints, and the most chilling feature of all was the crimson vertical eye on its forehead, spinning menacingly with a mix of malice and mockery. A powerful sense of danger instinctively made Xiao Xiyun retreat, her figure flashing dozens of meters away. But with a sharp sound, a pointed spike shot toward her like a bullet, piercing her abdomen with a sickening squelch. Blood spurted out as her intestines spilled. Screaming in agony, she desperately stuffed her intestines back in with one hand, while clutching her wound with the other, fleeing in a pitiful state. If not for a martial artist's tenacious vitality, the attack would have been fatal. The assault didn't cease. The air was filled with the sound of countless spikes whistling like sniper bullets. In no time, several more people were struck, losing their combat abilities. It wasn't until an icy blue storm swept through the area that the onslaught finally subsided somewhat. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson, Yiqing said with a cold smile as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Qingyi, who had finally joined the fray. When the dark figure appeared, Zhang Qingyi's brows furrowed deeply. As a formidable warrior who had slain countless colossal beasts in her past life, she found herself unable to identify the origin of this creature. She quickly combed through the vast knowledge in her mind, but found no record of any similar beings. Could it be a species newly emerged from the rift? She wondered. Sharp, piercing whistles filled the air, and deadly spikes streaked across the sky, leaving pale trails. The situation was dire, forcing Zhang Qingyi to act. She unleashed a surge of intense frost, slowing the spike's momentum. But it was too late. Xie Yu Zian, and Xiao Shiyun had already collapsed, gravely injured. Several members of the Chun and Li families were pierced by the spikes, and now hovered on the brink of death. In mere moments, the 10-plus member search party had suffered devastating losses. This was their first major setback since entering the city over 10 days ago, and it was a crushing blow. The ferocious cloud-devouring vine and the terrifying, faceless monster were both overwhelmingly powerful. The group's faces turned pale, as if they were back in the desperate situation of being surrounded by beasts during their camp assessment. But this time, there was no Yiqing to save them. What could the boy, who had missed training camp and fallen far behind in strength, possibly do now? Retreat! Zhang Qingyi shouted, but a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger gripped her. It's targeting me. Her combat instincts screamed a warning. She swiftly pushed Xie aside and conjured a wall of solid ice. Boom! The ice wall shattered as the dark figure surged forward, enveloped in an icy blue mist. The oppressive aura made sweat bead on Zhang Qingyi's forehead. This was the strongest opponent she had faced since her rebirth. A pitch-black fist thundered toward her like a bolt of lightning. Fool! You've fallen for it, Zhang Qingyi sneered. The shattered ice shards in the air coalesced into razor-sharp blades, slicing toward the creature's arm. It was a testament to her extensive combat experience, turning defense into offense, ensuring that if the opponent didn't withdraw its punch, its arm would be shredded. Yet, against absolute strength, skill, and experience seemed feeble. Beneath the faceplate, Yiqing's lips curled into a smirk, and his fist pressed on undeterred. Clang, clang, clang. The ice blades furiously tore into the thick arm, but only sparks flew. This level of defense. Is this even flesh and blood? Zhang Qingyi's expression shifted dramatically as her vision was filled with the massive fist. She instinctively dodged while forming an icy mist over her face, barely softening the blow. Bam! The fist landed squarely on her eye socket, sending her flying with tremendous force. Suppressing a cry of pain, Zhang Qingyi felt one of her eyes rapidly swell and bruise. Even as a reborn empress, she couldn't completely disregard her appearance. She used her frost energy to numb the pain, her fury boiling over. The immense pressure unlocked dormant abilities within her, powers she had previously been unable to access. Let's see if you can keep taking hits. Her eyes glowed an icy blue as a massive surge of energy gathered. However, before she could unleash her power, the armor on Yiqing's forehead split open, revealing a crimson, malevolent eye. A wave of psychic energy rippled outward, catching Zhang Qingyi off guard and leaving her momentarily dizzy. In that split second, Yiqing closed the distance and delivered another crushing blow to her other eye socket. Now sporting two black eyes, Zhang Qingyi was furious beyond measure, but the relentless barrage of punches kept raining down, each one targeting her face. Seeing that the others had retreated to safety, she knew she couldn't afford to stay and fight. She turned to flee, but Yiqing anticipated her move and landed a swift kick to her lower back. Damn you! Zhang Qingyi's eyes widened in rage, the stinging pain in her back almost compelling her to turn and fight. But reason prevailed. She etched Yiqing's appearance into her memory with a venomous glare before retreating. This was their third encounter, and while Yiqing found it rather entertaining, for Zhang Qingyi, it was an utter humiliation. The training camp members and the two families had all retreated, leaving the enraged cloud-devouring vine to focus its wrath on Yiqing. Warm-up's over, Yiqing muttered as he turned to face the vine. Spikes grew from his back, curving forward to form a bone-like armor across his chest. I don't have time to waste on you. Boom. The ground cracked beneath his feet, as Yiqing shot forward like a blur, tearing through the blood-red vines. His bone armor shattered and regenerated repeatedly, while razor-sharp bone blades extended from his joints, growing to 3 meters in length. Die! Yiqing leapt toward the vine's core, his massive blade slashing down. Squelch! A wound over 10 meters long split open, spewing plant fluids as the injury writhed, trying to heal. Without hesitation, Yiqing tore the wound wider and plunged inside, his blade wildly churning while tendrils from his palms rooted into the vine, beginning to devour it. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the city. Boom! The ground shook as towering vines lashed out, blotting out the sky. A furious howl reverberated across the city. A seventh-tier giant plant had sensed the presence of a powerful human intruder. What an incredible sense of perception, Chunyin exclaimed, breaking the silence of the city outskirts. They had just stepped into the edge of the urban area when the swallowing cloud vine had already detected their presence. After reaching the 7th level, one's spiritual power undergoes a qualitative transformation, and perception naturally increases significantly, Li Yao explained concisely. Enough talk, Qi Heng said gravely, his eyes fixed on the massive swallowing cloud vine in the distance. The commotion is bigger than we expected. We must end this quickly, or it might attract other giant beasts. The group nodded solemnly, no longer suppressing their energy. In an instant, a surge of powerful vitality shot skyward, forming visible plumes above their heads, starkly prominent in the desolate landscape. The 5 6th-level martial artists lightly tapped the ground with their toes and shot toward the city center like arrows. A distance of several kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. The battle erupted the moment they met. Qi Heng struck first, unsheathing his blade as a torrent of vitality burst forth like a volcanic eruption, channeling entirely into the weapon. A dazzling blade light extended dozens of meters, slashing directly at the skyscraper where the swallowing cloud vine coiled. The other 4 6th-level martial artists followed closely. Shenlin drew the spear from his back, its tip crackling with electrical energy. With a single thrust, a thunderous dragon roared through the air. The 3 martial artists from noble families wielded their respective weapons, their vitality surging as violent energy intertwined into a blinding web of light at the city's center. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the city as a white shockwave rippled outward, causing buildings to tremble and collapse. The beasts within the city, sensing the danger and witnessing the frenzied movements of the vine in the center, were gripped with fear. 4th and 5th-level beasts scrambled to flee, racing out of the city as if every second counted. In midair, the twisting vines formed a massive face, its hollow gaze locking onto the 5 fighters. In the next moment, the vine face opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a formless roar of fury. Watch out, it's a spiritual attack, Qi Heng shouted in warning, his entire body surging with vitality as a faint red shield formed around him, a silver glow flickering at his brow. This was the spiritual defense technique mastered by 6th-level martial artists, their key advantage in daring to challenge the newly ascended 7th-level swallowing cloud vine. The invisible spiritual assault swept over them, shattering the red shields around their bodies and extinguishing the silver glows at their brows. Yet, their stances remained unwavering. Go all out, Qi Heng roared, swinging his blade continuously as blinding arcs of light, each over 10 meters long, slashed through the air, severing one vine after another. Together, the 5 fighters overwhelmed the 7th-level creature. The swallowing cloud vine suffered heavy damage, losing dozens of vines in mere moments, and even its main trunk bore a deep gash from Qi Heng's relentless strikes. Enraged, the swallowing cloud vine released a strange wave of intent that instantly enveloped the entire city. Boom, boom, boom. From every corner of the city underground, within high-rise buildings, countless vine tendrils burst forth, growing wildly and without restraint. The bloodthirsty vines coiled tightly around the massive beasts, ravenously draining their life essence. Crimson ripples coursed across the surface of the vines as the beast's vitality visibly dwindled, leaving behind nothing but shriveled corpses within moments. The extracted essence flowed unceasingly through a vast network of roots spread across the city, all converging toward the core of the level 7 cloud-devouring vine. What was even more astonishing was that the drained vine branches didn't stop. Instead, they actively withered, channeling the accumulated energy back to the main body through a thick trunk. In an instant, the trunk of the level 7 cloud-devouring vine turned a deep crimson, its previous wounds healing instantaneously. At the same time, more menacing vines extended outward, intensifying the already chaotic battle. Meanwhile, Yiqing was navigating through the body of a level 4 cloud-devouring vine. His tendrils absorbed the vine's life essence relentlessly, and he could feel the rapid surge of vitality within him. However, a sudden, muffled rumble echoed around him. The surrounding flesh began to wither at a startling speed, and the notification sound in his mind abruptly ceased. The struggling cloud-devouring vine instantly lost all signs of life. Yiqing paused in surprise, then swung his 3-meter-long blade, cutting his way out of the now withered vine. He was momentarily puzzled by this sudden turn of events, but a distant, terrifying explosion quickly captured his attention. Leaping onto a nearby rooftop, he turned toward the city center, his eyes lighting up with excitement. It's finally happening, he exclaimed. The discovery immediately dispelled his frustration over the abrupt collapse of the level 4 vine, replacing it with eager anticipation. The level 6 warriors had begun their assault on the main body of the cloud-devouring Vanilla moment he had been waiting for. After all, compared to a level 7 behemoth, what was a mere level 4 offshoot? Yiqing kept his gaze fixed on the distant battle, his mind rapidly weighing his options. He knew full well that venturing too close to the core of the conflict was fraught with peril. Recklessly approaching could mean getting caught in the crossfire, leading to his untimely demise. After absorbing an immense amount of blood essence, the cloud-devouring vine's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Hundreds of thick tendrils lashed wildly through the air, each strike carrying an overwhelming force that drove Qi and his companions to retreat step by step. Although this 7th-level colossal plant held the upper hand, it wasn't unscathed. Sharp weapons continuously severed its vines, and each broken limb crashed to the ground like a collapsing pillar, scattering across the city center. Even the smallest fragments of these severed vines were as massive as a fully grown 4th-level cloud-devouring vine. Standing at a distance, Yiqing's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. He carefully avoided the thrashing vines near the heart of the skirmish and eventually locked onto a severed limb at the edge of the battlefield. Though it was only a small part of the 7th-level cloud-devouring vine, it was still more than twice as thick as an ordinary 4th-level one. Fortune favors the bolder mind. A gleam of determination flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he sprinted fearlessly toward the perilous battlefield. At this moment, chaos reigned across the battleground. A panicked horde of beasts scattered in all directions, driven by fear, while Yiqing was the only one moving against the tide, resolutely heading toward his target. Along the way, he encountered numerous powerful beasts, even spotting a few 5th-level giants. However, these normally fearsome creatures were too consumed by terror to pay him any attention. After crossing a park, his target finally came into view. A 30-meter-long severed vine lay writhing on the ground. Transparent sap oozed from its severed end, glistening with a crystalline sheen. As the life-rich liquid dripped onto the ground, nearby grass sprouted and grew visibly within moments. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted nearby, sending a shockwave that rattled Yiqing's eardrums and hurled countless shards of debris through the air like bullets. Yet, he paid no mind to the pain or the danger. This is the farthest point from the battlefield's center, the least dangerous spot. Even if the heavens themselves intervene, I'm finishing this first. Yiqing thought to himself as he leapt toward the vine. Opening his mouth full of sharp teeth, he unleashed several tendrils of his own, which pierced deeply into the severed limb of the 7th-level cloud-devouring vine. A system notification chimed. You have consumed a portion of the cloud-devouring vine's blood essence. Blood energy 52, extraction progress 3. The extraction progress for the 7th-level colossal plant has increased once again. Yiqing noticed the extraction progress, and his spirit was instantly lifted. A level 7 colossal plant this level was equivalent to a grandmaster martial artist among humans, someone who had broken through the limits of the human body 7 times, achieving a qualitative transformation in the essence of life. Such an existence was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could he extract Grandmaster-level special abilities from this level 7 colossal plant? With this thought in mind, Yiqing began devouring the plant with gusto. Every bite of the cloud-swallowing vine's flesh triggered a system notification. Vitality 23, extraction progress 1. Vitality 26, extraction progress 1. When he consumed a portion of its essence blood, the improvement was even more pronounced. Vitality 42, extraction progress 2. The energy contained within the flesh and blood of this level 7 colossal plant far surpassed that of ordinary colossal beasts. Just one bite was equivalent to consuming an entire ordinary beast. In the distance, the battle between grandmasters grew increasingly intense. Thunderous explosions echoed incessantly, storms swept through the entire city, and skyscrapers collapsed amidst mournful groans. The city-destroying battle hurled fragments of steel through the air like bullets, piercing Yiqing's shoulders and thighs, sending blood and bone fragments flying. Yet, Yiqing merely avoided the fatal debris, never ceasing his eating. This high-level battlefield did not intimidate him. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. One day, he vowed not only to reach this level, but to far surpass it, and that day wasn't far off. As the scope of the battle expanded, Yiqing's position became increasingly perilous, and his injuries grew more frequent. However, thanks to his extraordinary cellular vitality, his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his broken bones reconnected swiftly. The severed limbs of the cloud-swallowing vine shrank and withered under his relentless consumption, while its essence, blood, and flesh transformed into pure vitality energy, surging into his body. Finally, a muffled sound erupted from within Yiqing's body. His body trembled violently as his vitality surged like boiling water, and countless arcs of electricity flickered around him. His blood began to condense, surging through his meridians like a dragon. Internal energy flowed along his meridians, continuously infused with surging vitality. The 8 extraordinary meridians quivered, internal energy roared and howled, and his heart pounded furiously. Threads of ethereal dragon jade lightning coursed through his body. Suddenly, an invisible shackle was shattered. His internal energy broke free from the constraints of his flesh, transforming into a shimmering golden electric aura that enveloped his entire body. Internal energy transformed into Gangqi, the hallmark of a fourth realm martial artist. Upon reaching the fourth realm, not only were his offensive and defensive capabilities significantly enhanced, but he could now actively absorb the free energy of the world, no longer limited to replenishing energy through mere consumption. While continuing to eat, Yiqing glanced at his status panel. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 4032.9. Spirit: 588.8. Techniques: Cloud Palm, 6th stage. 8 Extremes Fist, 6th stage. Extraction Progress: Cloud Swallowing Vine 60. Looking at these numbers, Yiqing thought to himself, fourth realm still a long way from reaching the level of a grandmaster. Yiqing was not particularly surprised. The advancement in his cultivation level was within his expectations. At this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on the fluctuating extraction progress percentage displayed before him. As he consumed a piece of swallowing cloud vine flesh, the system immediately responded. Vitality 26, extraction progress 1. He then drank a portion of the swallowing cloud vine's essence blood, which carried a faintly fishy smell. His vitality surged by 47 points, and the extraction progress increased by another 3. The breakthrough had significantly boosted his appetite, allowing Yiqing to eat with seamless efficiency, his movements fluid and uninterrupted. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qi Hung and the others were locked in an intense showdown with the swallowing cloud vine. The massive plant had gone berserk, thrashing its vines wildly in a frenzy. The battle zone was gradually encroaching on Yiqing's position. The aftershocks of the conflict grew increasingly violent, with blasts of energy stirring fierce winds. Fortunately, Yiqing had just advanced to the 4th tier, and a faint golden protective aura now enveloped him, significantly enhancing his defense and sparing him from more severe injuries. Finally, as the broken vines withered completely, the system notification sounded. Swallowing cloud vine extraction progress is complete. Begin extraction. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiqing turned and bolted toward the outskirts of the city. Once he confirmed he was at a safe distance, he initiated the extraction process. To his surprise, the excruciating pain he had anticipated never arrived. Both his body and mind remained extraordinarily calm. The true transformation unfolded on a deeper, more enigmatic level. His mind became serene and clear, as if a new dimension of perception had been unlocked. Unlike his previous reliance on spiritual power, he now sensed everything around him purely through his physical senses. The wind brushing past his ears, the trembling of the ground beneath his feet, the rhythmic growth of the surrounding vines, and even the faint moisture saturating the air. Every subtle change in the world around him was vividly imprinted on his awareness. Yiqing's breathing adopted an unusual, almost mystical rhythm. With each inhale, countless energy particles surged into his body, rapidly replenishing his energy reserves. Extraction successful. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the notification still caught Yiqing off guard for a brief moment. Then, an overwhelming sense of joy spread across his Phacian's glass talent. The wasteland truly was his land of fortune. The last time he ventured here, he had gained the heavenly dragon jade thunder body, and now, he had acquired the heaven and earth resonance ability. As a massive influx of information flooded his mind, enabling him to fully comprehend the capabilities of his new talent, Yiqing couldn't hold back a burst of hearty laughter. Yiqing gradually adjusted his breathing, feeling the profound changes brought about by synchronizing with the rhythm of heaven and earth. As his breathing steadied, his consciousness began to merge with the surrounding environment, and an unprecedented sense of clarity washed over him. In this state, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that all of his abilities had been significantly enhanced. His cultivation speed had doubled, his energy recovery efficiency had skyrocketed, and his physical endurance had reached a new peak. Comparing it silently to the Tianlong Jade Thunder Body, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. In the long run, the potential of synchronizing with heaven and earth was clearly superior. Its energy recovery capabilities, in particular, far surpassed those of other cultivators at the same level. Carefully sensing his current condition, Yiqing realized that the blood and energy he had expended during his earlier intense sprint had been completely replenished thanks to the effects of this technique. Imagining real combat scenarios, a subtle smile crept onto Yiqing's lips. With such incredible sustained combat capabilities, he was confident that even when facing an opponent slightly stronger than himself, he could rely on this near-limitless energy recovery to exhaust them in battle. Choosing not to join the training camp was definitely the right decision. Yiqing thought with satisfaction. Had he entered the camp, he wouldn't have had the chance to break through to the 4th stage so quickly. Without reaching the 4th stage, how could he have devoured that section of the cloud-swallowing vine? As long as he accumulated enough blood essence, he was certain he could complete the extraction process, potentially unlocking another formidable talent in the near future. Yiqing paused mid-step, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It was time, he thought, to pay the training camp a visit. Meanwhile, inside the communications tent at a temporary camp outside the city, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. With the cloud-swallowing vine fully focused on its battle, the mental barrier that had been disrupting signals had vanished. A staff member reported gravely that the radar was finally able to scan for thermal and electromagnetic signals within the city. Just then, an urgent alert sounded. Attention! Priority target detected location signal of Cadet Yiqing, ID-01, has been identified. The communications team froze for a moment. Ever since leaving the training base, they had been searching for Yiqing's whereabouts, but had found nothing. Just as they were about to lose hope, they unexpectedly picked up a signal. After being interrogated by Qi for days, they rushed to the screen immediately. However, when they saw the coordinates, their expressions changed drastically. Yiqing was less than 15 kilometers directly ahead of them. On the other side of the battlefield, the cloud-swallowing vine was heavily damaged and on the brink of collapse. Realizing the interference had ceased, Qi immediately issued an order. Inform those brats to focus on harvesting the beast horde. Whoever kills the most beasts will get bonus points for the camp assessment. Even while battling a level 7 giant plant, the chief instructor didn't forget to assign training tasks to the cadets. He added, Zhang Qingyi, Yuzian, and the other top students must each kill either 10 level 3 beasts or 1 level 4 beast, or they'll lose 30 points. Through the communicator came the mournful cries of the cloud-swallowing vine, signaling the battle was nearing its end. A team member hesitated before speaking up. Boss, there's a situation. Speak. Zhang Qingyi's group might not be able to complete the mission. We just got word they encountered an extremely powerful monster, and the search team suffered heavy casualties. Yuzian's leg is broken, Xiao Xian's intestines are damaged, and Xia Linger is still unconscious. What? Qi was shocked. And the team member quickly continued. We've located Yiqing. He's in the city, about 20 kilometers from the city center. Damn it. Qi hand trembled, and the blade that had been aimed at the cloud-swallowing vine's core ended up severing only a few vines. Yiqing had been right under his nose the entire time. In that moment of distraction, a vine lashed out, sending him flying. Qi quickly steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the distance as a cold smirk appeared on his face. Finally decided to show yourself? Huh? Let's see what tricks you're up to. With more than 10 days left until the training camp ended, he had plenty of time to subject that brat to the grueling training he had meticulously prepared. If Yiqing didn't taste some of that hardship, Qi would feel deeply unsatisfied. Finish this quickly. Qi attacks grew even fiercer, and the blade in his hand was now covered in cracks. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze surrounded Yiqing, propelling him forward. With no wind resistance, his speed kept increasing, allowing him to glide effortlessly through the ruins. This sense of harmony with nature was intoxicating. His injuries were completely healed, and a surge of energy coursed through his body. The sprinting speed of an ordinary level 4 martial artist was merely his cruising pace. Suddenly, his tactical watch vibrated. This was a piece of equipment Yiqing had carefully protected, as it contained a map of the wasteland. He retracted his spikes, letting the dark scales recede beneath his skin, and pulled out the watch. The training camp's location had been updated. It was only about 10 kilometers away. Well, that's convenient. Yiqing adjusted his direction and headed straight for the camp. Along the way, the beasts he encountered became his prey. Scarlet vines, like massive pythons, coiled around the creatures, draining their essence. He had grown adept at smashing a beast's skull with a single strike just before it died, absorbing every fragment of its soul. For him now, level 1 beasts were mere appetizers, level 2 and level 3 beasts barely enough to satiate him, and only level 4 beasts qualified as a proper meal. In the distance, amidst a horde of beasts, a massive level 4 creature came into view. Yiqing's eyes lit up. Considering that his return to the training camp might delay his meals for a few days, he decided to stock up. Like a cannonball, he shot into the beast horde, crushing a few smaller creatures in his path. Amid the spray of blood and flesh, he appeared behind his target. The beast had just sensed his presence when a 3-meter-long bone blade pierced its neck, severing its spine. Wiping the blood off his face, Yiqing was quite satisfied with this flawless kill. This method not only rendered the prey powerless, but also kept it alive long enough to preserve the freshness of its flesh knowledge he had gained through his time in the wasteland. Hang in there. Feeling dizzy is normal, he said, patting the beast's head. Gripping its tusks, his arm enveloped in a faint golden aura, he dragged it along as he continued his journey. A long trail of blood marked his path on the rubble-strewn road, and the thick scent of blood stirred his appetite. He casually tore off a piece of meat, tossing it into his mouth as he walked. Freshly butchered and eaten, it doesn't get better than this. Occasionally, a low-level beast would foolishly attack him. He couldn't even be bothered to fight back, simply biting off its head. Disgusting. He chewed a few times in disdain before tearing another piece from the level 4 beast, finally smiling in satisfaction. 15 minutes later, just as he was about to leave the city, he encountered a battered group of martial artists. Most of the dozen or so people were injured, with some needing support just to walk. They were familiar faces. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Well, look who it is. Fancy meeting you all again. A sudden voice broke the silence, leaving everyone stunned. That familiar tone instantly reminded them of its owner Yiqing. As they turned around, a massive beast came into view. Its enormous frame, menacing fangs, and the searing waves of heat radiating from its body were overwhelming. One of the heavily injured individuals gasped in shock upon recognizing it, causing their wounds to reopen and fresh blood to gush out. A Tier 4 beast? That's a Tier 4 flame-patterned tiger. Yiqing can already take down a Tier 4 beast on his own? Xiao Xian coughed, clutching his abdomen that was on the verge of splitting open again. He spoke in disbelief. No way. You cough. Yiqing, you. The commotion roused Yu Zian from his unconscious state. Struggling to sit up, he widened his eyes at the sight before him, only to faint again with a heavy thud. Zhang Qingyi's gaze fixated on the faint golden glow emanating from Yiqing's hand, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Qi energy. He actually broke through to Tier 4? How is this even possible? She rubbed her eyes, doubting her own senses, and looked again to confirm. A Tier 4 warrior. Li Xiaozhen from the Li family couldn't help but exclaim. Is he part of your training camp? Why have I never seen him before? She had fought alongside the camp members for over 10 days and was familiar with all the strong fighters, yet she had never encountered this young Tier 4 warrior. His situation is a bit unique. He wasn't in the camp recently. Zhang Qingyi replied vaguely, unwilling to admit that Yiqing had achieved such overwhelming results training alone in the wilderness. Dragging the body of the flame-patterned tiger behind him, Yiqing approached, the heat from the beast scorching the air and evaporating the blood on everyone's clothes. What happened to you all? He asked with a cheerful smile, his eyes landing on Zhang Qingyi. And you, what happened to your face? Zhang Qingyi gritted her teeth, her fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Don't ask. It's none of your business. By the way, could you do me a favor? Yiqing asked, changing the subject. Aren't you gifted with ice abilities? Could you freeze this thing for me real quick? It's about to die, and I don't want it to affect the taste. The giant beast let out a faint whimper, its eyes reflecting a sense of relief as it gazed pleadingly at Zhang Qingyi. Her chest heaved as she took a deep breath. I'm doing this to end its suffering, not to help you, she said, summoning a wave of cold air that enveloped the flame-patterned tiger, freezing it solid and extinguishing its last breath. He'll share some with you later, Yiqing said earnestly. Tiger meat improves blood circulation. It might help with the swelling on your face. Zhang Qingyi's face darkened as she spun on her heel and walked away without another word. News spread quickly throughout the training camp. Yiqing had not only returned, but had also slain a Tier 4 beast. Wu Rue rushed over, marveling. Yiqing, did you stumble upon some incredible opportunity, like finding a legendary manual from a master at the bottom of a cliff? Nothing like that. It's just the result of hard work, Yiqing replied calmly. The instructors, noticing the qi energy emanating from Yiqing's hands, exchanged complicated looks. Most of them were only at Tier 4 themselves, meaning Yiqing was now on equal footing with them. At that moment, a thunderous boom echoed from the city. The cloud-devouring vine collapsed under the combined assault of 5 Tier 6 experts, its countless tendrils crashing lifelessly to the ground. Shortly after, a figure, wrapped in a whirlwind of energy, sprinted toward the camp. From afar, an excited shout rang out. Where's Yiqing? Where's that kid? Ha, I finally got you now. What? Have you fallen behind in strength? Don't worry. This instructor will make sure you catch up. The fierce wind howled through the camp as a powerful figure descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and sending a cloud of dust billowing outward. In the sunlight, the broken blade in Qi Heng's hand gleamed with a chilling light. He scanned the surroundings with excitement, his gaze finally locking onto Yiqing. In the next moment, his expression froze. The excitement on his face stiffened into an awkward grin. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as though worried that the hallucinogenic mist of the clouds swallowing vine had tricked his vision. What the hell? His roar shook the camp, making the tents flap violently. Qi Heng stormed toward Yiqing in just a few strides, his eyes scanning him up and down with such intensity that it made Yiqing feel uneasy. Wait, are you 4th tier now? Qi Heng's voice was laced with disbelief. 4th tier, Yiqing replied calmly with a nod. Qi Heng glanced around at the training camp's most gifted recruits. Even with his grueling training regimen and a steady supply of martial resources, they had only managed to reach the 3rd tier. And yet this kid, after wandering the wastelands for a short while, had somehow ascended to the 4th tier? In less than a month, he had jumped from the 2nd tier to the 4th? This made the training camp seem like a joke, and Qi Heng himself, the head instructor, might as well audition for a clown act. Son of added some deity bless you, or something? Qi Heng muttered, falling into a long silence. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. Let me see what you're made of. Before the words fully left his mouth, he launched a straight punch. There was no elaborate technique, just a simple punch, yet it carried the overwhelming force of a collapsing mountain. Yiqing felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only that unstoppable fist locked onto him, inescapable. Sixth tier. Yiqing's heart jolted, but instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. A brilliant golden light flared in his eyes, his muscles swelled, and a faint golden aura enveloped his entire body. The golden aura, the heavenly dragon thunder body, the blood elephant overlord strength, and the 8 extremes fistall, his power-enhancing abilities erupted in unison. Without hesitation, he charged forward and met Qi Heng's attack with a full-force punch of his own. Boom! The two fists collided, and the compressed energy exploded into a visible shockwave. The violent gusts swept through the camp, sending people staggering and some even tumbling to the ground. Yiqing was forced back a step, his fist reddened and oozing blood. Pain shot through him as fine cracks appeared in his bones. Too strong. Qi Heng was like an immovable mountain, and the recoil from just one punch had left him injured. Again, ignoring the pain, Yiqing stepped forward with unyielding determination and unleashed a flurry of punches. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous impacts echoed repeatedly, and the rippling shockwaves forced everyone to retreat further. Whoa, that's insane. This kid's gone mad, taking on the boss head-to-head and even going on the offensive. Look at that power. We're both 4th tier, but I doubt we could handle it. Not doubt there's no way we could. To have this kind of strength right after breaking into the 4th tier? Yiqing, he's incredible. The instructors and recruits watched Yiqing's relentless barrage in awe, their hearts shaken to the core. The commotion roused Yu Zian from his unconscious state. He stared blankly at the scene, muttered to himself after a moment of silence. Am I in the underworld? Maybe I should just pass out again. With that, he tilted his head and fainted once more. Enough! Qi Heng bellowed, stepping back several paces and bringing the match to an abrupt halt. All right, if this keeps going, the severely injured will end up being shaken to death. Qi Heng clasped his right hand behind his back, his fingertips trembling slightly. He stared at Yiqing, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. A sharp sting came from the back of his hand, where a small but distinct crack had formed a discovery that sent shockwaves through his heart. As a 6th-tier warrior, he had actually been injured by Yiqing, a mere 4th-tier fighter. Even though he had just fought a fierce battle with a 7th-tier giant beast, exhausting much of his energy, and even though he hadn't used his qi, the fact still left him deeply shaken. After all, he was 2 entire tiers above Yiqing, just 1 step away from becoming a grandmaster. Yiqing, you're impressive. Very strong. Qi Heng exhaled a heavy breath, his tone solemn. Your punches are fierce, relentless, and fearless of the gap in strength. That's the mindset a true warrior should have. Not strong enough. Yiqing shook his head. The wound on his hand was visibly healing, the fractured bone mending in an instant. Not strong enough. What do you want? To kill me right here? Qi Heng couldn't help but curse. Then, turning to the surrounding trainees, he barked, Get lost. All of you. What the hell are you staring at? You won't get this strong just by watching. Go reflect on yourselves after using up so many resources. You still get beaten senseless by a 4th-tier giant beast. The crowd snapped out of their daze and rushed to tend to the injured. All right, you, come with me. Qi Heng gestured to Yiqing. The two entered the largest tent. With a few taps on the screen, a faint blue light shield enveloped the entire space, military-grade jammer capable of blocking even the prying eyes of 7th-tier grandmasters. Do you have a teacher? Qi Heng turned to face Yiqing directly, locking eyes with him. A martial grandmaster? Or perhaps, a great grandmaster? Yiqing hesitated briefly. His current performance was indeed hard to explain as mere raw talent. Yes, many of my techniques were taught by them. In a sense, this wasn't a lie. The wilderness itself was his teacher, and the giant beasts were the benefactors who had bestowed their wisdom upon him. I see. Qi Heng let out a long sigh, suddenly finding his earlier thoughts laughable. Always thinking about giving Yiqing special training and helping him improvise was entirely unnecessary. With a grandmaster, or perhaps even an 8th-tier mentor guiding him, what could a mere 6th-tier warrior like Qi Heng possibly offer? Having figured this out, Qi Heng felt much more at ease. Yiqing hadn't joined the training camp because he had better options. After all, who would give up personal guidance from a grandmaster to compete for resources in a training camp? In that case, there's nothing more I can teach you. Qi Heng pulled a deep green card from a drawer and handed it to Yiqing. 10 million. It's a reward for outstanding trainees. Don't think it's too little. As for the 7th-tier beast's essence blood, I'll have the military district send it over in a couple of days. Just wait for it. With Yiqing's current strength, even if the training camp continued for another 2 months, the others wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He might as well hand out the rewards early. All right, let's talk about what's next. Qi Heng's expression turned serious. The martial arts examination is coming up soon. Once the training camp ends, with your performance, the top martial arts universities are bound to give you special admission offers. What are your plans? Qi Heng's reminder suddenly brought Yiqing back to the matter of the martial examination. He recalled how he had initially regarded the exam as a pivotal step to change his fate. But now, with his rapid progress and strength, the exam seemed almost trivial. With his current abilities, top-tier martial universities across the country would undoubtedly compete to recruit him. Was there even a need to take the exam anymore? A faint smirk played on Yiqing's lips. Those so-called elite academies were nothing more than places where people wasted their lives. Early classes, cafeteria rushes, joining clubs, dating, these mundane routines were far removed from his ambitions. Theoretical courses, sparring tournaments, assessments, none of it mattered to him. How could they compare to the invaluable experience gained in life-or-death battles? How could they rival the tempering of blood and fire on the battlefield? And how could they ever equate to the pressure of walking on the edge between life and death? A warrior's true destiny lies on the battlefield, Yiqing silently affirmed to himself. Seeing Yiqing lost in thought, Qi Heng spoke again. When choosing a martial university, you can't just look at the quality of the faculty. Sometimes, the top-tier universities aren't the best fit for everyone. Take the 4 sacred martial universities in the capital, for example. They gather the most talented individuals from across the nation, but the competition is incredibly fierce. Either you're a genius with an innate gift, or you come from a family of grandmasters. No matter how abundant the school's resources are, there's barely enough to go around. You're implying something, aren't you? Yiqing asked, catching the underlying meaning in Qi Heng's words. After a moment of consideration, Qi Heng replied, I'm merely offering a suggestion. Zhang Military Academy. It's the best military martial university in the Southern War Zone. While it might not match the top-tier schools, the gap isn't significant. What's most important is that at Zhang, you can apply to join the front lines as early as your second year. Regular martial universities, on the other hand, require students to wait until their third year. This detail caught Yiqing by surprise. He understood the rationale behind such a rule. Most people only began systematically improving their strength after entering a martial university. Sending them to the front lines too early would be akin to sending them to their deaths. The fact that Zhang allowed second-year students to apply was indeed an advantage. Are you a graduate of Zhang Military Academy? Yiqing asked. Qi Heng chuckled and nodded. Sort of. In the Southern War Zone, anyone who reaches the 6th rank is automatically listed as a guest instructor at Zhang. Occasionally, we go back to teach a few classes. I see. Yiqing murmured thoughtfully. Qi Heng continued. Choosing a martial university is a major decision. I'm just offering a suggestion. In a few days, recruiters from the top universities will arrive. You can take your time to think it over. There's no need, Yiqing declared decisively. I've already decided. Zhang Military Academy it is. Qi Heng was initially surprised, but quickly grew concerned. Are you sure? You realize that in terms of raw strength, we're still not on par with the top-tier universities. But, Yiqing interrupted. I have one condition. I want to apply to the front lines immediately. Qi Heng's expression twitched, as memories of Yiqing's initial days at the camp resurfaced. This kid wasn't planning to bypass the standard procedures again, was he? Zhang would undoubtedly prioritize nurturing such a rare talent. If he went to the battlefield too early and something happened to him, the higher-ups would be heartbroken. But opportunities like this didn't come often. Recruiting a prodigy of Yiqing's caliber was a rare chance for Zhang. After a brief, 3-second deliberation, Qi Heng gritted his teeth. Fine, leave it to me. Not long after, Yiqing arrived at his newly assigned tent. No one questioned the arrangement, not even the instructors. It seemed only natural. After all, absolute strength was the foundation of all privileges. Plates of tiger meat, emanating a mouth-watering aroma, were delivered to his tent. The meticulously prepared flame-patterned tiger meat was a welcome change from the raw food he'd been consuming for an entire month. Starving, Yiqing immediately began devouring the feast. You consumed a piece of flame-patterned tiger meat. Blood energy 12, extraction progress 2. You consumed a piece of flame-patterned tiger meat. Blood energy 13, extraction progress 2. The notifications flashed continuously, and Yiqing's eating speed only increased. Before long, the first batch of tiger meat was gone, and the camp chefs were scrambling to keep up. This kid eats like a monster. A portion meant for dozens of people, gone in no time. One of the chefs exclaimed, waving his spatula, his competitive spirit ignited. As the tiger meat vanished into Yiqing's stomach, the extraction progress finally reached its peak. Flame-patterned tiger extraction progress complete. Begin extraction and fusion? Proceed, Yiqing commanded. A surge of scorching energy erupted within him, fiery patterns spreading across his body as his clothes disintegrated into ash. But to Yiqing, the pain was negligible. With his Shrank heavenly synchronization and hyper-acceleration abilities, his recovery speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Soon, the fusion was complete. New talent information surfaced in his mind. Yiqing opened his eyes, his heartbeat resonating like a thunderous drum. His heart now resembled a blazing furnace, pumping searing energy through his veins with each beat. This newly acquired for-element-enhanced talent significantly boosted his physical attribute strength, defense, and speed, all amplified by the flow of molten energy. The faster his molten heart pulsed, the greater the enhancement to his body. Satisfied with this new talent, Yiqing reflected on his abilities. Among the dozen or so talents listed on his panel, 3 were related to physical strength. The strength Celestial Dragon Jade Thunder Physique, and 2 rank talents Molten Heart and Blood Elephant Overlord Strength. These 3 are all body enhancement talents. Could they be fused into one? Yiqing pondered deeply. Yiqing had always been cautious about talent fusion. Firstly, his limited variety of talents made him hesitant, and secondly, his lack of experience deterred him from recklessly experimenting with his Tianlong Jade Thunder Physique. If something went wrong and resulted in a bizarre, uncontrollable talent, the loss would be irreparable. But now, the situation had changed. With over a dozen new talents at his disposal, including in Strength, Heaven, and Earth Resonance, coupled with the extensive fusion experience he had accumulated recently, he felt an urge to push forward. His instincts told him that Blood Elephant Overlord Strength and Heart of Molten Lava could serve as excellent amplifiers for his Tianlong Jade Thunder Physique, potentially elevating it to a whole new level. At the moment, he was in a makeshift camp on the outskirts of the wilderness, an unsuitable environment for such an experiment. Just as Yiqing was considering relocating to a better place, Qiheng's notification appeared on everyone's communicator. The cloud-devouring vine had been dealt with, and all members were to return to the training base immediately. Let's wait until we're back at the base, Yiqing thought, nodding to himself. The base had dedicated training rooms, where he could experiment without fear of being discovered if things got out of hand. Suppressing his anticipation, he joined the team in packing up the camp. By now, the severely injured team members were in stable condition. Xia Linger, mentally traumatized, would need a day or 2 to regain consciousness. Yu Zian, though physically injured, kept drifting in and out of consciousness, which the medics attributed to psychological shock. They believed he would recover once he accepted reality. Thanks to the team's efficiency, the camp was quickly dismantled, and the group began their journey back. By early the next morning, they finally arrived at the training base. For most, it was a long-awaited return, but for Yiqing, it was his first visit. Under the guidance of an instructor, he was led to a training room exclusively for instructors. "You can let loose in here," the instructor said with a smile. "The walls are made of high-strength alloy. Even a level 6 beast couldn't break through them." With that, the instructor left. Finally, it was time to begin. Yiqing took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the floor. He began organizing his thoughts. Blood Elephant Overlord Strength, developed from the fusion of nearly 20 different talents across various levels, could triple his strength, a formidable power. If he could integrate dozens of talents into the Tianlong Jade Thunder Physique, who knew what kind of extraordinary ability might emerge? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, prompts began to appear. Just as Yiqing was about to select the 3 talents he had originally planned to use, his attention was suddenly drawn to a rank talent Super Accelerated Activation. This talent, which enhanced cellular activity and accelerated healing, seemed to align with his physique-related abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Yiqing made his decision. He took a deep breath and began the fusion process. In an instant, his body trembled violently. Threads of golden light emerged, intertwining with fiery red patterns that spread across his skin. A savage tearing sensation engulfed him, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Every muscle, bone, blood vessel, and meridian felt as if it were being forcibly ripped apart. His heartbeat raced wildly, and his surging blood and energy roared through his body. His muscles began to bulge and twist, as though serpentine dragons were writhing beneath his skin. Both his vitality and mental energy were rapidly consumed, fueling the fusion process. Yiqing had come prepared. Before entering the cultivation chamber, he brought all the flame-patterned violent tiger meat with him. He eagerly pounced on the pile of frost-covered tiger meat, grabbing a large piece and stuffing it into his mouth. As the immense energy and vitality surged into his body, the previously unstable fusion process began to stabilize. Subtle changes began to occur. Yiqing's body started to grow taller, quickly surpassing the 2-meter mark, far beyond the height of an average person. His legs swelled to the thickness of a woman's waist, and the muscles on his back bulged and twisted like towering mountains, casting a massive shadow. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed from his mouth as the tiger's iron-hard bones were effortlessly crushed, transforming into pure energy and flowing into his body. Time passed, and the entire flame-patterned violent tiger, its flesh, blood, and bones was completely devoured, leaving not a single intact bone behind. Extraction successful. Vast streams of information flooded into his mind, and the effects of his new talent became vividly clear. Yiqing excitedly threw a punch, and the cultivation chamber reverberated with the dull roar of a sonic boom. What incredible raw power! After fully understanding the capabilities of the Dragon Flame Overlord Physique, Yiqing's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. This talent not only integrated the strengths of various power-based physiques, but also gave rise to numerous new abilities. The original power of the jade thunder of the heavenly dragon combined perfectly with the intense heat of molten lava, forming a brand new force referred to by the system as dragon flame. The dragon flame overlord physique was divided into several stages. In the first stage, he could unleash the heart of dragon flame, which directly amplified his strength by 4 times an ability derived from the characteristic of the heart of lava that Yiqing had already mastered. The second stage's abilities were even more astonishing, causing Yiqing's heart to race with excitement. Built upon the foundation of ultra-speed regeneration, this ability was described by the system as capable of not only enhancing all aspects of his physical attributes, but also achieving limb regeneration and a state of immortality. To put this into perspective, even Grandmasters and 8th-tier Supreme Masters couldn't regenerate lost limbs. They could only reattach severed parts, and then endure a long process of refining their vitality to restore functionality. Incorporating ultra-speed regeneration into the fusion sequence was absolutely the right decision. Yiqing could hardly contain his excitement. This new Strength Dragon Flame Overlord physique was undoubtedly his most powerful talent to date. Combined with the terrifying recovery ability brought by the Shrank Heaven and Earth Resonance, his combat prowess had reached an utterly fearsome level. High attack power, insane staminates like starting a game with a fully geared berserker. Yiqing couldn't help but laugh aloud. A moment later, he retrieved a set of clothes from a corner box and changed into them, preparing to open the door of the cultivation chamber. Although the immense consumption had left him feeling slightly hungry, just as he was about to head to the cafeteria, a message from Qi arrived. The refined blood is ready. We can begin your body tempering anytime. Yiqing immediately changed his plans, abandoning his idea of heading to the cafeteria. How could ordinary beast meat compare to the essence blood of a 7th-tier behemoth? More importantly, a 7th-tier behemoth meant the potential for a new strength talent. Passing through several alloy doors, Yiqing arrived at the 5th underground level of the base. Qi was already waiting there, with 3 massive cylindrical sealed containers standing conspicuously behind him. The level 7 behemoth, Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly, Qi said, patting one of the large containers beside him, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. Kid, you've got some serious luck. This isn't a local mutated creaturite came directly through a rift. If it hadn't been killed early, it might have grown into a level 8. He briefly explained the difference between the behemoths. In the first year of martial arts, the rifts that suddenly appeared across the globe unleashed these behemoths, which were overwhelmingly powerful and destroyed countless cities. In comparison, the local mutated creatures are significantly weaker. Let's begin, Yiqing said curtly. A staff member then led Yiqing to a device resembling a therapeutic chamber. Hold your breath, stay still, and the machine will automatically help you absorb the blood essence, the staff member instructed. Yiqing nodded and stepped into the chamber. As the door slowly closed with a low hum, a beep sounded, and a strange metallic scent filled the air. Pale blue blood essence flowed into the chamber, its intense energy rippling outward and coalescing into the faint image of an otherworldly butterfly gracefully fluttering in the air. Yiqing's entire body surged with energy, every cell in his body screaming with hunger to absorb the power. The high-tech equipment in the chamber activated, designed to assist in refining his physical body. But to Yiqing, this was completely unnecessary. He opened his mouth and inhaled sharply, drawing in a massive amount of blood essence in an instant, converting it rapidly into pure energy. System notifications flashed continuously. You have consumed Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Blood Essence, Blood Energy 32, Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Blood Essence, Blood Energy 36, Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Blood Essence, Blood Energy 35, Extraction Progress 1. The accumulated blood essence in the chamber visibly diminished as Yiqing's blood energy surged dramatically. The blood essence vaporization equipment spun uselessly, emitting faint, confused noises as if searching for the missing essence. Sensing the low blood essence levels in the chamber, the supply system accelerated its flow. With a gushing sound, more blood essence poured in. Yiqing, unrestrained, began consuming it voraciously. The surging energy roared through his body, and the heavenly dragon jade thunder infused each cell with fiery power. The dragon flame overlord physique activated, refining his muscles and bones. Impurities faded from his pristine white bones, their density increasing as they began to emit a faint golden glow. The dragon flame immortal golden body was forming. Outside the chamber, Qi lit a specially enhanced cigarette, intending to enjoy it, but was interrupted by an urgent voice from the technician. Boss, come take a look. What's going on? Qi walked over briskly. The instruments show that the blood essence level in the chamber remains critically low, and the vaporization system can't operate at full capacity. The technician explained, pointing at the readings. The supply channels are fine, which means absorbing it too fast, far exceeding the supply rate. Qi Hung raised an eyebrow but quickly dismissed his surprise. He's already a fourth-tier martial artist with a powerful physique. It's normal for him to absorb quickly. He gestured at the remaining large containers and said casually, "There's plenty in reserve. Even if he overdoes it, he won't run out. Increase the supply rate, don't let it hinder his body refinement." Since Yiqing joined the Xinqing military division, Qi Heng's attitude toward him had completely changed, treating him as one of his own. Soon, another supply pipe was connected to one of the other large containers, sending a torrent of blood essence into the vaporization chamber. The chief instructor really is a generous man, Yiqing thought with delight as the blood essence supply increased dramatically. Refining the dragon flame immortal golden body required an enormous amount of energy, and the level 7 behemoth's blood essence was perfect. The blood essence entered his body, transforming into a surging river of energy that coursed through him. His flesh split and regenerated. His bones grew stronger and denser, and golden light spread along their surface. The plasma within his blood vessels thickened, glinting with a metallic sheen as it flowed. The technician, watching in astonishment, realized that even at maximum supply speed, the system couldn't keep up with the consumption. "Is this really human absorption speed?" he muttered, momentarily imagining a ravenous behemoth inside the chamber. "Boss, one of the reserve tanks is empty. Should we keep going?" "Empty." Qi Heng's hand trembled, almost dropping ash onto himself. A single tank of blood essence was enough for 5 fourth-tier martial artists to refine their entire bodies, and Yiqing had drained it alone. "Are you some kind of glutton reincarnated?" he muttered. A single tank of level 7 behemoth blood essence was worth an astronomical sum, and Yiqing had already consumed a fortune. But since the military district was footing the bill, Qi Hung shrugged it off. "Keep it coming, let's see how much he can take." Meanwhile, the system notifications continued. "You have consumed Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Blood Essence, Blood Energy 52, Extraction Progress 2. You have consumed Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Blood Essence, Blood Energy 36, Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Blood Essence, Blood Energy 40, Extraction Progress 1.5. Golden light began to radiate from Yiqing's skin, and the extraction progress climbed rapidly, 70, 80, 90. When the second reserve tank was finally drained, the long-awaited notification appeared. Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly Extraction Progress complete. Begin extraction. Yiqing began the fusion without hesitation. Having endured countless trials of excruciating pain, his tolerance had long surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Yet this time, the sensation was different. It struck not his body, but his very spirit. A sudden flash of silver light ignited in his eyes, and an overwhelming dizziness swept through his entire being. Drawing upon his vast experience, Yiqing immediately realized that the Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's innate ability was intricately linked to mental power. Invisible waves surged like a tide, triggering a mental storm in his mind. Since entering the system's second stage, Yiqing had been able to enhance his mental power by devouring soul fragments. His mental strength had now surpassed a level of 500, reaching the standard of a Tier 3 mentalist. Amid this mental storm, specks of silver light began to compress and refine. The violent, bloodthirsty energy from the soul fragments of giant beasts was purified one by one, leaving his mental power increasingly pure. Moments later, the system notification sounded. Extraction successful. Acquired strength talent heart source nirvana transformation. A vast influx of memory data flooded Yiqing's consciousness. This was indeed in strength talent related to mental power, and its effects far exceeded his expectations. Heart source nirvana transformation not only continuously enhanced the purity of mental power, but also elevated its quality with each nirvana, imbuing it with new properties. Most astonishingly, when mental power reached the pinnacle of nirvana, even if his physical body were destroyed, his consciousness could temporarily exist in a new life form. Yiqing opened his eyes, where golden lightning intertwined with mysterious silver light, radiating an enigmatic brilliance. With the first nirvana just beginning, he could already feel a significant improvement in the purity of his mental power. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately consumed a portion of essence blood. The same level of mental power now carried several times the destructive force. Recalling his previous usage of mental power in battle, Yiqing felt a surge of confidence. With heart source nirvana transformation, he was certain he could instantly annihilate even a Tier 4 beast. Turning his focus to the dragon flame immortal golden body within him, Yiqing noticed that 70% of his bones now emitted a faint golden glow. He was close to completing the first stage. Taking a deep breath, he began absorbing essence blood, and a torrent of vitality surged into his body like a flowing river. The system issued successive notifications. You have consumed a portion of Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's essence blood, vitality 38. You have consumed a portion of Phantom Crystal Spirit Butterfly's essence blood, vitality 32. As the vitality continued to flood in, The faint golden glow spread to the remaining bones. The third reserve jar of essence blood was quickly depleted, and 3 minutes later, all the essence blood had been fully absorbed. Suddenly, a booming sound erupted from within the vaporization chamber. Brilliant golden light burst through his flesh, and Yiqing's entire body resonated with the ringing of bones and the trembling of meridians. Every bone radiated dazzling light, and vitality surged forth like a volcanic eruption. In that moment, his body underwent a qualitative transformation from skin to meridians, from flesh to bone. Every part of him erupted with the blazing power of dragon flame. Thunder, fire, and energy merged in perfect harmony, pushing the destructive force of his golden energy to unprecedented heights. As the final drop of the Grade 7 beast's essence blood was absorbed, a surge of overwhelming energy coursed through Yiqing's body. The first stage of the dragon flame immortal body had finally been successfully forged. Outside the mist chamber, Qi stared at the third nearly depleted reserve tank, his brows furrowed tightly. 15 portions of Grade 4 warrior level Grade 7 essence blood, all drained just like that? He rubbed his temples, his heart aching with regret. He had originally planned to distribute some to promising candidates like Zhang Qingyi, but now, the remaining amount wouldn't even fill a shot glass. Sir, there's still a little left. Grade 7 beast essence blood is rare and precious. It's normal for it to be in short supply. An officer beside him offered in a low voice, attempting to console him. Then you handle the distribution. I can't bear to face that embarrassment, Qi said with a wave of his hand before redirecting his gaze back to the mist chamber. With the sound of mechanical operations, the chamber door slowly opened. A tall figure emerged from the fog. Yiqing's transformation was astonishing. Even though he wasn't in peak condition, his height had surpassed 185 centimeters, and his muscular physique, with its sharply defined lines, resembled that of a top-tier bodybuilder. Kid, you've got quite the appetite. You just absorbed essence blood worth billions all by yourself, Qi remarked as he approached. That expensive? Yiqing asked, slightly surprised. What did you think? Phantom crystal butterflies are far harder to deal with than cloud-swallowing vines, Qi explained. The results are certainly worth it, Yiqing replied with a faint smile. This harvest was no less rewarding than the expedition against the cloud-swallowing vine. The first stage of the dragon flame immortal body, combined with the dragon elephant force, had multiplied his combat power sixfold. Not only had his strength skyrocketed, but his defense, speed, and reflexes had also improved across the board. Meanwhile, his newly acquired Scrade mental ability, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, was undergoing its first metamorphosis. Once complete, the purity of his mental power would reach a new level. With a single thought, Yiqing summoned his attribute panel. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 7,130.2. Mental power: 756.8. Techniques: Cloud-splitting palm Grade 6, 8 extremes fist Grade 6. Extraction progress: none. His vitality had surged past 7,000, and the fifth limit was now within reach. While his mental power had not increased significantly, its quality far surpassed its previous state. The same intensity of spiritual shock from a spirit fox's evil eye now consumed only 1/5 of the mental energy it used to. This meant he could unleash over 70 consecutive spiritual shocks, enough to render low-grade beasts into mindless husks. With the regenerative boost from the Heaven and Earth Synchronicity ability, his mental power could recover almost instantaneously. If he absorbed soul fragments during battle, his sustained output would be even more astonishing. With his physical body, mental prowess, and vitality all boasting Scrade talents, Yiqing had achieved a perfect balance of essence, energy, and spirit. A sharp glint flashed through his eye. She had found the ultimate, most perfect path for evolution. After securing the top prize, Yiqing's journey in the Genius training camp came to a satisfying conclusion. Inside the camp, other trainees continued to battle fiercely for the remaining rankings, but faced with Yiqing's overwhelming strength, even Yu Zian and the others had to admit that surpassing him was an unattainable dream. Zhang Qingyi, after obtaining the essence of the cloud-swallowing vine, immediately went into seclusion to focus on enhancing her innate abilities, leaving her no time to compete with Yiqing. Although Yiqing had completed his objectives ahead of schedule, he chose to remain at the camp. Each day, he ventured out alone to hunt giant beasts, steadily improving both his vitality and mental strength through real combat. His mental power began its first metamorphosis, with a faint silver silhouette gradually taking shape in his mind. Meanwhile, he continued his diligent practice of the second stage of the dragon flame immortal body, making steady progress. The closing day of the camp arrived quickly, and the final competition was exceptionally fierce. Fresh out of seclusion, Zhang Qingyi demonstrated remarkable progress, crushing her opponents to take second place. Xia Linger, after an unexpected breakthrough in her mental power during a comb-induced opportunity, secured third place. Yu Zian and Xiao Xiyun, after a grueling battle, ended in a draw, sharing the fourth spot. Wu Rue, another advanced student from Linen, performed admirably and finished in the middle ranks. As the armored vehicle carried everyone back along the same route, the outline of Xinjiang city gradually came into view. This city, rebuilt from ruins, resembled more of a colossal war fortress than a typical urban area. Towering walls made of high-strength alloys surrounded the city, their imposing presence unyielding. On the walls, massive caliber cannons were perpetually aimed at the distance, occasionally erupting with deafening roars that sent brilliant flashes of light, obliterating distant giant beasts into fragments. Within the city, there were no bustling commercial streets or recreational parks. Instead, the view was dominated by an endless expanse of industrial facilities, metallurgical plants, chemical bases, infantry vehicle maintenance centers, and heavy weapon repair factories. Every structure served a singular purpose to arm this frontline city to the teeth. At 6 in the morning, Yiqing woke up on time. Though not yet 50, years of hard work had left him with prematurely graying hair and a perpetually worn-out appearance. Thinking about his son's upcoming martial arts exam, he decided to take leave from work and return home. He couldn't afford to miss this critical moment in his son's life. By 6:30, Yiqing was among the crowd squeezing into the station, preparing to head to the engineering machinery maintenance base 20 kilometers away. The distant sounds of cannon fire and the roars of giant beasts had long become the city's background noise, eliciting no surprise from anyone. Suddenly, the roar of an engine grew louder. A brand new military off-road vehicle pulled up in front of the station, and several martial officers, each bearing the insignia of a major, stepped out. The sight immediately drew the attention of passers-by. After all, even in this city filled with martial practitioners, it was rare to see multiple officers of major rank appear together. Speculations began to ripple through the crowd. Were they here to apprehend a dissension sect spy? If a fight broke out, ordinary people like them could easily fall victim to collateral damage. Yiqing's heart raced. Those officers seemed to be looking in his direction. He instinctively dismissed the thought, until they approached him directly. Yiqing from Linen advanced. Hi, Shuli's he your son? One of the officers asked. Yiqing froze, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Military martial practitioners had come specifically for his son? His thoughts immediately turned to the worst-case scenario. Had Yiqing been influenced by the dissension sect and caused trouble in Linen? Yes, I'm Yiqing's father. What would happen to him? Yiqing asked anxiously. After confirming his identity, the officers saluted him and presented their credentials. Your family's debt has been resolved with the help of the military district. Your annual leave from the maintenance base has also been approved. We're here to escort you back to Linen. What? Yiqing was stunned. Hundreds of thousands of debt cleared, just like that? And the military district intervened? What on earth was going on? Amid the envious gazes of bystanders, Yiqing dazedly got into the vehicle. One of the officers smiled and explained, your son is extraordinary. He claimed first place in the East Lin Province Genius Training Camp. Our commander specifically instructed us to assist your family with some matters. The news hit Yiqing like a thunderbolt. He had always known his son was exceptional and took pride in Yiqing's academic achievements. But the notion that Yiqing was a super genius was beyond what he could comprehend. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the armored vehicle echoed with his ecstatic shouts. Meanwhile, admissions offices of top martial universities across the country were busy reviewing reports from training camps nationwide. Each province hosted these camps before the martial arts exams, both to improve local performance and to scout outstanding talent. When the report from East Lin Province was flagged for special attention, admissions officers sprang into action, racing to the train station with a shared destination Linen City in East Lin Province. In the top-floor office of the Linen Martial Arts Association building, an excited exclamation shattered the usual calm. First place. He actually got first place. Zhang Qingyi, the president of the association, was so thrilled that his hand trembled, causing the teacup he was holding to shatter on the floor. The scattered fragments went unnoticed as a smile spread across his typically stern face, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Liang Su, the director of the Education Bureau, was equally exhilarated. He paced back and forth across the office, his steps light as though walking on clouds. I knew that kid was talented, but I didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. He's outshone all the geniuses in Donglin Province, even those from the prestigious families. As the two basked in their elation, a staff member hurried in. President, there are already quite a few representatives from top martial arts universities downstairs. They're all asking to meet you. Such efficiency. Zhang Qingyi marveled. Invite them up. Honestly, if it weren't for Yiqing, would those universities even bother coming all the way to Linen? This is truly a case of one person's success benefiting everyone around them. A glint of anticipation flashed in Liang Xi's eyes. With Yiqing's performance in the training camp, I wouldn't be surprised if he sets another record during the martial arts exam in a few days. The two exchanged a look, their shared expectations clearly reflected in each other's eyes. Moments later, more than a dozen representatives from the admissions offices of top martial arts universities filed into the room. Zhang Muji straightened his posture and greeted them warmly with a wide smile. Welcome, everyone. Apologies for not greeting you sooner. Meanwhile, Liang Ce's gaze swept over the emblems on their chests: Kyoto Martial University, Magic Capital Martial University, Qing Martial University. Nearly all the top-tier institutions had sent their representatives. The admissions officers, clearly familiar with one another, quickly launched into animated discussions. Teacher Jiang, we're all old acquaintances here. What kind of training program is Kyoto Martial University offering? Someone asked. Jiang Chao, from Kyoto Martial University's admissions office, smiled confidently. Given Yiqing's performance, it would, of course, be our highest level program. To be honest, if he chooses Kyoto Martial University, we'll arrange for a 7th-rank grandmaster to mentor him personally. A 7th-rank grandmaster? We have those as well. The representative from Magic Capital Martial University countered, unwilling to be outdone. But think about it, we be a small fish in a big pond. Sure, you have resources, but the competition is fierce. The resources Yiqing would actually get might not surpass what we can offer. Exactly. The best choice isn't always the most prestigious one. Judging by Yiqing's combat style, our school might actually be a better fit for him. As the debate grew increasingly heated, a man in a deep green military uniform entered the office. The 2 silver bars and 3 stars on his shoulder indicated his identity as a 6th-rank martial artist, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Is that someone from the military academy? He looks familiar, probably Shen Lin from Jinqing Military Academy. I heard he recently helped take down a 7th-rank giant plant. Quite impressive. The military academy is joining the fray too? Jinqing Military Academy is ranked outside the top 10. There's no way Yiqing would choose them. The representatives from the top martial universities shook their heads. While they could understand the military academy's eagerness to recruit talent, their efforts seemed futile. After all, the choice was obvious. Between a top 3 national institution and a school ranked in the teens, who wouldn't know which to pick? The gap is too wide, and the teaching quality is worlds apart. In the office, several admissions officers were chatting enthusiastically. They admitted that Jinqing Military Academy did have some strong individuals, but most of them were only nominal instructors, spending most of their time on the front lines. They occasionally returned to campus to offer a few words of guidance, providing minimal practical help to the students. In contrast, their own school was filled with 7th-rank masters, even at the dean level, who could personally guide students throughout their training. At that moment, Shen Lin pushed the door open and entered, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Old Shun, what brings you here? Zhang Muji was momentarily surprised to see his old comrade. As a veteran who had retired from the military, he had fought alongside Qi Heng and Shen Lin in the past. I'm here to deliver an admission letter to Yiqing, Shen Lin replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the admissions officers in the room. An admission letter? What kind of admission letter? Zhang Muji asked curiously. Of course, an acceptance letter, Shen Lin said, turning towards the other admissions officers. Apologies, everyone, but this time, Jinqing Military Academy got ahead of you. Yiqing has already chosen our school. With that, he pulled a letter from his briefcase. It clearly displayed Yiqing's name, photo, and student ID. The office fell into a stunned silence before erupting in shock. What? Just like that? Impossible. Why would he choose Jinqing Military Academy? Did you resort to some underhanded tactics? The admissions officers crowded around, scrutinizing the letter for any signs of forgery, but they couldn't find a single flaw. What frustrated them even more was that Yiqing hadn't even met them before deciding to enroll in a school ranked far below theirs. Has Yiqing lost his mind? Making such an important decision about his martial arts education so recklessly? This kid must have been manipulated. Otherwise, how could he make such an irrational choice? The once confident admissions officers could only shake their heads in disappointment. In recent years, every renowned martial arts master had come from a top-ranked academy. For a talented martial artist, the strength of the school directly determined their potential achievements. To them, Yiqing's decision to choose Jinqing Military Academy was nothing short of squandering his talent. But it was too late to change anything. The acceptance letter had already been filed with the Education Bureau, making the decision final. One by one, the admissions officers left, leaving Zhang Muji's office in silence once more. Old Shen, what's going on? Did you use some special method? Why would Yiqing choose Jinqing Military Academy? Zhang Muji couldn't wait to ask. Of course not, Shen Lin replied, patting his briefcase with a complicated expression. Inside the bag was something else, something crucial, a pass jointly issued by the school's leadership and the military command. It was a direct pass to the front lines. The armored vehicle slowly came to a stop in the center of Linen City. The moment Yiqing stepped out, he was stunned by the scene before him. Dozens of colorful flags fluttered in the wind, and banners with slogans were held high amidst the cheering crowd. Standing at the forefront was Principal Lu Zhun of Linen High School, his face beaming with pride. It was no surprise his school had claimed both the first and second places in the training camp. Ever since the news broke, Lu Zhun had been walking with a noticeable spring in his step, especially when running into Lu Yun, the principal of the rival experimental high school. Lu Yun's face would twist with frustration, but there was nothing he could do. His school's top student had only managed to place in the middle ranks of the camp, a far cry from the top two. Yiqing wasn't a fan of such lively celebrations, but when his eyes caught sight of his father, Yiqing Feng, in the crowd, his heart warmed. His father, a middle-aged man who had single-handedly supported their family, volunteered to transfer to a dangerous frontline city to pay off debts, and never once complained about the hardship. Now, his eyes were red as he gazed at his son. "You've made it, son. Even your old man gets to bask in your glory." Yiqing Feng's voice trembled slightly. "It's all in the genes, Dad," Yiqing replied with a grin. "Who knows? Maybe one day, you'll awaken a talent too and surprise us all." "Cheeky brat." Yiqing Feng shook his head with a wry smile. "At my age, awakening a talent? I know my own body better than anyone." Years of overwork had taken their toll, leaving him with chronic health issues and a body that was steadily deteriorating. A shadow passed through Yiqing's eyes. After his mother's passing, his father was the only family he had left in this world. In the past, he lacked the ability to change their circumstances, but now that he had the power, he would never allow his only family to suffer from illness again. Never say never. "The future's full of possibilities," Yiqing said firmly. There were countless ways to extend life. If the conditions weren't available, he'd create them. He vowed to grow strong enough to ensure his loved ones could live long and healthy lives. If no path existed, he would forge one himself. "Yiqing, you're back," a calm voice called out. It was Lin, stepping forward from behind Zhang Qingyi and the others. "Mr. Shun." Yiqing's expression lit up. He had met this instructor from the Jinqing Military Academy during the training camp. Lin's presence here in Linen suggested that the proposal he mentioned earlier had a good chance of coming through. To Yiqing, combat was the fastest route to strength, and the front lines were the ultimate battlefield teeming with beasts far more numerous than those wandering the wilderness. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's head inside," Lin said, leading the group toward the Martial Arts Association building. Yiqing Feng intended to excuse himself, feeling that he, as a non-martial artist, didn't belong in such a gathering. But Lin was unusually warm and insistent, addressing him as old brother and personally inviting him upstairs. Yiqing Feng was both flattered and superseded. A colonel of Lin's stature, renowned even in the frontline city of Xinjiang, was so approachable. This moment alone would give him bragging rights for years. Watching his son's success, Yiqing Feng felt a lightness in his step, as if even his usual aches and pains had momentarily vanished. In the office on the top floor, Lin handed Yiqing a document. "This is your admission letter to Jinqing Military Academy. From this moment, you're officially the first new recruit of this year's cohort." Yiqing glanced at the letter before handing it to his father, who was eagerly waiting beside him. "The one I talked to the chief instructor about," Yiqing said, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "The application has been approved." Lin pulled out a folder with a bright red 5-point star from his bag. "Qing vouched for you with his reputation on the line." Yiqing couldn't wait to open the folder. When he saw the pass inside, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. However, Lin's expression turned serious. "I must remind you of the dangers on the front lines. Anything can happen there. Even grandmasters can fall." "The front lines." Yiqing Feng abruptly stood up, his face changing dramatically. Why is he heading to the front lines? Yiqing, who had anticipated this reaction, quickly explained to his father that this was a support role in the rear, not direct combat on the front lines. Hearing his son's explanation, Yiqing Feng's expression softened slightly. "She was right," Lin said with a sigh, looking at the determined look in Yiqing's eyes. "Once this kid has made up his mind, not even a 7th-level beast could hold him back." Turning to Yiqing Feng, he reassured him, "Don't worry, my friend. We've arranged everything carefully. The risks are minimal. Kids grow up, eventually they need to find their own path." Yiqing Feng looked into his son's resolute eyes and finally nodded reluctantly. "The folder contains the reporting location. Go back and prepare well," Lin instructed before leaving in a hurry. After briefly exchanging a few words with Zhang Qingyi and Liang Su at the Martial Arts Association, Yiqing returned home with his father. Half an hour later, they arrived at their familiar doorstep. Yiqing let out a deep breath, finally relaxing his tense nerves. After a simple dinner, Yiqing took out a bank card. 10 million. Yiqing Feng was left speechless when he heard the amount in the account. It was a sum he could never save in a lifetime of work. "It's just the training camp bonus, it's nothing," Yiqing said seriously. "From now on, we don't have to worry about money anymore. There's no need to go back to Xinjiang either." "All right, whatever you say." Yiqing Feng nodded slowly, looking at his son. Today's events had made him realize that Yiqing had grown up. It was time for this new pillar of the family to take on its responsibilities. After a long day, Yiqing Feng went to bed early. Yiqing, on the other hand, began his late-night meal, consuming chunks of beast meat. With each bite, his vitality steadily increased. As he ate, he carefully studied the documents Lin had given him. The thick folder contained numerous files with bold, striking titles: Southern War Zone Merit Point Calculation Rules, Southern War Zone Elite Special Operations Team Combat Code, Tactical Guidelines for Small Elite Units, and Emergency Rescue Ordnance for Elite Special Operations Teams. The term Elite Special Operations Team appeared repeatedly. The contents of the final appointment letter made it clear to Yiqing that Jinqing military had put considerable thought into his assignment. He was placed in a frontline special operations team, tasked primarily with small-scale missions to hunt down specific beasts rather than being stationed with a fixed unit. This role offered significant freedom, as it was not bound to the main forces. However, it also came with the responsibility of carrying out high-risk decapitation missions under special circumstances, making it even more dangerous than fighting on the front lines. Danger was never a downside for Yiqing. He understood deeply that danger often walked hand in hand with opportunity. The stronger the beast, the greater the rewards it brought. Yiqing glanced at the documents on the table and casually tossed aside the admission letter from Jinqing Military Academy. At that moment, the clock hands swept past midnight, and his communicator vibrated, displaying a reminder. 8 days until the martial arts college entrance exam. It was a notification he had set earlier, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. Why take the exam? Isn't it just to get into a good martial arts university? Yiqing chuckled softly. Since I've already been admitted to the military academy, what's the point? Might as well have a few more meals and boost my vitality. With that, he neatly put away the documents and turned to his room for some rest. Meanwhile, in a villa in the eastern district of Linen City, Zhang Qingyi sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint, icy blue mist that filled the training room. A thick layer of frost had formed on the ground. After a long while, she opened her eyes, which gleamed with an icy blue light, like a frozen winter lake. Frost Eternal has finally reached grade A, she thought to herself with delight. 3 drops of life essence from the cloud-swallowing vine had elevated her talent to a new level, leaving her just 1 step away from grade S. The recovery speed pleased her after all. In her previous life, she hadn't achieved grade A until breaking through to the 5th tier. But her joy quickly faded as Yiqing's figure surfaced in her mind, replaced by a deep sense of unease. A reborn empress, armed with powerful talents and countless high-level martial techniques, was still being outpaced by Yiqing. What on earth is going on with that guy? Zhang Qingyi frowned. In his past life, he was just an ordinary person. How could he have changed so drastically? She recalled the towering, spiked monster in the wilderness, her teeth clenching in anger as her eyes burned with determination. That day's encounter had been a humiliation she couldn't forget, and she vowed to find that creature and reclaim her dignity. My strength is recovering too slowly. Zhang Qingyi took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. A grade A talent isn't enough. I need to push Frost Eternal to grade S as soon as possible to fully unleash the potential of high-level techniques. She spoke each word with conviction. Ruins of prehistoric civilization, number 9. Just like the mysterious appearances of giant beasts, the world was filled with phenomena beyond human comprehension. Those ancient ruins, with technology far surpassing modern levels, who built them? Were they creations of ancient civilizations or visitors from the stars? Zhang Qingyi had explored them multiple times without success and had barely escaped severe injuries. However, the danger level of ruin number 9 was relatively low. Anyone at the 6th tier could safely enter and exit. 6th tier, I need to act quickly. Without wasting a moment, she resumed her training with unwavering focus. At the same time, Yiqing's life was moving forward at a rapid pace. As the martial arts exam approached, he briefly returned to school for 2 classes before requesting leave again. After leaving the school gates, he headed straight for the wilderness. After a hearty hunt, he returned to the city gates with a truckload of materials to sell, keeping only the essentials for food. In recent days, he had encountered a troubling problem. The rate of improvement in his vitality and mental strength had significantly slowed. The beasts at the edge of the wilderness were 2 weak Skandir beasts were hard to find, let alone 3rd or 4th tier ones. The gains from a 1st tier beast were negligible compared to even a small amount of blood essence from a 4th tier beast. This slowdown in progress made Yiqing all the more eager to report to the front line. Each morning, he checked the time, counting down the days. As for the martial arts exam, he had long since dismissed it from his mind. Time flew, and the martial arts college entrance exam arrived as scheduled. Yiqing went about his day as usual, passing by the exam venue without even a glance. He had already informed his father of his plans to hunt in the wilderness for a few days before returning. At the marketplace outside the city gates, he rented an off-road pickup truck, loaded it with fuel, and drove straight into the wilderness. With the beasts providing food, his only concern was ensuring sufficient fuel for his expeditions. After the exam, Zhang Muji and Liang Su learned that Yiqing had skipped it. They tried to contact him, but could only sigh in resignation upon discovering he was deep in the wilderness. A week later, martial arts exam results were released across the provinces. Familiar faces from the training camp, such as Yu Zian, Xiao Xiyun, and Sheng Hong, dominated the top ranks in Donglan province. Surprisingly, none of the training camp members made it into the province's top 5. Even Zhang Qingyi ranked only 7th. The top 6 spots were entirely claimed by the Qun, Li, and Feng families' prodigious new generation leaders cultivated over a decade, their strength overshadowing the training camp's participants. Among them, Feng Yunian of the Feng family claimed the provincial champion title, basking in the media spotlight. Yiqing remained indifferent to these developments. His days alternated between home and the wilderness. As he ventured deeper into the wild, his vitality and mental strength began to improve at a satisfying pace. And so, in this repetitive routine, the day to report to the frontline special forces finally arrived. As the vacation after the martial arts examination neared its end, admission letters from various martial academies were being delivered to the incoming freshmen. While most students prepared to start their academic journey, Yiqing's destination was not the prestigious Zhenxing Military Academy, but rather the 13th large-scale logistics base of the Southern War Zone. Located behind the battlefront, this base served as the first stop for new recruits. The military train traveled for an entire day, and the scenery outside the window gradually turned desolate. Amidst the ruins of broken cities, missiles streaked across the sky, and distant explosions echoed. Civilization faded into the background, and the war-torn front lines were ready to welcome this group of recruits. When the train finally came to a halt, its exterior still bore faded, blood-stained marks. Harsh shouts of military orders immediately pierced the air. 10 minutes. Collect your gear, change into your uniform, and assemble at your designated unit's rendezvous area. Veteran soldiers impatiently urged the newcomers, resorting to physical force for those who dawdled. One recruit, on the verge of losing his temper, was met with several sharp slaps across the face, leaving him dizzy and deflated. "You dare talk back to a superior officer in the military camp," a veteran barked, reprimanding the recruit mercilessly. It was only then that the new soldiers realized they were no longer under the protection of schools or families. The harsh reality of the iron-blooded military life awaited them. The group quickly fell into order, their efficiency markedly improved. Yiqing received a deep green, insignia-free military uniform. Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, his sharp, upright posture in the crisp uniform exuded a commanding presence. A palpable aura of strength surrounded him, drawing the attention of several female soldiers, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, the seasoned veterans, who had seen their share of bloodshed, felt a chill run down their spines. Instinctively, they sensed danger standing before them was like facing a high-level predator. Any thoughts of testing or intimidating this standout recruit vanished instantly. "Change into your gear and head to your assigned assembly point," the veterans called out as they quickly averted their gazes. Yiqing glanced at his assignment orders, which only listed the designation of a special operations team without specifying a meeting location. As the sole recruit on the train assigned to the special operations unit, his situation was indeed unique. While the other recruits were sorted into reconnaissance, logistics, or field units based on their abilities, the special operations team operated as an independent entity without a fixed base. Yiqing approached one of the veterans for guidance. When the veteran caught sight of the words Special Operations Unit on the orders, his eyes widened in shock. His trembling fingers almost dropped the document. The minimum requirement to join the Special Operations team was a 4th-tier combat level, and this young man, barely 20, had already reached that threshold. After a moment of silence, the veteran quietly instructed Yiqing to follow the reconnaissance recruits for now. The armored personnel carrier already held 11 passengers, and Yiqing's arrival completed the group. The engine roared to life as the convoy headed for the frontline base. The recruits chatted excitedly, with one man near the front of the vehicle particularly animated. He boasted about how he had been admitted to the prestigious Donglin National Defense Academy and how his family had paved a path for him to gain bonus points at Zhenxing Military Academy. Yiqing glanced at him briefly. The man was indeed the only first-tier martial artist in the vehicle. The others had yet to qualify as formal martial artists. Shaking his head, Yiqing closed his eyes to rest, continuing to advance the first phase of his heart-source nirvana transformation. In his mind, the silver light forming a humanoid figure had already taken shape about 80%. Once completed, he could initiate his first transformation. However, the man who claimed to have military connections and was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier continued his incessant chatter. A sense of irritation stirred within Yiqing. There was no shortage of these self-important braggarts in the world, much like those students in school who made exaggerated noises during exams or sighed dramatically about careless mistakes during lessons. Such individuals were truly insufferable. Yiqing's brows twitched slightly, and a trace of impatience surfaced in his heart. He gently closed his eyes, a faint silver light flashing through the gap of his eyelids, a sign of him activating his mental power. In an instant, the noisy sounds of the outside world were completely blocked out, and the world fell into a serene silence. Seizing this rare tranquility, Yiqing immediately turned his focus inward, concentrating on shaping his mental energy within his body. As the effects of syncing with the flow of heaven and earth gradually manifested, he quickly entered a deep state of cultivation, unaffected by the clamor of the outside world. The armored personnel carrier moved steadily toward the heavily fortified frontline base ahead, with the convoy lining up for inspection. Yiqing felt the steady progress of his heart-source nirvana transformation technique, and his previously tense mood relaxed slightly. At that moment, his mental power detected a hand reaching out toward his shoulder. Yiqing opened his eyes and shifted his body slightly to deftly avoid the hand. Looking up, he saw it belonged to Lu Weihao, the man who had been chattering non-stop since boarding the vehicle. "Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Lu Weihao's face was full of annoyance. From the moment they got on the vehicle, this man had been sitting with his eyes closed, ignoring the conversations around him. Earlier, when everyone nominated him for the role of squad leader for the new recruits, all had agreed except for this man, who continued to feign sleep. "What did you say?" Yiqing's previously suppressed irritation began to resurface. "I said, nominate me as the squad leader. I'm the strongest here and can take care of everyone. What's with your silence?" Lu Weihao said aggressively. Yiqing thought to himself, "We're not even in the same unit. This is just a shared ride, and we may never see each other again. What's the point of discussing this?" He had initially intended to maintain the image of a disciplined soldier, but it was clear now that this was unnecessary as patience had long since worn thin. "Not my problem," Yiqing said coldly. Lu Weihao was momentarily stunned, then his anger flared, feeling utterly humiliated. "So, you're deliberately refusing to fit in with the group? Even as a new recruit, you should have some sense of teamwork. I bet even if you become a soldier, you'll just be a disgrace," he sneered mockingly. That remark completely ignited Yiqing's fury. He stood up abruptly, his tall frame blocking the vehicle's interior light, casting a shadow over Lu Weihao. "What? Planning to get physical? My cousin's a major. If I get into trouble, he can bail me out. But you? You'll be thrown straight into confinement." Lu Weihao sneered, raising his hand as if to slap Yiqing's face. Smack! Yiqing's hand shot out like lightning, gripping Lu Weihao's wrist firmly. "A major? Is that supposed to impress me?" Yiqing said calmly, shaking his head slightly. With a subtle twist of his fingers, he snapped Lu Weihao's wrist. With Yiqing's strength, joining the special forces would start him at a major rank. Why would he care about someone who relied on connections? The crisp sound of bones breaking was followed by Lu Weihao's agonized scream. His face turned pale as he desperately tried to pull his hand back, but Yiqing's grip was like an iron vice, unyielding. "That mouth of yours is nothing but trouble," Yiqing said indifferently. Yiqing grinned, his sharp, white teeth gleaming ominously in the dimly lit vehicle. "Let me help you out, so you don't end up provoking someone you shouldn't and bringing disaster upon yourself." His left hand clamped onto Lu Weihao like an iron vice, while his right hand accurately seized the man's jaw. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Lu Weihao's jawbone shattered on impact. The jagged edges of the broken bone tore through his flesh, and blood gushed from the open wound, staining the front of his military uniform a deep crimson. The thick stench of blood quickly filled the enclosed space, and the faces of the young recruits in the vehicle turned deathly pale. Several of them clung to the walls of the vehicle, vomiting on the spot. "Endure it. A lesson learned the hard way will serve you well in the future," Yiqing chuckled lightly, tossing Lu Weihao to the ground as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. Lu Weihao let out muffled cries of pain, his voice trembling with agony. "What's going on here?" The door of the vehicle was suddenly yanked open, and several veteran soldiers rushed in to investigate. Their eyes widened in shock as they took in the gruesome scene, particularly Lu Weihao's disfigured face, with his jaw hanging at an unnatural angle. "Good grief," one of the veterans exclaimed in disbelief. "This isn't just a simple fight, his face is completely ruined. Even if they manage to fix him up, his looks are done for." He trailed off, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger. "Everyone out of the vehicle. Get off now," the veteran bellowed, his furious voice echoing across the area. His shout drew the attention of nearby soldiers who had just disembarked from the transport vehicles. A crowd began to gather, murmuring in hushed tones as they took in the sight of Lu Weihao writhing on the ground, his jaw slack like melted wax. "What's going on here?" A captain, wearing the insignia of an officer and emanating the aura of a third-tier combatant, approached with a frown. "Reporting, sir. A fight broke out, leaving one severely injured," the veteran squad leader reported in a grave tone. "The audacity!" the captain roared, pointing directly at Yiqing. "Lock him up in solitary confinement for half a month. We'll decide his punishment after the injury assessment." Several veterans stepped forward, attempting to apprehend Yiqing. However, they quickly realized he was immovable, standing as firm as a mountain. Just as they prepared to use force, a thunderous voice erupted from the distance. "Let go of him." Now, before the words had fully registered, a towering figure appeared beside Yiqing in a flash. "Step aside," the newcomer commanded, waving his hand. A gust of wind swept through, forcing everyone back. The veterans froze when they saw the 2 bars and 2 stars on the man's shoulder insignia, along with the distinctive armband. Their expressions shifted drastically, and they immediately snapped to attention, saluting in unison. "Good day, sir." It was the armband that caught everyone's attention, a bloodstained dragon roaring toward the heavens. It was the emblem of the Songlong Special Forces, the elite unit of the Southern Theater Command. And the man before them was a colonel, possessing the formidable power of a fifth-tier combatant. Compared to military ranks, what truly instilled fear in the veterans about the Songlong Special Forces was the overwhelming strength of its members. The threshold to entry was at the formidable fourth tier, which meant that the lowest rank within the team was already that of a major. At this moment, a group of veterans was in a heated discussion. Puzzled by the situation, a seemingly ordinary scuffle among new recruits had somehow drawn the attention of a fifth-tier expert from the Special Forces. It was simply inconceivable. Yiqing stood in place, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the burly man in front of him. Although Yiqing himself had developed a tall and robust physique after several transformations, the man before him was like a towering mountain standing at an imposing height of 2 meters. His build was as massive as a grizzly bear. His broad back muscles rose and fell with his breaths, as if he could take flight at any moment. "Are you Yiqing?" The burly man turned to face him, his voice booming like thunder. "I am," Yiqing replied, having already guessed the man's identity. He swiftly retrieved an appointment letter from his bag. The man glanced at the document and cracked a grin. "Welcome, Xiong, captain of the 7th Squad of the Songlong Special Forces. From today onward, you're officially part of our team." His powerful voice echoed across the area, showing no intention of restraining it. The statement landed like a bombshell, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on Yiqing, particularly those of the veterans, whose expressions seemed frozen. A new recruit who looked barely 20 years old, and yet he was a 4th-tier Special Forces operative, pulled some strings. The thought barely crossed their minds before being dismissed. In a place like the Special Forces, lacking genuine ability was tantamount to courting death. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Yiqing briefly explained the reason for his earlier actions. Defying a superior and trying to get physical? A little discipline is more than justified. Xiong nodded in agreement with a serious expression. Hearing this, Lu Weihao, who was still on the ground, felt his eyes grow hollow. A peer of his age was already a 4th-tier expert, while he was still struggling at the 1st tier. The sheer disparity in strength left him not angry, but deeply fearful and regretful. "Disperse. Get back to your duties." Xiong barked, and the onlookers quickly scattered. Under Xiong's lead, Yiqing entered a sprawling operational base that was practically a small city. The base was equipped with comprehensive facilities, including recreational areas to provide soldiers with a space to unwind. "This is the 31st Frontline Operational Base. Our 7th Squad only recently arrived here for a mission," Xiong explained as they walked. "I must admit, we should have sent a vehicle to pick you up. After all, it's unprecedented for the Special Forces to recruit directly from new recruits." He stopped and looked at Yiqing earnestly. "To be honest, when Commander Qi told me about you, I thought he was joking. A genius like you, not only choosing a military career, but also heading to the front lines as a freshman in college, it's unheard of. The front lines suit me better than the campus. Just walking here lifts my spirits." Yiqing took a deep breath, savoring the distinctive scent of the military base. His chest burned with battle fervor, and he could hardly wait to face the battlefield and fight to his heart's content. "We're here, our temporary base." Xiong pointed ahead at rows of gray-white buildings. These were nothing like the traditional bases built with military tents that Yiqing had imagined. "Are these barracks?" Yiqing asked, his eyes wide with surprise as he took in the sight of the buildings. "Our special forces are different. The minimum rank here is major, so naturally, the living conditions are better," Xiong explained with a smile. "Drop off your luggage, and I'll take you to the base center for registration and to collect your rank insignia." Before long, Yiqing was dressed in a brand new uniform, with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder marking his rank as a major. Xiong handed him a special arm patch exclusive to the Special Forces, a bloodstained azure dragon emblem. As Yiqing affixed the patch to his sleeve, he officially became a major in the Southern Theater's Special Forces. On the way, Yiqing learned about the military's rules and systems. Regardless of whether one was an ordinary soldier or a member of the Special Forces, earning merit points was key. Accumulated merit points could be exchanged for various resources, advanced combat techniques, the latest genetic serums, mastercraft weapons, and more. There were many ways to earn merit points, with the most direct being slaying giant beasts. Other options included completing various missions issued by the military district. While large-scale operations were common, the Special Forces primarily handled reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, assassinations, infiltration, and other specialized tasks. To Yiqing, the giant beasts themselves were the greatest treasure. Merit points were just a bonus. "Our mission at Base 31 this time is a special one," Xiong explained after they returned to the base. "You arrived just in time to earn some serious merit points." At the base, Yiqing met the rest of the Songlong 7 squad. The squad consisted of 23 members, with Xiong Linquan and vice captain Bai Yulan holding the rank of lieutenant colonel, while the other 21 members were 4th-rank martial artists with the rank of major. If they marched in formation, the soldiers on guard duty at the gate would have to salute over 20 times in a row. Now that everyone's here, let's discuss the decapitation mission. Xiong Linquan cleared his throat, and the entire squad immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Standing quietly in the corner, Yiqing listened intently. This isn't a level mission directly issued by the military command. The objective is to map the distribution of high-level giant beasts south of Base 31 and investigate any signs of descending beasts. Hearing the words, a level, the squad's expressions turned grin. This level of mission meant facing dangers on par with 6th-level giant beasts. As the captain elaborated on the mission details, Yiqing gradually grasped the core objectives. A fire ignited in his heart. Finally, he could join the front lines. Squad 7 was assigned a reconnaissance mission this time. There had been unusual fluctuations recently in the dimensional rift near Operation Base 31, with signs of continuous expansion. This intelligence caused high alert in the command center. The size of the rift directly determines the level of beasts that can emerge from it. Those massive high-level beasts require a sufficiently wide rift to descend. The defense level of the operation base has always been configured based on the size of nearby rifts. The larger the rift, the more elite warriors are stationed. Conversely, smaller rifts require fewer forces. If the rift near Base 31 is indeed expanding and reinforcements are not sent in time, a breach in the base could create a fatal gap in the entire defensive line, leading to unthinkable consequences. For this reason, not only Squad 7 but also several other special ops teams were dispatched to the area to gather detailed information about the rift. The mission itself was relatively straightforward, reconnaissance only, with no direct engagement with the beasts. The level of danger was considered low. Countless lives depend on this intelligence. There's no time to waste. We move out in 30 minutes. Xiong Linquan ordered in a deep voice. The team members immediately dispersed to their quarters to prepare their gear. Yiqing, come here for a moment. Xiong Linquan called Yiqing aside to a corner. Recon missions are all about efficiency. Team members will operate separately. Since you're new, you can sit this one out and spend a few more days getting acclimated. Not going is out of the question, Yiqing replied firmly. I left the military academy and came straight to the front line for this exact moment. I'm part of this team. I can't let everyone else take the risks while I stay behind at the base. Xiong Linquan was silent for a moment before giving Yiqing a heavy pat on the shoulder. Good. You've got guts. Remember, stay far away from the rift. At any moment, a level 5 or even level 6 beast could emerge, and you won't be able to handle that. Understood, Yiqing nodded resolutely. Half an hour later, dusk fell. Under the orangered sky, the distant roars of beasts echoed, followed by the booming of the defense system's artillery. A small pack of beasts had approached the base, but was obliterated by the automated defenses. Under the cover of darkness, clad in combat gear, Yiqing followed the squad as they dashed out of the base gates. Remember, no matter how much intelligence you've gathered, you must report to the rendezvous point in 5 days. Understood, Xiong Linquan gave his final instructions. Got it. The team responded in unison before their silhouettes quickly vanished into the shadows. Yiqing stood still for a moment, glancing back at the massive operation base before turning his gaze to the desolate battlefield ahead. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination lit up in his eyes. The hunt begins now. The map on his tactical watch lit up, and he launched forward like a fired cannonball, a suppressed laugh of exhilaration carried away by the wind. Thud! The hard skull shattered, splattering red and white viscera, as a massive beast collapsed heavily to the ground. A hand covered in pitch-black scales plunged deep into the head of the wild bull, piercing through its skull and sinking into the white brain tissue. As an invisible devouring force erupted, Yiqing felt his mental strength increase slightly by 0.1 points. He lowered his gaze to the massive corpse of the wild bull beneath his feet, lost in thought. It wasn't so long ago that his first attempt at extracting a talent required him to exchange an entire month's worth of school points for just a small piece of bull meat from the Martial Arts Resource Management Office. Yet now, the freshly killed wild bull lay at his feet, its muscles still twitching slightly, with steaming hot blood gushing from its wounds. Fate really has a strange sense of humor, Yiqing murmured to himself. His stomach growled in protest, perfectly timed. After nearly a full day of relentless tracking with barely a drop of water to drink, his hunger had become unbearable. He extended his hand, and a jet-black tendril emerged from his palm, instantly draining the bull into a shriveled husk. However, the energy from this low-level wild bull was nowhere near enough to satisfy his hunger. In fact, it only made his cravings more intense. Sorry, Captain Xiong, Yiqing chuckled lightly. It's not that I'm disobeying orders, it's simply out of necessity. As he spoke, he casually broke off one of the ribs from the dried-up corpse and began chewing on it. The bone crunched loudly between his teeth, but it was utterly tasteless. In a blur of motion, Yiqing shot forward into the distance. Compared to the prey of the barren plains, the beasts near the front lines were of much higher quality. He cautiously advanced step by step, taking down any giant beasts he encountered while meticulously recording important intel. In this region, his blood energy and mental strength grew at a rate far surpassing what he had experienced in the plains. 3 days passed in a flash. Emerging from a cave, Yiqing quickly came across a group of second-tier giant beasts. Since they had crossed his path, there was no reason to let them go. Without warning, a row of menacing black spikes erupted from his back. Wielding an enormous bone blade, he charged into the fray. Amid the furious roars of the beasts, he struck with precision, splitting each of their heads in two. His movements were swift and calculated. Using his mental energy, he carefully collected the glowing soul fragments from within the beast's skulls, absorbing every last one of them. Yiqing swallowed a fragment of the soul of a flame unicorn horse, feeling his mental strength increase slightly by 0.2 points. He continued consuming the flesh and blood of these powerful beasts, with each piece bringing him significant enhancements. His vitality increased by 3.5 points, then 5.2 points, and the extraction progress steadily rose by 2, then 3. The battlefield was in utter chaos. Yiqing's body was smeared with flesh, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet the crimson eye embedded in his brow rotated persistently, sending out wave after wave of invisible mental shock. Under this overwhelming assault, the towering flame unicorn horses fell one after another, their eyes rolling back lifelessly. Their flesh and souls were swiftly absorbed by Yiqing, becoming nourishment for his advancement. The ground was littered with an increasing number of shriveled horse corpses. Strangely, there was no overpowering stench of blood. The vital essence of every beast had been entirely drained by Yiqing, leaving not a single drop behind. When he finally slew and devoured the leader of the herd, a formidable Tier 3 beast, his extraction progress reached its maximum. Yiqing immediately initiated the extraction process, feeling a tingling numbness spread through his legs. Soon, the system notification chimed. Extraction complete. Speed type, grade talent acquired. Without hesitation, he decided to use this talent as nourishment for his grade talent, Shadow Step. Both Shadow Step, a speed type ability, and Earth Barrier, a defense type ability, were stuck at grade, unable to keep pace with his rapidly growing strength. This was a rare opportunity for an upgrade. Throughout his journey of relentless battles, Yiqing had devoured every soul fragment of the beasts he defeated. He could feel his mental strength steadily growing, and the humanoid figure in his mind was now 90 complete. With just a little more effort, he would be able to activate the first stage of the Heart Source Nirvana transformation. Once he completed his first Nirvana, the qualitative leap in his mental strength would propel his power to an entirely new level. As Yiqing delivered a final blow to the last flame unicorn horse and prepared to move forward, the tactical watch on his wrist suddenly began to vibrate violently, emitting a sharp and urgent alarm. Yiqing's pupils contracted slightly. The flashing level 1 alert on his watch screen made his heart tighten. It signified that the entire battlefront was about to descend into chaos. He quickly tapped on the screen, and bold crimson warning text appeared. Level 1 alert. Abyssal Rift Riot. High-level beasts emerging. Beast horde attacking. All units prepare for combat. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Yiqing's sharp senses caught a low, guttural growl in the distance, a chilling herald of a monstrous beast's arrival. The ground began to tremble, the mutation erupting almost simultaneously with the alarm. In an instant, he dashed to the summit of a towering mountain. The sight before him was harrowing, a fractured landscape resembling shattered porcelain, with jagged, pitch-black rifts crisscrossing the ground, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. From the bottomless chasms, countless dark figures writhed and surged. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of muffled, oppressive thuds, a horde of colossal beasts erupted from the rifts, their roars piercing the sky. Fires ignited across various strongholds as the station troops launched a fierce counteroffensive. But the onslaught came too abruptly. Some rifts tore through the defensive lines, and the beasts that emerged overwhelmed soldiers who had no time to react. Amid the fiery explosions, countless sparks of life were extinguished forever. As a recruit who had joined the army just 4 days ago, Yiqing's mind raced to process the dire situation. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the ground not far from him split open, revealing a rift over 200 meters long. From within, a uniquely grotesque beast clawed its way out, followed by a second, then a third. A fiery determination ignited in Yiqing's chest. He took a deep breath, listening to the cacophony of roars echoing across the battlefield, his blood surging with adrenaline. This was the true essence of war. His gaze locked onto the rift-spewing beasts before him, and a cold smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. In an instant, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscles bulged, and his skin was covered in jet-black scales. Jagged spikes jutted out from his back, and enormous bone blades extended from his joints. The gentle image of a new recruit was utterly replaced by the fearsome visage of a towering warrior, over 2 meters tall. He leapt down, charging straight toward the rift. This particular rift was relatively small, spanning only 200 meters, allowing only beasts of level 3 or lower to pass through. Although these emerging beasts were stronger than their ordinary counterparts, level 3 was still just level 3 to Yiqing. He unleashed an invisible wave of mental energy, causing several beasts to collapse instantly, their eyes bursting. Blood-red tendrils danced like serpents, piercing the bodies of both the dead and the living beasts, voraciously absorbing their blood essence. His bone blades sliced through the air, severing grotesque heads with precision and ease. Yiqing swiftly consumed the essence blood of the Gale elephant, his movements sharp and decisive. Without hesitation, he absorbed the flesh and soul fragments of the Crimson Shadow Wolf as well. Every valuable part of the colossal beasts was meticulously utilized, leaving nothing to waste. As this immense power coursed through him, he could distinctly feel his spiritual energy on the verge of a complete transformation, while the second phase of his dragon flame immortal body began to stir restlessly. Standing before a crevice over 200 meters long, Yiqing was like an insurmountable barrier. One after another, colossal beasts fell at his feet, their blood staining the ground. Yet not a single one managed to breach his defense and reach the forces behind him. Each of his strikes was precise and lethal, every move a death blow. Half an hour later, the rhythm of the battle suddenly faltered. Yiqing noticed that no new beasts were emerging from the crevice. He quickly approached its edge, peering into the abyss below. The darkness was so profound that not even the faintest light could penetrate it, rendering the source of the beasts a mystery. Just as he suppressed the urge to delve deeper, the communicator on his wrist began to vibrate. An urgent distress signal came through. The 367th Regiment had suffered catastrophic losses. The regiment commander was dead, ammunition was nearly depleted, and reinforcements were desperately needed. The commander is dead. Yiqing's brows furrowed tightly. As the highest-ranking officer in a standard regiment, the commander was typically a 5th-rank warrior. For someone capable of killing a 5th-rank warrior, it could only mean a level 5 beast was involved. Yiqing quickly glanced at his system interface, carefully assessing his own condition. His vital energy, spiritual power, and the data for his numerous great abilities were all displayed in detail. With each confirmation, his gaze grew fiercer. A level 5 beast, it's not impossible to try. Having made his decision, Yiqing acted without hesitation. He locked onto the coordinates within the distress signal and set off at top speed to provide support. By now, the battlefield was in utter chaos, with the eruption of the abyssal crevices triggering a chain reaction. The deafening roar of artillery fire filled the air, and the silhouettes of colossal beasts covered the land. Sonic booms occasionally echoed across the skies as several figures shot out from the direction of the operational base, heading straight toward the heart of the battlefield. A colossal beast had descended, and it was imperative for master-level warriors to take action. Yiqing quickly assessed the battlefield, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes. Though the high-level battlefield was fraught with danger, it was also a rare opportunity for him. Taking a deep breath, his figure blurred as he dashed toward his predetermined target. The city had already been reduced to ruins. Amid the rubble, soldiers had stacked dozens of smoldering, wrecked armored vehicles along the main street, forming a makeshift steel barricade. Flattened anti-aircraft guns roared continuously, spewing deadly tongues of fire. The massive caliber shells tore through the air, striking the charging behemoths with precision. One by one, the giant beasts collapsed with thunderous crashes, their chests blasted into bloody shreds. Even so, these massive creatures continued to writhe on the ground, stubbornly crawling toward the defensive line. It was only when the surging waves of beasts from behind trampled them into pulp that their struggles finally ceased. Their astonishing vitality turned every wounded beast into a lethal threat. Damn it! A blood-soaked lieutenant colonel burst out of the beast horde, collapsing heavily behind the defensive line, his chest heaving violently. Has the distress signal been sent out? Reporting, sir. The signal has been sent, the communications officer shouted back at the top of his lungs. The command base only instructed us to await reinforcements, but they didn't give a specific timeline. The lieutenant colonel wiped the blood and grime from his face, his expression grim. As the acting commander, temporarily taking over after the regiment leader's death, he was acutely aware of the dire situation. Damn it, the other fronts are probably all crying for help too. There's no way reinforcements will make it in time. Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the rear of the beast horde. A massive creature, nearly 100 meters long, was lumbering toward the barricade with heavy, earth-shaking steps. Another one. Damn it. The lieutenant colonel spat out a mouthful of blood and forced himself to his feet. As the highest-ranking warrior on the scene, he was the only one capable of confronting this fifth-tier behemoth. If this enormous creature breached the defensive line, the soldiers behind it would suffer catastrophic losses. To the death, he growled under his breath. grabbing his alloy spear and leaping over the barricade, plunging directly into the surging tide of beasts. Fire at will. Don't worry about hitting me. His resolute command rang out from within the beast horde. The gunners, without hesitation, opened fire ferociously in his direction, unleashing a relentless barrage of machine gun fire. Ting City, once a bustling metropolis before the catastrophe, still bore traces of its former glory. As Yiqing moved through the ruins, his gaze swept over the towering skyscrapers around him. The glass facades, though riddled with cracks, still reflected a faint glimmer of their past magnificence. But now, vines crept unchecked across the structures, and wild grass stubbornly sprouted from cracks in the concrete. Nature was steadily reclaiming its domain. Suddenly, a shadow silently approached from behind. Without even turning his head, Yiqing unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, forming an invisible force. Bang! The attacking beast froze midair, its massive body crumpling under the immense pressure. In moments, it was reduced to a mangled mass of flesh and blood. Yiqing opened his mouth, absorbing the crimson liquid into his body. A system notification appeared. Devoured sand-scaled giant scorpion. Vitality 23, spiritual energy 1.2, extraction progress 21. As his spiritual energy surged, the humanoid light figure within Yiqing's mindscape finally took shape. In an instant, invisible waves rippled through the mental space, and silver light surged toward the humanoid form like a tidal wave. The mindscape fell silent, leaving only the floating figure, identical to Yiqing in appearance. A quiet transformation began. In a flash, radiant light erupted as the surface of the humanoid figure shimmered with rippling patterns, evidence of spiritual energy condensed to its liquid state, refined to an unprecedented purity and strength. Alongside this transformation, a stream of information flooded into Yiqing's mind. Heart origin, nirvana, transformation complete. Spiritual energy can now be converted into other forms of energy, directly amplifying physical strength. Yiqing's eyes lit up with excitement. He had always excelled in vitality-based combat, while his spiritual energy had served only as support. Now, with the two forces integrated, combined with the mastery of the first stage of the Dragon Flame Immortal Golden Body and the specialized techniques of the Dragon Flame Sky Dominion Physique, his power output had reached a staggering six-fold increase. Eager to test his newfound strength, Yiqing quickly set his sights on a giant beast wandering the street. Boom! With a single punch, the beast was severed in half, its gushing blood absorbed by Yiqing before it could even hit the ground. Eightfold amplification. This meant that at full power, even a fifth-tier martial artist would struggle to withstand his attacks. Just then, a deep roar and the thunder of artillery fire echoed from the other side of the city. Yiqing's expression grew serious as he dashed toward the source of the commotion. There, the soldiers of the 812th Regiment were locked in battle with a fifth-tier giant beast. At this level, conventional firearms were ineffective. Even a lucky hit on a weak spot wouldn't be enough to deliver a fatal blow. Only the regiment's self-propelled artillery could pose a significant threat. However, despite the artillery being locked on target, Gunner Ma Jie hesitated to pull the trigger. The reason was clear. The acting regiment commander was engaged in close combat with the beast, and firing the cannon would undoubtedly take him down as well. As Ma Jie wrestled with his decision, an invisible force suddenly seized control of his body. A figure appeared briefly, effortlessly halting his actions before vanishing again. Meanwhile, acting commander Lu Junhai was fighting for his life on the front line. Since the rift eruption had unleashed 4 fifth-tier beasts, he and the regiment commander had fought valiantly, managing to kill 3 at the cost of the commander's life. Now, Lu Junhai was running on fumes. Just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion, a sonic boom tore through the air. A figure, shrouded in white shockwaves, broke the sound barrier and hurtled toward the battlefield. Boom! The figure crashed into the chest of the leopard-like giant beast, punching a massive, gaping wound through its seemingly impenetrable body. The figure didn't stop, bursting out through the beast's back. Lu Junhai stood frozen, wide-eyed in disbelief. Someone had just pierced through the defenses of a fifth-tier giant beast with sheer physical strength alone. Yiqing suddenly burst out from the bloodied cavity, his entire body stained with crimson, shattered bone fragments sliding down his arms. The sheer force of that attack left even him silently astonished. Dragon Flame, celestial body's full power unleashed, amplified by the heart source nirvana transformation, and complemented by the invincible mindset brought by the harmony with heaven and earth. With these 3 steer talents stacked together, his combat strength had soared to unprecedented heights. With just a simple charge, he pierced through a level 5 behemoth like a cannonball. The rift leopard let out a harrowing screech as its chest cavity was left hollow. Its heart had been forcibly ripped out by Yiqing. Blood gushed out like a fountain, pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. Yiqing casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as the system prompt chimed in. You devoured the heart of the rift leopard. Vitality 23, Extraction Progress 3. Even without its heart, the level 5 beast continued to struggle desperately, its astounding vitality keeping it alive for the moment. Its massive body thrashed wildly on the ground, crushing the surrounding lower-tier beasts into pulp. Yiqing stood firmly on its back, invisible tendrils burrowing deep into the rift leopard's body, greedily extracting its essence and blood. Vitality 8, 10, 10. The system notifications rang out repeatedly as the extraction progress steadily increased. The strength of a level 5 beast was indeed remarkable, but Yiqing had no intention of granting it much time to struggle. In a flash, he leapt to the rift leopard's head and stomped down with immense force. Crack! The beast's tough skull shattered instantly, spiderweb-like fractures spreading rapidly. White brain matter splattered everywhere as Yiqing absorbed a soul fragment visible only to him. The system prompt sounded again, mental power 13. A level 5 beast possessed rudimentary intelligence, and the mental power gained from its soul fragment far surpassed that of a level 4 beast. A sound of someone gulping nervously came from nearby. Yiqing turned to see Lu Zhenhai standing frozen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As an experienced warrior, Lu Zhenhai fully understood what a level 5 beast represented. It typically required the combined effort of 2 or 3 fifth-tier fighters to take one down. Yet the man before him had effortlessly ended the battle with just 2 moves, a charge and a stomp. Was it you who sent the distress signal? Yiqing asked calmly. Why, sir? Lu Zhenhai stammered in response, his voice trembling. The sound jolted Lu Zhenhai awake. He snapped out of his daze, and his soldier's instinct immediately made him straighten his back and salute solemnly to the newcomer. 812th Regiment, Acting Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Lu Zhenhai. As a soldier, he instinctively associated strength with rank. The overwhelming prowess displayed by the person before him led him to assume that their rank must be higher than his. However, the newcomer simply returned the salute with a calm demeanor. Songlong Special Operations Unit, Team 7, Major Yiqing. Before the words had fully settled, Yiqing grabbed Lu Zhenhai by the collar. Moving with the speed of lightning, he carried him in a few swift bounds back to the rear of the defensive line. The sheer speed left Lu Zhenhai silently astonished, so much so that he momentarily forgot to even process the mention of Yiqing's rank as a major. Commander, are you all right? 2 soldiers, who had witnessed the scene, finally snapped out of their shock and hurried over to check on him. I'm fine, Lu Zhenhai barked sharply. Get back to your posts and keep defending. Reinforcements have arrived, haven't they? Once the main force following the officer gets here, we're going to launch a counterattack. Clearly, Lu Zhenhai had misunderstood. He assumed Yiqing was part of an advance unit and that a larger force was on its way. In reality, Yiqing had rushed here alone and had encountered no reinforcements along the way. The sudden rift eruption had thrown all the battlefronts into chaos, leaving no forces available to support the outlying strongholds. Waiting for reinforcements could easily take a day or 2 if they arrived at all. Yiqing scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the entire defensive line. Amid the battered fortifications, fewer than 50 soldiers, still breathing, were holding their ground. Is this all that's left of your regiment? He asked in a low voice. It happened so fast. Lu Zhenhai's voice was hoarse. The rift practically exploded right on our doorstep, and several level 5 behemoths came pouring out. If the commander hadn't fought to the death to hold them off, even these few lives wouldn't have been saved. Yiqing's eyes fell on the wounded soldiers who continued to hold their positions despite their injuries. In a steady tone, he said, tell them to fall back. Absolutely not. Lu Zhenhai refused flatly. Behind us is the flank of the 833rd Regiment. If we lose this position, they won't stand a chance. Besides, reinforcements are here, aren't they? Once your main force. There are no reinforcements. I came alone. Yiqing interrupted him bluntly. What? Lu Zhenhai froze, the color draining from his face. He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Of course. In a situation like this, where would we find a large force of reinforcements? I was being delusional. You need to retreat, Yiqing said again, his tone firm. No, absolutely not. Lu Zhenhai firmly refused. I'll handle it, Yiqing said calmly, his gaze unwavering. No. Lu Zhenhai's voice rose sharply, trembling with disbelief. Your unit has sacrificed enough already. Without hesitation, Yiqing spoke with steady resolve. Retreat 3 kilometers and treat the wounded. If I can't hold on, I'll call for you. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure shot forward like a golden streak of lightning, leaping past the armored vehicles that formed the defensive line. The moment he charged into the beast horde, Yiqing's body underwent a shocking transformation. His muscles swelled like forged steel, his height surged to 2 meters, and a golden aura enveloped him entirely. Each of his punches landed with thunderous force, and the beast's heads crumbled like fragile paper before him. Blood arced through the air, painting the ground in streaks of crimson. Yiqing stood like an immovable monument, resolute at the forefront of the defense. The tide of monstrous beasts fell one after another before him, reduced to headless corpses. In mere moments, the bodies piled into a towering barricade on either side of him, forming a natural barrier that soon rose higher than the defensive line itself, cutting off the soldiers behind from the battlefield. The soldiers on the defensive line exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to act rashly. They understood all too well. Leaving the defensive line meant losing the support of heavy firepower. With their current strength, charging out recklessly was tantamount to suicide. Hiss, Lu Xinhai drew in a sharp breath, quickly scanning the wounded soldiers around him before making a decisive call. Medics, treat the injured immediately. His gaze then shifted to the massive barrier of corpses that had formed ahead. His eyes flickered with a mix of emotions as a thought, unprecedented and profound, began to take shape in his mind. Sometimes, one person alone could be as formidable as an entire army. Blazing thunderfire, hot enough to melt steel, erupted in bursts, while a poisonous gale capable of corroding scales and flesh swept across the battlefield. At the center of the chaos stood Yiqing, his body drenched in blood, golden eyes glinting with a chilling savagery. Every movement he made was imbued with lethal intent. His fists tore through the air, his kicks cut like blades, and even the sharp teeth in his mouth became deadly weapons. The throat of a level 4 behemoth burst open under his vicious bite, spewing scalding blood like a fountain. Shattered bone fragments from his strikes, controlled by his mental power, transformed into countless white streaks of light that pierced the bodies of surrounding beasts. In this frenzied melee, his mental power's lethality proved exceptionally effective. System notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. You consumed the flesh of an earth-splitting pangolin. Vitality 5, Extraction Progress 2. You consumed the blood of a poison-spiked porcupine. Vitality 7, Extraction Progress 2. You consumed the flesh of a giant bear king. Vitality 11, Extraction Progress 3. You consumed the soul fragment of a scorpion-tailed tiger. Mental power 4.5. You consumed the soul fragment of a silver moon direwolf. Mental power 3.3. The notifications came so rapidly that Yiqing could no longer distinguish which beast he had devoured. As one giant beast after another fell, blood-red tendrils emerged from the ground, greedily absorbing their essence. Nourished by the immense volume of blood, the tendrils of the bloodthirsty vine continued to multiply, spreading a web of crimson filaments across the battlefield. Despite Yiqing having already slain 2 level 5 beasts in succession, an endless tide of monsters poured forth from the distant spatial rift, their sheer numbers overwhelming. If not for Yiqing's steer ability, harmony with heaven and earth, which granted extraordinary regenerative power, combined with the constant replenishment of vitality from devouring the beasts, he would have long been consumed by the relentless beast horde. Every strike he unleashed punches, kicks, elbow strikes, bites was fatal, and his consumption of fresh beast flesh, scalding blood, and soul fragments caused his vitality and mental power to surge uncontrollably. Amid the ferocity of battle, Yiqing's abilities began to evolve. His Dragonflame immortal body advanced into its second stage, with Dragonflame thunderfire seeping into his flesh, causing his body to emit a faint golden glow. The second metamorphosis of his Heartsource Phoenix rebirth commenced quietly, with signs of his liquid mental power solidifying. Even harmony with heaven and earth underwent profound and mysterious changes. Lost in a state of unbridled combat, Yiqing's movements became increasingly fluid, his energy expenditure precise and efficient. His form seemed to merge with the battlefield itself, his speed ghostly and elusive, evading attacks with ease. This wondrous sensation made him burst into wild laughter. Amid his unrestrained laughter, another shackle was broken. Boom. Vitality surged like a roaring river, coursing through his veins as countless pure streams of life energy transformed into dragons, swimming through his bloodstream. His blood thickened like mercury, with every drop brimming with immense power. These blood dragons converged at his chest, intertwining and merging until they became one. A perfectly rounded blood core began to take shape within Yiqing's body. He could feel a surge of immense vitality and energy erupting from his dantian, soaring upward like a dragon, piercing the heavens. Above his head, the qi and blood condensed into a column of smoke, shooting straight into the sky, a phenomenon that marked a martial artist's breakthrough to the 5th tier after surpassing their 5th limit. An unceasing torrent of power surged forth from the blood core, enveloping his entire body in a tangible golden aura. Amid the dim and desolate battlefield, Yiqing's radiance was akin to a rising sun, illuminating the entire scene with brilliance. 3 kilometers away, behind the defensive line, Lu Xinhai was tending to his wounds when he suddenly froze. He turned toward the battlefield, his gaze locking onto the towering column of qi and blood. His face was filled with disbelief. 5th tier. This is the phenomenon of someone ascending to the 5th tier. My God, he was just a 4th tier martial artist moments ago. Overwhelmed by shock, he quickly secured the bandages on his wounds and immediately rushed to assist the severely injured soldiers nearby. At the same time, Yiqing's thoughts shifted, and a system panel appeared before him. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 10,021.8. Mental strength: 1,066.5. Techniques: cloud-piercing palm level 6, 8 extremes fist level 6. Extraction progress: earth-boring pangolin 100, venomous porcupine 100, mighty bear king 100, scorpion-tailed tiger 100, silver moon dire wolf 100. Looking at the data on the panel, a faint smile curved Yiqing's lips. Not only had his vitality surpassed the 10,000 point threshold, but even his mental strength had reached a level equivalent to that of a fourth-tier psychic warrior. Fighting is truly the best way for me to cultivate. Those training camps and martial academies are nothing but a joke. In the extraction progress section, several beasts' abilities had reached completion. These talents could be fused, making it the perfect time for an upgrade. With a single thought, Yiqing activated the system to extract the beast's special abilities. A tingling sensation spread across his body, but with his current formidable physique, such discomfort was negligible. One after another, successful extractions appeared on the system panel, unlocking new talents continuously. This process did not hinder Yiqing's battle rhythm in the slightest. After breaking through to the 5th tier, he felt an endless reservoir of power within him, accompanied by an insatiable hunger. Without hesitation, he twisted the neck of a nearby giant beast, swiftly pulling out its entire spine and draining the marrow in one gulp. The rich flavor lingered in his mouth as the hunger in his stomach intensified. His gaze fell upon a 5th-tier giant beast emerging from a nearby rift, and in his mind, countless ways to bring it down flashed instantly. What a grand feast, Yiqing muttered with a sinister grin, his expression feral. Without another word, he charged at the beast with unbridled ferocity. One person can be an army. Lu Zhenhai used to think this was an exaggeration, but now he was witnessing it with his own eyes. He kept his gaze fixed on the defensive line, ready to provide support at any moment. However, as time passed, the aura on the battlefield not only failed to weaken but grew even stronger. This completely defied his understanding. How could a 5th-tier martial artist sustain such an intense battle without exhausting their energy? The reinforcements should be here by now, he muttered to himself, trying to find an explanation for this inexplicable phenomenon. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Xiong Linquan sat on the ground, his body soaked in blood, gasping for air. These beasts just keep coming. No matter how many we kill, it's never enough. Rift outbreaks are already rare, and we had the bad luck to stumble upon one as soon as we arrived, said by Yulan, the deputy captain of the 7th squad. Have you managed to contact them? Xiong Linquan asked, chugging down a large flask of water. The electromagnetic interference is too strong. We've only managed to reach a small number of them. Like us, they've chosen to assist the closest points of conflict. With their limited strength, what help could they possibly offer? Dropping them into the beast horde is no different from throwing in an average 4th-tier fighter, Xiong Linquan scoffed, then suddenly thought of something. What about Yiqing? Can we reach that kid? No, but before we set out, we told him not to go too deep. He should be fine. True. If the kid's thinking straight, he should have pulled back on his own after the rift outbreak. Xiong Linquan nodded, then added, still, we should remind him. Youngsters can get carried away in situations like this. If something happens to him, old Qi will definitely chew us out. Do you even need to say it? I've already thought of that, Bai Yulan sneered. But let's survive this wave first. If we don't make it, we won't have time to worry about what happens after. Before their conversation could continue, a bone-chilling roar tore through the sky, followed by the earth trembling violently. A colossal 6th-tier beast appeared on the battlefield. 6th tier. Damn it. Are we really not making it out of this alive? Xiong Linquan cursed as he forced himself to his feet. Bai Yulan gazed into the distance, where the blood-red sky churned as an immense surge of energy pierced the clouds. Amid the deafening rumble, a massive beast, nearly a kilometer long, writhed in the distance. Streams of light danced around. This was the battlefield of the Grandmasters. Everyone understood that this was the decisive point of the sudden war. If the newly emerged beast could be slain, humanity would secure victory. If not, the defensive line would collapse, and the beast horde would invade the rear territories, causing catastrophic losses. Should the beast reach the cities, millions of lives would be lost. The thought of the catastrophic events depicted in the documentaries from the Martial Year 1 era made both of their faces darken. Not far away, a major charged forward with a furious roar, slaying several giant beasts before being crushed into pulp by a massive claw. Damn it! Xiong Lincoln's eyes reddened. Ignoring his exhaustion, he charged out without hesitation. The rift outbreak had come so suddenly. Although the military district had detected anomalies and sent special forces to investigate, the sudden escalation still caught them off guard. As the rift expanded rapidly, the station troops responded quickly but were soon trapped in a brutal struggle. At the 31st Operations Base, urgent calls for reinforcements poured in endlessly. The officers were overwhelmed, their forces stretched to their limits. Request reinforcements. Level 1 alert. Call for support from neighboring defense lines. Report. Lieutenant General Li Zidao has sent an urgent message. He's on his way. The 31st Operations Front must hold the line. A Grandmaster. That's excellent news. Communications unit. Spread the word that reinforcements are on the way. If the signal interference is too strong, deliver the message personally. The command room was filled with shouts. Communications officers swapped their uniforms for combat gear, preparing to deliver messages through the battlefield by hand in near-suicidal mission. Yet, no one hesitated. Silently, they readied themselves and charged into the chaos without looking back. The 812th Regiment was both unlucky and fortunate. Unlucky because the rift had opened right outside their base, leading to massive casualties early in the battle. Their strongest commander was killed, the vice commander gravely injured, and fewer than 100 soldiers remained. But they were fortunate because Yiqing happened to be nearby. Alone, he stood like an unyielding wall, halting the surge of beasts pouring from one of the rifts. Not a single beast managed to breach his defense. No one knew how much time had passed. The beast tide temporarily retreated, circling the rift. Yiqing stood amidst the carnage, his body drenched in blood and surrounded by rivers of gore. Blood-red tendrils swayed in the pools of blood like coral beneath the sea. Exhaling heavily, he surveyed the scene. Mountains of beast corpses lay scattered around him. Many of the bodies were mutilated, some covered in bite marks, others drained of blood and shriveled, and some with their spinal cords extracted. The scene was unimaginably gruesome. A powerful sense of fullness overwhelmed him, and Yiqing let out a belch. For the first time since obtaining his system, he felt so stuffed it made him nauseous. His body had absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy. Glancing at his system panel, he noticed a flood of new options in the talent section. Many of these could be fused to create new abilities. It's time for some fusion. With so many talents, I should be able to create in a grade 1. Yiqing thought with anticipation as he grabbed half the corpse of a 5th-tier beast and dragged it back toward the defensive line. The medical supplies in the military, especially those equipped in frontline combat units, are infused with special potent ingredients. These medicines take effect incredibly quickly, enabling severely injured soldiers to return to the battlefield in a short time. As for side effects, on the battlefield, survival takes precedence over everything else. Everything else can wait. The medics worked efficiently to treat the wounded. In no time, the injuries of the remaining dozens of soldiers in the 812th Regiment were brought under control. Meanwhile, the engineers were also hard at work, successfully repairing several damaged armored vehicles. Severely injured soldiers were carefully moved into the vehicles, ready to be evacuated to a safe zone at any moment. The communication officers repeatedly tried to establish contact with Base 31, but strong signal interference persisted, allowing only tenuous connections with nearby defensive units. From the fragmented communications, they learned that the neighboring garrisons had suffered heavy casualties, with some units reduced to only a handful of men, their organizational structures effectively dismantled. Looks like we're relatively lucky, Lu Zhenhai said, taking a deep drag of his cigarette as his gaze drifted into the distance. Thinking of the reinforcements on their way, he added, "No, we're extremely lucky. At least we still have support coming." Suddenly, a low rumbling sound came from nearby. Everyone turned toward the noise, spotting a massive shadow quickly approaching. Level 5 behemoth. Lu Zhenhai instinctively tensed, but he quickly realized it was just a corpse and let out a sigh of relief. Yiqing handed over the behemoth's carcass to Lu Zhenhai to deal with, ensuring the group could have something to eat. While others busied themselves roasting the meat, Yiqing slipped into an armored vehicle and sat cross-legged. A translucent system interface appeared before him. The talent section now showcased several dozen new abilities, with 70 at grade C and 30 at grade B. Each talent had unique traits, though their effects were not particularly striking when used individually. Yiqing understood that to maximize their potential, he needed to merge these talents based on their characteristics. Speed-related and defense-related talents, in particular, required focused enhancement. As he scanned through the list of talents, one specific ability caught his attention. It was a talent that could elevate neural response speed to its absolute limit, enabling the user to execute complex evasive maneuvers or attacks within a fraction of a second. However, this ability demanded extremely high physical fitness and mental fortitude, something the previous behemoth couldn't withstand for more than half a minute before collapsing. But for Yiqing, this was no issue. With his current physical and mental strength, he could easily sustain it for an entire day. This micro-level speed enhancement perfectly complemented his Shadow Step ability, addressing its minor shortcomings. Yiqing quickly selected several talents, integrating all speed-related abilities into the process and initiating the fusion. As his vitality and mental energy were gradually consumed, subtle changes began to take shape. He wasn't concerned about energy depletion. His reserves of vitality and mental strength were abundant, leaving no need for immediate replenishment. With his speed enhanced, Yiqing knew his defensive capabilities couldn't be neglected either. While he firmly believed that offense is the best defense, he also understood the importance of having a solid fallback plan and safeguards in place. Although the Brank Earth barrier was sufficient for now, Yiqing knew its potential for future upgrades was immense. He quickly selected all talents related to defense, allowing them to begin fusing automatically. The fusion of talents in the categories of speed and defense was extraordinarily complex, requiring the interweaving of dozens of abilities and consuming significant amounts of time and energy. Leaping out of the armored vehicle, Yiqing devoured the blood and flesh of half a giant beast in mere moments, leaving the onlookers stunned. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he turned without hesitation and charged toward the battlefield behind the defensive line. The fusion of talents demanded a vast supply of vitality and mental strength, making the hunt for giant beasts to replenish his energy absolutely essential. His figure darted swiftly across the battlefield, plunging directly into the dense beast horde near the fissure. Amidst claws and fangs, a brutal slaughter unfolded. Before long, a system notification suddenly chimed, delivering a delightful surprise: an entirely new rank talent had been born. This new talent stemmed from his frequently used bone blade abilities. Even during his fierce battle with a level 5 giant beast, the lower-tier bone blades continued to prove their worth. While initiating the fusion of speed and defense talents, Yiqing also focused on enhancing several offensive talents, including the crank steel bone blade. Using the steel bone blade and tyrant bone spike as foundational talents, he further integrated various elemental abilities to enchant his skeletal weaponry with special damage properties. After the fusion of nearly 20 talents, a brand new talent known as Bone Dominion finally took shape. Yiqing could now control every bone in his body at will, effortlessly transforming them into massive blades or forming protective armor. Even more terrifying, these skeletal weapons were imbued not only with thunder and fire, but also with potent corrosive toxins. A single strike could prove fatal. If the victim survived, the thunder and fire would prevent the wound from healing, while the toxins would quickly erode their vitality. The long-range attack capabilities of the Tyrant Bone Spike were also preserved and enhanced. The speed of the Bone Spike's projectiles increased several-fold, and when these spikes, infused with thunder and fire, struck their target, they triggered violent explosions rivaling the power of heavy artillery. Excitement surged through Yiqing as he willed a 5-meter-long, deathly white bone blade to extend rapidly from his elbow. The blade sliced through the air like a silver lightning bolt, effortlessly cleaving the head of a level 5 giant beast in half, sending brain matter and blood spurting everywhere. The seamless control and fluidity of his abilities filled Yiqing with satisfaction. The Bone Dominion talent had perfectly inherited the strengths of both the Tyrant Bone Spike and the Steel Bone Blade, while eliminating the awkwardness of switching between different talents. At that moment, the system emitted 2 consecutive notification sounds, signaling the completion of additional talent fusions. With his formidable mental strength, Yiqing swiftly grasped the details of his new talents, particularly one named Void Flash Assault, a speed-based talent that thrilled him to no end. This talent promised that, with sufficient vitality and physical support, his speed could break through all limits, achieving the incredible feat of spatial teleportation. How powerful could the Void Flash talent truly become? Yiqing knew that this would require gradual testing over time. Yet, even at this stage, the boost it provided was astonishing. He recalled his previous speed sprinting at a base speed of 100 meters per second, which could reach 150 meters with the aid of mental focus. Among 5th-tier martial artists, this was already exceptional. Most ordinary 5th-tier fighters couldn't even achieve this level. Even if they managed to burst out at such speeds, their fragile bodies would shatter under the instantaneous acceleration. Now, having upgraded his speed-based talent to Grade A, Yiqing closed his eyes lightly and activated his thoughts. Whoosh! A sharp, tearing sound split the air as a visible shockwave rippled outward from his body. The scattered limbs and chunks of flesh on the ground were swept into the air, forming a chilling crimson tornado. Bang! 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 A series of heavy impacts resounded. Yiqing's figure blurred into an indistinct shadow, his sprinting speed nearing the speed of sound. Each time his body collided with a massive beast, it would leave behind a gaping, bloodied hole that pierced straight through the creature. This terrifying speed had already surpassed most 6th-tier martial artists. Extreme speed, in itself, is the sharpest weapon, Yiqing murmured, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. A Grandmaster-level martial artist was fundamentally superior to lower-tier fighters in every aspect. In terms of speed alone, Grandmasters had long surpassed the sound barrier, capable of soaring through the air, defying conventional limits. Yiqing calculated silently. By fully activating Void Flash and combining it with mental energy and the resonance of heaven and earth, his sprinting speed had reached 300 meters per second, brushing the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. He raised his arm, and the scales of the Qianren black tortoise armor gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the rain. Each scale bore ferocious dragon patterns, exuding an aura of cruelty and savagery. This armor had fused seamlessly with his body, benefiting from the regenerative power of the dragon flame immortal physique. Any cracks on the scales would heal in an instant. With unparalleled physical strength, astonishing speed, and impenetrable defense, Yiqing's combat power was soaring rapidly. Yet he was acutely aware that this was far from his peak. Only by raising all his talents to grade S could he claim true perfection. Suppressing the restless excitement in his heart, Yiqing redirected his focus to the battle against the massive beasts. Having just broken through his fifth limit, his fifth-tier cultivation was still immature and needed to be stabilized as quickly as possible. The blood-soaked slaughter resumed. On this battlefield, time seemed to lose all meaning. The remaining forces of the 812th Battalion were holding steady. With Lu Zhenhai, a fifth-tier martial artist, overseeing the situation, they only needed to deal with the occasional beasts slipping through the defensive gaps. The wounded were recovering steadily, and Lu Zhenhai and the others had shifted their focus to experimenting with ways to cook the beast's meat. This wasn't due to a sudden culinary interest, but because they realized Yiqing had an astonishing appetite. To support the savior of the 812th Battalion, even acting commander Lu Zhenhai had picked up some grilling skills. These rugged, bearded soldiers were gradually turning into battlefield chefs amidst the chaos. On the third day of the rift's upheaval, a thunderous, earth-shaking roar echoed from the horizon, filled with anguish and defiance. Dark clouds quickly gathered, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. Around the 100-meters-long rift beyond the defensive line, all the roaming beasts raised their heads simultaneously, as if heeding some special signal hidden within the rain. Then, they roared in unison, turned, and charged toward the rift, leaping one after another into the seemingly bottomless darkness. The upheaval is over, Lu Zhenhai shouted excitedly, his eyes reddening as he thought of their fallen comrades. The surviving soldiers erupted in cheers, their voices echoing across the temporary encampment. Yiqing reappeared, dragging the corpse of a massive beast behind him. Watching the beasts throw themselves into the rift moments earlier, he had felt a sudden urge to follow them, but managed to restrain himself with reason prevailing at the last moment. Commander! Upon seeing Yiqing return, everyone immediately straightened their backs, even the injured struggling to stand and salute him solemnly. Their eyes brimmed with awe, reverence, and an unmistakable fervor. Yiqing's performance in the face of danger had completely won over every member of the 812th Battalion. In the military, where strength was paramount, a warrior like Yiqing served as a spiritual pillar, greatly boosting morale and combat effectiveness. At this moment, Yiqing was certain that, should he give the order, everyone, including Lu Zhenhai, would follow him into battle without hesitation. The rain washed over the battlefield, dissolving the congealed blood and staining the ruins of the city with a crimson hue. Is it over? Yiqing exhaled deeply, wiping the grime off his face with the rainwater. That roar just now was likely the retreat signal for the descending beasts. The high-tier battlefield must have already determined a victor, Lu Zhenhai speculated. Yiqing nodded and gestured to the beast's corpse behind him. Make some soup to warm everyone up. He intended to rest briefly before heading back to Base 31. However, just as the pot began to emit a tempting aroma, Yiqing's expression suddenly hardened. His gaze shifted to the depths of the city ruins, his sharp mental senses detecting several powerful auras rapidly approaching. He tilted his head, the crack of his neck breaking the silence, as he casually picked up a bowl of hot soup and looked toward the source of the auras with interest. These weren't the auras of beasts, they were human. Could it be reinforcements arriving late? When the rift outbreak erupted, Combat Base 31 immediately realized the severity of the situation. The base command urgently sent a request for reinforcements to the military district. If the defense line were breached, millions of civilians would be exposed to the threat of the colossal beasts. The military district's high command reacted swiftly. A lieutenant general with the strength of a grandmaster personally took charge, 2 fully equipped corps were ready to deploy, and dozens of special operations teams were poised for action. The presence of a grandmaster-level combatant was enough to determine the outcome of a battle. The fierce battle lasted for 2 full days. Under the overwhelming firepower of the reinforcements, the colossal beast was forced back into the depths of the rift, and the beast horde scattered instantly. Although scattered skirmishes continued, they were no longer a significant threat. Victory was within reach. Reinforcements have arrived? Lu Zhenhai sensed the approaching powerful presence, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Yiqing remained calm. With his current extensive mental probing ability, he had already discerned the approaching individuals, 1 5th-tier powerhouse and 6 4th-tier fighters. What stood out even more was the emblem on their arms, a crimson scorpion. The Blood Scorpion Special Operations Team. The name triggered a string of memories in Yiqing's mind. The military district's special forces were not limited to the Canglong unit. Every special operations team was composed of elites tasked with high-risk missions. Whether it was Canglong or Blood Scorpion, these teams enjoyed superior martial arts resources, with the ultimate goal of cultivating top-tier combat strength for the military. The sound of air being sliced pierced the silence. 7 figures appeared in the temporary camp, and upon seeing the survivors, they were visibly stunned. People are still alive? Damn, that's some insane luck. The group of young individuals, barely in their 20s, carried an air of arrogance, their gazes at the wounded filled with disbelief. Hearing this, Lu Xinhai and the others' expressions darkened instantly. However, upon noticing the emblem on the newcomer's shoulders, they had to suppress their displeasure. The reputation of the blood scorpion was well earned. Yiqing frowned slightly. Their demeanor and tone provoked an inexplicable sense of aversion, as though he'd witnessed something similar before. From their words, it was implied that the 812th Regiment was expected to have been completely wiped out. Yet every soldier of the 812th Regiment had stood their ground against the overwhelming beast tide, not one of them retreating. Even the deputy commander had been prepared to perish alongside the fifth-tier colossal beast. While their strength might not have impressed Yiqing, their warrior spirit was deserving of respect, not to be treated like a sideshow for amusement. Draining the last of the hot soup from his bowl, Yiqing stood up, his brows furrowed. What are you here for? See this? One of the Blood Scorpion members pointed to his emblem with a smug smirk. Blood Scorpion Special Operations Team. We're on a classified mission, nothing else to say. At this moment, Yiqing's combat uniform was already in tatters from the prolonged battles, and the Songlong's Special Operations Team emblem he once wore had long been lost on the battlefield. He was now dressed in a standard combat uniform scavenged by Lu Xinhai from the ruins of the warehouse, leaving no trace of his true identity. Sir, the members of the Blood Scorpion Special Forces are not to be trifled with, Lu Xinhai said in a low voice, his expression serious as he spoke to Yiqing. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the Blood Scorpion squad not far away. A fifth-tier leader with a few fourth-tier members, such a lineup didn't seem particularly threatening to him. Why do you say that? It's not about their strength. Lu Xinhai glanced around and lowered his voice even further. Most of the Blood Scorpion members come from noble families. Noble families? The words immediately caught Yiqing's attention. Lu Xinhai quickly explained. It turned out that, like ordinary citizens, the descendants of noble families also held regular citizenship and could join the military, engage in commerce, or enter politics through legitimate means. However, with the abundant resources provided by their families, these individuals often held an unshakable advantage in competitive environments. In the military, for instance, soldiers from noble families could progress in their training and breakthroughs much faster than their ordinary counterparts. As competition intensified, two major factions gradually formed within the military. One comprised of civilians who relied on their own talent and hard work, and the other made up of noble family members leveraging their resource advantages. The Songlong Special Forces, to which Yiqing belonged, were primarily composed of civilians, while the Blood Scorpion Special Forces were dominated by noble family descendants. This dynamic had fostered significant tension between the two groups. Yiqing suddenly understood. It now made sense why he felt an instinctive aversion to the Blood Scorpion Special Forces. Back in the urban ruins of the training camp, he had clashed with a few noble family members, likely from the Feng family. Their arrogance, their dismissive attitudes, and their sense of superiority mirrored the behavior of the squad before him. At that moment, a burst of excited shouts came from ahead. A member of the Blood Scorpion squad ran back and reported, "Captain, we found a crack nearly 400 meters long. We're going to strike it rich this time." The fifth-tier Blood Scorpion captain's eyes lit up at the news. Abyssal cracks not only brought beast hordes, but also promised immense wealth. These cracks connected to unique spaces filled with rare and even unprecedented materials not found on Blue Star. Such materials could enhance a warrior's strength or, if sold, bring in significant resources for further cultivation. Scan the area immediately, get precise data, and seal off the surroundings. This crack belongs to us, the Blood Scorpion captain declared, completely ignoring Yiqing and his team as he issued the command. Lu Xinhai and the others were no fools. They immediately saw through the other party's intention to intercept halfway. However, faced with the overwhelming disparity in strength and authority, they could only helplessly look to Yiqing, hoping he could make a decision. Although Yiqing was not familiar with such matters, the Blood Scorpion's determined expressions and condescending attitude had made the situation crystal clear there was something valuable hidden within that fissure. His gaze sharpened as he quickly formulated a plan. This defensive line had been held by him and the soldiers of the 812th Regiment with their blood and lives. Logically, the spoils of war belonged to them and had nothing to do with outsiders. The Blood Scorpion team was blatantly attempting to seize the spoils. Hold it. Yiqing's voice was cold as he pointed at the Blood Scorpion team members who were preparing to explore the fissure. Do you all think we're just air? The Blood Scorpion squad leader was momentarily stunned by the remark, clearly not expecting anyone to dare question their authority. Their mission was not only to provide support, but also to investigate the fissure. On their journey, they had either encountered fissures already claimed or ones of little value. Finally stumbling upon this juicy catch, there was no way he would let it slip away. Being from an influential family, the Blood Scorpion squad leader couldn't be bothered to argue. Instead, He turned and gave his subordinates a few low-voiced orders. Immediately, several Blood Scorpion team members stepped forward and began clearing the area aggressively. You all need to leave at once. We, the Special Forces, will take over the operation from here. Their actions were rough, even forcibly pulling up severely injured soldiers, causing fresh blood to seep through the bandages. Move it, move it. This area is now under the control of the Blood Scorpions. All irrelevant personnel must leave immediately. One of the team members reached out, ready to push Yiqing and Lu Xinhai aside. Lu Xinhai could no longer suppress his fury. He shouted angrily, "You're just a major. Is this how you speak to your superiors? You think you can just order us around? Who do you think you are?" The rule is clear: whichever Special Forces team arrives first has the priority to explore. That's the protocol. The Blood Scorpion squad leader stepped forward, his tone icy. Besides, with what's left of your ragtag group, you're not even qualified to explore the fissure. You've got 3 minutes to clear out. Don't waste our time. Lu Xinhai's eyes burned red with rage, his chest heaving violently. The rule was indeed as the squad leader stated, but typically, Special Forces teams would collaborate with the station troops, sharing any findings equally. Now, it was clear they intended to exploit the heavy casualties suffered by the 812th Regiment and claim the fissure's spoils entirely for themselves. This was outright robbery of the compensation owed to fallen soldiers. Yiqing, ever perceptive, caught the key point in the squad leader's words. He turned and asked, "Whichever Special Forces team gets here first has the exploration rights." The Blood Scorpion team members subtly raised their chins, deliberately showcasing their insignias. By that logic, I was the first to arrive. So, shouldn't the exploration rights belong to me? Yiqing said calmly, his tone unhurried. Lu Xinhai was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned on him. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, the rights should belong to you. What nonsense are you spouting? The Blood Scorpion team member's voice was already tinged with anger. The Blood Scorpion squad leader's reprimand was stuck in his throat, silenced by the scene before him. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the cracked tactical watch in Yiqing's hand. On the screen, the blood-stained emblem of a Songlong dragon flickered faintly, but unmistakably. A member of Songlong, one of the Blood Scorpion team members exclaimed in shock. 7 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to Yiqing. This young man, who seemed even younger than them, was actually a member of the legendary Songlong Special Operations Unit. The Blood Scorpion squad leader's expression shifted rapidly before settling into a forced smile. In that case, how about we work together? Whatever we find, you'll get a share. He smirked inwardly. Venturing into the crevice alone was incredibly dangerous. What could this lone wolf possibly gain on his own? Offering him a share was already a great favor. But Yiqing simply shook his head slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips. By the rules, I got here first. That means the exploration rights are mine. It has nothing to do with you. He waved his hand dismissively. So why don't you all just leave? His words instantly darkened the faces of the 7 Blood Scorpion members. You ungrateful brat, the squad leader hissed coldly. Do you really think you can explore the entire crevice by yourself? The depths of the abyss require immediate action. Some materials must be preserved using special methods. If you delay and let valuable resources go to waste, can you bear that responsibility? Faced with such blatant moral coercion, Yiqing remained unfazed. Instead, he let out a sharp laugh, anger flashing across his face. The line I hold, and the spoils I protect, how I deal with them, is none of your business. The blood essence within his chest surged, radiating a powerful vitality. His fingers trembled slightly, and a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. He had already lost his sanity. The Blood Scorpion squad leader scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on Yiqing. Such situations were not uncommon on the battlefield. Soldiers who clawed their way back from the edge of death often fell into this kind of state. Give him 2 shots of high-strength sedatives, the squad leader ordered with a cold smirk, pointing at Yiqing. 2 Blood Scorpion members immediately understood, their faces curling into sinister smiles as they slowly approached Yiqing. This method seemed harmless after all. It was just a sedative, practically an emergency treatment. Even if reported, the higher-ups wouldn't have grounds to pursue it. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Words were indeed useless at times. Sometimes, fists were the only answer. Bang! A muffled sound shattered the tense atmosphere. One of the Blood Scorpion members was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a wrecked armored vehicle behind him. The vehicle toppled over with a crash, and the member lay limp on the ground, his fate uncertain. A 5th tier. The Blood Scorpion squad leader sensed the surge of blood energy emanating from Yiqing and suddenly understood. His lips curled into a mocking smile. So that's your Confidencia 5th tier? What a pity. The gap between 5th tiers can sometimes be as vast as the heavens. The techniques and methods I command are far beyond your imagination. No time for nonsense. Let me show you what real power looks like. Before he finished speaking, 3 segments of crimson metal shot out from the squad leader's backpack. With the crisp sound of metal clashing, the segments instantly assembled into a crimson halberd engraved with golden dragon patterns. Feng Yifeng grasped the halberd firmly, his wrist giving a slight shake. A surge of blood energy poured into the weapon, causing the crimson dragon-patterned halberd to emit a resonant hum like a dragon's roar, sending searing waves of heat rippling through the air. Kid, to die under my Feng Yifeng's war halberd is a privilege. Feng Yifeng's mocking smile disappeared as his expression turned cold. His figure leapt into the air, the nearly 10-foot-long dragon-patterned halberd carving a crimson arc through the sky, imbued with deadly intent as it slashed toward Yiqing. Feng Yifeng, another member of the Feng family. Yiqing sighed inwardly, feeling as though he and the Feng family were destined to clash time and again. Yet, at this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on the crimson dragon-patterned halberd in Feng Yifeng's hands. As a martial artist, Yiqing understood the critical importance of a weapon's quality. Ordinary metal weapons paled in comparison to high-tech alloy weapons in terms of structural strength, toughness, and their ability to amplify the wielder's energy. Even more extraordinary were weapons forged from special materials, imbued with unique properties that could elevate a fighter's power to an entirely new level. The halberd in Feng Yifeng's hands belonged to this elite class of weaponry. He swung the nearly 3-meter-long weapon, carving a blazing crimson arc through the air. The strike carried with it a wave of searing heat as it slashed down toward Yiqing, causing the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. The scorching heat was almost suffocating. However, Yiqing remained calm and composed, standing in place and observing the halberd with keen interest. As a spiritual mind practitioner, he was secretly using his mental energy to analyze the trajectory of Feng Yifeng's strike. To Feng Yifeng, however, this appeared as if Yiqing had been paralyzed with fear, too overwhelmed by his overwhelming attack to respond. A flicker of mockery and pride crossed Feng Yifeng's eyes. That halberd in your 7th grade crimson gold dragon halberd was a masterpiece he had commissioned at great expense, borrowing funds to acquire the materials and hiring a master craftsman to forge it. Even military generals coveted it. Combined with his cultivation technique, a full-force strike could threaten a 6th-tier martial artist. If not for his desire to quickly eliminate Yiqing and proceed into the abyssal rift to gather materials, he wouldn't have even considered using this prized weapon. Yet here he was, wielding it like a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As the crimson gold dragon halberd's blade neared Yiqing, a strange unease crept into Feng Yifeng's heart. It was too late to alter the weapon's trajectory. He cursed inwardly, realizing that this might result in unexpected trouble later. The crimson halberd came crashing down from above Yiqing's head, slicing smoothly into the ground and leaving a massive crater. A web of cracks radiated outward like a spider's web. Commander, Lu Jinhai and the others were horrified, their eyes instantly reddening as they prepared to charge at Feng Yifeng and his group in a desperate bid for revenge. But the loudest exclamations came from the other members of the Blood Scorpion squad. They stared wide-eyed at the spot where Yiqing had been standing. There was no blood, no sign of injury. Instead, Yiqing's figure seemed to fade, becoming translucent before slowly dissipating like a mirage. What's going on? It's an afterimage. His speed was so fast that he left an afterimage behind. No way. How fast does someone have to be to pull off something like that? As Special Forces operatives, they understood better than most what it meant to leave an afterimage in place. The realization left them utterly stunned. In their perception, only the captain of the Special Forces, a 6th-rank peak-level expert just a step away from becoming a master, could achieve such speed. Yet, this member of the Zonglong Special Forces, clearly only a 5th-rank combatant, displayed such astonishing speed that it left everyone present utterly stunned. Feng Yifeng's pupils contracted abruptly. The instant Yiqing's figure dissipated like smoke before his eyes, an overwhelming sense of danger surged to his mind. The whistling sound of wind erupted sharply behind him, the piercing shriek of a fist tearing through the air. Instinctively, he turned, gripping his battle halberd tightly in both hands and raising it to block in front of his chest. Clang! The fist collided with the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd, producing a deafening explosion. A tidal wave of immense force surged through the halberd, sending Feng Yifeng skidding backward, leaving 2 deep grooves in the cement ground before he managed to halt his retreat. Glancing down, he saw that the webbing between his thumbs and index fingers had split open, blood trickling down the halberd's shaft in winding streams. But he quickly calmed himself. After all, the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd was forged from materials comparable to a 7th-rank master weapon. A direct punch against it must have come at a cost for his opponent as well. Indeed, his assumption was correct. Yiqing's metacarpal bones were riddled with cracks, but, strangely, a faint golden light coursed through his bones, healing the injuries almost instantly. This was the miraculous power of his strength talent, Dragonflame's celestial physique, which not only mended his wounds, but also made his bones even tougher with each recovery. Yiqing flexed his now-healed hand and smirked darkly. Your halberd isn't bad. Before his words even finished, his figure vanished once more. In the next moment, he reappeared right in front of Feng Yifeng, now wielding a seemingly ordinary alloy combat knife. A faint white bone membrane coated the blade, giving it an eerie glow. There were no flashy techniques, only raw speed and brute strength. Yiqing raised the knife and slashed downward with relentless force. The blade's shadow overlapped in rapid succession, each strike swift as lightning. Feng Yifeng was immediately forced into a desperate struggle, his crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd whirling defensively to block the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashes rang out in rapid succession, forming a continuous cacophony. Each collision sent a powerful shockwave through the halberd, forcing Feng Yifeng to retreat step by step. He tried to summon the halberd's power for a counterattack, but every time the heat energy began to build, Yiqing's relentless assault surged forward like a tidal wave, leaving no room to breathe. The seemingly ordinary alloy combat knife was already covered in cracks, yet the strange white bone membrane enveloping it kept it intact. The membrane seeped into every fissure, binding the fragments tightly together and preserving the blade's sharp, lethal edge. Damn it! How is this even possible? Feng Yifeng's hands throbbed in pain, his arms going numb with every clash of weapons. He stared in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary alloy saber in his opponent's hand, his face growing paler by the second. As a member of the prestigious Feng family, he had always taken pride in his near-Savinthier crimson gold dragon spear. Yet now, its supposed superiority was nowhere to be seen. This legendary weapon, capable of slicing through ordinary alloy blades with a mere touch, was being suppressed by the opponent's chaotic yet relentless blade technique. Is this all you've got? Yiqing's voice carried a mocking tone. Panicking at the first sign of trouble? You're nothing but a worthless weakling. What did you just say? The taunt pushed Feng Yifeng over the edge. Gritting his teeth, he risked a counterattack and abruptly retreated to create some distance. In an instant, the immense power of his blood energy erupted, a crimson smoke rising from the top of his head and piercing the sky. The blood core in his chest spun wildly, channeling a torrent of blood energy into the crimson gold dragon spear. The spear trembled and emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar. A searing red wave of heat swept outward, engulfing Feng Yifeng in its fiery aura. You forced me to do this, he muttered, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. As a scion of the Feng family, wielding a divine weapon yet being overpowered by a mere alloy saber was a humiliation he couldn't endure. He had to utterly defeat his opponent to reclaim his honor. Yiqing, watching Feng Yifeng's desperate resolve, paused his assault with growing interest. In truth, he had only used less than half of his strength, relying on the force techniques of the Dragon Rock Sky physique and his grade speed talent, Void Blink. His other abilities, such as the Dragon Flame Immortal Body and Mental Power Amplification, remained untouched. 7th tier, Master Technique. Feng Yifeng's low shout was accompanied by a fiery light in his eyes. With a deafening boom, the fusion of blood energy and the spear's heat wave coalesced into a blazing red sun, radiating suffocating heat and energy waves. For the first time, Yiqing felt a genuine sense of threat from his opponent. Yet instead of fear, excitement lit up his eyes. He raised his alloy saber, golden light bursting forth from his flesh and blood. 10 suns as one. With Feng Yifeng's roar, the blazing sun rose high, and the crimson gold dragon spear transformed into a streak of crimson light slashing downward. A roaring fire dragon surged forth, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything in its path. Perfect. Yiqing faced the oncoming heat wave, his black hair whipping wildly in the wind. He made no attempt to dodge, using the blinding light as cover to unleash scales engraved with dragon patterns across his body. Boom. The explosion echoed across the battlefield, the intense heat igniting a sea of flames that swallowed Yiqing whole. The shockwaves rippled outward, toppling wrecked armored vehicles and collapsing nearby ruins. Even the distant onlookers were nearly swept off their feet. Panting heavily, Feng Yifeng stared at the blazing inferno, his face pale. Just as he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly shrank. A figure was emerging from the fire. Master Technique? Yiqing walked out of the flames unscathed, casually extinguishing the embers on his body. His combat suit had been incinerated, but his bare skin bore no signs of injury. Impossible, Feng Yifeng gasped, trembling all over. He couldn't comprehend how his full-power Master Technique, a 7th-tier ability, had failed to even scratch his opponent. Impressive power, Yiqing remarked, examining a piece of shattered scale still clinging to his palm. He looked up with a bright smile. But I told you already, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Techniques only matter depending on who's using them. Before the last word left his lips, Yiqing vanished and reappeared in front of Feng Yifeng. A streak of silver light flashed as the damaged alloy saber descended with terrifying force. Clang. Drained of blood energy, Feng Yifeng barely managed to block the strike, only to have the impact render his hands powerless. The crimson gold dragon spear flew from his grasp, and Yiqing snatched it out of the air. He twirled the searing weapon with ease. The strength of a weapon has always depended on its wielder. In your hands, this spear is nothing more than scrap metal. Give it back, Feng Yifeng roared, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged forward. Yiqing's gaze turned icy. With a swift sweep of the spear, he struck Feng Yifeng square in the chest. A sickening crack echoed as Feng Yifeng spat blood, his body sent flying like a broken kite. This weapon is wasted on someone like you, Yiqing said with a faint smile. I'll hold on to it for now. When you're worthy, maybe I'll consider giving it back. In truth, Yiqing's interest lay not in the spear, but in something else. His gaze fell on Feng Yifeng's head, a glimmer of silver light flickering in his eyes. In his enhanced vision, a radiant and mysterious glow pulsed within Feng Yifeng's mind, beckoning him forward. That was a light only Yiqing could see. He gazed at it intently, fully grasping its profound meaning. The young man from the Feng family not only brought people to seize his spoils of war, but, after Yiqing's clear refusal, resorted to ruthless methods without hesitation or mercy. Since that was the case, Yiqing decided not to hold back either. The weapon that the other party treasured so dearly would take it. That powerful Grandmaster technique would claim it as well. Since they had already torn away any semblance of civility, he would maximize his gains. Feng Yifeng collapsed to the ground, his chest feeling like a broken heap of mud. Were it not for the powerful vitality of a fifth-tier martial artist sustaining him, he might already have perished. Agonizing pain radiated from his chest to every part of his body, and cracks had begun to appear on the blood core within him. A wave of intense dizziness washed over his mind. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious, and barely managed to lift his head to look at Yiqing, who was approaching step by step. His gaze was fixated on the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd in Yiqing's hand, a weapon that should have belonged to him, his greatest reliance before ascending to the Grandmaster realm. Now it had been taken by someone else, and the pain of that loss far surpassed the physical injuries he had sustained. Feng Yifeng's eyes were bloodshot, a chaotic mixture of shock, confusion, anger, and resentment swirling within them. A deep sense of humiliation consumed him, and he couldn't make sense of it. That was a 7th-tier Grandmaster Technicia method that could only be created at the Grandmaster level, with power several times greater than a 6th-tier technique. Coupled with his near 7th-tier crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd, even a 6th-tier martial artist would have been seriously injured facing it head-on. Yet this 5th-tier martial artist before him had withstood it and emerged unscathed. How was that possible? Yiqing's earlier words suddenly echoed in Feng Yifeng's ears. The strength of a weapon or technique always depends on the one who wields it. In your hands, even this weapon is nothing but a dusty piece of trash. The voice reverberated in his mind like thunder, and Feng Yifeng coughed up another mouthful of clotted blood. A tidal wave of negative emotions surged through his mind. Even without any mental attacks directed at him, his spirit was on the verge of collapse. The blow was simply too devastating. As a direct descendant of the Feng family, he had reached the 5th tier at a young age, standing out among the younger generation of his clan. He had joined the military to build his credentials and seek promotion. Everything had been smooth sailing, had even expanded his network by befriending many heirs of prominent families in the Blood Scorpion Special Forces, feeling quite pleased with himself. Who could have imagined that what was supposed to be a straightforward support mission would turn into the greatest setback of his Lithia-crushing defeat, from which there was no chance of recovery? Yiqing's overwhelming strength had utterly destroyed Feng Yifeng's long-standing confidence. As Yiqing stood before him, he calmly delivered his judgment. You have some skill, but not much. At this moment, Feng Yifeng's eyes were empty, devoid of any ability to respond. Being pushed to the brink of a mental breakdown, what a devastating blow. Yiqing looked at his opponent, whose expression was already starting to grow dazed. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. The crimson gold halberd in his hand, adorned with intricate dragon patterns, was held steady, its sharp blade lightly touching Feng Yifeng's forehead. An invisible force surged through the halberd, directly piercing into Feng Yifeng's brow. In an instant, it was as if an inaudible explosion echoed across the heavens and earth. Feng Yifeng's body stiffened, his eyes flashing with a trace of terror. He tried to struggle, to resist, but his injuries were too severe, he couldn't move an inch. System notifications began to flash. You have absorbed a fragment of a 5th-tier warrior's soul. Mental power 15, extraction progress 28. You have absorbed a fragment of a 5th-tier warrior's soul. Mental power 17, extraction progress 31. You have absorbed a fragment of a 5th-tier warrior's soul. Mental power 23, extraction progress 41. Extraction progress complete. Begin extraction. The system's prompt echoed in Yiqing's mind. At that moment, the members of the Blood Scorpion squad, who had been watching from a distance, finally snapped out of their shock. Captain, they shouted in disbelief, watching their formidable leader fall so decisively. Panicked, they rushed towards the scene, fearing Yiqing might deal Feng Yifeng further harm. Yiqing withdrew his halberd, and the strange silver gleam in his eyes faded away. Feng Yifeng's head slumped to the side as he fell completely unconscious. The Blood Scorpion members reached him and quickly shielded their captain, glaring at Yiqing with wary eyes. To them, Feng Yifeng appeared to be merely unconscious from severe injuries. They had no idea that his true condition was far worse than it seemed. Part of his soul fragments have been extracted. His essence has been largely shattered, Yiqing thought to himself, estimating that Feng Yifeng was now utterly ruined. Physical injuries could be healed, but damage to the mind and soul? Even a ninth-tier powerhouse would be powerless to help. What's wrong? Do you want to try your luck too? Yiqing chuckled softly, giving his crimson gold halberd a slight shake. A wave of scorching heat radiated outward. The Blood Scorpion members exchanged uneasy glances, their gazes lingering on the halberd. It was their captain's most prized weapon. Though they longed to reclaim it, the calm and confident look in Yiqing's eyes made them suppress any reckless thoughts. Let's go. Back to the base, now. One of the members barked in a low voice. Carefully, they hoisted Feng Yifeng onto their shoulders and gathered their other injured comrade before retreating in haste. Not even a single threat was uttered as they left, their sole focus on rushing their gravely injured captain back for treatment. Begin extraction. Yiqing commanded the system as he watched them disappear into the distance. In an instant, a flood of fragmented memories surged through his mind. Echoing voices followed one after another. Yifeng, focus solely on your training. That little girl from the other class shouldn't come over again. Yifeng, your talent is exceptional, but you need to work on your temperament. Yifeng, from now on, he'll personally guide your training. This move watch closely. 10 sons as one. Extraction complete. The martial skills Feng Yifeng had painstakingly honed over the years, the wisdom imparted by his mentors, and the essence of his combat experience, all of it now belonged to Yiqing. The crimson gold dragon patterned halberd in Yiqing's hand trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of joy appearing on his face. Through his recent cultivation, he had gained a deeper understanding of the profound mysteries behind the 7th-tier martial art, 10 Sons Converge. This martial art's power far surpassed many a level talents, and when executed to its peak, it could manifest 10 blazing suns behind him, with a destructive force comparable to missile explosions. He calculated silently in his mind. With his current vitality, combined with his mental energy amplification and the robust energy regeneration from the harmony with heaven and earth technique, he could at least condense 5 blazing suns. This power was 5 times stronger than Feng Yifeng's. Although Feng Yifeng had mastered this martial art to perfection, his limited vitality prevented him from unleashing its full potential. The power of martial arts truly depends on the individual, Yiqing murmured to himself. At that moment, Lu Zhenhai hurried over, his eyes gleaming with near-fanatical admiration. Despite being much older than Yiqing, witnessing Yiqing's astonishing strength firsthand had made him disregard their age difference entirely. In the face of absolute power, everything else seemed insignificant. Commander, Lu Zhenhai thumped his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, sir. They're the ones in the wrong, and they tried to strike first. We're completely justified in calling it self-defense. Even if this goes to a military tribunal, my brothers and I can testify for you. Commander, we stand with you unconditionally." The surviving dozens of soldiers from the 812th Regiment shouted in unison. Even the severely wounded among them ignored the risk of reopening their injuries, pounding their chests as a gesture of unwavering loyalty. Yiqing paid little attention to their declarations. Instead, he smiled faintly and gestured toward the distant fissure, inquiring about its specifics. After Lu Zhenhai provided a detailed explanation, Yiqing immediately recognized the value of the fissure. While his strength primarily grew from consuming giant beasts, and he was not particularly attached to wealth or rare materials, he wasn't entirely indifferent to them either. At the very least, he could save more for his father's retirement after all. The current amount of over 10 million still felt insufficient. Moreover, high-grade giant beast flesh could be purchased, though he had never considered this option before due to financial constraints. Noticing the eager expression on Yiqing's face, Lu Zhenhai's heart tightened. He quickly tried to dissuade him. "Commander, we're short on manpower right now. Entering the fissure recklessly would be too dangerous. A fissure capable of accommodating 5th-tier giant beasts requires at least a 5-person team for safe exploration. Most of the brothers here are injured, and my combat ability has only recovered to 50%. I'm afraid we wouldn't be much help. I suggest waiting until your Songlong Special Forces teammates arrive before taking action." "It's fine. They'll just take a quick look at the situation," Yiqing replied calmly. Yiqing nodded and activated his tactical watch, his gaze quickly scanning the stream of information on the screen. Aside from various orders and alerts from Operations Base 31, the most striking was the communication log within the Songlong Unit 7's internal channel. "Finally, the interference is over. What's the status? Report in." Captain Xiong Linquan's urgent call stood out prominently. Messages began popping up one after another. Provided support to a company from the 833rd Regiment. Got a minor injury, nothing serious. Over. Safely retreated, currently at the operations base. Over. Sukin nearly got himself killed, but I ran into him in time. Now escorting him back to base. Just a few scratches. Cleaning up the battlefield now. Reading the status updates from his team, Xiong Linquan's tightly wound, nerves eased slightly. But suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Yiqing, the prodigy boy who had prompted numerous professors from the Jinqing Military Academy to personally call and emphasize his safety. The brightest star of the Donglin Province Genius Training Camp had yet to send any updates. A chill ran down Xiong Linquan's spine. He knew all too well how exceptional Yiqing was, a talent who could have gone straight into advanced studies at the Jinqing Military Academy, but instead insisted on enlisting in his freshman year. The professors who called were no ordinary scholars. Every one of them had survived the bloodiest battlefields. Their warnings still echoed in his ears. Ensure Yiqing's safety, or you'll pay the price. Just as Xiong Linquan was consumed with worry, his tactical watch vibrated faintly. It was a message from Yiqing. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but the moment he read the contents, his breath caught again. Exploring a rift? Is that kid out of his mind? Xiong Linquan shot to his feet, exclaiming in shock. Hearing the commotion, Bai Yulan quickly approached. After checking her own watch, her expression turned grim. Xiong Linquan's fingers flew over his tactical watch, typing a series of urgent warnings. We can't let this go. We have to get to him immediately. He has no idea how dangerous the rift is. Xiong Linquan turned to Bai Yulan. He just came out of a battle. His confidence is probably through the roof. Let's move. I think there's still an armed helicopter we can use. The two rushed to the frontline command center, gave a brief explanation, and requisitioned the unit's last armed helicopter. The roar of the rotors tore through the sky as the helicopter sped toward the distance. Meanwhile, Yiqing was glancing at the stream of warning messages on his watch, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He appreciated his teammates' concern, but they clearly underestimated him. His recent advancement from Tier 4 to Tier 5 had brought a significant boost in strength, giving him absolute confidence. Thinking of the Blood Scorpion squad, those 7 dared to venture into the rift, and he could easily overpower them. Yiqing's resolve only deepened. Besides, in his earlier fight with Yifeng, he had held back. Now was the perfect opportunity to unleash his full power and fight without restraint. With this in mind, Yiqing gripped his crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd tightly and, without hesitation, turned toward the rift in the distance. Lu Zhenhai, seeing that he couldn't stop Yiqing, was prepared to risk his life to accompany him. However, Yiqing firmly pressed a hand on his shoulder. Everyone is injured. If we encounter a lone giant beast, the few remaining members of the 812th Regiment will be completely wiped out. Yiqing's tone was resolute. Reluctantly, Lu Zhenhai stayed behind but quickly warned. The environment inside the rift is unpredictable. Martial artists are subject to various influences. Stay vigilant. Yiqing nodded in agreement, gripped his crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd, and leapt forward. In an instant, he crossed the dozens of meters between him and the massive rift, plunging directly into its depths. The moment he entered, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Though only a few meters separated him from the surface, it felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. A bone-chilling cold enveloped him, and the air was thick with an eerie energy that sought to disrupt his mind, awakening primal instincts of brutality, cruelty, and bloodlust. This was the influence of the abyss. However, such negative forces had little effect on Yiqing. His inherently violent and cold nature, coupled with his class talent, harmony of heaven and earth, allowed him to integrate with the sinister aura seamlessly. The discomfort vanished almost instantly. Yiqing plummeted through the darkness, the warmth radiating from his crimson gold halberd dispelling the biting cold. Boom! The 3-meter-long weapon slammed into the cliffside with a shower of sparks, carving deep grooves into the rock. Using the halberd for leverage, Yiqing slowed his descent, lightly tapped his foot, and propelled himself to land steadily on the first layer. He surveyed his surroundings. The abyss was vast and cavernous. According to the Special Operations Team's intel, this space was a fusion of their world and the source of the giant beasts, often yielding rare materials. The deeper one ventured, the more valuable the materials became, but the dangers grew exponentially. This suited Yiqing perfectly. The thrill of danger and the surge of adrenaline excited him. A strange silver light flickered in his eyes as pure mental energy extended from the spiritual sea between his brows, probing the surroundings. He quickly discovered that the abyss severely restricted the range of his mental detection, reducing it from a kilometer to just 600 meters. Beyond that, the darkness blocked his perception. Additionally, the abyss's chilling aura hindered the flow of vital energy, making prolonged exposure fatal for lower-level martial artists. Faint golden light flowed beneath Yiqing's skin as the power of Dragonflame Thunderfire coursed through his body. With the strength of his Dragonflame's supreme physique, his physical form remained in peak condition. Amid the crackling of bones, Yiqing's body expanded. His muscles, knotted and sinewy, seemed like intertwining roots, while dark green scales covered his form. The dragon patterns etched across his body exuded an intimidating aura. Sharp, bone-white spines jutted from his joints, and a crimson, sinister eye opened at his brow, exhaling searing energy like an awakened ancient beast. This formidable humanoid creature stretched its form. Despite its muscular build, it radiated an air of elegance and majesty, like a masterpiece crafted by a master sculptor of ancient Western traditions. Relishing the transformation, Yiqing inhaled the black mist-filled air, which was instantly purified by the dragon flame's power. Boom! The ground cracked as he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. The crimson gold halberd hummed with energy, its fiery glow illuminating a wide area. In the distance, guttural roars and the sound of rapid footsteps echoed something had been disturbed. The blazing light leapt upward before crashing down with explosive force. Splatter! Blood sprayed, and shattered bones flew in all directions. Thick, writhing blood vessels spewed cold liquid, staining the ground crimson. Grasping one of the massive blood vessels, Yiqing drank deeply. You have consumed the blood essence of an ice abyss giant lizard. Vital energy 18, extraction progress 5. You have consumed the heart of an ice abyss giant lizard. Vital energy 35, extraction progress 11. You have consumed a soul fragment of an ice abyss giant lizard. Mental energy 8. The notifications flashed rapidly. Soon, the extraction progress reached its maximum, yielding a common class talent. Yiqing paid no mind to the talent's quality. The increase in his vital energy and mental strength was what truly mattered. He pressed onward. The earlier commotion had alarmed several creatures. After the ice abyss giant lizard was instantly killed, the other beasts grew wary, refraining from reckless actions. But Yiqing took the initiative, darting through the dim abyss with incredible speed. Whenever his mental energy locked onto a target, he would appear there within 2 seconds. At his peak, his void blink ability approached the speed of sound. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, giant beasts fell, their heads crushed before they could even let out a cry. Their still warm corpses were devoured entirely. Too weak, and too few. Yiqing muttered in frustration after slaying several beasts. The first layer was utterly unchallenging, hadn't even encountered a level 5 giant beast. Seeking greater thrills, he located the nearest rift and descended further. The second layer brought more of the samey monotonous slaughter. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth layers as Yiqing delved deeper. Finally, upon reaching the 10th layer, his mental energy detected a dazzling silver-white radiance that instantly filled his vision. What is that? Yiqing raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual surge of psychic energy emanating from the silver glow. The distance of 600 meters was nothing more than 2 steps for him. But just as he prepared to move, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. An invisible force arrived in an instant, far more terrifying than the threat he had faced when encountering Feng Yifeng's martial mastery. A horrifying mental assault surged directly toward the spiritual sea at the center of his brow, swift and relentless. A beast with mastery over psychic energy. Yiqing's eyes lit up, excitement written all over his face. Such a rare and formidable opponent was exactly what he sought. He was already familiar with the wonders of psychic energy, and now he was eager to test it further. The external psychic assault crashed into his spiritual sea like a raging storm, attempting to obliterate his consciousness entirely. However, at the center of his spiritual sea, a small figure formed from liquid-like psychic energy gently waved its hand. Instantly, a massive tidal wave rose within the spiritual sea, swallowing the invading force whole. This was the power of his newly ascended strength heart source nirvana talent. Not only had it allowed his psychic energy to undergo a complete rebirth, but it also continually fortified the defenses of his spiritual sea. The purified, liquefied psychic energy he now possessed was far beyond the reach of ordinary forces. The hum of wings grew louder, drawing closer. Yiqing looked up to see a silver tide surging through the air. Countless silver insects, each the size of a fist, flapped their wings and shimmered with silvery light, forming a massive, flowing swarm. These cicada-like creatures, though individually weak in psychic energy, had an uncanny ability to merge their powers into a formidable collective assault. Yiqing's body trembled as the power of dragon flame coursed through his muscles, instantly breaking through the constraints. The swarm closed in rapidly, but the sinister eye at the center of his brow suddenly widened, bloodshot and menacing, releasing a sharp psychic blast. Boom! The two forces collided midair, producing a deafening roar. Yiqing felt a searing pain radiate from the sinister eye. The combined psychic power of the swarm was indeed formidable, exceeding his own in sheer intensity. For any other fifth-rank warrior, this mental assault would have left them incapacitated or worse. Not bad, Yiqing remarked, blood seeping from his brow as the repeated psychic clashes left him slightly injured. Yet, instead of retreating, he charged directly toward the swarm, undeterred by their mental onslaught. Though the insects buzzed frantically in an attempt to evade him, his unmatched speed allowed him to capture them effortlessly. Opening his mouth wide, he devoured 7 or 8 silver cicadas in one swift motion. Crunch! His sharp teeth ground together, shattering the steel-like shells of the silver cicadas with an ear-piercing crack. Yiqing's teeth were extraordinarily strong, capable of crunching through the bones of even a level 5 beast. A silver cicada, merely the size of a fist, posed no challenge at all. He chewed vigorously, silver blood trickling down the corners of his mouth, and swallowed it whole in just a few bites. The system notification promptly appeared. You have consumed a crystal-devouring silver cicada. HP 4, mental strength 1.1, extraction progress 0.4 inch. After devouring several more, the notifications followed. HP 3, mental strength 0.4, extraction progress 0.2. HP 3, mental strength 0.7, extraction progress 0.2. Frowning slightly at the data, Yiqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Despite the considerable strength of these crystal-devouring silver cicadas, the boosts they provided were disappointingly minimal, barely qualifying as post-meal snacks. The results were disproportionately weak compared to their displayed power, which was truly baffling. Blood vessels surged in his wicked eye as he resisted the mental assault of the swarm. At the same time, Yiqing grabbed dozens more of the silver cicadas and feasted on them with gusto. To his surprise, they tasted quite good crispy, with a flavor reminiscent of chicken and packed with protein hundreds of times higher than ordinary beef. Unfortunately, the enhancements they offered were far too negligible. Witnessing their companions being devoured, the swarm erupted in fury. The silver tide surged forward without hesitation, roaring as it engulfed Yiqing. The air was suddenly filled with countless silver particles, which clung to Yiqing's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, these particles were activated, extending countless microscopic tendrils in an attempt to burrow into his body. As Yiqing continued munching on the cicadas like candy, his unparalleled control over his body allowed him to immediately discern the true nature of these silver particles' eggs. Trying to parasitize me? Beasts will always be beasts, resorting to such vile methods. Yiqing sneered coldly, shaking his head. In an instant, a layer of dragon flame and thunder fire erupted across his body, incinerating all the attached eggs into ash. Simultaneously, his crimson gold dragon pattern halberd trembled violently, unleashing a scorching wave of heat. A fiery tornado swept through the air, obliterating every last egg hovering within it. The assault of the crystal-devouring silver cicadas grew increasingly ferocious. Dozens of silver insects swarmed toward Yiqing, their blade-like mandibles viciously tearing at the dark green scales covering his body. These scales, sturdy enough to withstand the full-strength strike of a master like Feng Yifeng, now seemed pitifully fragile against these seemingly insignificant creatures. Crack, crack, the relentless sound of fracturing echoed incessantly. Even more unnerving was the peculiar mental energy the silver cicadas emitted, like fine threads wrapping around Yiqing, voraciously siphoning his life force. But their greed was swiftly met with a fiery retribution. The searing dragon flame within Yiqing surged forth, incinerating the silver cicadas that dared to drain his vitality, reducing them to charred remains. Though his scales were continuously gnawed and torn, Yiqing's astonishing regenerative ability ensured the damage healed in an instant. Observing the terrifying power of these insects, he couldn't help but feel a pang of shock. Their bite force rivals that of divine weapons. If an ordinary fifth-tier cultivator were to be surrounded by them, they'd likely be devoured in moments. However, rather than retreat, this realization only fueled Yiqing's fighting spirit. Wiping the silver cicadas from his body with a swift motion, he grabbed a handful and swallowed them whole. His eyes burned with an even more intense determination. To him, the stronger and more exceptional these creatures were, the greater the rewards they would ultimately yield. Abandoning all attempts at defense, Yiqing charged directly into the densest part of the swarm. Unexpectedly, the once fearless insect horde began to show signs of hesitation, as though deliberately trying to prevent him from approaching their center. Trying to hide. A cold smile curled at Yiqing's lips as his eyes gleamed sharply. Hiding won't save you. Before his words had fully left his mouth, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, smashing through the hard bodies of the silver cicadas in his path. With a thunderous hum reverberating all around him, he pierced through to the heart of the swarm. There, a colossal figure emerged, a gargantuan silver cicada over 2 meters long. What was most horrifying, however, was its head. It bore a finely sculpted human face, staring directly at him with an unsettling expression. The oddly shaped silver cicada stood tall in the center of the swarm, emanating waves of mental energy far beyond the ordinary. Yiqing keenly sensed countless invisible threads of mental energy extending from it, tightly connecting to each and every crystal-devouring silver cicada in the swarm. In that instant, he understood everything. No matter how powerful an insect might be, It could not escape the fundamental law of social creatures. The enormous silver cicada before him was undoubtedly the core of the swarm, akin to the queen of an ant colony. If it were slain, the entire swarm would collapse into chaos. Yiqing's piercing gaze locked firmly onto the cicada queen, his mind already calculating how much progress it could yield for him. At that moment, the cicada queen also sensed the mortal danger. Its bewitching, otherworldly eyes met Yiqing's, and the primal instincts of a beast allowed it to instantly comprehend the meaning in his Gazia predator's ecstatic hunger upon spotting its prey, a bloodlust more intense than that of an abyssal beast. In the blink of an eye, Yiqing struck. The crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd cleaved through the air, its dazzling flames tearing through the swarm, aiming directly at the queen's position. As the intelligent ruler of the swarm, the cicada queen let out a sharp, piercing screech. Instantly, every crystal-devouring silver cicada was driven into a frenzy, swarming toward Yiqing in a dense, overwhelming tide. Their vaunted steel-like mandibles bit down with abandon, only to shatter against Yiqing's increasingly impenetrable dragon-patterned scales. Waves of psychic assaults surged toward him like a relentless tide, but the tiny figure within Yiqing's spiritual seat effortlessly nullified them. Even their formidable energy-draining ability was rendered useless. His blood, infused with dragon fire and thunder, became a deadly poison. Any cicada that dared to absorb it was instantly reduced to charred remains. Yiqing advanced with unstoppable momentum, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake, either burning the silver cicadas to ash or crushing and devouring them directly. Silver insect blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, cloaking him in a divine, imposing silver glow. With each step forward, the cicada queen's sense of impending doom grew stronger. After only a brief moment of hesitation, the cicada queen made its decision. A shrill, resonant hum echoed across the sky, driving the swarm into utter madness. Countless crystal-devouring silver cicadas surged forward without hesitation, weaving themselves into a dense, solid silver moon that encircled Yiqing completely. Seizing the opportunity, the cicada queen transformed into a streak of silvery light, speeding off into the distance. After all, as a member of the insect race, it could rebuild the swarm as long as it retained sufficient energy. Trying to escape? A foolish choice indeed. A low, resonant voice emerged from within the silver moon. In the next instant, a crimson gold bolt of lightning burst forth, spreading a web of cracks across the entire silver moon. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens. The thunderous fire, capable of melting steel, erupted in the sky, instantly obliterating the crescent-shaped encirclement formed by the crystalline silver cicadas. The Tianlong Jade thunder, infused with the power of molten lava, was not only devastatingly destructive, but also terrifying in its nature. Once it latched onto a target, it burned like living magma, relentlessly consuming its victim until nothing but ashes remained. The cicada queen's strategy backfired. She had intended to command the swarm to encircle Yiqing, buying herself time to escape. However, this decision only hastened the swarm's annihilation. A single eruption of the dragon flame reduced 70% of the crystalline silver cicadas to charred remains. With the majority of her swarm destroyed, the cicada queen's combat strength plummeted, leaving her utterly incapable of contending with Yiqing. Without hesitation, Yiqing broke through the remnants of the swarm and pursued the fleeing cicada queen. Despite her astonishing speed in escaping, Yiqing was even faster. The spikes on his body twisted and shifted as he ran, gradually forming a shield perfectly designed for aerodynamics. With the sudden drop in air resistance, his speed approached the threshold of sound. Through the howling winds, a silver glow caught Yiqing's eye, and a spark of excitement flickered in his gaze. Die, he growled lowly, raising the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd in his hand. His mental energy locked firmly onto the fleeing cicada queen. With a powerful swing of his arm, the halberd tore through the air with a deafening roar. The sharp sound of the halberd slicing through the air startled the cicada queen. She turned back in terror, her enchanting eyes now filled with the rapidly enlarging image of the deadly weapon. Desperately, she tried to channel her mental energy to alter the halberd's trajectory, only to realize in shock that, without the support of her swarm, her powers were utterly insufficient to influence this fearsome weapon. Dodging was no longer an option. With a sickening thud, the halberd pierced through her body, pinning her to the ground. The intense pain elicited a shrill, heart-wrenching scream as the cicada queen writhed frantically, trying to free herself, only to worsen the wounds caused by the halberd's blade. Heavy footsteps drew closer, and a looming shadow enveloped the cicada queen. Driven by her survival instincts, she endured the agony and twisted her body, prostrating herself at Yiqing's feet. She extended her petite tongue to lick the top of his shoe, mimicking a submissive gesture she had learned from fragmented memories of hunting humans, hoping to win a sliver of mercy. Yiqing's brows furrowed in disgust, and he stomped her face into the ground. Revolting. You're ruining my appetite, he spat coldly, ignoring the pleading, tearful gaze in her eyes. His foot pressed down with sudden force. With a sickening pop, the cicada queen's head burst like a shattered watermelon, splattering silver fluids across the ground. Her body convulsed briefly before falling still, lifeless. Wasting no time, Yiqing immediately began extracting and refining the energy from the remains. Yiqing gazed at the massive cicada carcass before him. The over 2-meter-long cicada queen emitted a faint silver glow. Without hesitation, he devoured it. In just a few breaths, the enormous body vanished entirely into his stomach. As the last piece of cicada meat was consumed, a system prompt appeared. Extraction progress for crystal devouring silver cicada is complete. Begin extraction. Yiqing immediately confirmed. A faint ripple stirred within his spiritual sea, but quickly subsided. His spiritual sea, undergoing its second metamorphosis, had long surpassed what ordinary spiritual talents could disturb. Extraction successful. Along with this notification, a flood of information about the new talent surged into Yiqing's consciousness. When he realized it wasn't a grade talent, a look of delight appeared on his face. It was the first time he had directly extracted an grade talent from a colossal beast, and it turned out to be an exceptionally powerful spiritual talent. This talent, named Hive Mind, perfectly addressed many limitations that spiritual manipulators faced when multitasking. Ordinarily, while spiritual manipulators could control multiple weapons simultaneously to enhance combat effectiveness, the mental strain was immense. Any misstep could render multiple weapons less effective than focusing on a single one. More critically, multitasking drastically drained spiritual energy. What could have been sustained for an hour in single weapon control might drop to just 20 minutes when managing two. However, the hive mind talent significantly improved the user's multitasking capabilities. Just as the cicada queen could effortlessly command an entire swarm, this talent allowed its user to potentially control dozens, even hundreds or thousands of entities as their strength grew. Eager to test it, Yiqing focused his mind, and 30 small stones around him rose into the air. They hovered and danced nimbly, forming various shapes with ease. I can split my focus into 30 parts. This will massively enhance my spiritual combat abilities. Yet, amid his excitement, Yiqing found himself deep in thought. By devouring the cicada queen, he had gained a deeper understanding of the crystal-devouring silver cicada species. These unique spiritual beasts had the potential to evolve into a 7th-tier existence, but their habitat requirements were incredibly stringent, relying solely on special mineral veins to thrive. The sheer size of the swarm suggested one thing: there had to be a significant special mineral vein hidden in this area. Without delay, Yiqing darted back toward the nearby fissure to search. Before long, his spiritual senses detected an anomaly. As his perception swept over a small mountain, he felt a peculiar resonance between his spiritual energy and a substance within the mountain. Following this sensation, Yiqing sped toward it. Standing in front of the pockmarked mountain, the sight before him left him astonished. Countless streams of silver light flowed out from the densely packed holes. As his spiritual energy penetrated the mountain, the entire internal structure of the mountain vividly appeared in his mind. Numerous silver gray ores embedded within the walls. Although some bore traces of the crystal-devouring silver cicada's gnawing, the remaining reserves were still astonishingly abundant. This is mithril. Yiqing couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Mithril, an extremely rare and valuable metal, holds unparalleled significance for psychics. This silvery gray metal is not only hard and flexible, but also so durable that even ordinary alloy weapons struggle to leave a mark on its surface. What truly makes mithril extraordinary, however, is its near-perfect compatibility with psychic energy, allowing psychics to channel their energy seamlessly into it, creating a subtle resonance, as if the metal becomes a natural extension of their psychic power. For this reason, weapons forged from mithril are considered the ideal tools for psychics, significantly enhancing their combat abilities. Despite its importance, mithril is exceedingly rare. Even when new deposits are discovered, the metal's concentration and purity are often disappointingly low. At this moment, however, the mithril mine before Yiqing was nothing short of astonishing. Its purity was so high that it could be used directly without refining. No wonder it could nurture so many insects, he thought to himself. Wasting no time, Yiqing sprang into action. With the crimson gold dragon patterned halberd in his hands, serving as a makeshift digging tool, he cleaved through the hard rock, quickly carving a passage into the mountain's interior. Carefully extracting and collecting chunks of silver glinting or under the guidance of his psychic energy, it took him only half an hour to hollow out the small mountain, ensuring not a single piece of mithril was left behind. As he gazed at the scattered ore, Yiqing decided to smelt them together. Flames of searing lightning erupted from his palm, melting the surrounding ordinary rocks under the intense heat, while the mithril ore merely shed its outer layer of stone, remaining unscathed beneath. Undeterred, Yiqing unleashed a surge of dragon flame, pushing the temperature even higher. After continuous heating, The mithril ore finally began to melt, gradually fusing into a single mass. When the moment was just right, Yiqing stopped abruptly, ignoring the lingering heat as he grabbed the massive silver-gray chunk of mithril. Around 100 pounds, he murmured, raising an eyebrow as he quickly calculated its worth. At the current market rate of 30 million per pound, the refined mithril would yield a total of 100 pounds, amounting to a staggering 3 billion. The thought of holding a $3 billion treasure in his hand brought a faint smile to Yiqing's face. Recognizing the immense value of the mithril, he decided to leave the abyssal rift for now. Carrying such a priceless gem into further battles was clearly unwise. With the mithril in hand, Yiqing began retracing his steps to exit. Meanwhile, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed over the 812th Regiment's defensive zone on the surface. Lu Zhenhai and his team looked up at the source of the noise. A heavily armed helicopter flew overhead, and two figures leaped from it. With two heavy thuds, Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan landed steadily. They immediately scanned the area for Yiqing, and upon realizing he was absent, their expressions darkened. Damn it, that kid really went in. Xiong Linquan muttered under his breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan hurried to the makeshift camp of the 812th Regiment, only to be greeted by rows of saluting soldiers. Lu Zhenhai quickly stepped forward and briefly explained Yiqing's whereabouts. The news hit them like a heavy blow, and their expressions darkened instantly. A fourth-tier martial artist, going into the abyss rift alone. Xiong Linquan clenched his fists tightly, his brows furrowed. They were still unaware of the events that had taken place at the 812th Regiment's position and believed Yiqing was only at the fourth tier in strength. Call for reinforcements. Xiong Linquan turned to Bai Yulan. Get everyone in the team who can move over here. Prepare to go down and find him. Bai Yulan immediately began summoning the members of the 7th Squad. Both of them knew all too well that if the worst-case scenario unfolded, they might not even find a body, and Yiqing would ultimately be classified as missing by the military. Tell them to hurry, Xiong Linquan said in a low voice to Bai Yulan. The two of us will head down first to take a look. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Lu Zhenhai recalled Yiqing's words before he left and quickly spoke up. Before he left, Commander Yi specifically told me to tell you not to worry. He said he would be fine. Fine my ass. Xiong Linquan couldn't help but curse under his breath. A fourth-tier martial artist venturing into the abyss alone? There's no way he won't get into trouble. Hearing Xiong Linquan mention fourth tier, Lu Zhenhai suddenly realized that the two standing before him were completely unaware of what had happened earlier. Taking a deep breath, he began recounting the shocking feats Yiqing had accomplished after arriving at the 812th Regiment. Actually, a lot happened before he entered the abyss. But the interference from the abyss was too strong at the time, so communication was impossible. You probably haven't heard yet. What? The two were left dumbfounded. He took down a 5th-level beast in seconds, held an entire defensive line by himself, and even had time to experiment with how to cook the beasts. Xiong Linquan shook his head in disbelief. That kid was only at the 4th tier a few days ago. How could he possibly? Just as they began to doubt whether they had been exposed to some kind of hallucinogenic poison on the battlefield, Lu Zhenhai mentioned the blood scorpions. The blood scorpions were here too? Where? The two immediately tensed up. As veterans of the Zonglong Special Forces team, they knew all too well what kind of trouble that elite squad of noble heirs could bring. They were driven off. Lu Zhenhai's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he recalled the battle. Driven off? By who? Of course, by Commander Yi. What? The two exclaimed in unison. Xiong Linquan frowned. You must be joking. I know Feng Yifeng's from the Feng family, highly proficient in numerous martial arts, and wields that ancestral crimson gold dragon pattern spear. He's one of the top squad leaders in the Blood Scorpions. How could I joke about something like this? Lu Zhenhai said firmly. I saw it with my own eyes. Every word is true. Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan stood frozen in place. Though it was hard to believe, they had already accepted most of it in their hearts. After all, as a deputy regiment commander, his status was not low. Why would he joke about something like this? Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, struggling to process the answer. Just then, a strange noise echoed from the distant crevices, breaking the silence. Shoo! The group's expressions shifted instantly, and they held their breath, listening intently. From the depths of the crevice came the sound of something moving at high speed. Bai Yulan, focusing carefully, said gravely, "This noise. It's at least level 5. He suddenly noticed faint sonic booms in the air, and his face grew even darker. No, it could be level 6. Whoosh! A dark figure shot out of the crevice, streaked with intertwining crimson and silvery gray light, creating a dazzling arc in the sky. With a heavy thud, the figure crashed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. What the? Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan stared at Yiqing, not just surprised by his safe return, but stunned by the crimson gold dragon patterned halberd in his hand and the massive silvery gray ore he carried. The crimson gold dragon halberd? Did this kid really take down Foamy Feng? Xiong Linquan muttered in disbelief, his gaze shifting to the ore. Is that mithril? This chunk has to weigh at least 100 pounds. It's worth billions. The two rushed over to Yiqing, scrutinizing him closely, making Yiqing feel uneasy. Captain, Vice Captain, is there a problem? Yiqing, now back to his normal state, looked no different from anyone else. There's a big problem, Xiong Linquan said, tapping the halberd and running his hand over the mithril. Your rate of improvement is way too abnormal. To reach level 5 before the age of 20, you know what that means. I guess it's pretty impressive, Yiqing replied with a grin. Impressive doesn't even begin to describe it. Xiong Linquan fell silent. He thought about how he had barely reached the peak of level 5 by the age of 30 and was still a step away from level 6. By military standards, that was considered excellent, but compared to Yiqing, it was nothing. Comparing oneself to others could really be infuriating. Anyway, it's good that you're back safe, Bai Yulan said from the side. Agreed, Xiong Linquan said seriously. You're strong, but venturing into the abyss alone is far too dangerous. Don't do it again, you almost gave me a heart attack. Now that they had found Yiqing, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that reinforcements were en route to take over the 812th Regiment's defensive duties, they loaded the severely injured onto their transport and headed straight for Operations Base 31. You really hit the jackpot this time, Xiong Linquan said, patting the mithril ore. You can distribute spoils like this at your discretion, don't worry about it. Yiqing was about to respond when he noticed Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan's expression suddenly turning grim. The biggest issue right now, Bai Yulan said, pointing at the crimson gold dragon halberd, is this particular war trophy. Xiong Linquan examined the halberd carefully, his tone heavy. This is a quasi-levelseven weapon. Foamy Feng had big ambitions. Once he breaks through to the levels even Grandmaster realm and infuses it with his Grandmaster will, this weapon could fully evolve to level 7. In terms of value, it's no less precious than your chunk of mithril. Yiqing froze at the statement, realizing the crimson gold dragon halberd was far more valuable than he had anticipated. For a warrior, such a weapon is as vital as half their life, Bai Yulan said gravely, her fingers lightly tapping the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd. Taking this item, Blood Scorpion won't let it slide easily. Let them not. Xiong Linquan's rough voice carried a hint of disdain. That kid thought he could rely on numbers to snatch the spoils of war. He's the one in the wrong to begin with. What do we have to fear? Bai Yulan frowned slightly. That's true in principle, but in reality, many problems can't be solved by reasoning alone. When Foamy Feng regains consciousness, if he regains consciousness at all, Yiqing thought to himself, the cost of mental trauma far outweighed the value of a crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd. Then we'll deal with whatever comes our way, Xiong Linquan sneered. These aristocratic brats have been throwing their weight around in the military for too long. It's about time they learned a lesson. Yiqing, you can rest easy. Sure, the Feng family is powerful, but our Songlong special forces aren't pushovers either. We've got plenty of seasoned warriors from the Jinqing army here. As long as you don't betray us, even if the sky falls, the academy will take the brunt of it first. Xiong Linquan gave Yiqing a firm pat on the shoulder, his tone resolute. This was no empty reassurance, but a genuine promise. A prodigy who had reached the 5th-tier warrior level at just 18, held the line alone, and emerged unscathed from an abyssal rift. Such talent was worth protecting, even if they made mistakes. The rift will be further investigated by the Songlong Special Forces, Bai Yulan said softly. Whatever is found will be shared with you and the brothers of the 812th Regiment. The helicopter's rotors thundered overhead as the 31st Operations Base came into view. After their identities were verified, the helicopter landed steadily on the helipad. Accompanied by the two captains, Yiqing proceeded to the command center to submit his battle report, awaiting verification and subsequent commendations. Post-battle operations commenced in full swing. The logistical staff at the base worked tirelessly, meticulously verifying the combat performances of various units during the Abyssal Rift incident. Stacks of harrowing reports piled up on desks. The complete annihilation of the 833rd Regiment, with martyr titles and compensation needing urgent processing. The garrison at Defense Line 1226 retreating 10 kilometers in the face of battle, with its commanding officer facing severe punishment, and the Songlong 3rd Squad, tasked with probing the core of the rift, losing more than half its members, leaving its elite forces decimated. In the Intelligence Analysis Center, officers were busy piecing together battlefield intelligence. Suddenly, one officer froze, staring at a report in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he let out an astonished exclamation. Holding a defensive line alone for days until the battle ended? Such an achievement would be remarkable even for a seasoned major. But when the officer noticed the identity of the report's protagonist, his shock deepened. A newly enlisted soldier. Even if they were part of the special forces, such feats seemed utterly impossible. This has to be a fabricated report, the officer concluded firmly. Captain Lin Shui stood at the workstation in the Intelligence Analysis Center, her tall, graceful figure slightly tense. Her long legs were crossed ever so slightly, and her sharp eyes were fixed on the documents in front of her brows furrowing deeper by the second. Without hesitation, she activated the communication system to verify the information with the 812th Regiment. As each detail was confirmed, an astonishing truth emerged. What initially seemed like an exaggerated combat record turned out to be entirely authentic. Yiqing. She murmured the name under her breath, a trace of doubt flickering in her eyes. What did everything recorded in this file truly signify? Snapping the document shut, Lin Shui swiftly exited the Intelligence Analysis Center and headed straight for the base's highest command center. Though she was only a junior officer, her unique status allowed her to pass through every checkpoint unimpeded until she reached a specific office door. She knocked lightly. Upon receiving permission, Lin Shui pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Uncle Zhang, please take a look at this." She handed the file to the middle-aged general seated behind the desk. Xiaoxue. General Zhang Jianfeng, with golden stars on his shoulders, took the document casually and glanced at it. "Another request for a martyr's title?" "No." Lin Shui shook her head, maintaining her professional composure even in front of the general. "Please examine it carefully." Zhang Jianfeng's brows furrowed as he opened the file, his expression gradually stiffening. The next moment, an invisible force burst forth within the office, and the surface of the sturdy alloy desk instantly cracked. Shock rippled through the general's eyes, and for a moment, he struggled to keep his own power in check. Realizing Lin Shui was still in the office, Zhang Jianfeng quickly reined in his energy. "Apologies for losing my composure. Xiaoxue, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Lin Shui replied, her face slightly pale as she shook her head gently. The commander of Base 31, Zhang Jianfeng, exhaled deeply before a brilliant light ignited in his eyes. The top graduate from the Donglin Province training camp, a rising star of the Jinqing Military Academy, a new recruit who's only been enlisted for a few days. This is a true genius. The words of praise from the Grandmaster carried weight and conviction. In the military, there was an unwritten rule. No matter how brilliant a genius might be, without the baptism of the battlefield, their reputation remained hollow. Only those who survived the chaos of bullets and bloodshed, tempering themselves in life-and-death struggles, were worthy of being called martial powerhouses. Zhang Jianfeng had long heard about the genius who recently arrived at the 31st Combat Base, but he had always been dismissive of rookies without real combat experience. To him, a genius was just a genius if they couldn't grow through actual battle. They would remain forever stuck at the level of a low-tier fighter. However, at this moment, as he stared at the jaw-dropping kill count displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but gasp. "Damn, this kid is a beast. What the hell did he grow up eating?" Taking a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart, Zhang Jianfeng silently made up his mind. "Tomorrow, I need to meet this kid in person." Setting down the file in his hand, he looked up at Lin Shui, who was standing straight before him. His gaze fell on the rank insignia on her shoulder. "Xiaoxue," Zhang Jianfeng said, shaking his head, "you're a level 5 psychic master. Why are you so insistent on clinging to this captain's rank?" Lin Shui straightened her posture, her eyes resolute like steel. "A rank earned on the battlefield is the only one worthy of being worn on my shoulders. As long as I'm not allowed on the battlefield, I'll remain a captain." With that, she saluted sharply, turned, and walked away, her tall and commanding figure appearing even more striking as she left. Watching Lin Shui's retreating silhouette, Zhang Jianfeng sighed softly. His gaze shifted repeatedly between the files on his desk and the screen before him, his brows furrowed tightly. The highly classified document displayed on the screen had been carefully hidden from view when Lin Shui entered. The dense text on the screen contained alarming phrases like arrival sect, suspected city-level threat, biological modifications, and genetically enhanced warriors, each more chilling than the last. "Arrival sect, those damned bastards," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice low and seething with anger. "One day, I'll wipe you all out." In his heart, a crucial decision had already taken shape. The next morning, Yiqing received 2 pieces of news. The first was that the commendation for this mission had been issued, and the second was that Major General Zhang Jianfeng, a 7th-level Grandmaster and the highest commander of the frontline combat base, would personally present the award. This was Yiqing's first opportunity to meet a true 7th-level martial artist. The strongest person he had encountered before was the chief instructor of the training camp, Qi Heng, who was described as being just one step away from the Grandmaster level. Even when dealing with the 7th-level cloud-swallowing vine, Qi Heng had only served as an auxiliary force. Yiqing donned a brand new military uniform and headed to the combat analysis room of the 7th Squad. Except for one seriously injured team member, the 2 captains and the rest of the squad were all present. Before long, the highest commander of Base 31 appeared before them. Zhang Jianfeng, dressed in his military uniform, exuded an authoritative presence, with the golden stars on his shoulders gleaming brightly. His temples were slightly grayed, and his piercing gaze carried an air of command. Every movement he made radiated a natural, imposing aura. At first glance, Yiqing felt an invisible pressure. Zhang Jianfeng's energy was completely restrained, yet he emanated an overwhelming presence like an immovable mountain. Standing beside Zhang Jianfeng was a tall female officer with long, straight legs. Yiqing quickly sensed that she was a highly skilled psychic warrior, even more formidable than the queen of the silver devouring cicada swarm he had faced. Calming his thoughts, Yiqing saluted the two officers with precision. "So you're Yiqing?" Zhang Jianfeng's voice boomed like thunder, resonating in Yiqing's ears. A formless force field enveloped him, as if he were suddenly bearing dozens of times his own weight, akin to having a mountain pressing down on him. Yiqing's blood surged, and he instinctively mobilized all his strength to resist the pressure. His bones emitted muffled creaks, but his stance remained unwavering. This was a test of the Grandmaster's force field. Far from feeling fear, Yiqing was filled with curiosity. Experiencing a Grandmaster's force field firsthand would undoubtedly benefit his future battles. Zhang Jianfeng noticed the unwavering determination in Yiqing's eyes, and a hint of admiration flashed across his own. It had been years since he had seen such a quality in a young martial artist. Most young warriors he encountered would tremble before him, unable to withstand the Grandmaster's force field for even a few seconds. The pressure suddenly vanished. Zhang Jianfeng retracted his aura and solemnly returned the salute. "Good. Very good. A hero in the making. Regardless of your current strength, your mindset alone shows that you have the potential to become a Grandmaster." These words caused a visible reaction among the others, including Xiong Linquan and his peers. Reaching the 7th level was a significant milestone for martial artists, requiring not only exceptional talent, but also unwavering willpower and profound martial spirit. For a Grandmaster to acknowledge Yiqing in this way meant that he had a strong chance of breaking through to the 7th level in the future. The defense of the 812th Regiment's line was only possible because of you and the soldiers in the regiment. "The military district has decided to elevate the level of commendation for your contributions," Zhang Jianfeng said, gesturing for Lin Shui, the officer beside him, to read the commendation. Since entering the room, Lin Shui had been observing Yiqing closely. Growing up in a military environment, she had heard many battlefield legends, but stories like Yiqing swear a rookie soldier turned the tide of battle were unprecedented. What surprised her even more was that, despite being a 5th-level psychic warrior herself, she couldn't discern Yiqing's true strength. Her attempts to probe him with psychic energy were like throwing a stone into the ocean, yielding no response. When she saw Yiqing withstand Zhang Jianfeng's Grandmaster force field, her curiosity about him only deepened. Suppressing her inner questions, Lin Shui stepped forward to announce the commendation. Yiqing listened attentively and discovered that the military district had indeed gone above and beyond. An A-level commendation order, 300,000 merit points, the opportunity to exchange for S-level resources from the military's armory, and a chance to have a weapon personally crafted by a master weaponsmith. This reward was equivalent to the accomplishments of an entire regiment. Such a generous reward was not without reason. Analysis by the military district confirmed that if the 812th Regiment's defense line had been breached, the ensuing beast tide would have spread to nearby lines. Given the state of the neighboring forces at the time, a chain reaction could have ensued. As a result, the military district had upgraded the commendation level, doubling the merit points to 300,000, elevating the armory resources to S-level, and adding the bonus of a custom weapon crafted by a master blacksmith. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yiqing's eyes. The value of 300,000 merit points was comparable to the mithril he had brought back, but was far more versatile. Whether for purchasing rare beast materials or acquiring the psychic cultivation techniques he urgently needed, these rewards would significantly enhance his strength. He smiled as he accepted the commendation order from Lin Shui. Zhang Jianfeng then stepped forward and presented him with a brand new shoulder insignia, 2 bars and 2 stars, signifying the rank of lieutenant colonel. The glistening military rank insignia in Zhang Jianfeng's hand instantly drew everyone's attention in the room. Xiong Linquan and Bai Yulan instinctively held their breath, a look of disbelief flashing across their faces. They exchanged a quick glance, their minds recalling the moment when Yiqing had first reported for duty and respectfully addressed them as his superiors. Yet now, in less than 10 days, this young man had risen to stand on equal footing with them. Xiong Linquan silently calculated how many years it had taken him to achieve his current rank of major since enlisting, but he dared not dwell on it further, fearing it might shake the martial path he had adhered to for so many years. An 18-year-old lieutenant colonel, such a title would sound like a fantasy if spoken aloud, but here it was, unfolding before their very eyes. With a solemn demeanor, Zhang Jianfeng carefully removed Yiqing's major insignia and personally affixed the brand new lieutenant colonel shoulder badge onto him. "You must be the youngest lieutenant colonel in the military right now," he said, patting Yiqing on the shoulder with a tone of satisfaction. "But don't let it go to your head. Strive to earn a real gold star as soon as possible." "I will." Yiqing replied briefly, but with firm conviction. Good. I'm looking forward to that day, Zhang Jianfeng said, his appreciation for Yiqing unmistakable. Then, shifting the conversation, he added, as for the Feng family, you don't need to worry. With us here, they won't dare to pull any tricks. He briefly explained that Feng Yifeng, due to severe injuries, had been transferred to a hospital in the rear. As the base's highest-ranking commander, Zhang Jianfeng was intimately familiar with the ins and outs of the entire incident. Being a grandmaster who also came from a civilian background, he naturally sided with Yiqing. Moreover, the astonishing potential Yiqing had shown was enough to earn the full support of the civilian faction. Yiqing understood clearly when you display extraordinary talent, certain matters tend to become significantly simpler, and the so-called scales of fairness naturally tilt in your favor. All right, enough about that. It's time to get down to business. Zhang Jianfeng's expression suddenly turned serious. Lin Shui immediately caught on, extending her mental power to seal the combat analysis room's doors and activate the protective mechanisms. A pale blue glow enveloped the entire room, and everyone instantly realized they were about to face an important mission. They straightened their postures, their eyes fixed on Zhang Jianfeng. Yesterday, I received a classified communique, Zhang Jianfeng began in a low voice. This is a highly confidential mission involving. He paused briefly, then continued. Those scum from the dissent faction. At the mention of the dissent faction, the room's atmosphere grew heavy. Everyone's faces darkened, their eyes filled with deep-seated disgust and hatred. Yiqing's brow furrowed slightly, the long-unheard term stirring memories within him. He recalled his first encounter with 3 dissent faction followers when he entered the wastelands, a moment that marked his first time taking a life and the pivotal opportunity that led to him acquiring the dragon flame celestial body, laying the foundation for his future strength. The thought made him curious about the details of the upcoming mission. Who exactly were those 3 descendants followers planning to ambush? Zhang Jianfeng's voice echoed through the analysis room, his expression grim. The intelligence department intercepted information that the descendants have made a groundbreaking advancement in their biomodification experiments and are preparing for a large-scale uprising. As his words fell, Lin Shui skillfully operated the projection equipment. Scene after horrifying scene unfolded on the massive screen, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. The gruesome images stung their eyes, and the heavy breathing in the room was tinged with suppressed rage. On the screen, countless corpses were displayed in the most brutal ways imaginable. Some bodies bore the savage marks of beastly mauling, while others were reduced to mangled fragments of limbs. But this was only the beginning. Even more horrifying were the modified corpses, human thighs replaced by the limbs of giant feline beasts, 3 pitch-black beast hearts beating within human chests, and some bodies reduced to a single human head attached to grotesque amalgamations of monstrous parts. Using living humans for experiments, these damned beasts. Angry curses erupted throughout the room. Damn it. I should have made that descendant I caught last time suffer more before I killed him. Yiqing stared intently at the screen, his fists clenching involuntarily as a particularly disturbing video started playing. In the footage, a mother and daughter were forcibly injected with drugs, their heart-wrenching cries echoing as they were cruelly fused into a 2-headed monstrosity. The mother's desperate pleas and the girl's sobs cut into Yiqing's heart like a blade, carving out a deep, seething hatred. For the first time, he felt a burning desire to kill his fellow humans. Biomodification experiments have been strictly prohibited, Lin Shui said, her voice heavy with sorrow. For the descendants to acquire so many test subjects, countless innocent lives must have been destroyed behind the scenes. Zhang Jianfeng's gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Yiqing. To avoid alerting them, only a select few special operations teams have been chosen for this mission. Your tasks are to locate their laboratories, apprehend their members, and deal with the impending uprising. His voice suddenly sharpened, filled with murderous intent. The military district has issued orders. Apart from a few valuable targets, all descendant followers are to be executed on sight. No mercy, kill every last one of them. Even if you hack them into pieces and feed them to the dogs, headquarters won't question it. Unlike dealing with ordinary criminal organizations, the descendants have been classified as a terrorist group. This wasn't a simple criminal investigation, it was an anti-terrorism war, requiring direct military intervention and decisive action to annihilate the enemy. Specific mission details will be distributed in 3 days. Use the next 2 days to prepare yourselves, heal any injuries using the base's recovery pods if necessary. 3 days from now, we move out on schedule. With that, Zhang Jianfeng turned and left, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with determination and a thirst for justice. The new assignment was no easier than going to the battlefield. The danger of the dissensionists lay in their omnipresent. Sethi could be anyone, a street-side sausage vendor, a schoolteacher, a tech company executive, or even a high-ranking government official. These individuals seemed no different from ordinary people in their daily lives, their behavior flawless and inconspicuous. Yet at the moment of receiving orders, they could transform into fanatical followers willing to perish for their cause. The large-scale riots involved in this mission were a ticking time bomb. If the dissensionists succeeded, the consequences would be catastrophic. The injured members of Squad 7 immediately headed to the base's medical center to utilize the medpods for accelerated recovery. Meanwhile, Yiqing turned away from the residential area. He was well aware that merit points were not just numbers, they needed to be quickly converted into strength. Inside the base, activity was in full swing, with rows of soldiers moving back and forth. Amidst this crisis, Zhang Jianfeng had firmly insisted on keeping newly enlisted recruits away from the front lines. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for recruits who had yet to master even the basics of firearms. Facing the abyssal beast hordes in the riots would only lead to complete annihilation, dragging down the veterans in the process. Across the entire Operation Base 31, only one recruit had been deployed to the battlefield. As truckloads of bodies were transported back to the base, the attitude of the new recruits during training became more earnest than ever. At that moment, a mistake by one of the recruits incited the fury of a veteran squad leader. Just as the squad leader was about to scold the recruit, he caught sight of a figure approaching out of the corner of his eye. The gleaming rank insignia instantly silenced him. Attention! The veteran squad leader straightened his posture and barked out, "Salute! Good day, sir." The recruits' voices, though slightly unpolished, were loud and clear. Yiqing returned their salute as he walked past without breaking stride. Once he was out of earshot, suppressed gasps erupted from the recruits. The sight of this lieutenant colonel, who appeared to be around their age, left them utterly stunned by the stark contrast. Among the recruits, one with unhealed scars on both cheeks fixated his gaze on Yiqing's retreating figure. At first, his eyes burned with intense hatred, and the scars seemed to throb with pain. But then he noticed the gleaming golden insignia on Yiqing's uniform, and a chill swept over him. Fear engulfed him, drowning out all his resentment. Despair washed over him, leaving him barely able to stand. How is he already a lieutenant colonel? When the gap between two sides becomes too vast, negative emotions rarely arise. Lu Weihao gazed at the scene before him, a trace of awe gradually surfacing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, dispelling stray thoughts, and immersed himself fully in his training. The reserve center at Operation Base 31 was bustling with activity. After the abyssal riot had subsided, the surviving soldiers were rewarded with a substantial amount of merit points, making the place livelier than usual. Soldiers were eagerly redeeming various martial arts resources, and the hallways were filled with excited conversations. "Commander," a young female lieutenant in uniform hurried over to Yiqing, saluted, and asked, "Are you here to redeem martial arts resources?" Yiqing nodded in acknowledgement. "Please follow me. The exclusive exchange area for field-grade officers is on the second floor." The lieutenant led the way while explaining the exchange process and rules in detail. Once Yiqing was familiar with the procedures, she returned downstairs to resume her duties. The second floor was equally crowded. The battlefield trials had elevated many to the 4th-tier level. Yiqing found an unoccupied terminal and activated the identity recognition system. A pleasant electronic voice immediately chimed. "Respected Lieutenant Colonel Yiqing, your available merit point balance is 300,000. A panel resembling a martial arts association interface appeared before Yiqing, but with far more detailed categories. Each category listed an overwhelming number of items, encompassing almost the entire collection of the Southern Military District. Initially, Yiqing thought 300,000 merit points was a significant amount, but upon seeing the prices of certain items, he couldn't help but gasp. The blood essence of an 8th-tier dragon-class beast was priced at 2 million merit points. A sacred healing elixir, the life essence of an 8th-tier giant plant, cost 8 million merit points. And 9th-tier martial techniques were astronomically priced at 100 million merit points. Yiqing stared at the string of zeros, momentarily dazed. His 300,000 merit points weren't even enough to glance at the cover of a 9th-tier martial technique. The prices of these high-level items were utterly staggering. Yiqing shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from the array of dazzling items before him. He began focusing on identifying the exchange items that would most effectively enhance his own strength. His fingers moved swiftly across the glowing screen, scrolling through the cascading images in the martial techniques category. As he scanned the options, one distinct characteristic caught his attention. Most of the techniques were centered around qi and blood-based martial arts. However, what he truly needed were techniques to harness and refine his mental power, which were conspicuously scarce. Although Yiqing's current mental strength had reached a considerable level, he lacked the proper techniques to fully utilize its potential, leaving much of his ability untapped. His fingers paused briefly over a few seemingly suitable mental power techniques, but their low grade and limited effectiveness forced him to shake his head and move on. Just as he was about to explore other categories, a particular entry suddenly captured his attention. Beneath the name of this technique was a unique annotation absent from all the others. Note: this technique is of an exceptionally high grade. with an extremely rare origin and a very high level of difficulty in cultivation. It is not suitable for human martial artists, which is why its exchange price has been set relatively low. Please proceed with caution. Rather than deterring Yiqing, the warning only fueled his curiosity. Without hesitation, he clicked on the details. The name that appeared on the screen was both mysterious and intriguing: Eternal Dark Moonblade. As his eyes scanned the description, his pupils contracted sharply. According to the evaluation records, the grade of this technique was astonishingly high if mastered successfully. It could potentially reach the 8th tier, or even touch the terrifying realm of the 9th tier. However, it was not a technique created by humans, and its principles fundamentally contradicted the human cultivation system, making the chances of success nearly zero. For this reason, the military district's experts had deliberated extensively before significantly reducing the contribution points required for its exchange. What intrigued him even more was its origin: prehistoric civilization relic number 9. What kind of enigmatic place could this relic be? Yiqing fell into deep thought. The term prehistoric civilization ruins stirred waves in Yiqing's mind. He furrowed his brows slightly, pondering this unheard-of concept. Could there have been other intelligent beings on Blue Star before human civilization? In a world where colossal beasts roamed freely and cultivators could soar through the skies, such a hypothesis was not hard to accept. Yiqing's gaze lingered on the description of the Wujian Dark Moonblade until a particular line caught his eye, causing his pupils to light up with dazzling brilliance. It turned out that the Wujian Dark Moonblade was not just a martial art, but also the name of a unique weapon. The true challenge of this martial art lay not in forging the weapon, but in its distinctive cultivation requirements. The Wujian Dark Moonblade, composed of countless tiny blades, demanded practitioners to possess extraordinary multitasking abilities. Only those who could master the skill of controlling 50 tasks simultaneously before advancing to the 5th rank as a spiritual mind cultivator were eligible to train in this martial art. Once they surpassed the 5th rank, the opportunity would be lost forever. Reading this, Yiqing's lips curled into an involuntary smile. What seemed like an insurmountable challenge to others was a trivial matter for someone like him, blessed with a talent for collective consciousness. He vividly recalled how, back then, a mere 5th-rank cicada queen could control hundreds of silver-devouring crystal cicadas simultaneously. The potential of this talent far exceeded the ability to multitask 100-fold. The 9th prehistoric civilization ruins, what an incredible place, Yiqing murmured with admiration. This martial art seemed tailor-made for him, already possessed the required multitasking ability, and he happened to have a 100-pound piece of mithril ore at hand. The exchange price of 280,000 merit points did not deter Yiqing in the slightest. After repeatedly confirming the system's prompts, the transaction was finally completed. The system immediately issued a warning. The technique was strictly limited to the exchanger's personal use, and any unauthorized dissemination would result in severe punishment from the military district. The technique would be delivered within a day. In the blink of an eye, Yiqing's 300,000 merit points were reduced to just 20,000, a fortune for ordinary soldiers, but a negligible amount for him. He did not leave immediately, but instead turned to the supply depot, carefully selecting some rare supplements to enhance physical strength and replenish vitality. These were not for himself, but for his father, who had worked for years in the war preparedness city on the front lines, leaving his body depleted. With his own strength and lifespan continuing to grow, Yiqing was determined to ensure his loved ones would not leave him behind. Restoring his father's health was only the first step. The next morning, a knock on the door broke the quiet. When Yiqing opened it, he was greeted by a 6th-rank colonel holding a case. The colonel momentarily froze at the sight of Yiqing's youthful face, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Such a young 5th-rank lieutenant colonel must surely be a direct heir of some prominent family. Lieutenant Colonel Yiqing. The colonel greeted with a salute and a smile. This is the technique you exchange from the military district's reserve vault. Please inspect and sign for it. Returning the salute, Yiqing was somewhat surprised but quickly understood. A technique worth 280,000 merit points was indeed valuable enough to warrant personal delivery by a 6th-rank warrior. Using the provided code, Yiqing unlocked the case to reveal a peculiar fragment of metal etched with intricate patterns, faintly exuding spiritual energy. Everything checks out. Thank you for your trouble. Yiqing nodded with gratitude after confirming the contents. After bidding farewell to the colonel, Yiqing returned to his private training room. Every residence in this officer's district was equipped with an expensive training room designed to ensure uninterrupted practice. He retrieved the black metal fragment adorned with mysterious engravings. The moment it touched his hand, a bone-chilling cold surged through him. The dragon flame power within his body circulated, effortlessly dispelling the cold. A glint of joy flashed in his eyes. Things that were this unique often held immense value. Focusing his mind, Yiqing extended a strand of spiritual energy from the spiritual sea between his brows, wrapping it around the metal fragment. Instantly, a deep rumble, like that of a collapsing planet, erupted in his mind. The scene before him shifted abruptly. The training room vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of starry sky dotted with lights of varying brightness. Is this the cosmos? An illusion? It's so lifelike, Yiqing murmured, glancing around. It truly felt as if he were floating in space, surrounded by darkness, with only distant starlight flickering faintly. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended from above. Yiqing looked up to see a pitch-black, dark moon looming just overhead. It blended seamlessly with the starry background, almost imperceptible save for the icy aura it emitted. The massive, majestic moon exuded an overwhelming sense of despair as it barreled toward the diminutive Yiqing. Yiqing stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. He understood that this was the illusionary trial of the technique's inheritance. As the dark moon drew near, it abruptly shattered into countless crescent-shaped blades. These tiny blades danced gracefully through the cosmos, sometimes converging into a complete dark moon, other times dispersing into a dazzling torrent of spinning blades. A chilling atmosphere of despair, pain, and ruthlessness pervaded the starry void, as if an infernal abyss had opened. An immense flow of information surged into Yiqing's mind. He closed his eyes, carefully absorbing it. After a long while, his eyes snapped open, and within their depths, a dark moon was reflected. Wujian dark moon, capable of cleaving the cosmos, he whispered. As his voice fell, the majestic dark moon reappeared, transforming into a dim beam that slashed across the starry sky. In an instant, the black expanse peeled away like a theater curtain, revealing the familiar surroundings of his training room once more. Yiqing exhaled deeply, a faint glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He carefully recalled the information about the silent moon blade from the inheritance he had received. This spiritual power technique was astonishingly powerful, enough to strike fear into anyone, but its exceptionally high entry requirements had deterred all spirit masters who attempted to cultivate it. By all logic, the technique, constrained by racial traits, should not have been accessible to humans. However, Yiqing's current abilities had already surpassed conventional understanding, to the extent that even the creator of the silent moonblade would likely have been unable to predict such a situation. He clenched his fist lightly, sensing the surging spiritual power within him. At this point, he could already achieve a state of dividing his mind into 30 parts. With further practice of his innate ability for group consciousness and a slight increase in spiritual power intensity, reaching the realm of dividing his mind into 50 parts seemed well within reach. Thinking about the immense power he would wield after mastering the technique, a spark of excitement lit up in Yiqing's eyes. But mastering the technique was only the first step. Next, he needed to forge a custom mithril weapon. Yiqing glanced at the military district's commendation list. In addition to merit points, it included the qualification to exchange for scrade resources and an opportunity to have a top-tier forging master craft a weapon. In the military, top-tier forging masters represented the pinnacle of craftsmanship. Most weapons that passed through their hands were of the caliber of the Crimson Gold Dragon Spear, and creating anything of lower grade would be considered a waste of their skills. More importantly, these forging masters were often 7th-rank grandmasters themselves. This mission might take some time. I'd better make full use of the resources available to me. Yiqing calculated silently and immediately submitted his application through the military district's armory system. Soon, a communication signal connected to his room. On the large screen appeared a tall figure, a burly man with a thick beard standing beside a massive forge. Yiqing? So you're the one requesting a new weapon to be forged, the man rumbled in a deep voice. Opportunities to have a top-tier forging master craft something are rare. If you don't have good materials, I'd suggest saving this chance for when both your strength and materials are ready. I've already made up my mind, Yiqing replied, lifting a massive chunk of mithril ore and displaying it in front of the camera. Whoa, such a huge piece of mithril. The bearded man's interest was piqued instantly. All right, tell me, a hat do you want to forge? For psychic weapons, it's best if you have a design blueprint. If you need me to design one, there'll be an extra fee. Yiqing had already recorded the crafting method for the silent moonblade from the inheritance into an electronic blueprint. Hearing this, he sent it over directly. Silent moonblade? The bearded man exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Yiqing through the screen. Are you sure you want to forge this? If you can't master the technique after it's made, the weapon will be useless. I'm sure. Yiqing nodded firmly. For the remaining materials, I have a scrade resource exchange qualification from the armory, which I'll use to complete the special requirements. In that case, send the mithril or over, the bearded man said, no longer trying to dissuade him. He sent over the base coordinates and ended the communication. The military's efficiency was remarkable. Shortly after the communication ended, a logistics officer arrived outside Yiqing's quarters, carefully packed the 100-pound chunk of mithril ore, and rushed it to the specified location. After arranging everything, Yiqing took out 50 shimmering alloy spheres and sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes to focus, he extended his mental power like threads, manipulating the spheres to slowly rise into the air. The spheres occasionally formed neat phalanxes, then shifted into complex, three-dimensional shapes. With each transformation, Yiqing's mastery over his group consciousness ability improved further. This type of evolving talent grew stronger through repeated use. For the next 2 days, Yiqing's life followed a remarkably consistent routine. Most of his time was spent in his quarters, honing his multitasking skills, using his mental power to control an increasing number of alloy spheres simultaneously. When mealtime came, he would appear punctually at the officers' mess hall and enjoy a hearty feast. After the recent battle, the mess hall's food quality had significantly improved. Various grades of giant beast meat were available, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. In the exclusive dining area for field officers, even the flesh of level 5 beasts had become a common dish. Thanks to the army chef's meticulous preparation, these rare ingredients exuded an enticing fragrance and offered flavors so exquisite they left people craving more. What pleased Yiqing most was that all of it was provided free of charge. The diverse array of beast delicacies not only satisfied Yiqing's taste buds, but also unexpectedly granted him several new abilities. While these abilities weren't particularly powerful, they served as foundational materials for future talent fusions, and he carefully preserved them. As the members of the 7th Squad busied themselves with preparations for their upcoming mission, an undercurrent of tension brewed in an office at Combat Base 31. The base's highest-ranking official, Major General Zhang Qingyi, was locked in a heated argument. He cast a cold glance at the slightly translucent holographic projections of the individuals around the conference table, his face marked by an undisguised sneer, showing no regard for the identities or statuses of those behind the projections. This remote meeting, initiated by another major general named Feng, had only one agenda: the conflict between Yiqing and the Blood Scorpion Squad. After Feng Yifeng's condition failed to improve at Base 31, he was urgently transferred to a rear logistics base with more advanced medical facilities. Following detailed examinations, the military doctors delivered a shocking diagnosis. While his physical injuries were severe, the most critical damage was to his brain. The doctor's diagnosis was like a heavy blow, striking the hearts of every member of the Feng family. Abnormal brain activity, mental damage. Not only was there a possibility of permanent unconsciousness, but even if he miraculously woke up, he would be reduced to a mindless fool. Standing outside the hospital room, the Feng family members were pale-faced, staring fixedly at the diagnosis report in their hands. Feng Yifeng, a standout in the military and the core talent cultivated by the Feng family, was regarded as the pillar of their future. Who could have imagined that a seemingly routine mission would leave this prodigy reduced to a vegetative state? The conclusion from multiple expert consultations cruelly shattered the last shred of hope for the Feng family. The harsh and undeniable truth was clear. Feng Yifeng, the genius they had pinned their hopes on, was now completely incapacitated. When the news reached the Feng family's higher-ups, they were enraged and immediately demanded severe punishment for those responsible. An emergency remote meeting was convened, during which a Grandmaster stationed at the 31st Combat Base, 3rd Division, took the lead in voicing his outrage. He got straight to the point, demanding that Yiqing be brought before a military tribunal. Several other Grandmasters, also from prominent families, echoed his sentiments, emphasizing that strict punishment was necessary to set an example. Zhang Qingyi, listening to these biased opinions, could no longer hold back his anger. He abruptly stood up, glaring at the attendees. "What's this? Have all of you gone blind and deaf? Are you seriously unaware of who instigated this in the first place? Feng Yifeng was outmatched. How can you blame anyone else for that?" He swept his gaze across the room, his voice sharp and resolute. "Let me make this clear. I'm standing by Yiqing. He's already been assigned to its class confidential mission, and the military district approved it just 2 days ago. Now, if anyone dares to target Yiqing, they'll be guilty of prying into classified mission details and obstructing its execution. If this meeting's content gets reported upward, you can expect the Internal Investigation Department to come knocking on your doors." The moment those words were spoken, the faces of the attending Grandmasters from the prominent families turned ashen, and the meeting room fell into a suffocating silence. The Internal Inspection Department, its name sounds formal and austere, but within the military, it's commonly referred to as the traitor weeding system. They have one singular mission: to root out infiltrators from the dissension faction and spies from other nations lurking within the ranks. Even high-ranking officers with the rank of Major General would prefer to avoid dealings with this department. At this moment, faced with Zhang Jianfeng's trump card and S-class top-secret mission, everyone present fell silent. It was clear that a classified mission concerning the security of the military district far outweighed the importance of a mere brawling incident. Major General Feng's face darkened like iron as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. "What about Yifeng's crimson gold dragon spear? That weapon belongs to the Feng family. Injuring someone is one thing, but seizing their weapon, what justification is there for that?" Zhang Jianfeng let out a light chuckle. "It will be returned." Yiqing said. "It's just being temporarily safeguarded." "Safeguarded? By him?" The Feng family's grandmaster was furious. He could hardly believe that the supreme commander of a combat basia grandmaster of formidable power would utter such shameless words. That's not my concern, Zhang Jianfeng said firmly, shaking his head. Whatever grievances your Feng family has, deal with them after this top-secret mission is completed. Let me reiterate. During the mission, any attempts to obstruct Yiqing in carrying out his duties will be reported directly to the inspection department. The Feng family grandmaster's face turned pale with anger, his trembling finger pointing at Zhang Jianfeng. The blatant disregard left him feeling as if he were punching a pillow, utterly powerless. The situation was now a deadlock. The mission had been approved by the military district, and no matter how influential the Feng family was, they couldn't overturn the decision. This isn't over. He shot Zhang Jianfeng a venomous glare before letting out a cold snort and cutting the communication link. The other participants followed suit, their holographic figures fading one by one, leaving the office in silence once more. This is turning into quite the headache, Zhang Jianfeng muttered with a shake of his head, clearly underestimating the Feng family's reaction. The worst part is Wo could have guessed Yiqing would go that far. I thought it would just be a few broken bones, but he outright crippled the guy? Compared to that, taking a near savant level weapon isn't even the biggest issue. He silently thanked himself for preemptively assigning the Songlong's 7th squad to the mission. Without that, this situation would have been even harder to resolve. However, he wasn't overly worried. With Yiqing's demonstrated potential, someone higher up would undoubtedly shield him, ensuring he wouldn't face severe consequences. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Songlong's 7th squad assembled in full, with Zhang Jianfeng and Captain Lin Shui present to distribute the mission details. Yiqing took the file and began to study it carefully. Each of the squad's dozen members had distinct tasks assigned to them. To avoid alerting the enemy, most of them needed to act independently under disguised identities, carrying out assignments such as reconnaissance, targeted strikes, and pursuit operations. Yiqing's first task was relatively straightforward. Travel to Jiangnan province and locate a biological laboratory operated by the Dissension faction, then destroy it. The mission also required rescuing as many experimental subjects as possible, while all Dissension personnel involved in the lab were to be killed on Sateno prisoners needed. Further instructions would follow upon completion. Once you reach the destination, local investigative teams and regulatory departments will fully cooperate with you, Zhang Jianfeng said gravely. This mission concerns the safety of several provinces' populations. At all costs, it must succeed. Failure is not an option. When you return victorious, I'll personally throw a celebration for you. With that, he solemnly saluted the squad, who returned the gesture in unison, their expressions resolute. 10 minutes later, the squad boarded an armored vehicle, leaving Combat Base 31 and heading for Logistics Base 13. Lin Shui was temporarily assigned to the squad for this mission, which initially met with resistance from the team members. After all, in any potential group operation, the presence of an unfamiliar member could disrupt their synergy. However, when Lin Shui demonstrated her abilities using her powerful psychic energy to effortlessly overturn an armored vehicle, all objections vanished. A psychic master with such overwhelming strength made a slight lack of teamwork negligible. Watching Lin Shui's display, Yiqing's suspicions were confirmed. Her psychic energy was indeed slightly stronger than his own. Such a young yet exceptionally skilled psychic master surely had an extraordinary background. However, Yiqing didn't dwell on it. He calculated that if it came to a fight, he could take her down in 3 moves. Lin Shui, meanwhile, was discreetly observing Yiqing when an inexplicable chill ran down her spine, her body involuntarily trembling. What's going on? She wondered, bewildered. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of impending doom? Troubled by this sensation, she stopped scrutinizing Yiqing further. Upon arriving at Logistics Base 13, the squad members dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Stay vigilant. Dissension operatives are far more dangerous than wild beasts, the 2 team leaders warned solemnly before departure. Yiqing boarded a train bound for Tiannan City, the capital of Jiangnan province, alone. As a lieutenant colonel, he was entitled to a private compartment. He removed his pristine military uniform and changed into casual attire, smiling at his reflection in the mirror, picture-perfect young man of the new era, resembling a fresh-faced college student. He looked nothing like the cold and ruthless figure he was on the battlefield. With a smile this warm, who could guess my true identity? This is far better than the captain's intimidating demeanor. He even told me to tone it down, Yiqing thought. His appearance was undeniably striking, tall and well-built, with sharp features, a confident aura stemming from his immense strength, and a charisma that could easily outshine most celebrities. He smirked at his reflection. Tone it down? Not a chance. He could hardly wait to let the Dissension faction taste the wrath of his 5-meter-long bone-bladed machete. After over 10 hours of high-speed travel, the train approached its destination. At the checkpoint, cleansing devices activated, washing away any bloodstains from the train's exterior before it slowly entered the station. Jiangnan province's capital, Tiannan City, had arrived. Returning to the familiar city, Yiqing stood amidst the bustling crowd at the station, feeling as though he had stepped into another world. Here, there was no heavy scent of engine oil from massive armored machinery commonly found on the battlefield, no putrid stench of decomposing giant beasts, and no frenzied shouts and clashes of soldiers in combat. His gaze swept over the hurried passers-by, and a wave of emotion stirred in his heart. No wonder so many soldiers returning from the front line struggled to readjust to the tranquility of city life. The people around him appeared relaxed. To them, the invasion of giant beasts was merely a few lines of news headlines. Yet, Yiqing did not resent this atmosphere. The peace in the rear was a testament to the sacrifices made by those on the front lines. The bustling prosperity before him was built upon the blood and lives of countless units like the 812th Regiment. The thought of the defilers attempting to destroy all this was a desecration of the sacrifices made by those soldiers, and it ignited an even fiercer resolve within him. Though he had little personal interest in killing people compared to hunting beasts, this time, he would show no mercy. Without the need for a contact person, the mission was simplified. Yiqing followed the flow of people out of the station and settled at a nearby bubble tea shop, ordering a drink. The cold, sweet beverage sliding down his throat was a stark contrast to the hot, metallic taste of blood on the battlefield, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Just as he was savoring this rare moment of peace, the communicator in his pocket vibrated. The Tian'an City Bureau of Investigation had sent him a detailed report containing all the information they had gathered on the defilers' biological laboratories. As a highly classified mission, even the communication method was strictly one-way. Yiqing could request resources from the Bureau at any time, but they could only passively relay information to him, unable to initiate contact. Despite the Tian'an Bureau's authority to command conventional armed forces across Jiangnan Province as the highest law enforcement body, the military hierarchy remained supreme during wartime. As a member of the military's Special Operations Unit, Yiqing enjoyed some extraordinary privileges. He had no intention of replying, instead focusing intently on reading the intelligence report. Thanks to his enhanced mental capabilities, he had long developed a photographic memory. After committing every detail to memory, he finished his drink in one go and hailed a cab to the first target location. Meanwhile, in a spacious office at the Tian'an Bureau of Investigation headquarters, over 100 investigators were bustling amidst piles of intelligence reports. Since the task force was established a month ago, these personnel had been living and working in the office, never leaving the bureau building. The case's high level of confidentiality meant that aside from an initial message to assure their families, all personal communication devices had been confiscated. At that moment, a group of staff members gathered around a computer, engaged in discussion. "Was it sent?" asked Qin Ningyun, the captain of the criminal investigation team. The head of the technical team replied, "The recipient has received it, but there's been no response." Hearing this, Qin Ningyun couldn't help but feel a flicker of frustration. After a month of tireless work by over 100 members of the task force, their painstakingly compiled report was sent out, only to be met with silence. As a provincial-level inspection bureau, they were used to other departments cooperating with them, not the other way around. Qin Ningyun stood in the conference room of the inspection bureau's headquarters, her brows furrowed as she flipped through the files in her hands. Name, appearance, abilities, background. Each section was uniformly marked with the word confidential. What frustrated her even more was that the entire task force didn't even have the authority to establish two-way communication with the other party. "Director, we can't carry out an investigation like this." Qin Ningyun turned to Zhao Zhan, who was organizing files beside her, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Without two-way communication, how can we coordinate effectively?" Zhao Zhan set down the documents in his hands and gazed out the window into the distance. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Xiaoqin, haven't I already told you? Ever since the military took over, this is no longer just a criminal case, it's a military operation." Qin Ningyun leaned on the conference table with both hands, beginning to analyze the situation. That biological lab codenamed Phoenix Rising is estimated to have at least 5 fifth-tier experts guarding it. The destructive power of those experimental creations rivals that of colossal beasts. If the cult members succeed, "Director, how can the few people sent by the military possibly handle this?" "You're right," Zhao Zhan nodded but then shifted his tone. "However, the orders from above are clear. We're only here to assist. The military has full control. Defying military orders would land us in a court-martial." He paused. "The military district must have its own considerations for arranging it this way." Qin Ningyun let out a deep sigh, momentarily at a loss for words. "That said," Zhao Zhan added, "until they request specific assistance, your criminal investigation unit's actions are not restricted." Hearing this, a spark lit up in Qin Ningyun's eyes. "Then I'll take the team to look for new leads." With that, she strode out of the conference room, quickly gathering a few elite members of the investigation unit, and drove off from the inspection bureau's headquarters. "Captain, once the military runs into trouble, they'll definitely come asking for our help," one of her colleagues remarked from the passenger seat. Qin Ningyun listened, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She glanced around at her team in the car, each one a top-tier talent from the nation's most prestigious martial arts universities, their skills unparalleled. When the time comes, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. We'll show them exactly what the Inspection Bureau is capable of. Yiqing had no insight into the thoughts of the Tiannan Inspection Division members. He focused solely on the mission, adhering to the Special Operations Team's unwavering principle: success or sacrifice, never giving up until the task was complete. Seated in a speeding vehicle, Yiqing meticulously reviewed the intelligence. According to the Inspection Division's investigation, the mysterious biological laboratory was hidden within one of Tiannan City's high-tech industrial parks. His brows furrowed as he pondered the search strategy. Even if inspecting every facility individually was impractical, analyzing environmental data such as air quality and underground sewage systems might reveal subtle clues. At midday, the first high-tech park was bustling with activity. Office workers poured out of buildings in search of lunch. Blending into the crowd, Yiqing held a steaming pancake in his hands, appearing aimless as he wandered. In reality, he was discreetly deploying his mental powers to thoroughly scan the surroundings. His innate talent, harmony with heaven and earth, proved invaluable in this moment, allowing him to meld seamlessly into the environment. To others, he was merely another passerby, the faint aroma of pancakes wafting by, his presence nearly imperceptible. His mental energy penetrated layers of buildings and delved underground. After some time, Yiqing exited the park with no results: no hidden laboratory, no suspicious underground tunnels. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he turned and headed toward the next target. By evening, his communicator vibrated. A message came through on the encrypted channel of Team 7. They had captured 2 followers of the dissension faction, but the interrogation was not progressing well. The attached photos showed the captives covered in wounds, clearly subjected to harsh questioning. Yiqing briefly glanced at the reports from other team members, feeling a slight sense of urgency. Other regions had already made progress. If any information were leaked, the difficulty of their operations here would escalate significantly. Night fell over the final high-tech park. A convoy of trucks bearing the logo of Stellar Prosthetics and Robotics Technology Company rolled out of the gates. Initially, Yiqing paid them no mind, but as his mental energy swept over the convoy, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Inside the driver's cabin, the aura of one of the accompanying bodyguards was highly unusual. A 5th-tier martial artist? For a company with a valuation of only 5 billion, employing someone of such caliber equivalent to a mid-ranking officer in the military as a transport guard seemed excessively extravagant. Yiqing quickly contacted the inspection division, requesting the company's records. 5 seconds later, detailed information appeared before him. A faint, excited smirk curled at his lips as his figure vanished into the night. In the blink of an eye, Yiqing had stealthily attached himself to the last truck in the convoy. Utilizing the heightened perception granted by his class talent, harmony with heaven and earth, he detected a faint but distinct animalia: chilling, savage, and bloodthirsty presence that could only belong to a colossal beast. This aura was far too vivid to come from ordinary processed beast meat. Recalling the intelligence on the biological laboratory, Yiqing's smile grew increasingly menacing. From his arm, a sharp bone blade silently extended, exuding a lethal, bloodthirsty chill. Finally, I found you. 3 trucks moved slowly under the cover of night, forming a convoy guarded by 6 martial artists. The lead truck carried the 2 strongest among them, one at the 5th tier and the other at the 4th. Their expressions were wary, their sharp eyes fixed on the road ahead. In the 2 trucks following behind, 3rd-tier martial artists sat, each radiating a barely concealed aura of savage brutality. Silently, Yiqing stood atop the lead truck, his presence perfectly concealed by his spiritual energy. The martial artists inside were completely unaware of the lethal threat lurking right above their heads. He waited patiently, biding his time as the convoy left the tech park and approached a ramp leading to an elevated road into the city. At that moment, Yiqing struck without warning. The massive, bone-white blade in his hand carved a chilling arc through the night sky. The 5th-tier martial artist, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open as a wave of mortal danger surged through him. But it was too late. Amid the screech of tearing metal, the fearsome bone blade pierced straight through the truck's roof, pinning the vehicle's cab to the ground. The 2 trucks behind crashed into each other in the chaos. Before the 4 third-tier martial artists could react, Yiqing's spiritual energy descended like a tidal wave. They collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back and froth bubbling from their mouths, unable to even let out a scream. With a sharp, slicing sound, the lead truck's cab was split in 2. The shattered engine erupted in flames, sending fragments flying in all directions. The 2 powerful martial artists inside were pale with fear. Had that strike been aimed at them, they would have been cleaved in half. The howling wind snapped them out of their daze, and the realization hit them. Their cover was blown. No longer bothering to conceal themselves, the pair's blood energy surged wildly. Black veins bulged grotesquely beneath their skin as they let out guttural growls, their foreheads throbbing with veins ready to burst. Their skin cracked, oozing foul black blood, while scales rapidly grew over their vital areas. Their arms swelled monstrously, their fingers transforming into sharp, beast-like claws. They activated every ounce of their augmented abilities, their savage eyes locking onto the enemy ahead. But the moment they got a clear look at Yiqing's true form, both men involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. Standing before them was a towering giant, over 3 meters tall, his body seemingly forged from solid steel. A crimson, unblinking eye glowed ominously between his brows, exuding a chilling sense of dread. Most terrifying of all were the bone blades extending from his arm joints, each 5 meters long and gleaming with a deadly, icy light. What the hell is this monster? The same thought flashed through both their minds. For a fleeting moment, they wondered if Yiqing was a member of the dissension faction, someone wielding advanced biological technology far beyond their understanding. But the overpowering, murderous intent emanating from him left no doubt this was an enemy, not an ally. Yiqing gazed coldly at their grotesque, twisted forms, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. He could only imagine how many living beings had been sacrificed to create such inhuman modifications. You made it hard for me to find you, he muttered softly. But now, let's end this quickly. Kill him. The two augmented martial artists roared in unison, their voices filled with fury. The last traces of rationality faded from the eyes of the two dissension martial artists, as the violent instincts of the beastly genes fully overtook their minds. They surged toward Yiqing like arrows loosed from a bowstring, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Yet to Yiqing, their movements seemed as slow as a scene in slow motion. Yiqing raised his arm lightly, the bone blade gleaming a cold, pale white as it carved an icy arc through the air. The sweeping motion appeared effortless, yet it carried an overwhelming, unstoppable force. As the bone blade swept past, the scaled armor on the two martial artists' legs shattered instantly, crumbling like paper. Their thighs were severed cleanly, the cuts gleaming with a chilling, metallic sheen. With two heavy thuds, the legless warriors crashed to the ground. Instinctively, their bodies writhed, their minds still grappling with the brutal reality that their legs had been severed. Yiqing's mastery of his bone manipulation ability, fused seamlessly with the toxic power of the grade corrosive wind, had reached perfection. The venom coating the bone blade now began to take effect. A sinister sizzle filled the air as the corrosive toxin worked its way through the wounds. The fresh, crimson flesh at the severed stumps turned an eerie shade of greenish-blue as the toxin rapidly spread. Muscle and bone alike deteriorated under the venom's relentless assault. Despite the pain mitigation mechanisms engineered into the dissension faction's biological modifications designed to suppress discomfort during battle, the searing agony far exceeded their thresholds. Their faces turned deathly pale, and their blood-curdling screams pierced the night. Yiqing retracted the bone blade on his arm and strolled leisurely toward the two fallen men. Towering over them, he gazed down at the gruesome effects of the poison, a cold smile curling at his lips. So, you can still feel pain? I thought you were supposed to be tough guys immune to it. Monster. What kind of monster are you? The two martial artists, now regaining clarity, stammered in trembling voices. Their eyes flickered with shock, terror, dread, despair, and hatred, all culminating in a deep, incomprehensible disbelief. They couldn't fathom the existence of the figure before them. Yiqing's imposing form blocked out the glow of the streetlights, casting a shadow over them like the specter of death itself. Yiqing's grin widened, revealing rows of unervingly sharp, predator-like teeth. Physical pain alone? That's far too merciful for the likes of you. Yiqing crouched down, his long, slender hand gently resting on the head of the fourth-tier warrior. In an instant, an invisible devouring force erupted like a tidal wave. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence. The fourth-tier dissension cultist remained conscious, forced to endure the excruciating pain of his soul fragments being forcibly extracted. His body convulsed violently like a fish out of water, dark blood trickling from his eye sockets as his features twisted and deformed. With each fragment of his soul devoured, Yiqing felt his mental strength steadily increasing. 8, 7. Moments later, the cultist's eyes burst, his mind shattered, and he collapsed to the ground with a grotesque, vacant grin frozen on his face. Nearby, a fifth-tier warrior witnessed the entire scene. Confronted with this horrifying, incomprehensible method, his spirit crumbled. When Yiqing's gaze shifted toward him, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice quivered with desperation. No, please, don't come near me. Spare me. I'll tell you the lab's door code. Spare you. Yiqing's lips curled into a cold, chilling smile as his hand reached for the man's head. That's for God to decide. My job is to send you on your way. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the devouring force surged forth again. Another round of soul fragment harvesting began. 11, 12, 11. With two sickening pops, the fifth-tier warrior's eyes burst as well. Yiqing paused, carefully sifting through the information extracted from the memories of the two cultists. He located the exact position of the biological laboratory and learned the number of dissentient cultists inside. Now that he had obtained the intelligence he needed, the remaining cultists were of no further use. With a swift, decisive motion, Yiqing swung his bone blade, reducing the remaining cultists to lifeless fragments and harvesting their soul shards in the process. Once his task was complete, his figure melted into the shadows of the night, racing toward the direction of the biological laboratory. At the headquarters of the inspection division in Tian'an City, in the spacious office hall, Qin Mingyun held a cup of lukewarm coffee, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface of the desk. As a fifth-rank martial artist, a month of intense work was not physically taxing for her, but the mental strain left a lingering fatigue etched between her brows. Sifting through an overwhelming amount of intelligence to find clues was already mentally draining. Just as they made some progress, the military abruptly intervened, demoting the task force to a supporting role. Losing priority in operations was frustrating enough, but what worried her even more was the silence of the military operative sent to Tian'an. If this person acted recklessly without a full understanding of the situation, the consequences could directly threaten the lives of tens of thousands of civilians. Captain Qin, there's a message from that person. A sudden exclamation shattered the silence of the office hall. Qin Mingyun immediately straightened up, almost leaping toward the source of the voice. What does it say? They're requesting information on Starlight Bionics Prosthetic Technology Company. The head of the tech team reported while swiftly transmitting the files. After seeing the read receipt, he added helplessly, "Looks like it'll be another case of read, but no reply. Let me see those files." Qin Mingyun took the tablet and carefully reviewed the information, but she couldn't find anything particularly notable about the company. Still, since the operative had specifically requested this data, they must have uncovered an important clue. Her eyes remained fixed on the communication interface, anxiously waiting for a possible response. Minutes passed, yet the channel remained silent. Not only was Qin Mingyun visibly restless, but the entire task force began to gather around, their unease palpable. Even the director, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, but none of them could do anything but wait in frustration. The operative's authority far exceeded that of the task force, leaving even the director powerless to intervene. Finally, after 10 agonizing minutes, the communication channel lit up. A single line of text instantly ignited the room. Starlight Bionics Prosthetic Technology Company has been confirmed as an affiliate of the Dissension faction. Codename: Phoenix Rebirth Biological Laboratory, located 300 meters underground. The office hall plunged into a brief, stunned silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. Yet the joy was fleeting. Within seconds, the weight of the situation sank in, and every face grew grave. Starlight Bionics headquarters was located in the most bustling commercial district of Tian'an City. The area was surrounded by multiple shopping streets, the largest mall in Jiangnan province, and densely populated residential zones. Any conflict with the Dissension faction in such a location could lead to unimaginable casualties if mishandled. Qin Mingyun's brows furrowed deeply. After a moment of rapid deliberation, she abruptly looked up and shouted, "Move quickly! Mobilize all the forces of the Inspection Bureau and follow me." Qin Mingyun's words were abruptly interrupted as her communicator vibrated, and a new message popped up. Her pupils contracted sharply, her gaze freezing on the glaring words on the screen. The company's location is highly sensitive. Relevant departments are to evacuate nearby civilians immediately and enforce a lockdown in the vicinity. No reinforcements are needed. Anyone approaching the site without explicit authorization will be treated as a Dissension sect follower and eliminated on sight. The office plunged into a suffocating silence. Qin Mingyun's facial muscles gradually tightened as she repeated the message word by word, as if engraving each character into her memory. Then, she spun around abruptly, her sharp eyes locking onto Zhao Zhan, the director of the Inspection Bureau. "Director," her voice carried barely concealed shock. "Anyone surely it doesn't include our investigation team, does it?" Zhao Zhan's expression was grim. After a moment of silence, he nodded bitterly. "I'm afraid it does." Unbelievable. Qin Mingyun could no longer contain her emotions, her fury erupting like a volcano. Her hands trembled slightly with anger. Who does he think he is? Charging into the Dissension sect's lab all by himself? Does he have any idea how dense the population is in that area? Letting even one member of the Dissension sect escape could result in hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties. Can he take responsibility for that kind of disaster? The plan to deploy the full combat force of the Inspection Bureau was completely derailed. Qin Mingyun was nearly driven mad by the arrogance of such a decision. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Director Zhao, evacuating civilians, locking down the commercial district, sealing off streets, this isn't the job of the investigation team. Such reckless demands show utter disregard for the lives of countless people. Qin, Zhao Zhan's voice was steady, his years of experience in law enforcement allowing him to remain composed even now. The most important thing right now is to stay rational. Our priority is evacuating civilians and completing the lockdown. As for everything else, we'll adapt as the situation unfolds. Qin Ningyun quickly composed herself, not daring to waste any time. She issued orders decisively, and the entire Tian'an Investigation Bureau sprang into action. Martial artists, clad in standard-issue gear, moved swiftly and efficiently as they charged out of the building. Police cars blared their piercing sirens, streaking through the night with red and blue lights, heading straight for the busiest commercial district in Tian'an City. Meanwhile, Yiqing stood amidst the bustling crowd on the pedestrian street, his brow slightly furrowed. The nightlife had just begun, and the streets were packed with citizens enjoying the evening. Under the glow of neon lights, the lively crowd buzzed with chatter and laughter. He glanced toward a towering building not far away, its bright signage spelling out Xingyao Jija, shining prominently against the night sky. Beneath this glitzy and glamorous building lay a hidden secreta biological laboratory buried deep underground, where a group of dissensionist followers had gathered. The employees working upstairs, going about their normal routines, were completely unaware of the sinister activities their company was secretly conducting. It was all part of a carefully crafted facade, designed to appear flawless. Yiqing wasn't worried about the followers escaping from his grasp. As long as the lab doors were sealed, it would be like trapping mice in a cage. None of them would get away. What truly concerned him was the potential structural damage the impending battle could cause to the building's foundation. If the load-bearing walls were accidentally compromised, causing the skyscraper to collapse in the heart of the commercial district, the consequences would be catastrophic. Initially planning for a swift resolution, Yiqing now had no choice but to call for support from the Investigation Bureau. He found a spot to sit near the base of the Xingyao Jijia building, his spiritual energy spreading out like an invisible searchlight, locking onto the underground passage to ensure no dissensionist follower could slip away in the chaos. Before long, the employees working late in the building began to file out one by one. Their faces were filled with confusion, puzzled by the sudden fire drill in the middle of the night. Watching these innocent people safely evacuate, Yiqing rose to his feet and strode purposefully against the flow of the crowd, heading toward the building. As he thought about the imminent bloodshed, his pace quickened, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Through the information obtained from the recently eliminated fifth-tier dissensionist follower, Yiqing gained a comprehensive understanding of the Phoenix Rebirth Biolaboratory. The lab housed 5 fifth-tier combatants and over a dozen biomodified fourth-tier warriors. These modified individuals were slightly more powerful than ordinary fighters, with their abilities depending on the beast genes they had fused with. A faint smile played on Yiqing's lips as he internally mocked the lab's grandiose name, Phoenix Rebirth. While such a lineup might necessitate a full-scale mobilization of the city's inspection forces, leading to inevitable casualties, for a seasoned special operations veteran like him, this scale of battle was trivial compared to the brutal skirmishes on the front lines. Under the veil of his psychic power, Yiqing moved like an invisible breeze, quietly slipping against the flow of people into the building. The card-activated gates opened automatically before him, as if they had been waiting to welcome him. Reaching the elevator, he made a subtle motion with his hands, and the heavy elevator doors parted effortlessly, revealing the shadowy shaft within. With a fluid leap, Yiqing descended soundlessly and soon located a concealed hidden door. Behind the door was a glaringly white corridor that ended at a large freight elevator, capable of transporting small giant beasts. The elevator required special authorization to operate, but such restrictions were meaningless to a psychic. With a gentle sweep of his mental energy, the machinery hummed obediently to life, carrying him swiftly downward. As he descended further, the temperature plummeted. Nearly a minute later, the freight elevator came to a gradual halt, blocked by a massive alloy door. The fifth-tier follower, in his final moments, had offered the access code in exchange for his life, but Yiqing had refused. Although the fragmented memories extracted from the man's soul were incomplete, they were sufficient for his purposes. Calmly, Yiqing removed his backpack and, with deliberate precision, began assembling 3 objects wrapped in specialized fiber cloth. His movements were unhurried and composed. Just as he was about to finish, the piercing sound of an alarm suddenly echoed through the laboratory. Attention! An unidentified individual has been detected outside the lab entrance. The laboratory's location has been compromised. The blaring alarm momentarily stunned the busy researchers. The main control room erupted into chaos. What happened? How was the lab's location exposed? Quick, contact Zhou Hao. Wasn't he out picking up supplies in the park? He's unreachable, likely taken out already. Damn it. Start packing the critical experimental data and prepare to evacuate. Wait, how many intruders are there? What's their power level? It seems just one. A fifth-tier combatant. The room fell silent as the lab's key personnel exchanged bewildered glances before crowding around the surveillance monitors. On the screen, a young man could be seen calmly assembling a uniquely designed weapon. This doesn't make sense. It's definitely a trophy, must have backup. Who would be foolish enough to storm a lab alone? That weapon of his, it looks high grade. Wait, don't tell me he plans to break down the door by force. The man chuckled self-deprecatingly after speaking, inwardly sighing at how absurd his imagination was. The laboratory's massive door was forged from a special alloy, its impenetrable defense filling him with confidence. Never mind a single fifth-tier martial artist. Even 10 attacking together wouldn't leave so much as a scratch on it. Pack up the data immediately. Destroy anything we can't take with us, commanded a burly man with a bare chest. The grotesque scar across his chest rose and fell with his thunderous heartbeat. When we make our move, take care of that kid on the way out. He finished with a sinister grin, and the members of the Descendants faction in the lab sprang into action. Several leaders stood by the surveillance monitors, smirking mockingly as they observed the situation outside with interest. Outside the alloy door, a resonant sound, akin to a dragon's roar, echoed. In Yiqing's hands appeared an enormous halberd of stunning length. The surrounding air surged with heat, transforming the cold subterranean space into a blazing inferno. Crimson light erupted from the halberd, as waves of powerful, blood-infused energy rippled outward. In his chest, Yiqing's blood core spun furiously, releasing a continuous torrent of pure dragon flame-infused energy that melded with the halberd's fiery aura. The blazing light from the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd grew ever more intense as 5 radiant suns ignited behind Yiqing, their scorching brilliance illuminating his fiery torch-like eyes and his bulging, muscular arms. With a sudden roar, Yiqing raised the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd high and slashed it down toward the massive alloy door. A blinding, fiery arc roared forth, the 5 suns behind him burning ferociously, radiating an overwhelming heat and light that made one's heart pound. Energy waves erupted with explosive force, and amidst the deafening blasts, a massive hole was blasted through the alloy door in an instant. Scorching heat waves surged into the laboratory, incinerating several Descendants faction followers stationed behind the door into charred remains before they could even react. In the control room, the leaders stared in shock, their faces pale and their eyes wide with disbelief. The alloy door they had prided themselves on had been breached in a single strike. The sheer power of such an attack, if it were directed at them, sent a chilling sensation from the base of their spines to the tops of their heads, leaving their scalps tingling. "Don't panic," the scarred man suddenly bellowed. This kind of move must have drained his blood energy. He's probably completely spent by now. Any third-tier fighter could take him down. He shoved open the control room door forcefully. "Let's move. Kill that kid. The lab personnel are too valuable to lose here." The others, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Yiqing gazed at the gaping hole in the door and broke into a brilliant grin. As expected of a grandmaster technique, if I could condense 10 suns, the power would be unimaginable. From behind the door came the agonized screams of those burned by the fiery blast, a sound that was music to Yiqing's ears. His grin widened as he hefted the halberd and strode boldly into the laboratory. "Kill him." The laboratory doors were violently flung open as several scorched and battered members of the Descendants rushed in, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Their bodies bore the marks of modifications, but their strength was only that of third-tier warriors. Yiqing sneered coldly, refraining from using his psychic power. Such opponents weren't even worth the effort. The crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd sliced through the air, leaving a trail of golden light. With a sharp crack, the blade split the first Descendant's skull with precision. White brain matter splattered everywhere as the halberd's momentum continued downward, crushing the man into a bloody, unrecognizable pulp from head to toe. With a casual wave of his hand, Yiqing absorbed the radiant light that rose from the mangled remains into his body. System notification: you have devoured a fragment of a third-tier warrior's soul. Psychic power 2. The remaining Descendants turned pale as they witnessed their comrades' gruesome demise. Though they were ruthless killers themselves, such brutality shook them to their core. Yiqing gave them no chance to recover. The crimson gold halberd swung again and again, reducing the rest to heaps of bloody flesh, their soul fragments consumed in the process. From the moment the alarm blared to the doors being breached, only 10 seconds had passed. Chaos erupted within the laboratory, with most of the Descendants still scrambling to organize their data at their respective stations. Yiqing's figure flashed, appearing before the alloy door marked primary modification room. Without slowing down, he slammed through the wall with his bare body. A grisly surgical scene unfolded before him. On the operating table lay a nearly dismembered body, its limbs severed, original bones replaced with alloy implants. The chest and abdomen were cut open, exposing pulsating internal organs that clearly belonged to some kind of massive beast. Several Descendants in protective suits were in the middle of the operation. One of them was holding a piece of crimson kidney tissue. The most horrifying sight was the face of the young boy on the table. He couldn't have been older than 16. His face was smeared with blood and tears. To ensure accurate data collection, the Descendants had foregone anesthesia, instead injecting him with psychoactive drugs to keep him conscious. This boy, who should have been out enjoying milk tea with friends or playing video games after school, was now reduced to nothing more than a tool for a live experiment. When Yiqing appeared in the doorway, the boy's lifeless, dim eyes suddenly lit up with a flicker of hope. The boy's youthful face twisted in agony, his bloodless lips trembling as if trying to say something. But his trachea had already been slit open, and his lungs removed could no longer make a sound. Yiqing's fervent, battle-hardened smile faded from his lips, replaced by an uncharacteristic heaviness in his gaze. "I'm sorry. I couldn't save you," he murmured softly, lifting his eyes. Those deep, dark pupils turned into icy pools, and a palpable wave of murderous intent surged from him like a chilling tide. The sight on the operating table churned his thoughts. How many innocents had been forcibly pinned onto this cold, sterile surface? How many had endured excruciating pain while fully conscious, watching in horror as their bodies were dismembered, their insides implanted with grotesque, deformed organs? Filth, sin, ugliness. The atrocities committed in this place were beyond words. Only the blood of the descendants could begin to cleanse it. Only the sound of their shattered bones could toll the death knell for the vengeful spirits of the fallen. "You," a descendant standing by the operating table began to speak, but his words were cut off as a massive shadow engulfed the room. In an instant, Yiqing's form swelled to nearly 4 meters tall. His body was encased in pitch-black scales, and pale, jagged bones erupted from within him, forming a fearsome exoskeletal armor. "I realize I've been far too gentle," he said, his voice a guttural growl from the depths of hell. "Now, they'll tear you all apart." Razor-sharp bone blades extended from his fingertips as Yiqing seized the nearest lab worker. The sickening sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking echoed throughout the laboratory. Blood splattered across the pristine white walls, and the air was filled with agonized screams. The victim didn't even have time to lose consciousness before being reduced to a shattered skeleton. The other workers were paralyzed with terror at the carnage unfolding before them. When death came for them, their cold detachment from performing inhumane experiments was nowhere to be seen. Some tried desperately to flee, only to be ensnared by blood-red vines. Needle-like tendrils pierced their bodies, ensuring there was no escape. "You have absorbed a fragment of a second-tier warrior's soul. Mental strength 0.6. A system prompt echoed in Yiqing's mind, but he paid it no attention. He was entirely focused on capturing each lab worker, tearing their flesh apart piece by piece, crushing their bones with deliberate precision, and invading their minds to mercilessly devour their soul fragments. The boy on the operating table watched it all unfold, the overwhelming hatred in his eyes gradually transforming into grim satisfaction. When Yiqing finished off the last of the lab workers, he turned to the boy, his voice now devoid of the earlier fury. "They'll kill them all, every last one of them. Rest in peace." The boy's eyes held no fear or confusion, only deep gratitude. He nodded weakly, his lips moving silently. "Thank you." Yiqing gently closed the boy's eyes, releasing a surge of mental energy to swiftly grant him release. At that moment, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. For fifth-year descendants stationed at the biolaboratory had arrived. Perfect timing, Yiqing muttered darkly, his voice low and cold. A bone-chilling killing intent locked onto the newcomers instantly. Wantao had not been a member of the Descent faction for long. Before joining, he was the highly respected owner of a renowned martial arts school, which thrived under his extraordinary skills. However, at the peak of his success, he underwent a sudden and drastic change in personality. In a shocking turn of events, he brutally murdered 3 of his students and then disappeared without a trace. Despite being classified as an A-level fugitive by the Inspection Bureau and becoming the target of an exhaustive manhunt, he remained elusive. It turned out that he had been hiding all along in a subterranean biological laboratory, never setting foot on the surface for years. The oppressive underground environment, coupled with the corrosive negative energy emanating from the monstrous creatures, had shattered Wantao's psyche. He became bloodthirsty and sadistic, particularly relishing in the torment and killing of children. The sight of their tear-streaked, despairing faces and the sound of their anguished cries brought him a twisted sense of pleasure. When news came that the laboratory's gates had been breached, Wantao felt not fear, but exhilaration, trembling with excitement. To him, the thrill of killing a fifth-tier martial artist far surpassed the pleasure of tormenting ordinary people. Driven by the scent of blood, he was the first to charge into the operating room, its walls now breached. The 2 beast hearts implanted in his chest pounded violently. However, what lay before him was not the young man he had seen on the surveillance footage, but a strange, pitch-black wall. Before he could make sense of the situation, the wall moved. A massive figure loomed over him, and as Wantao looked up, his pupils constricted sharply. Standing before him was an indescribably horrifying entity. Its pale, skeletal frame pulsed with every breath, sharp spikes jutted menacingly from its joints, and its muscles bulged like those of a ferocious beast. Most terrifying of all were the cold, unyielding eyes glaring at him from beneath its helmet, radiating a nearly tangible killing intent. What the hell is this thing? Wan Tao's mind raced with questions, even as the beast hearts within him thumped madly, causing black veins to bulge grotesquely under his skin. Instinctively, he launched a powerful punch aimed straight at the creature's chest. Thud! The dull impact reverberated, but the creature's chest armor remained completely unscathed. The force of the recoil sent a sharp pain shooting through Wan Tao's wrist, forcing him to stumble back half a step. A feeble punch like that, who could you possibly hope to kill? A thunderous roar shook the room as Yiqing struck with lightning speed. His fist shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, carrying the force of a crashing thunderbolt. The air compressed into visible white ripples around the strike. Wan Tao had barely stepped back when a searing pain erupted in his chest. Looking down, he saw a thick, muscular arm piercing straight through his torso. Struggling desperately, he found himself unable to budge the creature even an inch. With a sickening squelch, Yiqing withdrew his arm, splattering blackish-purple blood across his body. In his hand were two pulsating purple hearts, still pumping dark, viscous blood. Deprived of his hearts, Wan Tao collapsed to his knees, his strength utterly drained. Though the formidable vitality of a fifth-tier martial artist kept him from dying instantly, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his life ebbed away. Wan Tao! A horrified cry rang out from behind him. 3 other fifth-tier members of the Descent faction had finally arrived, only to witness the ghastly sight of their comrade's heart being torn out by the monstrous claws of a terrifying adversary. The moment they stormed into the laboratory, the scene before them froze everyone in their tracks. Yiqing's form had completely transcended the boundaries of humanity. Even these seasoned researchers, accustomed to extreme human modifications, couldn't help but gasp in shock. His massive frame resembled an ancient beast, covered in thick, black scales radiating an oppressive and suffocating aura. Under the horrified gazes of those present, Yiqing raised his scaled, monstrous hands and shoved 2 still-beating hearts of giant beasts straight into his mouth. Blood dripped down his menacing fangs, and his throat bulged violently as he swallowed. The system immediately indicated a boost in his vitality. Lying on the ground, Wan Tao had not yet lost consciousness. He witnessed Yiqing devouring the hearts that were meant for transplantation, and the fanaticism in his eyes was instantly replaced by clarity and terror. Consuming the flesh and blood of prey in their presence, such an act was enough to shatter the psyche of any living creature. Wan Tao struggled to rise, but his heartless body had long since been drained of strength, leaving him helplessly collapsed on the floor. Attacked together, the remaining 3 fifth-tier descendants instantly shifted into combat mode. Their bodies underwent rapid mutations. Razor-sharp claws tore through their skin, their torsos expanded and twisted, and gleaming scales covered their forms. A sinister smile crept across Yiqing's face as he deliberately abandoned defense, allowing the trio to launch a ferocious assault on his vital points. Bang! 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 The sound of blows landing was accompanied by the crisp crack of shattering bones, yet every attack was thwarted by his black scales. Even more terrifying, the fractured bones writhed and healed in the blink of an eye, restoring themselves as though nothing had happened. Heh! Yiqing let out a deep, guttural laugh, lightning fast as he seized one of the opponents who had stumbled back from the recoil of their own attack. The other 2 roared in fury and lunged forward, their razor-sharp claws slashing toward his arm in an attempt to free their companion. A fierce glint flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he suddenly twisted his head and opened his gaping maw. His razor-sharp teeth snapped shut in an instant, severing the claw of the mutated giant beast with a sickening crunch. Warm blood sprayed out, staining his faceplate a deep crimson. The beast's anguished howl echoed around him, but it only made Yiqing's grin grow more sinister. He grabbed the female 5th-tier descendant he had subdued and pulled her tightly against his chest. The gesture seemed almost tender, like an embrace shared with a lover, yet it plunged the woman into a terror she had never known. A crushing force began to press down on her from all directions, her bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Tears spilled from her emerald-green eyes, gliding silently down the scales on her cheeks. "No, let me go," she screamed desperately, her voice shrill with panic. "Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. He'll do anything." But trapped in his iron grip, she couldn't move an inch. The other 2 descendants attacked Yiqing with frantic fury, but their efforts were as futile as ants trying to topple a mountain. One of them managed to shatter a fragment of bone, but the shard only ended up grazing the woman in Yiqing's arms. "You're not sorry," Yiqing said softly, a cold smile curving beneath his faceplate. "You've just realized you're going to die." Before the words had fully left his lips, his arms thicker than the woman's waist tightened with brutal force. The sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh filled the air, accompanied by a wet, splintering noise. Her skeleton, organs, and muscles burst apart under the immense pressure, sending a fountain of blood and fragments spraying everywhere. Her head, now severed from her body, tumbled free from Yiqing's arms, rolling across the ground before coming to a stop at Wan Tao's feet. Wan Tao collapsed onto the floor of the operating room, trembling uncontrollably as the gruesome scene before him unfolded. He had always prided himself on being ruthless, but only now did he truly understand the meaning of cruelty. Instinctively, he tried to crawl away from this hellish place, but blood-red tendrils emerged from nowhere, like barbed chains, pinning him firmly to the ground. The tendrils, lined with countless mouths, greedily gnawed at his flesh. He could feel his life slipping away bit by bit, leaving him utterly paralyzed in despair. Shule! A piercing scream shattered the suffocating silence. Yiqing turned around to see a man with bloodshot eyes charging at him with a look of grim determination. Moments later, another man, tears streaming down his face, joined the attack. Yiqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh, is she the one you love? He effortlessly dodged their assault and, in a swift motion, seized the woman's head in his grasp. An invisible force of devouring surged forth, and 3 notifications appeared. Mental energy increased by 11, and 9 points, a gift from consuming the soul fragments of a 5th-tier warrior. The woman, whose body had already been destroyed, should have been incapable of any reaction. Yet the excruciating pain from her very soul reignited a fleeting clarity in her dim eyes. Her lips moved soundlessly, but the 2 men understood her final plea. Kill me, please. This sight utterly shattered their sanity. Their skin began to crack apart, and foul-smelling black blood seeped from the fissures, drenching their bodies. Put Shulei's head down. They roared as they launched a frenzied attack. Yiqing's nearly 4-meter-tall frame moved with astonishing agility, easily evading their strikes. He watched their expressions with an amused glint in his eye, savoring the moment as he completely devoured Shulei's soul fragments. Then, he raised her head in front of them, applying a slight pressure with his fingers. Bang! The skull burst like an overripe melon, white brain matter splattering through his fingers. You monster! He'll kill you. The 2 warriors of the dissension faction roared with blood and tears streaming down their faces, their cries filled with anguish. To Yiqing, their fury was music to his ears, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The oppressive weight brought on by the boy on the operating table was now completely lifted. His gaze turned icy, and in an instant, he appeared before one of them. With one hand gripping the man's head and the other clutching his torso, Yiqing exerted a violent force. With a sickening sound, he ripped out an entire blood-soaked spine, resembling a grotesque white-boned centipede. The devouring force surged again, increasing his mental energy by another 13 and 11 points. Holding the dripping whip of a spine, Yiqing swung it violently at the last man. With a resounding crack, the spine and the man's head exploded into fragments. The man was sent flying, his body crashing through multiple walls like a cannonball, with deafening booms echoing throughout the underground laboratory. He collapsed amidst the rubble, his arms' sharp claws broken, blood gushing out, and his combat ability diminished by more than half in an instant. Yiqing's figure flickered and appeared before his opponent in a split second. A cold gleam flashed, and the bone blade traced a graceful yet deadly arc. Where the blade passed, a line of blood emerged from the opponent's shoulder, stretching diagonally to his waist, splitting his body cleanly in 2. Seizing the moment while life still lingered, Yiqing began harvesting the fragments of his opponent's soul. You swallowed the soul fragment of a 5th-tier warrior? Wan Tao's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. What are you? As Yiqing approached step by step, pure despair filled Wan Tao's gaze. Yiqing did not answer the question of a man as good as dead. He had made a vow to leave no one alive in this laboratory. The bone blade flashed in his hand, cutting precisely from Wan Tao's legs upward. Lean meat, fat, cartilage, every inch of flesh was meticulously dissected. The slicing sounds echoed relentlessly, resembling the work of a focused chef skillfully preparing ingredients on a cutting board. The operating room had transformed into a macabre kitchen, with the floor as the chopping block and Wan Tao as the butchered meat. No, please no. Even knowing death was inevitable, Wan Tao began to beg desperately. At least make it quick. I beg you, stop cutting. The burly man, his face covered in tears, watched helplessly as the bone blade edged closer to his waist. Yiqing remained silent, engrossed in his dissection. The rhythmic slicing sounds were swift and precise. In no time, a small mountain of minced flesh had piled up on the ground, crowned with a distorted head at the top. Finally, Yiqing consumed the entirety of Wan Tao's soul fragments. As the scattered memories flooded his mind, his brows furrowed, and an unmistakable expression of disgust flickered across his eyes. Even this death is too merciful for you, Yiqing muttered coldly, his gaze sweeping over the corpses on the ground. Inside the underground laboratory, the lifeless bodies of 4 5th-tier martial artists lay sprawled on the floor, their blood still slowly seeping across the surface. From the moment they fell to now, barely a minute had passed. Death had come so swiftly that the other martial artists in the lab hadn't even had a chance to provide support. Gripping his bone blade tightly, Yiqing strode out of the operating room. His mental energy surged outward like a tide. instantly locking onto the positions of every member of the Descendants faction around him. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions echoed throughout the laboratory. Yiqing, wielding his own flesh and blood as a weapon, smashed through wall after wall, dragging out the hiding Descendants members one by one. Some were struck by a single punch, leaving their bodies mangled beyond recognition, while others were cleaved in two by his razor-sharp bone blade. The entire laboratory resembled a den ravaged by a rampaging beast. The floor trembled violently, the ceiling shook incessantly, and broken walls and shattered remains littered the space. Blood pooled across the ground, mingling with fragments of bone and flesh, painting the lab in a gory crimson hue. When Yiqing burst into a storage room, a desperate plea suddenly rang out. "Please, don't kill us. We're not martial artists." Yiqing's bone blade froze midair. Inside the storage room, over a dozen people, including the middle-aged man who had spoken, looked at him with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. "Not martial artists?" Yiqing's voice echoed through the room, deep and icy. "Then are you followers of the Descendants faction?" The group exchanged nervous glances, but had no time to respond before the bone blade came slashing down with a piercing howl. A wave of blood surged through the room in an instant. Yiqing's gaze remained cold and unyielding as he struck again and again without hesitation. This was his vow. Anyone associated with the Descendants faction must die. Meanwhile, not far from the Starlight Intelligence Tower, Qin Mingyun stood among the officials sealing off the area, scanning her surroundings in search of their contact. "Still no sign of them?" she muttered to herself. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a faint tremor beneath her feet caught her attention, followed by a muffled explosion resonating from underground. As a warrior's strength grows, their perception of the outside world becomes increasingly acute. Some exceptionally gifted warriors even develop abilities akin to telepathy. At this moment, Qin Mingyun, a fifth-rank warrior, suddenly frowned, her sharp senses detecting a disturbance emanating from deep underground. Boom! Another muffled sound echoed from beneath the ground, accompanied by a faint tremor beneath her feet. Qin Mingyun's pupils contracted, and her expression darkened instantly. That person had acted without any prior notice? Aside from a brief message instructing the inspection bureau to seal off the area, they had recklessly taken action. Outrageous! Qin Mingyun's anger flared, her eyes tinged with red. She turned to look at the bustling commercial district behind her. Inspection personnel were hastily evacuating the crowd, but many people had yet to leave. If an accident were to occur now, the consequences would be catastrophic. Deploy more personnel. Do not let the dissension sect break through to the mall. Qin Mingyun suppressed her fury and quickly issued orders. Contact the Martial Association immediately and mobilize the staff from the major martial arts schools for support. They've made plenty of money. It's time they contributed to Tian'an City. Director Zhao Zhan arrived in a hurry, also sensing the commotion underground. "They've made a move?" he asked in shock. "Yes," Qin Mingyun replied through gritted teeth. "That guy just charged in alone." The tremors from below grew more intense, and Qin Mingyun could no longer hold back. "Director, let me lead a team to support him. There are at least 100 warriors in that lab, including several fifth-rank enhanced fighters. How can he handle all of them alone? If he gets surrounded underground, retreating will be nearly impossible." The members of the criminal investigation team all volunteered to join the mission, but Zhao Zhan firmly shook his head. "Absolutely not," he said in a grave tone. "Have you all forgotten the military district's warning? Anyone who approaches will be deemed a follower of the dissension sect and executed on sight. This is no joke." Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory codenamed Phoenix Rebirth, the stench of blood was so overpowering that even the air purification system couldn't dispel it. Yiqing moved like a streak of black lightning through the lab, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. His goal was simple: annihilate every single member of the dissension sect, leaving none alive. Cries for mercy echoed through the space as people begged, pleading about their familial hardships, but Yiqing's bone blades continued to reap lives without hesitation. System notifications rang incessantly in his mind. "You've absorbed a soul fragment of a third-rank warrior. Mental strength 3. You've absorbed a soul fragment of a fourth-rank warrior. Mental strength 4.8. You've absorbed a soul fragment of a Kwasa warrior. Mental strength 0.3. Within Yiqing's spiritual sea, his mental strength surged, the water-like figure in his mind gradually encased in golden threads. The second heart source nirvana had begun silently. Anticipating his next transformation, Yiqing's pace of slaughter quickened. At that moment, a fanatical shout caught his attention. "A masterpiece! This is a masterpiece!" An elderly man with snow-white hair stared at him with obsession. While others were fleeing for their lives, this frail old man in a white lab coat stood there, his eyes fixed with fervent admiration on Yiqing's imposing figure. "Perfect, absolutely perfect," the old man exclaimed with excitement. "So many different biological traits seamlessly fused without any signs of rejection. This is exactly the result I've been pursuing." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he shouted ecstatically, "I understand. I finally understand." The old man suddenly became excited, his eyes glowing as if he had just solved a significant problem. He spun around and rushed toward the control panel. But just as his hand was about to touch it, his entire body froze as if struck by lightning. Only his head remained mobile. Mental power? The old man turned his head with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. "Give me 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. After I verify this, you can do whatever you want with my life. To hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening is enough." Yiqing stared coldly at the chief expert of the Phoenix Laboratory. From the fluctuations in the man's mental energy, Yiqing had already discerned his thoughts. Such a naive hypothesis, reducing Yiqing's current form to a mere fusion of giant beast organs, was utterly laughable. Stubborn fool. A trace of disdain flashed in Yiqing's eyes as he raised his hand and placed it on the old man's head. His mental energy began to flow. Sensing the approach of death, the old man let out a desperate plea. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. I don't ask to live, only to prove my theory is correct. Ah! The piercing scream abruptly ceased. The old man's face contorted in agony, and he could no longer utter a word. To Yiqing's surprise, this mere first-tier warrior had provided him with a mental energy boost equivalent to that of a fifth-tier warrior. System notification: you have consumed a fragment of a first-tier warrior's soul. Mental power 9. System notification: you have consumed a fragment of a first-tier warrior's soul. Mental power 9. It seems mental activity does indeed enhance mental power. Yiqing thoughtfully absorbed the old man's soul completely, then casually struck his body, shattering it into pieces. The head landed on the control panel, its lifeless eyes still fixated on the interface. No one escapes the laboratory. Yiqing moved with lightning speed, his bone spikes precisely impaling the members of the Descendants faction who attempted to flee toward the door. In no time, the laboratory fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the echo of his heavy footsteps reverberating through the underground space. Drawing from the fragmented memories he had extracted from the Descendants faction souls, Yiqing located a special storage room. This time, instead of breaking in, he picked up a severed head, using his mental power to bring its eyes back to life. Iris authentication successful. As the mechanical voice sounded, the heavy alloy door slowly opened. Yiqing discarded the head without a second thought and stepped into the storage room. What greeted him was a dazzling array of collectibles, rows of sealed alloy containers filled with giant beast blood, as well as various giant beast organs preserved through special techniques. Some of the organs were connected to electronic components, continuously transmitting electrical signals to maintain their biological activity. Perfect timing for a meal. Yiqing licked his lips as hunger gnawed at him. It had been a long time since his last feast. Time for a post-training meal. With a swing of his golden dragon-patterned halberd, he sliced open a container of beast essence blood. Tilting his head back, he drank deeply, as if savoring an ordinary beverage. The ample supply of beast essence blood and organs promised a feast fit for a gluttonous king. Yiqing gulped down the essence blood of the shadow phantom spider, each dose bringing varying degrees of enhancement, either increasing his vitality by 13 or 16 points, while the extraction progress rose by 3 to 4. Without hesitation, he consumed the entire heart of the thunderstorm giant eagle, feeling his vitality surge by 18 points and the extraction progress jump by 5. When he swallowed the flesh of the infernal scorpion dragon, it added another 10 points to his vitality and 3 to the extraction progress. Although the essence blood stored in the laboratory was of low grade, mostly originating from beasts below level 5, the sheer quantity made up for its lack of quality. Rows of crystalline test tubes filled with precious essence blood were neatly arranged before Yiqing. Without a second thought, he drank from each tube and devoured the still active beast flesh. Soon, the extraction progress of several beasts began to reach saturation. Yiqing immediately initiated the extraction process. To his delight, the mental power gains from this endeavor were particularly remarkable. With a single thought, his status panel unfolded before him. Name: Yiqing. Vitality: 21,058.3. Mental power: 1,621.5. Techniques: 10 suns in the sky 7th tier, cloud splitting palm 6th tier, 8 extremes fist 6th tier. Extraction progress: shadow phantom spider 100, infernal scorpion dragon 100, thunderstorm giant eagle 83. His mental power had already surpassed the 1,600 mark, a level comparable to that of a 5th-tier psychic practitioner. In terms of mental power purity, Yiqing was confident he could easily crush opponents of the same tier. By comparison, the growth in vitality seemed slightly less impressive, but opportunities remained. Although the laboratory staff had been subdued, the warehouse was still brimming with a vast stockpile of unprocessed essence blood and flesh. Yiqing glanced around, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began an indulgent feast. With each portion of essence blood consumed, His vitality began to skyrocket by hundreds of points at a time. 1,000, 2,000. Yiqing swept the warehouse clean of its stored resources and let out a satisfied belch. He glanced down at the panel, and his qi and blood levels had surged to an impressive 24,000 and 20.7. The blood core within his chest had not only grown larger, but also appeared more lustrous and full, radiating an even purer and more concentrated power. This overwhelming strength directly propelled the progress of the second stage of the Dragon Flame immortal body, which was now on the verge of completion. A glint of determination flashed in Yiqing's eyes, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Once the second stage was complete, his explosive power would increase eightfold. Coupled with his other talents, his combat strength would undergo a transformative leap. Satisfied, Yiqing nodded and turned toward one side of the warehouse. He reached out to grab the massive alloy rolling door, applying just a slight amount of force, and effortlessly tore it open. Behind the door was another section of the warehouse, and the sight within was chilling rows of transparent cylindrical chambers, each imprisoning living human beings. Men, women, the elderly, and children were all present, though the majority were young adults, with even some innocent and carefree children among them. These individuals lay motionless within the chambers, their eyes closed, submerged in a specially formulated liquid that kept them in a state of deep unconsciousness. They were ordinary people abducted from the outside world by the lab. Had the lab not been exposed, these innocents would have met agonizing deaths on the operating tables. Even those who might have survived would have faced lives worse than death. Yiqing frowned deeply and immediately channeled his mental energy to sever the tubes supplying the liquid. With his actions, the cylindrical chambers began to open one by one. After ensuring this was done, he swiftly moved into the lab's main control room. Using the mental energy he had absorbed earlier, he input the highest level access password. He quickly accessed the surveillance system and deleted all video footage recorded after his arrival, then crushed the storage hard drive into pieces. With everything taken care of, Yiqing turned and headed for the lab's entrance. It was time to leave the cleanup to the inspection department. The freight elevator ascended slowly, and Yiqing seized the brief moment to activate his communicator. He first switched to the military district's exclusive channel and gave a concise report. The Phoenix Rebirth, biological laboratory run by the Descendants faction, has been destroyed. All faction followers have been eliminated, and 83 trapped civilians have been successfully rescued. The military district's response came almost immediately. Colonel Yiqing, intelligence related to this operation is currently under collection. Follow-up tasks will be assigned within 3 days. Please remain on standby. Understood, Yiqing replied as he promptly switched to the Special Operations Team's channel to scan the latest updates. A conversation on the screen caught his attention. Did you hear? One of the Special Ops teams suffered heavy losses, 6 members killed in action. What happened? Were they ambushed by the Descendants faction? Apparently, they encountered a high-level martial artist. Damn it, aren't Grandmaster-level martial artists supposed to be registered? How dare the Descendants Grandmaster openly take action? Yiqing's brows furrowed deeply. As humanity's pinnacle combat force, Grandmaster-level martial artists were tightly monitored by officials. If a Descendants Grandmaster acted, their identity would inevitably be exposed, culminating in their inevitable elimination. Yet, they were willing to take such risks to impede the Special Ops team's mission. This led Yiqing to ponder. What was the true objective behind the Descendants faction's orchestrated rebellion? Was it the frontlines or a major city? As he deliberated, the freight elevator came to a halt, revealing the pitch-black elevator shaft just ahead. Meanwhile, the situation on the surface grew increasingly tense. Although the tremors from underground had subsided, an ominous foreboding weighed heavily on the inspectors. The criminal investigation team, in particular, with their years of field experience, realized the gravity of the situation. It had reached the worst-case scenario. With over 100 individuals in the underground lab, the fight could not have ended so quickly. This eerie silence could only mean one thing. The military personnel dispatched to the scene might have already perished. Director, Qin Mingyun quickly approached Zhao Zhan, her expression grave. Based on our assessment, the military operative is likely already dead. The Descendants insurgents could break through at any moment. Please retreat to a safe distance. Leave this to us. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not let those bastards breach the line. Watch your words. Zhao Zhan interrupted sharply. I may have sustained injuries in my earlier years, but I can still fight. At a time like this, I will not retreat. He scanned the surrounding team, his voice stern. Past this down of combat breaks out. Do not hold back. Do not endanger yourselves by trying to take prisoners. His words struck at the heart of the difference in operational mindsets between the inspectors and the military. In the past, inspectors often hesitated in order to capture suspects alive, leading to unnecessary casualties. Against the Descendants faction, the military's approach was unequivocally correct: eliminate without mercy. Qin Mingyun nodded firmly and immediately relayed the director's orders through her earpiece. Around the Xingyao Intelligent Machinery building, heavily armed criminal investigation team members stood on high alert. Qin Mingyun, along with several elite officers, guarded the entrance, their muscles taut, ready to strike at any moment. Each person's breathing was deliberately light, cautious not to miss even the faintest disturbance. Suddenly, faint and rhythmic footsteps echoed from the elevator shaft below. Everyone held their breath, but an anomaly quickly became apparent. There was only one set of footsteps. This was far from the scenario they had anticipated. Could it be that the dissension faction had realized they were surrounded and sent someone out to surrender? A sharp metallic tearing sound broke the silence as the elevator doors were forcibly pried open by a pair of hands. From the elevator hall emerged a tall figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The chilling, bone-piercing presence seemed to drag everyone into a sea of corpses and blood. A blood-red hallucination clouded their vision, and several team members, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, instinctively placed their fingers on their triggers. Southern Command, Yiqing. A calm voice shattered the tension. Yiqing raised his wrist, and his tactical watch projected his identification. The 2 bars and 2 stars of his military rank gleamed sharply in the holographic display, etching themselves into the eyes of everyone present. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. The team stared at his impossibly young face, barely having time to process the shock of his rank before an even more chilling thought surfaced. This man had walked out of the biolab unscathed. What about the ruthless dissension faction members in the basement? A faint trace of blood lingered in the air around Yiqing, sending chills down their spines. An absurd yet chillingly plausible answer began to form in their minds. Go down and clean up, Yiqing said calmly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. With a quiet swoosh, silence reclaimed the room. Qin Ningyun was the first to rush down, followed closely by several core members of the criminal investigation team. Their footsteps echoed through the narrow freight elevator shaft. The moment they stepped into the underground laboratory, a heavy stench of blood hit them like an invisible wall, forcing everyone to instinctively halt. The scene before them was suffocating. The walls of the laboratory were smeared with shredded flesh, and dark red blood spread like a web, glistening eerily under the stark emergency lights. Broken bones were scattered across the floor, some jutted out like sharp blades, while others had been crushed into powder, mixing with the blood into a grimy sludge. Each corpse bore unimaginably gruesome injuries, deep cuts exposing bone crossed with jagged tears, as though they had been simultaneously attacked by sharp weapons and torn apart by immense force. Ugh! One team member was the first to break, doubling over and vomiting. The sound seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the others, including Qin Ningyun, stumbled back out to the doorway, clutching the walls as they dry-heaved. Though they were seasoned investigators who had seen countless grisly crime scenes, the hellish sight before them was beyond anything they could endure. After a moment to compose themselves, they reluctantly re-entered the lab, suppressing their nausea. They tread cautiously through the pools of blood, their eyes unwillingly meeting the wide, fear-stricken gazes of the dead. Every lifeless body seemed to silently recount the horrors they had faced in their final moments. A chilling unease crawled up their spines, leaving an unshakable question lingering in their minds. What on earth had happened here? Get a team down here to clean up the scene, Qin Ningyun commanded, her voice trembling slightly. Her face was pale as she strode quickly toward the control room. She had to find the surveillance footage and uncover the truth behind this horrific tragedy. The investigators filed into the underground laboratory of Xingyao Intelligence, but the moment they stepped inside, they immediately retreated, rushing to the corners to vomit uncontrollably. Even these seasoned professionals, accustomed to witnessing all manner of horrors, could not endure the sight before them. In the end, each of them had to be equipped with specialized vomit bags to continue their work. The gory scene was so overwhelming that many of the investigators involved in the operation later required long-term psychological counseling. Rescue operations at the scene were carried out urgently. Ambulance after ambulance departed, transporting the surviving civilians to hospitals, while the wail of sirens echoed continuously over the city of Tiannan. Inside the laboratory, however, the task of clearing the bodies was a daunting challenge. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and mangled flesh were scattered across the floor, making it nearly impossible to reconstruct a single intact corpse. Some bodies had been crushed into unrecognizable, blood-smeared masses, with even facial features obliterated, creating immense difficulties for subsequent identification efforts. Qin Ningyun meticulously examined the surveillance system, only to discover that all footage had been cut off an hour earlier. The final recording captured a deafening sound of a door being smashed open, followed by complete darkness. Not only had the surveillance records been deliberately erased, but the storage devices themselves had also been completely destroyed. As they observed the tragic condition of the fallen warriors, the core members of the criminal investigation team fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, one team member, trembling, finally spoke. "Captain, is this really something a human could do? Such brutal methods, it's like the work of a bloodthirsty beast. For fifth-tier warriors, all dead within a minute." What kind of combat strength are we dealing with here? Isn't the lieutenant colonel also at the 5th tier? No one survived the laboratory. Each body bore at least 10 fatal wounds, a level of carnage that defied the imagination of the investigators present. The idea that a single individual could slaughter over 100 warriors in such a short time, including 4 5th-tier experts, was beyond the scope of ordinary martial capabilities. Everyone understood, this was not a battle, it was a massacre. Qing Mingyun was at a loss for words. Her earlier assessments now seemed laughable. The other party had no need for any reinforcements. If anything, the involvement of the criminal investigation team would have only been a hindrance. No wonder someone so young could hold the position of lieutenant colonel. She couldn't help but start questioning. Are all young military officers this terrifying? A mix of confusion and curiosity filled her heart, and she was desperate to know what methods Yiqing had used to create such a blood-soaked scene of carnage. Collect the laboratory's data and see if we can uncover any new leads, she instructed before heading back to the surface. In a conference room within the building, she met with Yiqing and Zhao Zhan, the director of the inspection bureau. Qing Mingyun was about to report, holding a broken hard drive in her hand, when Yiqing interrupted her, saying, "This is classified military information. No further details can be disclosed." Faced with the young lieutenant colonel, Qing Mingyun's cheeks flushed, but this time, she didn't argue as she normally would. The horrific scene she had just witnessed weighed on her like an invisible mountain, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure in Yiqing's presence. In the end, she could only fall silent. "Major Yiqing, I'll see to it that your request is carried out. Everyone who has seen you will be strictly ordered to maintain confidentiality," Zhao Zhan said with a grave expression, his right hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. "If anyone dares to speak out of turn, you won't even need to step in. I'll take care of them myself." Yiqing gave a slight nod. "Good. I appreciate your efforts." His tone was calm, as if he had merely completed an insignificant task. Yet everyone present knew that without the intelligence provided earlier by the Bureau of Investigation, he wouldn't have been able to uncover the lab's trail in such a short time. Rewinding the timeline, he had arrived in Tiannan City at noon, pinpointed the Xingyao mechatronic truck by dusk, and completely annihilated the lab by nightfall. The entire operation unfolded with precision and efficiency, far exceeding the expected time frame of several days. Zhao Zhan and Qin Mingyun stood frozen, their eyes still filled with disbelief. The case they and their task force of over 100 people had been laboring over for more than a month was resolved effortlessly by this man in less than a day. But before they could recover from their astonishment, Yiqing was already preparing to leave. He had never been fond of unnecessary social interactions and felt more at ease in solitude. Particularly when he noticed the investigative gaze of Captain Qin Mingyun, he grew even more uneasy. Such overly curious looks often signaled the arrival of trouble, something Yiqing detested above all else. Thus, he decisively declined Zhao Zhan's invitation to stay and quietly left on his own. That night's operation was a large-scale endeavor, with the Bureau of Investigation fully mobilized and evacuating crowds from the city's busiest commercial district. Naturally, the commotion caused quite a stir. Yet curiously, no related hashtags or topics surfaced on any major social media platforms. The military had already intervened to suppress the spread of information. Even so, some curious individuals began circulating guesses and rumors online. However, these voices were swiftly silenced as relevant authorities stepped in, with some offenders facing severe penalties and others even ending up behind bars. As for all the aftermath, Yiqing had long since put it out of his mind, wasting no further thought on it. His sole responsibility was killing, employing the most ruthless methods to suppress the dissension faction. After each operation, the cleanup, aftermath, and media suppression were handled by the logistics team. 2 days later, the vibration of his communicator shattered the silence. Yiqing quickly accessed the latest mission file sent by the military district. The moment his eyes landed on the prominent, top secret label, his expression turned grave. In just 3 minutes, Yiqing's demeanor shifted from serious to peculiar. A faint, indescribable smile tugged at the corner of his lips, as if mocking the absurdity of fate. The military intelligence department's analysis was shocking. The target of the dissension faction's current uprising was none other than the nation's top martial arts universities. The report from the Combat Analysis Division was even more alarming. The dissension faction was highly likely to launch surprise attacks on martial arts universities across the country, aiming to massacre students on campus. The sinister nature of this plan sent chills down one's spine. These students were the backbone of the nation's future, the cradle of high-level martial artists. They were the ones who would one day bear the responsibility of defending against monstrous invasions. If the dissension faction succeeded, the younger generation would suffer a devastating blow, and the entire country's future would be shrouded in darkness. This would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction: the reduction of core martial artists, worsening conditions on the front lines, the collapse of defensive lines, shrinking safe zones, and ultimately the deaths of millions of civilians. Even if this was just a hypothesis, it was enough to enrage the military's top brass. A nationwide counterinsurgency operation was immediately launched. The objective was clear: to eliminate spies lurking within the martial arts universities while uncovering the specific targets of the dissension faction's attacks. Given Yiqing's previously demonstrated extraordinary skills, the military decided to position him as a hidden asset. His mission was not only to investigate the spies, but also to play a crucial, irreplaceable role at critical moments. However, when Yiqing saw his designated location for infiltration, he couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was Jinqing Military Martial University. Fate had a cruel sense of humor. His first return to campus was to be under such circumstances. While others go to school to gain knowledge, I go to school to investigate both teachers and students. Yiqing's lips curled into a faint smile, but it quickly vanished as his expression turned serious. He studied the intelligence report in his hands with growing intensity, his brows furrowing deeper with each line he read. The breadth of the information and the severity of its implications were on par with the loss of a critical battle on the front lines. Those despicable dissensionists. Yiqing clenched his fists, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. They dared to target the top martial arts university students. While the occasional untimely death of a martial arts prodigy might not raise much alarm, the systematic elimination of promising talents would deal an immeasurable blow to the nation's martial arts development. This was clearly a sinister plan aimed at undermining the very foundation of the country's martial arts legacy. As a martial arts university student himself, Yiqing let out a cold chuckle. If you round it up, this is practically directed at me. Recalling the immense spiritual power he had gained during the lab battle, a menacing glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. He activated his communicator and entered the exclusive channel for the 7th Squad. The screen displayed the team's follow-up missions, each one focused on rooting out traitors. Some team members, like him, were undercover as instructors at martial arts universities, while others had infiltrated high-tech companies or been assigned to secret experimental bases. Why the hell does old Bai get to be a student just because he's a month younger than me and looks like a pretty boy? Xiong Lingquan grumbled over the channel. He and Bai Yulan had both been assigned to Qingyun Martial Arts University, one of the nation's top-ranked schools. Due to their starkly different appearances, one had to pose as a lecturer while the other could pass as a student. Come on, Captain, the arrangement makes sense. Old Bai does look way more youthful than Yiqing, cut and fresh-faced, someone teased. Just wait until we regroup, I'll knock you out first. Xiong Lingquan snapped back, but his tone quickly turned serious. By the way, there were reports of special forces encountering a Grandmaster-level dissensionist. Everyone, be extra cautious in your missions. If you can't handle the situation, don't push it. Call for backup if you need it. Yiqing closed the channel and booked a ticket to Yunqing City. Located at the border of Jiangnan and Donglin provinces, Yunqing City was home to Jinqing Military Martial Arts University. Before leaving Tiannan City, he declined multiple invitations from the inspection division. His task there was complete, and there was no need for further exchanges. At 6 p.m., Yiqing boarded a train bound for Jinqing Military Martial Arts University. The military's efficiency was impressive. He received a package while still on the train. Inside were a student ID and other materials related to his new cover. Since this wasn't a military-exclusive train, the journey was slower, and it wasn't until the next morning that Yiqing arrived in Yunqing City. He hailed a cab to Jinqing Military Martial Arts University. Although the city boasted 3 martial arts universities, the other 2 were relatively average in ranking and reputation. Despite being part of the same university town, Jinqing Military Martial Arts University had strict security measures due to its unique status. When the taxi stopped outside the university gates, armed guards stood at attention, fully alert. Just as Yiqing was about to present his credentials, a voice called out, "A freshman? This is prime time for grabbing courses and choosing mentors, and you're out here wandering around. Hurry up and get inside." Choosing a mentor is a big deal if you're late. The strong ones will already be taken. 2 uniformed guards carefully checked Yiqing's credentials, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Yiqing smiled faintly and walked unhurriedly into the Jinqing Military Academy campus. For him, selecting a mentor wasn't particularly important. He already knew that most of the instructors at this nationally renowned martial arts university were only at the 4th or 5th tier, their strength not even close to his. What he sought wasn't guidance from a mentor, but more formidable opponents. Inside the campus, rows of imposing buildings rose majestically, exuding a rich military aesthetic. The clean lines and towering walls conveyed an overwhelming sense of power. As the noise around him grew, Yiqing quickened his pace, and a sprawling training ground came into view. Suspended in midair were several massive holographic projections. One displayed a tall, lean martial artist wielding a sharp sword. The blade's brilliance lit up the scene as he effortlessly sliced a massive beast in 2. The training ground was packed with freshmen, their auras revealing them as first-year students. Wow, teacher Zhang Qingyi is incredible. He took down a 4th-tier beast with just one swing. Teacher Zhang is so cool. That strike went straight to my heart. If it really struck your heart, you'd be dead already. Stop swooning. I have to take Teacher Zhang's swordsmanship class. I want to become a swordsman. That might be tough. Teacher Zhang is a 5th-tier warrior and a popular choice. His standards are really high. I think I'll go for Teacher Su's boxing class instead. Yiqing glanced at the projection and immediately discerned Zhang Jianqiu's true strength. Although swordsmanship wasn't his specialty, if given a sword, Yiqing could think of at least 9 simpler ways to deal with that beast, without resorting to such flashy techniques. The screen switched to another instructor who killed a giant beast with a single kick, sparking another wave of exclamations. Who do you think the top students this year will choose? Someone suddenly asked. Not far away, Yiqing's ears twitched as he caught the question amid the chatter. Top students? That was precisely one of the things he was here to focus on. The mission briefing issued by the military district had a bold, red highlighted line that stood out prominently. Below the level of Grandmaster, if deemed suspicious, kill, without hesitation. No need to report first. Yiqing stared at the line, his heart tightening. This meant that during this mission, he was granted the power of life and death over martial artists below the level of Grandmaster. As long as their behavior seemed suspicious, he could act first and report later. The weight of this authority made him draw a sharp breath. Of course, this special privilege was not to be used recklessly. If he mistakenly killed an innocent person, he would still be held accountable. Yet, even with this caveat, the power was daunting. Take the freshmen and instructors before him. For instance, if he accidentally killed 1 or 2 of them, it would likely be chalked up to an error in judgment rather than an act of wanton slaughter. Yiqing couldn't help but marvel inwardly, deeply sensing the military district's determination to eradicate the Descendants faction. In fact, not every special operations member was granted this privilege. He had been given this authority because the highest commander of Base 31, Major General Zhang Jianfeng, had personally submitted his profile. After being reviewed by a certain lieutenant general, who was also a grandmaster, the privilege was specially approved. This was not only recognition of his strength, but also a test of his judgment and decisiveness. As he pondered, the chatter of a few freshmen reached his ears. The top students have already been snatched up by the instructors. Take Feng Yunian, for example, one voice said excitedly. He's the martial arts champion of Donglan province. He passed on the chance to attend Kyoto Martial University and chose our military academy instead. Talk about ambition. I heard he's already apprenticed under a grandmaster who's also a dean. He's not the only impressive one, another chimed in. You guys have heard of Zhang Qingyi, right? She's the campus beauty of this year's freshman. Not only is she stunning, but her talent is extraordinary. She's also being personally mentored by a grandmaster. This year's batch is really strong. The pressure is intense, someone sighed. By the way, I heard a shocking rumor, a hushed voice added. There's someone even more incredible than Zhang Qingyi. Their talent is supposedly off the charts. They applied to join the army immediately after enrolling and haven't even reported to school yet. Seriously? The others exclaimed. It's true. A senior in charge of freshman reception said so. Joining the battlefield as a freshman? That's insane, one person fretted. They'd be better off building a solid foundation in school and waiting until sophomore year to enlist. Yiqing paid no mind to the chatter about himself. Instead, his attention was caught by 2 names, Zhang Qingyi and Feng Yunian. Zhang Qingyi chose Zhenqing Military Academy. Yiqing raised an eyebrow. Based on what he knew about her, with her performance in the training camp, getting into Kyoto Martial University would have been a breeze. Why did she pick Zhenqing Military Academy? A flicker of intrigue crossed Yiqing's eyes. There was definitely more to this choice than met the eye. As for Feng Yunian, Yiqing mused silently. The martial arts champion of Donglan province, hailing from the Feng family. It seemed this year's incoming class truly had its share of hidden talents. Yiqing's lips curved into a peculiar smile. Reflecting on the tangled history with the Feng family, first eliminating a few of their elites, then crippling one of their prodigies and seizing a weapon, and now ending up as a schoolmate of their provincial martial arts champion, couldn't help but marvel at how intertwined their fates had become. He paused briefly in front of the campus bulletin board, but found nothing of value. Turning away, he headed toward his assigned dormitory. Since he planned to lay low, he needed to play the part convincingly. Although he hadn't formally enrolled before, Zhenqing Military Academy had already arranged accommodations for him. The academy's operations mirrored those of the military. The stronger you were, the better the treatment. Even the dormitories reflected this hierarchy, with private, luxurious setups for the elite. Amid a row of standalone villas, Yiqing quickly located Dorm 01. The 4-story building consisted of 3 levels above ground and 1 below, surrounded by a neatly fenced garden. If not explicitly stated, no one would guess this was a student dormitory. Most importantly, it offered exceptional privacy. Swiping his card to enter, Yiqing conducted a swift inspection. The interior was fully equipped, even featuring a specialized training room reinforced with advanced alloy thoughtful touch. Tossing his backpack, which held a near 7th-tier weapon, onto the floor, he found the school-provided computer and opened the course selection interface. If he was going to act the part, he might as well commit fully. Xinqing Military Academy comprised several specialized schools: the Combat Academy for training warriors, the Command Academy for grooming commanders, the Forging Academy for weapon craftsmanship, and the Intelligence Academy for academic research and information analysis. Yiqing almost carelessly clicked through the options and eventually settled on a course under Li Mingze, a fourth-year warrior specializing in intelligence on giant beasts. It seemed like a decent way to pass the time, though he was well aware that his ultimate destination was always the battlefield. While Yiqing was selecting his courses, a group of students happened to walk past Dorm 01. Who did you choose? I got into teacher Zhang Qingyi's swordsmanship class. Please, I picked teacher Xia's blade techniques course. It's way better. His strength surpasses teacher Zhang's. You don't get it. Style is eternal. You're hopeless. Do you think the battlefield is a place to show off? Huh, you're just jealous. By the way, what are we eating later? Let's head to the third floor special mess hall. I heard fresh giant beast meat just arrived from the front lines, including some from fifth-tier beasts. It's supposed to be incredibly nourishing for us. All thanks to the frontline victories, we're lucky to enjoy this feast. As they quickened their pace toward the cafeteria, a sudden glow from nearby caught their attention. They stopped in unison, turning to look at the brightly lit villa not far away. Dorm 01, isn't that the place assigned to the guy who directly applied to go to the battlefield? The group exchanged astonished glances, their curiosity momentarily eclipsing their hunger for the promised delicacies. The Xinqing Military Academy boasts top-tier facilities, with a campus sprawling as large as a small city. The dormitory area is divided into apartment zones and villa zones. The villa zone is exclusively reserved for the top 100 students in the grade, offering not only spacious accommodations, but also exceptional privacy. Each villa's number carries a hidden meaning, directly tied to the student's talent, achievements, and strength. The more outstanding the performance, the lower the number. Yiqing's dormitory was numbered 01, the highest-ranking designation, signifying the Academy's recognition of his capabilities. Even though he opted to enlist in the military directly, this honor remained intact. At the start of the school year, new students stepped into this martial arts haven, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and curiosity about the future. They were eager to gauge the strength of the instructors, explore the Academy's advanced military equipment, and meet the talented peers of their cohort. Yet, as martial artists, their primary concern was naturally the strength of one another. What was your martial arts entrance exam score? Became the standard opening line among new students. The occupant of dormitory 01 inevitably became the biggest enigma. Everyone knew that this year's provincial top scorer from a prestigious family was among them, and many assumed he would be the strongest. However, to their surprise, the Academy's evaluation pointed to someone else entirely. The new students in the Villa Zone were eager to catch a glimpse of this top-ranked individual. Yet, the door to dormitory 01 remained firmly shut, its lights dim. After some inquiries, they learned that this legendary figure had already left for the military. The news sent shockwaves through the freshmen. For martial artists, gaining admission to a top-tier institution like Xinqing Military Academy, with its unparalleled resources and faculty, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just a few years of training there could lead to a qualitative leap in strength. Yet someone had chosen to forego this rare chance and instead enlist directly in the military? For a student fresh out of high school, the decision seemed astonishingly bold. Though they weren't afraid of the battlefield, most deemed this timing to be utterly baffling. As the commotion gradually subsided, the freshmen shifted their focus to selecting mentors and competing for courses' typical campus routines. But just then, the door to the seemingly vacant 01 dormitory lit up unexpectedly. A few passing students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. The dormitory door swung open, and a tall figure stepped out casually. While flipping through the cafeteria menu, he broke into a satisfied smile. "The food looks great," he remarked. Before the words had fully landed, he disappeared in a flash, heading toward the cafeteria with lightning speed. "He's new," the passing students whispered urgently, exchanging glances. "We definitely haven't seen him around before. It has to be him. The strongest freshman is back." The news spread like wildfire across the freshman groups, igniting a flurry of heated discussions. Meanwhile, in one of the Academy's laboratories, Zhang Qingyi held a dropper in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the changes occurring within the vessel. As the final drop of solution fell, a golden liquid gradually coalesced into shape. Her tense expression finally softened, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of her lips. "I can't believe I succeeded in creating golden dragon essence on my first try," she murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. This specialized potion, designed for fourth-tier martial artists, could significantly enhance the purity of their vital energy and greatly improve the chances of forming a blood core to break into the fifth tier. Since her rebirth, her progress had far outpaced her expectations from her previous life. Not only had her aptitude advanced to an A grade earlier than before, but her strength had also reached the fourth tier. With such advantages, she had decisively chosen Jinqing Military Academy. At her current pace, she would soon be eligible to apply for deployment to the frontline privilege available to second-year students at Jinqing. It was as if the rules had been tailor-made for her. Only on the battlefield could she encounter the abyssal rifts, and the opportunity to elevate Frost Eternal to S grade could only be found there. Just as she was reveling in the joy of her imminent breakthrough, the communicator in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She initially had no intention of checking the routine messages from the freshman group, but in her good mood, she decided to take a look. The next moment, the smile on her face froze. He's back on campus? The tall figure of Yiqing appeared uninvited in her mind, and an inexplicable sense of pressure surged in her chest. At the same time, Feng Yunan, the top scorer of the Donglin province martial exam, had just stepped out of the training room and received the same message. His expression stiffened instantly, followed by a cold smirk. From a young age, Feng Yunan had been hailed as a genius. Growing up amidst the praises of elders, he had never encountered a true rival. Even the prodigies from the other two major families in Donglin were no match for him. After securing the top spot in the Donglin martial exam, his pride had only grown into arrogance. He had grand ambitions to build a stronger network of connections within the military for the Feng family, enabling them to surpass the other two families and become the most powerful in Donglin. For this reason, he had chosen Jinqing Military Academy, believing he would be the most valued freshman by the school administration. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Someone else had a status that overshadowed his. To make matters worse, that person hadn't even officially enrolled, yet the school still reserved the prestigious 01 dormitory for him. The implications were clear. To the school administration, Feng Yunan was far inferior to that so-called soldier. Ridiculous, Feng Yunan scoffed. He knew all too well the training programs of Donglin's genius training camp, and they paled in comparison to his own experiences. Guided by high-tier martial artists from a young age, he had ventured alone into the wilderness upon turning 18, surviving for months in abandoned cities and slaying nearly 100 beasts. In terms of combat experience, fieldwork, and martial arts mastery, who in the training camp could compare to him? The school's decision was an affront to his abilities, and that vacant 01 dormitory was like a thorn, constantly mocking him. A fire of fury burned within him. He was determined to utterly crush that person and prove to everyone that he was the rightful strongest freshman. Initially, he thought he would have to wait until his second year to face that person in the military. He hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. So that guy's back now. Feng Yunan stood at the entrance of the training room, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Perfect. I'd like to see just how capable someone who dares to overshadow a provincial top scorer really is. With long, purposeful strides, he exited the training room, heading straight for his target. At the same time, Yiqing was dining on the third floor of the Jinqing Military Academy's cafeteria. The fresh grade 5 beast meat exploded with incredible flavor in his mouth. The chef explained that it had just been delivered from the front lines. Yiqing knew very well that most of this batch likely came from the defensive line at Base 31, and perhaps some of it was even from beasts he had personally hunted. Focused on the feast before him, Yiqing quickly devoured a meal equivalent to dozens of portions, finally completing the extraction progress for 2 types of beast materials. As the cafeteria staff stared at him in stunned silence, he received a message from the military district. It was the notification he had been eagerly waiting for. His long-anticipated delivery had arrived. The Wujian Dark Moon blades were complete. Half full will have to do, Yiqing muttered as he wiped his mouth and left the cafeteria in brisk strides. Along the way, many surprised gazes followed him. Scanning with his mental power, he caught snippets of murmured conversations. It seemed his sudden return to the academy had caused quite a stir among the freshmen, even sparking various rumors. But he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. When he arrived at the entrance to Dormitory 01, a securely wrapped, oversized package lay quietly on the ground, marked only with his name. This seemingly ordinary package contained weapons worth billions, yet no one could guess its true value. Lifting the package, Yiqing immediately felt its astonishing weight. The 100+ pounds of secret silver he had sent out had now been forged into something weighing at least 300 pounds. With eager anticipation, he carried the package into the training room, carefully shutting the doors and windows. Unwrapping the package revealed 100 crescent-shaped blades, each about 20 centimeters long, neatly arranged. The blades were jet black, with a faint silver sheen rippling across their surfaces. Their razor-sharp edges exuded an icy, bone-chilling aura. These dark moon blades had consumed 100 pounds of secret silver and utilized the military district's level resource allocation. Forged by a grandmaster-level crafting expert, their value now surpassed even the quasi-grade 7 crimson gold dragon spear. Just in time, Yiqing murmured with a surge of excitement, picking up one of the blades. Ever since his raid on the Descendants Biological Research Lab, his mental strength had grown significantly. His control over his A-level talent, collective consciousness, had also improved drastically, allowing him to multitask with up to 50 simultaneous threads of thought. He sat cross-legged and began practicing with the Wujian dark moon blades. His spiritual sea churned, and mental energy surged outward. With a low hum, a black torrent poured out of the package. 72 dark moon blades floated gracefully in midair, emanating a chilling, killing intent. Through consistent practice, the blades gradually established a subtle connection. Suddenly, with a series of metallic clashing sounds, the 72 dark moon blades merged into one, forming a pitch-black crescent moon that hovered above Yiqing's head. It radiated a sense of despair and coldness akin to the depths of the underworld. With a single thought, the crescent moon traced a graceful arc through the air, effortlessly slicing through a wall of special alloy and embedding itself deep into the ground. Inside the training room, the walls were now etched with smooth, razor-sharp fissures. What incredible power! And this is just 72 blades. If I had a few hundred, I could probably take down even a grandmaster. Yiqing exclaimed in amazement as he began experimenting with various moves. Immersed in his training, he remained oblivious to the uproar brewing in the Zhengqing Military Academy's freshman group. Feng Yunian, the top scorer of the Eastern Lin Province martial arts exam, had boldly declared his challenge to the returning strongest freshman and was now on his way to the dorms. As the top scorer in the province, Feng Yunian was a renowned figure at the military academy. Not only did he possess fourth-tier strength and an A-level talent, but he had also been rigorously training in various martial arts since childhood. His prowess was so extraordinary that even second and third-year students found it hard to match him. A fifth-tier instructor once admitted that, in a sparring match with Feng Yunian, he wouldn't be confident of victory. Such praise carried significant weight, especially considering that most instructors at the academy were seasoned veterans with extensive battlefield experience. Now, this widely recognized strongest freshman was about to face off against another freshman, officially deemed the academy's strongest newcomer. The news sent shockwaves through the campus. Students in the cafeteria abandoned their meals and rushed toward the villa district. Even upperclassmen, unable to suppress their curiosity, followed suit. Feng Yunian, however, walked at a leisurely pace. For a fourth-tier martial artist, the journey from the cafeteria to the dormitory area should have taken mere minutes, yet he stretched it to over 10, only just reaching the edge of the dormitory zone. A crowd of onlookers surrounded him, and chat groups buzzed with real-time updates on the event. Feng Yunian is definitely building up the tension, someone whispered. He must still be bitter about not being assigned Villa 01. This is going to be exciting. Who do you think will win? Hard to say. That new guy is shrouded in mystery, but I heard he dominated Zhang Qingyi to take first place at the Donglin province training camp. Zhang Qingyi only ranked 7th in the Donglin martial arts exam, while Feng Yunian was the top scorer. The gap in strength is significant. My money's on Feng Yunian. The heritage of those from prominent families is no joke. His family's signature martial art, the cloud-splitting palm, is a 6th-tier technique. The strongest we've seen so far is only 5th tier. As the crowd grew larger, the atmosphere became increasingly charged. Feng Yunian noticed the swelling audience and curled his lips into a faint smile. His gaze fixed on Villa 01 ahead, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Picking up his pace, he strode forward. Soon, he stood before Villa 01. Through the gap in the curtains, he could see the lights on inside. Taking a deep breath, he let out a thunderous shout that reverberated through the surroundings. Yiqing, come out. The shout caused the windows of nearby villas to tremble slightly. At the same time, a fierce aura erupted from Feng Yunian, transforming his entire demeanor. His piercing gaze locked onto the villa's door as his internal energy surged, his robes billowing despite the still aura commanding presence befitting a master. What an overwhelming aura, the freshman in the crowd exclaimed in awe. His vitality is even more robust than some of the instructors. At this level, he could easily be a major in the military. The gap is just too vast. If I could reach this level by graduation, I'd be more than satisfied. Some people came well prepared, pulling out high-speed cameras to record the upcoming confrontation. The crowd surged like a tidal wave toward dormitory number 01, all eyes fixed on the tightly shut door, eagerly awaiting Yiqing's appearance. A minute passed. Feng Yunian stood alone in front of the villa, exuding an imposing aura, yet there was still no response. His expression darkened, and anger flickered in his eyes. Such arrogance, he sneered coldly. His chest swelled as he channeled the power of his blood and energy through his body. With a thunderous shout that echoed in all directions, he roared, Yiqing, if you're a man, come out here. Boom. The sound wave swept through the area, shattering the glass windows nearby. Inside the training room, Yiqing was deeply immersed in his cultivation. Blades of dark moon swirled around him, forming a pitch-black torrent that emitted a chilling, despairing aura. The training room was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the spinning blades. Behind Yiqing's tightly shut eyelids, faint silver streaks of light flickered. Within his spiritual sea, the figure formed by condensed water ripples was being entwined by countless threads, weaving tighter and tighter. This unique state of cultivation was propelling Yiqing's understanding of spiritual martial arts to new heights. A mysterious resonance seemed to emerge between each blade of dark moon. He was enraptured, relishing the progress in his martial arts and feeling a rare sense of joy. Suddenly, the commotion outside interrupted his training. Someone seemed to be shouting his name. What's going on? Yiqing opened his eyes, his brows furrowing as irritation surged within him. He detested being disturbed during cultivation. With a metallic clatter, the dark moon blades rained down into a specially designed flat, oval container. This accessory, casually crafted by a master weaponsmith in the military district, was ingeniously designed to stack the blades neatly for easy storage and portability. Just as Yiqing finished stowing away his weapons, another deafening noise resounded, causing the ground of the already damaged training room to tremble. Its compromised structure had long lost its soundproofing capabilities. Yiqing's spiritual power instantly expanded, encompassing everything within a kilometer radius. When he saw Feng Yunian at the door and the nearly 1,000 onlookers surrounding him, his initial irritation ignited into fury. I haven't even gone looking for trouble with you. And here you are, bringing it to my doorstep, Yiqing muttered, his brow furrowed and a cruel smile tugging at his lips. The Feng family, they have a death wish. Grabbing his dark moon blades and the scarlet gold dragon pattern spear, Yiqing left the training room, placing his weapons on the living room sofa before heading straight for the front door. Get out here. Feng Yunian, outside, had already lost his patience. His face was ashen, and his long wait had pushed him to the brink. Stepping forward, he raised his hand, ready to pound on the door. Bang! Before his palm could land, the solid wooden door burst apart with a deafening crash. A towering figure stormed out of the villa, carrying an aura of savage ferocity. The wooden door shattered under the immense force, sending sharp splinters shooting out like a storm of arrows. Despite the sudden assault, Feng Yunian remained calm and composed. Just as he raised his hand to deflect a shard aimed at his face, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force clamp down on his right fist, rendering him completely immobilized. It was a hand, a simple grip, yet it completely nullified the strength he had always prided himself on. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Feng Yunian channeled his energy and blood in an attempt to break free. But as he unleashed his full strength, he realized the sheer magnitude of the power contained in that grip. It was like trying to move a towering mountain, an unshakable force that left him utterly powerless. The calm expression on his face vanished in an instant. The relentless sound of splinters slicing through the air continued. Although Feng Yunian was unable to dodge, the sharp wooden shards only tore through his clothing, unable to pierce his skin thanks to a defensive technique he had mastered. From a distance, a chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted. The gathered newcomers, who had been waiting eagerly, raised their phones to capture the spectacle, unwilling to miss a single moment. Yiqing's out. What a domineering presence. This is going to be good. The murmurs of excitement spread like wildfire. Some even jeered. Feng Yunian's shirt is shredded. I can see his abs. Another voice chimed in. What? Are you into guys or something? The mocking laughter reached Feng Yunian's ears, igniting a fiery rage within him. Let's see if you let go now, he roared, a fierce gust of energy surging around him. His left hand clenched into a fist, and visible wind blades began spinning rapidly around it. With a powerful swing, he aimed directly at Yiqing's chest. The wind blades were so potent that even their stray force carved deep grooves into the ground and walls. If this punch landed, it would be enough to pierce the chest of a fourth-tier martial artist, shredding their internal organs into fragments. A great talent, is it? Yiqing sneered, his expression twisted with malice, completely disregarding the lethal punch. The hand gripping Feng Yunian's right fist suddenly tightened, unleashing an unstoppable force. Feng Yunian's vision blurred as his entire body was lifted into the air, his once menacing left punch swinging wildly and missing its target due to the loss of balance. Yiqing's eyes gleamed with a menacing light, and a chilling smile curled his lips. With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled Feng Yunian's body toward the ground. Boom! The stone pavement shattered into pieces under the tremendous impact. Yiqing showed no sign of stopping, swinging Feng Yunian's body like a rag doll and slamming him down repeatedly. Boom! 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 The ground crumbled further with each brutal collision. Amid the cacophony of destruction, Yiqing's furious voice roared. You dare show up here looking for a fight? Who gave you the audacity? You're a great talent? Your family background? Or your title as Donglin Province's martial champion? Each enraged shout was punctuated by an even more violent strike. Under the relentless onslaught, Feng Yunian's mind buzzed incessantly, and his vision spun uncontrollably. Overpowered by the unyielding force, his body was flung about like a lifeless puppet, unable to mount any effective resistance. All he could do was desperately channel his defensive techniques, though even that seemed woefully insufficient against the devastating blows. The immense impact caused a crisp sound of bones breaking to echo from Feng Yunian's body. His skeleton was riddled with fine fractures, and his internal organs throbbed with unbearable pain. Yiqing grabbed him and slammed him onto the ground repeatedly until the floor near the doorway was completely shattered. Finally, Yiqing flung Feng Yunian aside casually. The latter collapsed onto the ground like a pile of broken mud, his faintly rising and falling chest the only sign that he was still alive. Feng Yunian stared blankly at the ceiling, a trace of confusion flickering deep in his eyes. He hadn't even fully displayed his martial skills, nor had he unleashed his ultimate killing move as a master. How could he have ended up in such a sorry state? A martial arts champion? Yiqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Someone like you managed to win that title only because I didn't bother participating in the competition. He found a peculiar satisfaction in the act of slamming someone into the ground. Hearing this, Feng Yunian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood. Oddly enough, it seemed to improve his complexion slightly. Enduring the excruciating pain, he forced himself to stand. His bloodshot eyes locked fiercely onto Yiqing as he growled. What did you just say? Fresh blood trickled down from his bowed forehead, resembling a beast on the verge of a desperate outburst. Oh, your willpower is quite impressive, Yiqing remarked with a chuckle. It seems your Feng family has a real talent for taking a beating. Feng Yunian remained silent for a moment before abruptly lifting his head. A crazed glint flashed in his blood-red eyes. At some point, a golden-red vial of liquid had appeared in his hand, radiating intense heat. Yiqing's attention, however, was drawn to the silver bracelet on Feng Yunian's left wrist. Is that a storage bracelet? A sharp glint flashed in Yiqing's eyes. Storage equipment like that was incredibly rare. Even at the military's armory, such items cost tens of thousands of merit points, with larger storage capacities priced in the hundreds of thousands. Rather than spending that much, Yiqing would rather exchange for high-grade beast blood. But this unexpected find today brought a gleeful grin to his face. Feng Yunian downed the costly life-saving potion in one gulp. It had been entrusted to him by a Feng family elder for emergencies, yet he was now forced to use it in a mere sparring match. But he no longer cared. His overwhelming fury left him with only one desire: to crush the man before him and reclaim his honor. Boom. Intense energy erupted within him. His fractured bones mended instantly, and the cracks in his internal organs vanished completely. His aura surged higher and higher, while his raging vitality manifested as fiery winds radiating outward. A long spear materialized in his hand, and he assumed a stance that Yiqing found all too familiar. Yiqing scrutinized his opponent's posture, a peculiar smile forming on his face. Master-level technique. Feng Yunian raised his hand abruptly, the blood on his face drying under the searing heat. Wind and fire intertwined into a vortex as blistering energy wildly condensed around the spear. 10 suns in the sky, huh? Yiqing's teasing voice coincided perfectly with the words Feng Yunian was about to shout. Question mark. Feng Yunian froze in place, utterly stunned. The technique, 10 suns together, is a supreme skill of the Feng family, originating from the enlightenment of a grandmaster when he was on the brink of life and death while exploring the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. This exceptional skill imposes extremely high demands on its practitioners, not only requiring extraordinary talent and strength, but also mastery of long weapons such as spears, halberds, and polearms. These weapons are far more challenging to wield than swords or sabers, requiring even the most gifted individuals to dedicate extensive time and effort to their study. As a result, only a handful of people in the entire Feng family have ever mastered 10 suns together. At this moment, when Yiqing uttered the words 10 suns together, Feng Yunian almost doubted his ears. A flash of disbelief crossed his eye. She had merely assumed the opening stance. So how could this person know the name of the technique? Though bewildered, he quickly pushed these thoughts aside and focused entirely on channeling the power of his qi and blood. As his wind elemental affinity was activated, wind blades and fire waves intertwined around Feng Yunian, and a vague, illusory image of a blazing sun flickered behind him. Although the shadowy sun was too indistinct to form a complete outline, and the heat it emitted couldn't even melt ordinary steel, it was already a fearsome sight for the onlooking freshman. The scorching waves of heat forced the crowd to retreat continuously. Seeing Feng Yunian take both a medicinal boost and resort to a grandmaster-level skill, clearly prepared to give it his all, the smile on Yiqing's face gradually faded. Since his opponent intended to hold nothing back, he saw no reason to restrain himself either. As Feng Yunian's aura surged to its peak and his spear, wrapped in fiery light, thrust forward like a dragon with a shout of 10 suns together, Yiqing's figure vanished like a ghost, reappearing back at his dorm to retrieve a weapon. Clang! Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of metal, a massive halberd appeared in Yiqing's hands. Its entire body was a fiery crimson, adorned with golden dragon patterns swirling along its surface. Recognize this? Yiqing's voice carried a trace of amusement. Feng Yunian's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the 3-meter-long halberd. It was unmistakably the signature weapon of his extraordinarily gifted cousin, Yi Feng, who had been the Feng family's greatest hope. How had this treasured weapon ended up in Yiqing's hands? Before he could make sense of the situation, Yiqing had already made his move. You're using 10 suns together all wrong. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd effortlessly knocked Feng Yunyan's spear aside, like sweeping away an insect. Immediately afterward, one blazing sun after another began to rise behind Yiqing. Each sun was solid and radiant, exuding an overwhelming heat and light that turned the entire dormitory area as bright as midday. One sun, 2 suns, 3 suns. By the time the 7th sun emerged, the surrounding grass withered and ignited in the searing waves of heat. Feng Yunyan felt as if he were standing in a pool of molten lava, his entire body racked with intense burning pain. Yet he could no longer pay attention to the agony. His wide eyes were fixed on the 7 blazing suns, filled with disbelief. The energy radiating from them was identical to his own technique, yet magnified 100-fold in power. How is the crimson gold dragon halberd in your hands? And how do you know 10 suns together as well? Feng Yunyan exclaimed in shock. A piercing scream shattered the air as Feng Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Yiqing stood expressionless, his crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd slowly rising, an overwhelming killing intent locking onto Feng Yunyan like a tangible force. The previous strike had been his final act of mercy, flinging Feng Yunyan away in the hope of ending this farce. Yet Feng Yunyan, heedless of his own limits, refused to back down. Instead, he took a forbidden drug to enhance his strength and unleashed a grandmaster-level technique, aiming to take Yiqing's life. Since his opponent had harbored murderous intent first, there was no reason for Yiqing to hold back any longer. Yiqing's gaze turned icy cold as a profound truth echoed in his mind. Below the level of a grandmaster, suspicion warrants execution. Besides, after crippling Feng Yifeng last time and seizing his near-Savinthier weapon, the enmity with the Feng family had already reached an irreconcilable point. Adding another grudge made no difference. The crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd slashed through the air, and 7 blazing suns converged at its tip. Scorching energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that distorted the very air around them. Stop! A panic shout echoed from afar. Several observing instructors, sensing the impending disaster, sprinted toward the scene with all their might. Fights and sparring among students were common occurrences, often resolved with a trip to the medical bay. But if a life were lost, it would be a catastrophe of immeasurable proportions. A 6th-tier instructor, moving as swiftly as lightning, arrived in an instant, shouting to halt the attack. But Yiqing's strikes had always been decisive and merciless. Retracting his blow was never an option, and now the crimson gold halberd had already descended, beyond anyone's control. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the dormitory area, shattering countless windows. Although the 6th-tier instructor managed to snatch the dazed Feng Yunyan and retreat, he was still a fraction too slow. A streak of dragon flames grazed Feng Yunyan, severing his legs instantly and reducing them to charred remains in the searing fire. The dragon flames, relentless as parasites, burrowed into his body, igniting his meridians and flesh from within. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the sky. Feng Yunyan looked down at his now empty lower body, his eyes filled with despair and rage. The dragon flames rampaged through him, severing his meridians, withering his flesh, and devastating his internal organs. Such injuries were beyond repair, even with the most potent healing elixirs or the life essence of high-ear giant plants. Damn it! The instructor cursed, immediately channeling his energy to suppress the sinister dragon flames, barely keeping Feng Yunyan from dying on the spot. Without a word, he hoisted the crippled Feng Yunyan onto his shoulder and dashed toward the medical bay at breakneck speed, his expression grim and his pace accelerating with every step. Yiqing stood silently where he was, his gaze falling on the still-burning crater in the ground before shifting to the direction the instructor had disappeared. He knew all too well the destructive power of that blow-it was beyond saving. Heading to the medical bay was nothing more than a futile gesture. Even without a direct hit, the searing heat wave alone was enough to be fatal. Feng Yunyan's vital meridians were burned away, his blood essence drained, and his life extinguished. Yiqing toyed with the storage ring he had taken from his opponent's corpse, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his lips. This unexpected gain from the battle would certainly make carrying equipment and supplies much more convenient in the future. In the distance, nearly 1,000 freshmen stood frozen like statues. Their widened eyes were locked on the figures standing amidst the rising heat waves. Faces pale, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The excitement and anticipation they had felt while watching earlier had vanished completely, replaced by an indelible and chilling fear. For most of them, this was their first time witnessing such a brutal scene. The sight of bodies being cleaved, scorched, and the horrifying screams were far more jarring than any video footage could ever portray. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Many vomited on the spot, Timid girls broke down in tears, and some tried to flee but found their legs too weak to carry them. Amidst the crowd, only Zhang Qingyi managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though her eyes betrayed a storm of complex emotions. She had rushed here to witness the duel, even neglecting to consume the freshly prepared golden dragon elixir. She had expected a balanced and intense showdown, but instead, it turned out to be a one-sided, crushing victory. As she gazed at Yiqing's figure, countless questions churned in her mind. What level of power had he truly reached? How did he acquire the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd and Feng family's exclusive techniques? What had he experienced on the front lines? A fourth-tier martial artist couldn't possibly possess such immense vitality and blood energy had he already broken through to the fifth tier? This realization made Zhang Qingyi dizzy. In her eyes, Yiqing seemed to transform into a towering giant, gazing down at her with a mocking expression. A profound sense of helplessness surged through her, teetering on the edge of despair. Forget surpassing him, just keeping up with his pace seemed like an impossible dream. This unfathomable prodigy, who defied all logic, was destined to become the greatest variable of their era. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingyi forced herself to stay calm. She furrowed her brows as she looked at the tall figure in the distance. With such a commotion, how would he handle the aftermath? After a moment of thought, she quietly left. She wasn't the only one. Others had also realized the gravity of the situation. A sparring match that ended with someone gravely injured and near death would undoubtedly bring trouble for Yiqing. The Feng family's reaction would be one concern, but how the school administration would address the incident was another. A sharp sound pierced the air as several figures with powerful auras descended upon the dormitory area. The teachers, their expressions grave, turned their gaze to Yiqing. One of them, a sixth-tier expert, spoke up. "Yiqing, come with us." Yiqing nodded calmly, following the teachers without a hint of panic. To him, there was no trouble to speak of. The Feng family had long been at odds with him. Adding one more incident wouldn't make a difference. As for the school, he held a military authorization granting him the power of life and death. Feng Union had struck first, forcing him to reveal part of his strength. Labeling Feng as someone who disrupted a critical anti-subversion operation would justify his actions. Even if Feng were healed and killed again, it would be entirely reasonable. As for whether exposing his strength would attract the attention of the infiltrators within the school, that was precisely one of Yiqing's objectives. He wanted these individuals to see him as a threat and attempt an assassination. This way, they would reveal themselves, saving him the effort of rooting them out one by one. An hour later, news emerged from the medical facility. Feng Union, the martial champion of Donglin province, was in critical condition and had been transferred to another hospital for treatment. This announcement brought some relief to the still-shaken freshman. However, in the military academy's medical center, which rivaled a large hospital, a corpse covered in white cloth was being discreetly moved to the morgue. All personnel involved were issued strict gag orders. 2 hours later, a professional engineering team arrived on site to swiftly repair the damaged dormitory using modular materials. Another hour passed, and Yiqing returned to the dormitory area. No one knew the exact details of the disciplinary proceedings. All they heard was that he had been given a major demerit and had lost a significant amount of academic credits. The students whispered among themselves, incredulous that such a serious incident had been resolved so lightly. Meanwhile, as the campus forum nearly crashed from the flurry of discussions, an unassuming piece of information quietly circulated. After being shared nearly 1,000 times, it finally appeared on the screen of a computer in a dimly lit basement. The system automatically extracted the key detail. Yiqing, freshman at Jinqing Military Academy, designated as a high-priority assassination target. A raspy voice echoed in the dark room. Jinqing Military Academy? That nest of vermin I despise the most. Our followers were attacked. Those stubborn maggots deserve to die. Don't be hasty, another voice replied. When the time comes, the filth of this world will be cleansed. When will the plan begin? I can't wait any longer. Soon. Very soon. Haha. Do those maggots really think the information we leaked was genuine? Eliminating a few small insects is hardly worth mentioning. Enough. Go prepare. Don't waste any more time. As the voices faded, the screen continued to flicker with information transmitted from various locations. Back at Jinqing Military Academy, Yiqing's life returned to normal. The next day, he attended his scheduled classes, starting with a course on beast intelligence research taught by Li Mingze, a lecturer from the intelligence faculty. Sitting in the back row of the classroom, Yiqing waited for the lesson to begin. When the bell rang, a young, scholarly teacher wearing glasses walked in. As Yiqing glanced at him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Within Li Mingze's head, an intensely radiant light seemed poised to pierce through his vision. Yiqing's perception of the world was unlike that of ordinary people. Ever since the system activated its second phase, he had acquired a unique ability, a power to observe the soul light of every living being. This soul light varied in brightness depending on the strength of the being. The more powerful the entity, the more dazzling its soul light. Weaker beings emitted dim and faint glows. What seemed like a trivial ability proved to be crucial in this moment, as Yiqing noticed something unusual. The moment Mr. Li Mingzi stepped into the classroom, an intense and blinding light filled the space. This seemingly ordinary teacher, with only a fourth-tier level of qi and blood cultivation and specializing in liberal arts, radiated a soul light as brilliant as the rising sun, so bright that it was almost unbearable to look at. Yiqing instinctively squinted, a wave of doubt surging through his mind. Even Major General Zhang Jianfeng of the 31st Combat Base, who had refined his willpower to the level of a grandmaster, combining essence, energy, and spirit, could not compare to the radiance of this unassuming teacher. As if sensing Yiqing's gaze, Li Mingzi, who was about to start his lecture, turned to look in his direction. Recognizing Yiqing, he offered a friendly smile and a slight nod. This small gesture caught the attention of the entire class. The once noisy classroom fell into an abrupt silence as all eyes turned toward Yiqing. The students' minds were flooded with questions. Why would Yiqing choose this class? Should they drop the course while they still could? Wasn't he supposed to be attending combat command courses? What could possibly interest him in a research-based course on giant beast intelligence, a subject leaning heavily toward the humanities? After all, Yiqing's reputation had long since spread across campus. In his first day, he nearly beat a fellow student to death, only to be released hours later with nothing more than a minor disciplinary action. This had led many to speculate that he was backed by a powerful figure, perhaps a high-ranking military officer. But Yiqing paid no attention to the murmurs and speculations around him. His focus was entirely on the anomalous soul light emanating from Li Mingzi's head. After repeated confirmation, he was certain that Li Mingzi was merely a fourth-tier cultivator who had not yet condensed a blood core. This discovery left Yiqing utterly perplexed. Wasn't the Dissension faction's biological experimentation supposed to be limited to the material realm of the physical body? Could they have truly managed to alter a person's soul, a domain so elusive that even advanced spiritual practitioners struggled to fully comprehend it? As Yiqing delved deeper into his thoughts, Li Mingzi began his lecture. Having absorbed countless fragments of souls in the past, Yiqing had developed a keen understanding of soul light. He knew that mental activity, emotional fluctuations, and overall spiritual state all influenced the outward manifestation of soul light. At this moment, Li Mingzi was no longer the mild and reserved figure he appeared to be. He exuded an intense passion, his movements animated, his voice vibrant and compelling, an embodiment of the very phenomena Yiqing had come to recognize. As Li Mingzi began to explain the history of the giant beast's invasion, a radiant glow, like a blazing sun, suddenly ignited above his head, enveloping the entire classroom in a dazzling halo. This ethereal light not only illuminated the space, but also directly influenced the mental states of everyone present. The students stared intently at the podium, as if drawn by some invisible force, completely absorbed in Li Mingzi's lecture. Sitting in the classroom, Yiqing's throat moved involuntarily. A profound, soul-deep hunger coursed through him, making his entire body tremble. His gaze was locked onto the radiant orb above Li Mingzi's head, and an overwhelming urge surged within him, a desire to rush forward, crush the teacher's skull, and devour that brilliant sunlight glow. Deep within his spiritual sea, the small figure entwined with strange threads suddenly opened its eyes, which shimmered with an unprecedented hunger. Yiqing's heart skipped a beat, and his intuition told him that if he could consume that blazing light, his class ability, Heart Source Nirvana transformation, would immediately undergo its second evolution. Class, Li Mingzi, his face glowing with enthusiasm, continued his lecture passionately. Since the giant beast invasion, the strongest beast to descend has only reached level 9. But that does not mean there aren't even more powerful beasts out there. The students below diligently took notes, their focus unwavering except for Yiqing, who had already begun his own investigation in secret. He quickly pulled out his communicator and sent a request to the Military Intelligence Department, requesting access to all records and information on Li Mingzi, lecturer at the Intelligence Academy of the Star Defending Military Force. Given that counter-espionage operations held the highest priority in military tasks, the massive intelligence network immediately sprang into action. Within less than a minute, a comprehensive file containing every detail of Li Mingzi's life was sent to Yiqing. Simultaneously, a dedicated investigation team was formed by the military to conduct an in-depth analysis of the gathered data. In the end, they concluded that the likelihood of Li Mingzi being problematic was extremely low for now. Yiqing sat in the classroom, his eyes fixed on Li Mingzi, who was teaching at the podium, with a slight frown on his face. This seemingly unremarkable military instructor possessed a soul aura even stronger than that of a grandmaster. Yet, prior to this, he had never exhibited any signs of extraordinary spiritual talent. This abnormality set off alarm bells in Yiqing's mind. He's either an unparalleled genius hiding his true potential, or he's deliberately concealing his strength. Yiqing thought coldly, though a flicker of greedy heat glimmered in his eyes. If there's truly something off about him, his soul fragment will be mine. Yiqing lowered his head and quickly navigated through his communicator, accessing the exclusive channel for the Canglong 7th Squad. Considering the large-scale operation of the Descendants faction, the missions of various squads were bound to be interconnected. The channel's feed refreshed continuously until one new message made his pupils contract sharply. Blood Scorpion Squad was completely annihilated. Yiqing's heart skipped a beat as he carefully read the details. It wasn't the work of a grandmaster from the Descendants faction, but rather an entire squad of high-level spiritual psychics. This psychic team was escorting a group of warriors to a certain wasteland, and the Blood Scorpion Squad's ambush attempt had instead led to their own obliteration. Yiqing quickly pieced together the known information: the destroyed biological lab, the stalled research on fifth-tier biological modifications, the sudden appearance of grandmasters, and a squad of spiritual psychics. The Descendants faction's biological modifications could only enhance warriors up to the 5th tier, so where did their confidence come from to launch such a large-scale rebellion? An entire squad of spiritual psychics along with grandmaster-level powerhouses. Yiqing reminded himself, extreme caution is necessary during any operation. He closed the communication channel, his gaze returning to Li Mingzi. The limitations of biological modification, the organized presence of spiritual psychics, the Descendants faction revealing their grandmasters without hesitation, and this Li Mingzi with an abnormally strong soul, or all these clues intertwined in his mind. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck Yiqing. It seemed the Descendants faction was deliberately hiding something. The school bell rang, but Yiqing did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he stood on the rooftop of the teaching building, using his unique ability to survey the entire campus. His mental power stretched out like invisible tendrils, meticulously searching for soul light anomalies resembling Li Mingzi's. Even the deans, whose strength had reached the level of grandmasters, could not escape his probing. While their soul lights were powerful and dazzling, they were far less peculiar than Li Mingzi's. Yiqing had identified Li Mingzi as a key surveillance target. From nearly a kilometer away, he shadowed Li Mingzi's every move with his mental power. After class, Li Mingzi headed straight for the library, engrossed in poring over books related to giant beasts. His focus bordered on obsession as he swiftly jotted down notes, the pen scratching faintly against the paper. After days of observation, Li Mingzi's routine appeared suspiciously consistent: attending classes, dining, resting, never once stepping outside the campus gates, or interacting with any suspicious individuals. Frustrated by the lack of evidence, Yiqing pulled up Li Mingzi's file again, scrutinizing every detail with the darkest lens. Jiangnan Province native, exceptional martial arts talent, graduated from Wuda University, enlisted in the military, performed outstandingly, promoted to major in his 3rd year of service. Yiqing's gaze lingered slightly on this line. The critical turning point lay here. During his 3rd year, Li Mingzi participated in a large-scale war and subsequently joined a team to explore resources in an abyssal rift, where he suffered severe injuries. After recovering, the once promising major unexpectedly chose to become a lecturer at Jinqing Military Academy's Intelligence College. A major in his 20s, with such a bright future, why would he suddenly turn to teaching? Was it out of fear? Yiqing fell into deep thought. Resolving inter alia if no issues surfaced in the coming days, he would have to resort to more extreme measures. Extracting just a fragment of his soul shouldn't cause too much harm, right? Meanwhile, the communications channel of the 7th Squad buzzed with updates. Special operations team members from various regions reported discovering multiple bases of the dissension sect. However, the sect's followers did not surrender. Instead, they smiled eerily at the operatives before committing suicide, as if fulfilling some mission. This bizarre phenomenon was not isolated. More troubling was that when operatives located the sect's laboratories, they found the experimental subjects already executed and the followers long dead, leaving their missions repeatedly thwarted. The military district, recognizing the severity of the situation, urgently escalated the operatives' authority, mandating cooperation from even local grandmasters. The crackdown operations grew increasingly intense across regions. In a hidden underground chamber, raspy laughter echoed through the darkness. Those maggots are dancing to our tune. Biological modifications? A few 5th-tier martial artists, what impact could they possibly have on the grand scheme? The voice was dripping with scorn. Send out the order. All believers must accelerate the pace of sacrifices. The sovereign's descent is imminent, and we must amass sufficient mental power. Another voice chimed in, don't worry. The largest one is well hidden. After the sovereign's modifications, not even he knows his true identity. It's the perfect deception under their noses. As the morning sun bathed the campus the next day, Yiqing stepped out of his dormitory. A fleeting glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes before it disappeared beneath his calm exterior. When in doubt, eliminate. At this point, there was no other choice. Yiqing silently made up his mind: after tomorrow, no matter if he risked killing the wrong person, he would resort to extreme measures. Entering the Intelligence Academy building, Yiqing walked quietly into the classroom and chose a seat in the back. Students trickled in one by one, and the classroom gradually grew noisy. As the bell rang to signal the start of class, Li Mingzi strode into the room with confidence, and Yiqing's gaze instantly locked onto him. Through the perspective of his spiritual power, Yiqing was startled to see that Li Mingzi's soul light had grown significantly stronger compared to just a few days ago. Observing closely, Yiqing noted that while Li Mingzi's physical energy seemed normal, the intensity of his soul light was far beyond its usual level. Just then, Yiqing's communicator vibrated. He opened it to find the latest message on the exclusive channel of the 7th Squad. The 8-member team of spiritual telepaths who had destroyed the Blood Scorpion faction had just been completely annihilated. It seemed they were performing some kind of special ritual before their demise. Before Yiqing could finish reading the message, he suddenly felt a strange sensation and looked up. To his shock, the soul light in Li Mingzi's mind had grown even stronger in an instant. Yiqing abruptly stood up, his cold, murderous gaze fixed on the teacher at the podium, who was passionately giving a lecture. Li Mingzi paused mid-sentence and smiled. Student, no need to get so excited. The climax of the Yunzhou defense battle is still coming. His humorous comment elicited a few chuckles from the students, but their laughter froze when they turned to see Yiqing's deep, piercing black eyes. Remembering the fearsome reputation of this classmate, who had once severely injured another student without facing any consequences, they shivered and quickly fell silent. Li Mingzi also sensed the tension, his smile fading as he frowned. Is there something you need, student? If you need help, feel free to ask your teacher. There is something I need your help with, Yiqing said as he stepped out of his seat, his gaze burning as it locked onto Li Mingzi. Through his heightened perception, Yiqing could see that Li Mingzi's soul light was continuing to grow stronger, with countless tiny, dazzling streams of light converging from all directions and merging into his soul. Though Yiqing couldn't discern the exact method, it was clear that the suspicion surrounding Li Mingzi was now sufficient grounds for immediate action. Oh, what is it? Li Mingzi asked. You need to come with me, Yiqing replied coldly. Where to? Li Mingzi asked, puzzled, gesturing to the other students. Class is still in session. How about we talk after it ends? No, Yiqing said firmly, grabbing Li Mingzi's arm and forcibly pulling him toward the door. His strength was overwhelming, leaving Li Mingzi no room to resist. Hey, what are you doing? Yiqing, is this how you treat a teacher? Li Mingzi's anger flared as he was dragged out of the classroom in front of all the stunned students. Even someone with the best temperament would lose their patience in such a situation. Yiqing ignored him completely, hauling Li Mingzi out of the classroom under the wide-eyed stares of the class. In the blink of an eye, Yiqing brought him to the rooftop of the building. What on earth are you trying to do? Li Mingzi roared, his fury boiling over. Laying hands on a teacher, though, you realize that even if your father were the principal, you'd still be finished? Whether I'm finished or not doesn't matter, Yiqing said, a cold smile creeping across his lips. He placed a hand over Li Mingzi's face. What I do know is that you're finished. What are you doing? Li Mingzi's face was filled with terror as he flailed his arms helplessly in the air. Despite being a 4th-tier martial artist, he was as powerless as a child in front of Yiqing, entirely at his mercy. Yiqing let out a cold laugh, applying slight pressure with his hand. A sharp crack echoed as fine fractures appeared on Li Mingzi's bones. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to pour down his body, soaking his clothes in no time. Under this extreme agony, the soul light in his mind flickered violently, its brilliance growing increasingly dazzling. Yiqing locked his gaze on the soul light just inches away, an insatiable hunger rising from the depths of his being. He placed his right hand over Li Mingzi's head, and an invisible devouring force erupted from his palm. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Li Mingzi's body went rigid, his eyes rolled back, and his facial muscles contorted in agony. The searing pain emanating from the depths of his mind drained every ounce of resistance from him. At that moment, the system's notification abruptly paused. You have absorbed a fragment of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul. Mental power 56. Extraction progress 3.6. As the words faded, an earth-shattering roar echoed from the void. Yiqing's vision trembled violently as the blazing sun within Li Mingzi's head suddenly erupted. Amid the brilliant radiance, a pair of icy, moon-like eyes slowly opened, fixing a cold, penetrating stare on Yiqing. What kind of existence was this? Yiqing was puzzled but utterly fearless. On the contrary, the term Nether Abyss Lord in the system's notification filled him with excitement. So, you're not human after all, he sneered, glaring at Li Mingzi. The title Nether Abyss Lord clearly signified a formidable entity. Absorbing just a fragment of the soul had yielded gains several times greater than usual. If he could devour it entirely, not only would his mental power surge, but the second transformation of his heart source nirvana would also be completed instantly. To Yiqing's delight, this was the first time extraction progress had appeared. He eagerly anticipated the reward awaiting him once the progress was maxed out. With this thought, Yiqing increased the intensity of his devouring without hesitation, his iron grip tightening around Li Ming's head. The system notifications came one after another. You have absorbed a fragment of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul. Mental power 70. Extraction progress 4.2. You have absorbed a fragment of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul. Mental power 79. Extraction progress 4.5. You have absorbed a fragment of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul. Mental power 87. Extraction progress 5.1. As his mental power skyrocketed, profound changes unfolded within the depths of Yiqing's spiritual sea. The small figure formed by rippling waves was soon enveloped by countless peculiar threads, transforming into a massive cocoon. The heart's source nirvana accelerated its operation, sending waves of spiritual energy rippling through the sea. The once liquid mental power began crystallizing into pristine, solid forms. A sinister smile curled on Yiqing's lips as he prepared to continue devouring. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. "What are you doing?" A voice filled with shock and anger erupted from the rooftop. Several teachers, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the scene and froze in disbelief at the sight before them. The notorious troublemaker who had previously injured a fellow student upon returning to school had barely quieted down before stirring up another storm. This time, his target was shockingly a teacher. In the classroom, Mr. Li Mingze lay on the ground, his face contorted beyond recognition, foam frothing from his mouth as his anguished screams echoed throughout the entire floor. The teachers and students who had gathered around were initially stunned, but the horrifying scene before them quickly filled them with dread. "Stop it now!" shouted three teachers simultaneously, all of whom possessed fifth-level strength. Seeing that Yiqing still had his hands tightly around Li Ming's neck, they prepared to intervene. But just as they were about to act, a figure appeared in a flash, blocking all three of them with an outstretched arm. "Dean Kong!" the teachers exclaimed, recognizing the man who had arrived. "Please, save Mr. Li." "Dean, Yiqing has gone completely mad, attacking a teacher in broad daylight." To everyone's astonishment, Kong Hui, the Grandmaster-level Dean of the Intelligence Academy, did not act to stop Yiqing. Instead, his expression darkened, and he shook his head firmly. His voice was low and resolute. "Leave. Guard the staircase. No one is allowed to come upstairs." "Dean, but this..." The three teachers were shocked and utterly unable to comprehend the dean's intentions. "Go now? That's an order," Kong Hui commanded sternly, his expression more serious and grim than ever. The three teachers dared not disobey. Filled with confusion and frustration, they turned and left. As they departed, they caught sight of a single tear rolling down Li Ming's cheek, leaving their hearts unbearably heavy. Downstairs, a crowd of concerned teachers and students had already gathered, their faces filled with worry. "Mr. Wang, what's going on up there?" "That screaming. It sounds like Mr. Li." "What happened?" Pressed by their colleagues, the three teachers wore grave expressions, their voices strained. "Dean Kong is up there. He ordered that no one is to go upstairs." The statement immediately silenced the group. As a former battlefield veteran, Dean Kong and the other deans held immense authority within the academy. Many of the teachers had once served under their command. Meanwhile, Yiqing, upon seeing Dean Kong arrive, seemed to let go of all hesitation. He focused entirely on the task at hand, extracting the fragments of a soul. Despite not fully understanding Kong Hui's orders, the security personnel strictly followed the directive, blocking anyone attempting to go upstairs. At that moment, the air was pierced by sharp whistling sounds, and several figures streaked across the sky at supersonic speed, landing instantly on the rooftop of the Intelligence Academy building. These figures were none other than the revered masters of the Zhenxing Military Academy, directors of the other three academies, and a few highly esteemed senior professors. They had rushed over after receiving an urgent communication from Kong Hui, the dean of the Intelligence Academy. Surprisingly, upon their arrival, these influential and powerful masters, like Kong Hui, chose to observe the situation in silence. Having held significant positions in the military during their careers, these masters were well aware of the underlying situation. As their gazes fell upon the rooftop, they immediately sensed the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from Yiqing and Li Mingze. With their profound mastery and unified mind-body-spirit perception, they instantly grasped the critical detail. "Spiritual power. This is a spiritual energy fluctuation," exclaimed a few directors and professors, unable to hide their shock. "That kid Yiqing has actually awakened a spiritual talent." Even these battle-hardened masters, who had faced life-and-death situations countless times, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A dual-talent martial artist was already a rare phenomenon, especially when one of the talents was in a great ability. Now, Yiqing had also awakened the powers of a spiritual psychic. This completely shattered their understanding of the limits of genius. "Qiheng finally did something right for once," one of the senior professors remarked with a sigh. Recruiting Yiqing into the military academy might just be his greatest achievement. After their initial shock, the masters exchanged a few brief comments before turning their solemn gazes toward Yiqing and Li Mingze on the rooftop. Kong Hui, the dean of the Intelligence Academy, furrowed his brow and spoke up. What's wrong with Xiao Li? Could it be that kid Yiqing settling personal scores again? As the dean of the Intelligence Academy, Kong Hui was no stranger to Li Mingze. The young man's relentless pursuit of knowledge had left a deep impression on him, prompting Kong Hui to grant Li Mingze special access to the library to satisfy his thirst for learning. However, when the anti-espionage operation was initiated, Kong Hui, despite investigating numerous suspects, never once considered Li Mingze as a potential target. Yiqing actually chose to act against Li Mingze first, said Gu Yaozong, the dean of the Combat Academy, in a grave tone. Right now, his authority is nearly on par with ours. This was a direct order from the Grandmaster of the military district, leaving us no power to intervene in his actions. Gu Yaozong paused before adding, even if interference were an option, only the principal, who is also a Grandmaster, would have the authority to do so. Unfortunately, he's not at the academy at the moment. Let's wait and see. An elderly professor mused thoughtfully. Yiqing's mental abilities seem rather unique. Perhaps he really has uncovered something. Meanwhile, Li Mingze's condition deteriorated rapidly. As he continued to absorb fragments of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul, his mental strength surged, and the cocoon within his soul seemed neared perfection. Yet, eerie waves of energy emanated relentlessly from the cocoon, signaling that the final moment of transformation was imminent. Tears of blood trickled down Li Mingze's cheeks, his lifeless eyes filled with despair. On the brink of mental collapse, only one question echoed in his mind. Why? Why are they doing this to me? The deans are all here, why are they just standing by and watching? A chilling hiss resonated faintly in the air. The soul light within Li Mingze's head burned fiercely, like a volcanic eruption, unleashing violent waves of mental energy. His soul light fought desperately against the devouring force emanating from Yiqing's palm, but it was in vain. Gradually, he could only watch helplessly as his essence was consumed bit by bit. The radiance dimmed, the blazing sun began to collapse, and his once vivid, ethereal gaze faded into nothingness as his soul weakened beyond repair. Suddenly, as though in a final burst of defiance, Li Mingze let out a piercing scream. Ah, damn it, why? His bloodshot eyes locked onto Yiqing with seething hatred and fury. This scene left the deans and professors present visibly unsettled, planting seeds of doubt. Was Li Mingze truly innocent? Before they could delve further into their suspicions, faint cracking sounds emanated from Li Mingze's skull. Moments later, with a resounding bang, his head exploded violently, spraying blood and brain matter all over Yiqing. A final act of resistance. Yiqing opened his eyes, reflecting on Li Mingze's final moments. From the look on his face, it seemed like he didn't even know what was happening. Shaking his head, he muttered, but the system's prompt was clear, it's the Nether Abyss Lord. There's no mistake. Ignoring the deans and professors around him, Yiqing sat cross-legged on the ground. When the system prompt declared, Nether Abyss Lord's soul fragment extraction progress is complete. Initiate extraction, a flicker of anticipation rose within him. This would mark his first time extracting a talent directly from mental energy. Begin, he commanded. Instantly, his soul sea erupted with towering waves. Countless crystalline structures surged with the tides, glimmering like stars amidst the chaos. The entire soul sea shook violently, and even the cocoon of his glass talent, Heartfire Nirvana transformation, trembled as if sensing the presence of something profoundly unsettling. A sharp dizziness and piercing pain surged through Yiqing's mind, his face contorted in agony, yet there was an unmistakable trace of exhilaration beneath it. What could this long-lost sensation of pain signify? It could only mean one thing: was about to acquire an extraordinarily powerful ability. The excruciating pain felt like thousands of steel needles stabbing through his skull repeatedly, but Yiqing only grew more exhilarated, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a grin. His blood-streaked face twisted into a sinister smile, causing the deans and professors nearby to exchange uneasy glances, a chill running down their spines. Could this young man be carrying psychological scars from the battlefield? Not far from him lay the corpse of Li Mingze, and the expressions of the deans were grim. They had all sensed the peculiar surge of mental energy when Li Mingze's head exploded moments ago, an energy that far exceeded what a fourth-tier warrior should possess. Li Mingze definitely had a problem, Kong Hui said, a flicker of anger in his eyes and a tone laced with displeasure. He hid it well, too well. Yiqing's ability to perceive it might have something to do with his mental energy talent, one of the professors speculated calmly. Noticing Yiqing was deeply focused on something, the group tactfully refrained from disturbing him. A few minutes later, the searing pain subsided abruptly. A system notification appeared before Yiqing's eyes. Extraction successful. In an instant, a torrent of vast, esoteric information poured into his spiritual sea, gradually integrating into his consciousness. An S-level talent. The moment he saw the talent's grade, a surge of elation bubbled up within Yiqing. He had long theorized that a level beyond S might exist, initially planning to experiment with fusing multiple S-level talents. But to his astonishment, he had now stumbled upon an S-level talent by sheer chance. As he delved deeper into this newfound knowledge, Yiqing struggled to contain his awe and excitement. The functionality of the secondary spiritual C was astonishingly powerful. It not only doubled the capacity of mental energy, but, more critically, provided a second sanctuary for the soul. Typically, the spiritual C, as the vessel for a soul, resides within the skull. With the secondary spiritual C, however, Yiqing could transfer his soul to this alternate space. This meant that even if his head were destroyed, he would not die. Such an ability defied all logic. Even 8th-tier grandmasters who suffered fatal head injuries would perish instantly, with no chance of survival. Combined with his existing dragon flame celestial body, and once he mastered the ability to regenerate severed limbs, Yiqing might even achieve the capability of regenerating his head. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Not only had he uncovered crucial clues during this encounter, but he had also gained an S-level talent, a wholly unexpected windfall. Suppressing his excitement, Yiqing began sifting through the captured memories to uncover the hidden truths about Li Mingzi. As fragmented images flashed through his mind, an oppressive, despairing yet majestic aura began to emerge. Yiqing found himself deeply immersed in the fragmented memories, viewing them from a first-person perspective. The initial scenes were mundane, capturing Li Mingzi's daily routine of attending classes, preparing lessons, researching, and cultivating his abilities. However, as the timeline advanced to his period of military service, the imagery abruptly turned eerie and chilling. As the abyssal landscape emerged, the perspective soared, as if standing atop the clouds and gazing down upon the earth. On a blood-soaked battlefield, a squad of human soldiers was locked in a life-and-death struggle against colossal beasts. The air was filled with agonized screams. Some soldiers were torn apart by the beasts, while others roared in fury as they cleaved the creatures in two. At the center of the squad, several severely injured soldiers lay drenched in blood, barely clinging to life. The memory jolted violently, and the ground below rapidly magnified as the perspective plummeted in a gut-wrenching dive. In the next instant, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Li Mingzi's eyes snapped open, and a bloodied lieutenant colonel rushed toward him, hoisting him up over his shoulder while shouting hoarsely, "Retreat!" The memory shifted once more. In the unfathomable depths of the abyss, a sinister black mist swirled endlessly. A colossal figure, glowing with an eerie light, coiled within the shadows. On a floating stone in midair, a figure bathed in resplendent golden light knelt in reverence. "Great Lord, I await your arrival with utmost devotion. Rest assured, countless followers have already infiltrated Donglin and Jiangnan. At your command, they will gladly sacrifice their lives to usher in your descent." The fervent voice echoed endlessly in the darkness. Yiqing's heart trembled violently. The kneeling figure was an 8th-rank grandmaster who had broken through 8 limits, a being capable of commanding an entire frontline and determining the outcome of wars. Yet here he was, groveling in such humility. What kind of power did the perspective's owner, this abyssal lord, possess? 9th rank, or an even higher level of existence? As a martial artist who had broken through 5 limits, Yiqing knew little about the 9th-rank domain. It was a realm far beyond the reach of conventional means. The scene abruptly ended, and Li Mingzi's memories were completely erased. Yiqing quickly pieced everything together. The descent of a beast surpassing the 8th rank would undoubtedly trigger a catastrophic war that could alter the destiny of the nation. The uprising of the Descent faction was clearly a smokescreen. Their true objective was to bring this terrifying beast into the human world. The Abyssal Lord's methods were beyond Yiqing's comprehension, and the truths revealed in these memories were far beyond his control. But when the sky falls, the tallest shoulders bear the weight. Yiqing opened his eyes, wiped the blood from his face, and turned to the waiting deans and senior professors nearby. "Yiqing, do you possess a spiritual talent?" asked Gu Yaozong, the dean of the combat academy. "Yes, I can extract fragments of memories from others," Yiqing admitted calmly. He had already exchanged for the spiritual martial art, the endless dark moon blade, so there was no need to hide his identity as a spiritualist. It also conveniently concealed the fact that he could devour fragments of souls. "What did you discover? When did Li Mingzi betray us?" pressed Kong Hui, the dean of the Intelligence Academy. "Li Mingzi. He didn't betray us," Yiqing replied carefully, choosing his words. "To be precise, Li Mingzi died in battle in the abyss long ago. A powerful beast took over his body and has been lying in wait within our school." "What?" Hearing these words, the expressions of the masters changed drastically. A colossal beast had managed to hide within Li Mingzi's body right under their noses, completely evading their senses. Such a feat was beyond their comprehension. Gu Yaozong furrowed his brows and said gravely, "This matter is of utmost importance. Follow me." Before his words had fully landed, the masters had already soared into the air, shattering the sound barrier behind them. In an instant, They brought Yiqing to a conference room in the administrative building. Yiqing swiftly retrieved a communicator and connected directly to the military district's exclusive channel to report urgent intelligence. A holographic projection soon unfolded in the center of the room, revealing a middle-aged general with a dual-star insignia, exuding an air of authority. I am Li Zidao, Lieutenant General of the Southern Military District and the Chief Commander of this anti-insurgency operation. The moment this Grandmaster-level Lieutenant General spoke, everyone present straightened up and saluted respectfully. Please, be seated, Li Zidao said, returning the salute and nodding to the senior professors. He then turned his attention to Yiqing. I hear you have intelligence that could impact the entire front line? Yes, sir, Yiqing replied solemnly, proceeding to report the information in detail. It turned out that the frontline insurrection was merely a diver's Iona 9th-level colossal beast was preparing to descend to the surface. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. Kong Hui quickly brought up a holographic map and pointed to the wilderness at the border of Donglin Province and Jiangnan Province, his voice heavy. A few months ago, the number 11 rift in the wilderness began showing signs of disturbance. Beasts from the depths started migrating toward the edges. When the military conducted investigations, they discovered that the rift was exhibiting signs of expansion. His eyes sharpened. The Descendants faction aims to exploit the power of the Abyssal Lord to forcibly widen this rift, which currently can only accommodate 6th-level beasts. Yiqing stared at the map, his heart tightening. If the rift extended into Donglin Province, his hometown, Linen City, would fall within the affected area. He now realized that the fleeing beast he had encountered on the edge of the wilderness was a precursor to this sinister plot. Thinking of his father still in Linen City, Yiqing's heart grew heavier. This rift's location is highly strategic, Kong Hui continued, pointing at the map. If it expands, it will form a pincer attack with the frontline rift. At that point, being attacked from both sides, the entire southern defensive line could collapse. The masters in the room wore grim expressions. If Yiqing's intelligence was accurate and the wilderness rift at the rear suddenly expanded, allowing a 9th-level beast to lead its horde to descend, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even if the front lines remain unbreached, the colossal beast turning its fury toward the rear lines could result in catastrophic casualties numbering in the billions. No one was willing to bear such consequences. Those wretched dissensionists, damn them. Li Zidao's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. This matter must remain classified. He'll report to the military district headquarters immediately to verify the situation. Yiqing, stay on standby at the military base. If there's an urgent mission, you'll be required to carry it out. Before his voice fully faded, the communication had already been cut off. A minute later, Li Zidao strode into his office with determined steps and decisively pressed the red emergency button on his desk. In no time, encrypted orders were transmitted like lightning to intelligence personnel across various locations. With Yiqing's intelligence as their guide, agents carried out more targeted searches, and a wealth of pertinent information began flooding into the intelligence analysis department. Analysts worked against the clock, extracting critical clues from an immense sea of data. 3 hours later, a shout of surprise erupted from the intelligence analysis department. After repeated verification, the experts concluded that Yiqing's intelligence was accurate, with a nearly 90% likelihood of the event occurring. This conclusion sent shockwaves through the entire military district. The military's high command urgently convened a remote meeting, where grandmasters sat solemnly. When the white-haired general entered the meeting room, all the grandmasters rose in unison to salute. The general's sharp gaze swept across the room, and without wasting a word, he issued a direct order. All forces, enter level 1 combat readiness. Yes, sir. All the 8th-rank grandmasters, including Li Zidao, responded in unison, their voices resolute and powerful. With just 2 sentences, a meeting mobilized millions of troops. The top-level military orders were transmitted at lightning speed, and the piercing sound of assembly alarms echoed across operational and logistical bases. Fully armed soldiers boarded armored vehicles at breakneck speed, engines roaring to life in a deafening symphony. Columns of armored units surged like a mighty steel torrent toward Donglin and Jiangnan provinces. Under the thunder of artillery fire, any beast attempting to approach was instantly obliterated. In the skies above, sonic booms tore through the air as Grandmaster-rank generals patrolled the battlefield, effortlessly eliminating flying behemoths that dared to disrupt the troops. The entire southern military district was nearly fully mobilized, with every available force converging on Donglin and Jiangnan provinces. Simultaneously, the military issued orders to the prominent families in both provinces, requiring them to dispatch mid- and high-ranking martial artists to reinforce the front lines. None of the families dared to defy the military's orders, promptly sending their elite fighters to join the support forces. A heavy atmosphere loomed over the 2 provinces as the ominous clouds of war began to gather. Meanwhile, in an underground hideout somewhere in Donglin province, a computer screen flickered as streams of information poured in from various locations. After processing, a sharp alarm blared throughout the subterranean space. What's going on? Maximum alert. What happened? Several figures swiftly gathered around the screen, their expressions shifting as they reviewed the incoming intelligence. The troops are mobilizing toward Donglin and Jiangnan provinces. How did they get this information? Don't panic. A raspy voice cut through the tension, accompanied by a cold chuckle as a finger pointed at a specific piece of intelligence. They've only uncovered part of the truth. The rift at Site 11? Huh. The others relaxed visibly upon seeing the report, breaking into sinister laughter. No matter, it won't affect the overall plan. Let them focus their defenses on Site 11. Haha. The power of the sovereign is beyond the imagination of these worms. By the time they realize the truth, they'll already be doomed. After their laughter subsided, their expressions turned grave. Since they've begun their operations, we must accelerate our plans as well. Send word to the faithful, tell them the time has come to offer themselves for the sovereign. Within minutes, covert messages were disseminated through various channels to the dissensionist followers hidden in Donglin and Jiangnan provinces. Office workers on the subway, female teachers in schools, doctors in hospitals, and executives in corporate boardrooms, all kinds of individuals received the messages simultaneously. They paused their activities, glanced at their communication devices, and their faces lit up with fervent, almost maniacal smiles. Ms. Zhang, what's making you smile like that? Mr. Wang, what's the good news? You seem so pleased. Dr. Lan, is my condition improving? To these inquiries, they responded with eerie smiles and spoke in unison. Oh yes, something monumental is about to happen. The next day, in Yunqing City, Jiangnan Province, at the Jinqing Military Academy, Zhang Qingyi walked along the path, her brows furrowed in deep thought. Since the previous day, she had been plagued by a sense of unease, a foreboding that something significant was about to occur. She tried to recall her memories from her past life, but found no clues. By all accounts, this period should have been calm and uneventful. Could it be another variable? Zhang Qingyi grew increasingly restless. The current developments were diverging further and further from the trajectory she remembered, and the sense of losing control filled her with unease. Her steps suddenly halted as Yiqing's image surfaced in her mind. The man who had crippled Feng Yunnan, yet faced no severe consequences, seemed to hold considerable sway within the military. Could he have some insider knowledge? Zhang Qingyi hesitated, debating whether to approach him for answers. At that moment, her communicator began vibrating violently in her pocket. She wasn't the only one. Many on campus stopped in their tracks to check their devices. Zhang Qingyi opened hers and felt her pupils contract sharply. News headlines from various regions were breaking one after another. The dissensionists had launched uprisings and terror attacks in multiple locations, targeting schools, hospitals, shopping plazas, and even military bases. Chaos engulfed cities near the wilderness in Donglin and Jiangnan provinces. Before the campus could fully react to the news, a thunderous explosion erupted from Yunqing City's center. A towering blaze illuminated the sky, casting a fiery glow over half the horizon, as the ground trembled faintly. At the same time, inside Dormitory 01 in the residential area, Yiqing abruptly opened his eyes. On his wrist, his watch displayed an urgent command. Since submitting the intelligence report, Yiqing had barely stepped out of his room, only leaving for meals. He was well aware of the grand ambitions of the dissension faction, and a large-scale war seemed inevitable. To Yiqing, war was the perfect opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. Over the past few days, he had devoted all his energy to training his rank group talent. Thanks to the significant boost in mental power he had experienced earlier, he had already mastered the ability to multitask on an extraordinary level, capable of simultaneously controlling 100 shadow moon blades to maneuver through the air. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from outside. Yiqing glanced down at his tactical watch, his expression instantly turning grim. The dissension faction's uprising had begun. The mission from the military district was brief but urgent. The dissension faction had revolted in various regions, and Rift Number 11 was showing signs of abnormal expansion. Orders were issued to immediately head to the Number 8 frontline combat base for defense. Rift Number 11 was the most heavily guarded location, stationed by the strongest forces, as it was highly likely to be the site of an advanced beast's descent. Meanwhile, the Number 8 frontline combat base, located on the defensive line's flank, had fewer troops but was the closest base to Yunqing City. According to the military district's intelligence, if the rift expanded, even the impact on the flank would rival that of previous large-scale wars. Yiqing quickly scanned the communication channel of the 7th Squad and noticed that Captain Xiong Linquan and others had been assigned to the most dangerous forward positions. The rallying call abruptly sounded across the campus of Jinqing Military Academy. As students of the academy, they were considered part of the military from the moment they enrolled. Upon receiving the orders, the school authorities immediately mobilized, organizing senior students to suppress the dissension faction's uprising in Yunqing City. Students with vigorous energy surged out of the teaching buildings, laboratories, and dormitories, fully armed and ready for battle. Their murderous aura was palpable. Instructors shouted commands, confirmed headcounts, and promptly led their groups out of the campus. At that moment, Jinqing Military Academy no longer resembled a school. It had transformed into a well-disciplined military camp. Even first-year students were no exception, gathering in an orderly fashion under their teacher's guidance before heading to the battlefield. Sharp whistling sounds pierced the sky as several figures streaked across, leaving white trails as they headed straight for the outskirts of Yunqing City. From a distance, Gu Yaozong's voice called out, "Yiqing, we'll head to the number 8 combat base for defense. You can set out with the school instructors." As a 7th-tier grandmaster, he could fly through the air at incredible speed and was prepared to reach the front lines ahead of the others. Yiqing naturally had no objections. Although the number 8 combat base was the nearest, it was still several hundred kilometers away. Traveling alone would only waste his energy. He quickly organized his gear, and with a single thought, stored his crimson gold dragon pattern halberd and shadow moon blades into his storage bracelet. This bracelet, a gift from Feng Yunian, had limited space just 4 cubic meters, but it was more than sufficient for carrying personal items. As the wealthy heir of the Feng family, Feng Yunian had stocked the bracelet with millions in cash and various supplements. However, these medicinal items were of little use to Yiqing, as their healing effects paled in comparison to his strength talent, the Dragon Flame's sovereign physique, with its extraordinary regenerative abilities. Yiqing deposited all the cash into his card and immediately transferred the money to his father. He simply told his dad that he was planning a trip to a city in the rear, without mentioning a word about the impending battle. Afterward, he donned his military uniform, the rank insignia on his shoulder gleaming with a cold, sharp light under the lamp. With the riots breaking out, there was no longer a need to conceal his identity. An armored personnel carrier roared to a stop in front of his dormitory. "Yiqing, get in," a 5th-tier instructor called out, leaning out of the vehicle. Without hesitation, Yiqing strode out of the dorm and climbed aboard. "Wow, a lieutenant colonel," the instructor exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Yiqing's rank insignia. Quickly regaining composure, he drove the armored vehicle out of the dormitory area. The vehicle sped through the campus, drawing gasps from many freshmen who caught sight of the upright figure inside. Armored personnel carriers weren't typically used for suppressing city riots. They were reserved for troops heading to the front lines. Seeing Yiqing in his crisp military uniform, bearing the rank of lieutenant colonel and exuding a solemn demeanor as he headed for the battlefield, the freshmen's initial fear began to transform into admiration and aspiration. They couldn't help but wonder, when would they be able to stand tall like Yiqing? From a distance, Zhang Qingyi caught sight of Yiqing sitting steadily inside the vehicle, and her heart stirred. A lieutenant colonel and a 5th-tier warrior. Though they were peers and of similar age, the gap between them was growing ever wider. While she had just earned the qualifications to step onto the battlefield, he was already heading to the front lines alongside an instructor. A sense of urgency surged within her. She vowed to seize this opportunity during the riots to prove her strength, earn cultivation resources, and strive to set foot on the battlefield as soon as possible. If she could reach the number 9 prehistoric civilization ruins and elevate her talent to this level, anything would be within reach. With that thought, her determination was reignited. As the armored vehicle passed by 2 nearby martial arts universities, Yiqing noticed that chaos had already engulfed the campuses. Members of the dissension sect were launching attacks. Although the university instructors held the upper hand, a few fanatical cultists from the sect spotted the armored vehicle. Clutching activated explosive packs, they charged forward recklessly. Damn it! One of the instructors in the vehicle was about to act, but Yiqing's dark moon blade struck first. The blade's silent arc severed the legs of the charging cultists in an instant. They collapsed to the ground, their explosives detonating right before them. Amid the towering flames, a streak of black light returned to Yiqing's fingertips, spinning lightly in his hand. He hadn't intended to deal with these low-level cultists, but to avoid any delays, he made his move. Raising his hand, he released his spiritual energy to absorb their soul fragments. But to his surprise, no resplendent soul orbs appeared amidst the fiery chaos. Yiqing raised his eyebrows slightly, focusing intently on the sea of flames. He observed countless glittering fragments, like grains of sand, soaring skyward and speeding off into the distance. These were fragments of the souls of the deceased followers of the dissension sect. Because he had acted a moment too late, they were already streaking away like meteors. As he carefully followed the trajectory of these soul fragments, he discovered they were heading toward the direction of Cloudstar City, specifically toward combat base number 8. This unprecedented phenomenon caused Yiqing to furrow his brows deeply. Along the way, they encountered numerous dissension sect followers. These fanatics, upon spotting the armored vehicle, would charge forward with fervent expressions, only to be swiftly cut down by the dark moon blade before they could get close. Each time Yiqing killed these followers, he could feel a faint pulling sensation, as if something was competing with him for the soul fragments. This strange sensation irritated him greatly. prompting him to increase his absorption power and claim all the soul fragments for himself. Only then did the agitation in his heart subside slightly. The dissension sect lunatics have gone mad. Cloudstar City is in complete chaos, Yiqing thought to himself. Serving as a key defensive flank, the chaos in Cloudstar City was already alarming, and the situation in other cities was likely far worse. This uprising was bound to result in countless innocent casualties. Inside the armored vehicle, several instructors wore grave expressions. Among them, one elderly man, who had only third-tier combat strength but held the highest military rank, stood out. The others were all fifth-tier powerhouses. This elderly man was the crucial figure in this mission to gather data on the defensive cannons at Combat Base Number 8, which was essential for the development of future weapons systems. Escorting him safely was the primary responsibility of Yiqing and his team. All right, Xiaoyi needs to rest after using his mental energy so frequently. Keep your voices down, Professor Xiao reminded them. By this time, the armored vehicle had entered the wilderness beyond the city. Occasionally, giant beasts would attack, but each was effortlessly slain by Yiqing wielding the dark moon blade. Professor, why must you go in person to collect the data? It's far too dangerous there. One of the instructors couldn't help but voice his concern. The others fell silent at these words, the only sound being the increasingly deafening roar of the engine as the convoy ventured deeper into the wilderness. Meanwhile, near the fissure in Wilderness Number 11, several combat bases were heavily guarded. Wave after wave of grandmasters, radiating powerful life force, continued to arrive. The sky was thick with dark clouds, blocking out the sunlight and making it feel like midnight despite it being noon. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the wilderness. Dense black mist billowed on the distant horizon, and within it, a pair of colossal, blood-red eyes seemed to stare directly at the base. Alarms instantly blared across all the combat bases. Attention, all units. The fissure in Wilderness Number 11 is expanding. A 7th-tier giant beast has emerged. A steel tide surged forth from the bases as smoke trails of blood-like energy rose above the heads of several major generals and grandmasters. Without hesitation, they charged toward the fissure. It's really starting to expand. In the command center, Grandmaster Li Zidao abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed solemnly on the distant black mist. A lingering question gnawed at his mind. How is the dissension sect managing to expand the fissure? What kind of power does the Lord of the Abyss truly wield? Just as everyone pondered this question, a deafening roar shattered the skies. An 8th-level beast. Gasps erupted in the command room. It's here already. I'll take it on. Li Zidao volunteered without hesitation, his figure flashing like lightning as he dashed straight toward the core of the black mist. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair and 3 stars on his shoulders appeared in the command room. Minister. The gathered grandmasters stood in unison, saluting him with eyes alight with fervor. The battle had erupted in full force at the front lines. From within the black mist, an endless horde of beasts surged forward, clashing fiercely with the defensive line. The roar of artillery mixed with the savage howls of the creatures, while blood and severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. Meanwhile, 200 kilometers away from Cloudstar City, beneath the ruins of a desolate town, a far more sinister ritual was taking place. In the basement of a collapsed building, fervent cries echoed continuously. It's finally happening. The sovereign is about to descend, and this filthy world shall be cleansed. Countless believers have offered their blood and souls today, and now it's our turn. In the dimly lit underground chamber, an eerie glow suddenly illuminated the space. Suspended in the air was a crystalline scale, spanning dozens of meters, radiating an unsettling light. 5 individuals knelt beneath the scale, their eyes wild with frenzy. From their bodies surged powerful energy and vitality, enveloping them in a faint golden glow. This group was formidable, led by a grandmaster, accompanied by 4 masters. Their next action was chilling. With a sickening slash, the 5 simultaneously drew blades and slit their own throats without hesitation. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the massive scale a deep crimson. In an instant, the 50-meter-long scale erupted with dazzling light, piercing through layers of rock and shooting straight into the sky. A furious roar seemed to reverberate across the heavens and earth. Inside an armored vehicle, Yiqing suddenly looked up and leapt onto the roof in a flash. His pupils constricted sharply in the distant horizon. A massive shadow loomed, covering half the sky. It exuded a suffocating aura of cold malice and violence. Beams of radiant light flew toward the shadow from afar, merging into its form and making its outline increasingly distinct. As its colossal, moon-like eyes slowly opened, gazing coldly down at the earth, Yiqing's breathing grew heavy. It was the legendary Lord of the Abyss. Its titanic body, stretching for kilometers, coiled across the heavens. Its enormous maw opened slightly, and a blinding pillar of light descended with a thunderous crash. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion shook the ground violently, tearing up vast swathes of soil. A jagged crack rapidly spread across the land, like an ever-expanding scar. Dense black mist surged from the fissure, accompanied by piercing, beastly roars. One after another, massive monsters emerged, and the surging horde began to charge. An uncharted abyssal rift had descended upon the world. A piercing scream of terror tore through the sky. The ground trembled violently, rippling like waves, causing several armored vehicles to teeter on the brink of collapse. Inside the vehicles, the instructors leapt out one after another, their heads tilted upward, staring at the colossal shadow that loomed over half the sky. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. "What is that? A high-level beast," someone exclaimed in shock. "It's trying to open a new abyssal rift here," another instructor said, his face pale. "How could such a powerful beast appear without any warning? Report this immediately." Everyone's eyes widened in alarm, their hearts pounding in turmoil. The massive being hovering in the distant sky, the continuous rumbling in their ears, and the sudden chill in the air, all these elements confirmed the terrifying reality before them. A few quick-thinking instructors immediately activated the vehicle's communication devices to contact the operations base. Professor Shao stared intently at the figure of the abyssal lord, his brows furrowed. A beast capable of opening and expanding an abyss must be at least at level 9. How could it have appeared on the surface so silently? A trace of confusion flickered in his expression. This shouldn't be its true body. Leaping down from the roof of the vehicle, Yiqing began to explain. Li Mingze from the Intelligence Academy's body has been taken over by this beast. It seems to be a creature entirely composed of psychic energy. As he spoke, a memory suddenly surfaced when the Abyssal Lord's fragment had infiltrated Li Mingze's mind. The system had displayed a peculiar extraction progress bar. His eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the sky. From the distance, glittering fragments streaked through the air like meteors, leaving luminous trails as they merged into the beast's form. "Those are fragments of souls." Yiqing's mind raced, connecting the dots in an instant. Everything suddenly became clear. This explained why the Abyssal Lord had occupied Li Mingze's body and why the soul fragments of the dissension cultists were converging on the wasteland. It was a meticulously orchestrated infiltration. There were likely many others like Li Mingze humans harboring fragments of the Abyssal Lord's body, hidden deep within their minds. Over time, these fragments had coalesced on the surface to form a partial avatar of the beast. With the aid of the cultist's psychic energy, this avatar's power had been rapidly elevated to a terrifying level. Using his unique vision ability, Yiqing discerned that although the Abyssal Lord's form was incomprehensibly vast, it lacked the radiant brilliance characteristic of a soul. He turned toward the rear, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the streams of light. Sure enough, among the countless streaks, one particular soul fragment stood out, a comet-like shard with a thick, blazing tail, hurtling toward the beast. Yiqing's breathing grew heavy. The situation was dire. An abyssal rift had already formed. If the Abyssal Lord's soul fragment rejoined its body, the consequences would be catastrophic. The rift could expand enough to allow the arrival of the beast's true form. Yiqing strongly suspected that this was the dissension cult's ultimate objective. That so-called Rift number 11 in the wasteland was nothing more than a diversionary tactic. Yiqing gazed at the comet streaking rapidly across the sky, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. It resembled the conveyor belt at a self-service hotpot restaurant, where dishes rotated slowly, waiting to be chosen. This comet, wasn't it just like one of those dishes on the conveyor? To take it or not? Yiqing made his decision in an instant. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Take it," he declared. Since things had come to this, there was no reason to hesitate. The immediate priority was to head to base number 8. The convoy restarted, and the atmosphere inside the armored vehicle was tense. They were deep in the heart of the wasteland, nearly 100 kilometers from base number 8. If a beast horde attacked in this open terrain with no cover, the consequences would be disastrous. The diesel engines roared, and the convoy pushed forward at full speed. "You all go ahead. I've got something to take care of," Yiqing suddenly said to Professor Shao and the others. "Are you insane? Being alone in a place like this is a death sentence." One of the instructors shouted anxiously. "That thing hasn't developed full consciousness yet. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late." Yiqing shook his head, and with a thought, a torrent of black energy surged out from his storage bracelet. It transformed into dozens of dark crescent blades, hovering around him. Clang, clang, clang. With crisp metallic sounds, the crescent blades swiftly formed into a complete circular moon, silently floating beneath Yiqing. He stepped onto it, and with an explosive surge of mental energy, he shot into the sky like an arrow, a streak of black light piercing the clouds. Flying on objects, his mental power has reached such a level? Professor Shao looked up at the sky, but Yiqing's figure had already disappeared. "Move. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." The instructor beside him, with a complicated expression, pulled Professor Shao into the vehicle. The armored car sped off into the distance. The wind howled past his ears, and clouds swirled around him. Flight had always been a privilege reserved for the strong. Warriors who broke through the 7 limits of the human body and ascended to the rank of master could harness the forces of heaven and earth to soar through the air. For mentalists, reaching a certain threshold of mental power allowed them to fly by controlling objects. Though it was his first time soaring through the skies, Yiqing had no time to savor the experience. Turning his gaze ahead, he saw thick black mist spewing from the fissures in the ground. A massive avatar was firing beams of light from its mouth, relentlessly bombarding the earth, causing the rift to expand further. Time was running out. Yiqing accelerated, his speed increasing sharply. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry came from his side. The skies were the domain of flying beasts. In an instant, the dark crescent beneath him shot out a streak of black light, cleaving the attacking winged bird's head in two. Blood rained down from the sky, and a blood-red tendril flashed like lightning, wrapping around the falling corpse and draining it into a desiccated husk in seconds. Retrieving his bloodthirsty vine, Yiqing locked his gaze on the rapidly moving comet ahead. The dark crescent beneath him sliced through the air, and his speed surged again. Boom! A white shockwave erupted around him, and with the deafening sound of a sonic boom, Yiqing broke through the sound barrier. In the next instant, the enormous comet loomed before him. Without hesitation, Yiqing reached out, and an invisible force of devouring erupted from his palm. Yiqing continued to devour the fragments of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul, each piece granting him a significant boost in mental strength. 51, 48, 42, 47, 39. The notifications surged through his mind one after another. Though the fragments were numerous, they paled in comparison to the radiant, sun-like fragment within Li Ming's mind. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence. The comet before him began to struggle violently, seemingly aware of its power being drained and desperately trying to break free from Yiqing's grasp. A sinister smile crept across Yiqing's face as he tightened his arms, firmly locking the comet in his embrace. Channeling his devouring power, he forcibly absorbed the resisting comet into his body. As his mental strength continued to soar, Yiqing's heart's source nirvana began nearing its second transformation. He carefully chose the right side of his chest as the location to establish his secondary spiritual C. It was a deliberate decision during battles. Most instinctively target the left side where the heart is, making the right side a relatively safer spot for concealment. Before long, the comet vanished completely, and this fragment of the Nether Abyss Lord's soul was entirely consumed by Yiqing. Hovering midair, he sifted through the dense rain of soul fragments, searching for other pieces of the Nether Abyss Lord. He quickly identified 2 targets, but with their incredible speed, he had to choose the larger one to pursue. Even with Yiqing pushing his devouring speed to its limits, countless fragments slipped past him, racing toward the massive being in the distance. The creature, resembling a giant panther, had its head lowered, and a glimmer of intelligence began to emerge between its eyes. Meanwhile, alarms blared incessantly at Combat Base Number 8, accompanied by panicked shouts. Major General Tang Feng, the base's highest-ranking officer, stood alongside the newly arrived Gu Yaozong and others, staring in shock at the colossal figure looming nearby. Report this to command immediately, Tang Feng barked, issuing combat orders to the front lines. Yet, the battle had already begun the moment the rift appeared. The roar of artillery and the clash of combat filled the air without pause. Certain vulnerable positions were quickly overwhelmed by the onslaught of beasts, their defenses collapsing in mere moments under the relentless tide. Worse still, with some rifts located dangerously close to Yunqing City, part of the beast horde had already surged toward the city, which was embroiled in internal chaos. In an instant, the defenses of Base Number 8 and Yunqing City's flank descended into utter disarray. Amid the ruins of a devastated town, several pale-faced master-level martial artists struggled to crawl out from the debris of an underground space. Though they were masters, they were so weakened that they had to support each other just to stand their blood nearly drained dry. Were it not for their formidable vitality, they might have perished already. Upon seeing the ethereal figure let out a spirited roar, their eyes filled with fervent zeal. One by one, they dropped to their knees, shouting hoarsely, "The return has begun. The soul of the sovereign is returning." As long as the scattered souls return, the sovereign's avatar will reach the 8th level. A few devoted followers stood on the ground, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at the colossal figure in the sky, their hearts unable to contain their excitement. When the time comes, the avatar will join forces with the main body, creating an unprecedentedly massive rift. Their long-held dream, nurtured through years of patience, was finally about to be realized. However, a sudden anomaly caught their attention. After its initial roar, the avatar fell into silence. Though its eyes flickered with spiritual energy, the faint glow was far less than anticipated. The rate of its spiritual enhancement was alarmingly slow. Did something go wrong with the blood sacrifice ritual? The thought surfaced briefly but was quickly dismissed. They had rehearsed and refined their plan countless times, ensuring that every critical step was flawless. A mistake was simply unthinkable. All eyes instinctively turned to the Grandmaster among them. As the one who had offered the most vital blood essence, he was now the weakest, his pale face suddenly flushing with a purplish red hue. No return? Why hasn't it returned yet? He muttered anxiously, panic flashing in his eyes. So close. Yunqing's military forces are in Yunqing City. That largest fragment of the soul should have returned by now. Before he could finish, a surge of green bile spilled from his mouth. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the heavens as the massive entity coiled in the sky writhed violently, its eyes glowing with intensifying spiritual energy, but brimming with fury. The Abyssal Lord's avatar had detected a fatal flaw. At least a third of the soul fragments it had hidden on the ground were missing. The most critical piece had yet to return. The gargantuan body, spanning thousands of meters, radiated an eerie light as it attempted to summon the strongest soul fragment. Yet, even after 10 seconds, there was no response. Some of its soul fragments had vanished without a trace. For the Abyssal Lord, this was inconceivable. Its presence should have been undetectable unless a ninth-tier martial practitioner personally intervened. The rift on the ground was now expanding at a visibly slower pace, capable of allowing only 7th-tier beasts to descend. Worse yet, the Abyssal Lord discovered that its current spiritual strength could only sustain Quasiath-tier power, far from the anticipated 8th-tier level. A vast wave of spiritual energy swept outward as the Abyssal Lord's avatar let out a deafening roar. Unable to break through to the 8th tier, the rift's expansion would be severely delayed. If too much time was lost, the main body might fail to descend, and the entire plan would collapse. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. As the colossal beast regained partial intelligence and roared in frustration, far in the distance, Yiqing was already diving toward the ground. To avoid detection by the beast, he unhesitatingly plunged into the surging tide of beasts below, paying no mind to the ground teeming with all manner of giant creatures. The beasts descending from the abyss often possessed greater strength. Yiqing plummeted to the ground like a falling meteor, his entire body transforming into a human-shaped projectile that struck the head of a level 4 beast with pinpoint precision. The beast's skull shattered instantly, and a chunk of its flesh splattered into his mouth. A system notification immediately appeared. Devoured rockback rhino flesh. Blood energy increased by 14 points. Extraction progress increased by 2. Scarlet tendrils, resembling coiled pythons, wrapped around the massive rockback rhino. Its armor-like hide, as tough as steel, proved fragile as paper under the tendrils' assault, pierced in the blink of an eye. As the essence blood was drained, the system prompted again. Devoured rockback rhino essence blood. Blood energy surged by 102 points. Extraction progress increased by 28. Roar! At this moment, the herd of rockback rhinos had noticed Yiqing. They halted their stampede, turned, and charged toward him, their blade-like horns gleaming with an icy sheen, sharp enough to pierce through armored vehicles with ease. No time to waste on you, Yiqing said coldly. A dark moon materialized in front of him, then fragmented into countless sharp blades. The blades spun rapidly, forming a massive drill aimed straight ahead. Flash! The rockback rhino herd, renowned for their defensive prowess, stood no chance against the meat grinder-like blades. Amid the flying chunks of flesh, a blood-soaked path was forcibly carved through the herd. Yiqing's figure flashed within the path, leaving a trail of shredded remains behind him, which coalesced into a river of blood surging into his mouth. Meanwhile, radiant orbs of light emerged from the corpses and were absorbed by him. System notifications flashed in quick succession. Devoured rockback rhino soul fragments. Mental strength 3. Devoured rockback rhino flesh. Blood energy 19. Extraction progress 3. Devoured rockback rhino flesh. Blood energy 20. Extraction progress 3. By the time Yiqing broke through the herd, his extraction progress had reached its limit. He immediately initiated the extraction, acquiring upgrade defensive talent. Empowered by the harmony of heaven and earth effect, Yiqing's speed surged dramatically, his body enveloped in a visible white energy aura. In the distance, an armored convoy bearing the insignia of the Zhenxing Military Academy sped across the wasteland. Anti-aircraft machine guns mounted atop the vehicles spewed streams of fire, their armor-piercing explosive rounds tearing through the bodies of the beasts. Instructors took turns leaping from the vehicles, forming a defensive perimeter around the convoy. Despite their 5th-tier strength, the relentless onslaught of the massive beast horde, coupled with the need to keep pace with the convoy, was rapidly depleting their energy. There are too many. The beasts are overwhelming us. Vehicle 3 is out of ammo. Vehicle 6 has less than 20 ammo remaining. Vehicle 4's engine is damaged, power output down by 50. We're falling behind the convoy. Professor Xiao and his group, designated as priority protection, were stationed in Vehicle 2 directly behind the lead vehicle. With their comparatively weaker strength, most of the students were only at the 3rd tier. They could contribute little in such a battle. Yet every instructor understood the incalculable value of Professor Zhao's ongoing development of a defense system, so none voiced any complaints. Surveying the density of the beasts, Yiqing thought grimly. At this rate, the convoy is in serious trouble. With that realization, he accelerated once more, dashing toward the convoy at full speed. A mentor stood in front of vehicle number 2, shielding it with his own body. In an instant, the beast's claws tore through his chest and abdomen, spilling his organs onto the ground. Professor Xiao and the others witnessed this horrifying scene, their eyes bloodshot and their bodies trembling with rage, not out of fear, but because, as members of the military division, their very essence was imbued with the spirit of soldiers. At that moment, a beast's roar echoed through the communication channel. A student from the research team, acting on impulse, ignored everyone's attempts to stop him, grabbed his tool bag, and ran against the convoy's direction toward armored vehicle number 4. With agility, he leaped onto the vehicle's hood, ignoring the driver's shouts of protest, and immediately lifted the severely deformed engine cover. Pressing his hands against the scorching alloy pipes, he began repairs without hesitation. Shards of gears cut into his arm, exposing the stark white of his bones, but he clenched his teeth and focused on replacing the broken alloy components. Suddenly, the engine roared to life, flames erupting and scorching his skin. Yet, his hands remained steady. "It's done," he shouted, but before the words had fully left his mouth, a massive beast lunged at him, dragging him off the hood. Its razor-sharp teeth tore through him, blood splattering everywhere. The light of joy in his eyes dimmed. "Xiaolong!" Professor Zhao's anguished cry echoed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, vehicle number 3 had exhausted its ammunition and sustained heavy damage. The other students in the research team, witnessing the scene, gripped their tool bags tightly, their breaths heavy. "Vehicle number 3, prepare for sacrifice," came a resolute command through the communication channel. "Understood." The driver responded without hesitation, yanking the wheel and slamming the brakes to detach from the convoy. The armored vehicle positioned itself as a barrier, holding back the advancing horde of over 100 beasts. Several injured Jinqing military mentors leaped out of the vehicle, charging at the beast swarm without a second thought. "Damn it! Wait for me!" The driver of vehicle number 3 kicked open the warped door, drew a long blade, and followed closely behind. These individuals were of battalion-level officer strength within the military. Under normal circumstances, they could have easily annihilated the beast horde. But now, they had chosen to stay behind to buy time for the convoy's escape. A fierce battle erupted instantly. Against the massive beasts, the humans appeared minuscule, yet they stood like unyielding mountains, holding back the tide of monsters. The sounds of combat and beastly roars merged into a cacophony as blood sprayed into the air. One mentor was overwhelmed by the beasts, but did not hesitate to detonate the blood core in his chest. With a deafening explosion, his body turned into a mist of blood, obliterating the surrounding beasts into fragments. This was the power of a fifth-tier martial artist who had broken through their limits 5 times. Their mastery of blood energy had reached its peak, enabling them to reverse their blood core and unleash a devastating attack at the cost of their life. In contrast, the dissent faction from the biological laboratories, who relied on external forces to reach the 5th tier, lacked this ability. In front of Yiqing, they couldn't even seize the opportunity to self-destruct. The second explosion tore through the sky, deafening and fierce. On the battlefield, instructors, exhausted and drained, charged into the dense horde of beasts without hesitation. They would rather perish alongside the colossal creatures than abandon their comrades to danger. However, the overwhelming scent of blood did not deter the beasts. Instead, it fueled their ferocity. The horde grew more savage, surging forward as if endless. "Old Tang, I'm coming too," cried Qingyi, the driver of Vehicle 3, his body torn apart by the claws of a giant beast. His lower half was a mangled mess of flesh and blood as he collapsed to the ground, staring directly at the oncoming beast with a twisted grin. Just as the blood essence in his chest began to reverse, and his energy surged uncontrollably, a streak of black light slashed down like lightning. With a sharp crack, the beast's body was cleaved in two, its blood and viscera raining down. From behind the split carcass, a figure emerged, the dark moon slowly spinning behind him. With a single touch to Qingyu's chest, the figure's immense mental power instantly suppressed the wild energy within. "Yiqing, you're alive." Qingyu's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yiqing surveyed the ravaged battlefield, noticing the craters scattered across the ground, and understood the fate of the instructors. The dark moon disintegrated in an instant, transforming into a torrent of black energy that swept through the surroundings, shredding the nearby beasts to pieces. "Where's the convoy?" Yiqing asked. "They left a while ago," Qingyu said anxiously, waving his hand. "You can still catch up. Go, I'll stay behind to cover." While controlling the dark moon blade to slaughter the beasts, Yiqing picked up a broken blade from the ground. The blade was instantly engulfed in fiery, golden-red flames, glowing intensely. Without hesitation, he severed Gan Shiyu's mangled lower limbs, the high temperature instantly cauterizing the wounds. Ah! Gan Shiyu screamed before losing consciousness. Yiqing hoisted him over his shoulder, retrieved the dark moon blade, and shot forward like a missile. Gan Shiyu quickly woke up, yelling that he wanted to become a human bomb. Without a word, Yiqing knocked him unconscious with his mental power. The instructors of Jinqing Military Academy are even more fearless than the zealots of the dissension sect, Yiqing thought grimly. Enough sacrifices have been made. With that, he sped toward the convoy at full tilt. It's Yiqing. Yiqing is back, and he's carrying old Gan. The instructors guarding the convoy saw him approach, their expressions heavy. The loss of over a dozen instructors had already dealt a devastating blow to the group of just a few dozen people. How far to base 8? Yiqing asked directly. Over 30 kilometers, one of the instructors replied. Didn't you request support from the base? Yiqing quickened his pace to catch up with his mentor, his brows furrowed in concern. The mentor shook his head, a flash of pain crossing his face. It happened too suddenly. The position we passed earlier, everyone there has already sacrificed themselves. The base likely doesn't have any additional forces to dispatch right now. They'll clear the path ahead, Yiqing said, his voice barely fading before his figure vanished like a phantom from sight. With Yiqing's departure, the convoy's pace noticeably increased. The number of colossal beasts along the way sharply diminished. The armored vehicles sped forward, yet Yiqing remained unseen. The convoy members could only glimpse the scattered corpses of giant beasts along the roadside, each bearing fatal wounds, the unmistakable marks of Yiqing's battles. How on earth is he doing this? Someone murmured in awe. Even for a psychic, there's got to be a limit to his mental stamina, right? A long while later, Yiqing reappeared within the convoy. In the distance, the silhouette of a massive forward operations base gradually emerged on the horizon. After identity verification, a small gate at the base opened, allowing the armored vehicles to enter in single file. Medical personnel immediately tended to the injured teachers, rushing those in critical condition, like Gan Shiyu, into medical pods to barely stabilize their lives. Moments later, inside the operations command room, Yiqing and his group met with Tang Feng, the military officer in charge of Base 8, and Gu Yaozong, the school principal, among others. These officers, who were usually impeccably dressed, now stood in disheveled uniforms, the heavy scent of blood clinging to them a testament to their recent withdrawal from fierce combat. The situation escalated too suddenly. Gu Yaozong exhaled deeply upon seeing the survivors. Several level 7 beasts descended out of nowhere, and we simply couldn't spare any forces to assist. It's fortunate you all made it through. It wasn't just luck. Professor Xiao glanced at Yiqing, a complicated expression flitting across his eyes. It's because of Yiqing. Remembering the dozen students and teachers who perished along the way, he let out a heavy sigh. If it weren't for escorting me, so many wouldn't have had to sacrifice their lives. No one could have foreseen this, Gu Yaozong said through gritted teeth. Those despicable cultists from the dissent faction, they actually used a blood ritual to enhance the power of that beast. Kong Hui's gaze was locked on the master of the abyss spiraling in the sky, his brows tightly furrowed. But it seems like something's wrong. That beast doesn't appear to be particularly strong. Tang Feng, the chief officer of base number 8, stood nearby with a grave expression, analyzing the situation. If it truly reaches the level of an 8th-tier creature, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Descendants' plan is clearly to push it to break through to the 8th tier, expanding the rift enough to allow a 9th-tier beast to descend. Damn it! Gu Yaozong clenched his fists, his teeth grinding with anger. If they succeed, the defense line will collapse, and once the beast horde breaches the rear, it will devastate the very foundation of our nation. Thank heavens, Tang Feng exhaled deeply. For some reason, their plan seems to have gone awry. At this moment, Gu Yaozong and the others instinctively turned their gaze to Yiqing. Everyone remembered it was Yiqing who had destroyed a fragment of the Master of the Abyss's soul, which was likely the reason the Descendants' plan had faltered. Yiqing, Gu Yaozong suddenly declared solemnly, if I survive this battle, I will personally see to it that you are commended. His words left Tang Feng with a puzzled expression. Yiqing, however, did not let his guard down because of this promise. He immediately reminded them, Principal, the Descendants won't give up so easily. At least one Grandmaster is still lurking nearby. I've already notified the military district. Kong Hui responded swiftly. Lieutenant General Li Zidao will come to support us. We just need to hold on for a while. Gu Yaozong's eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, a Grandmaster? No matter. If we self-detonate, even he won't escape unscathed. Before his words could settle, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky. The avatar of the Master of the Abyss let out an earth-shattering howl, and the rift in the number 8 wasteland spewed forth thick, rolling black mist. From within the rift came a cacophony of beastly roars, signaling the imminent arrival of powerful creatures. The Master of the Abyss's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced toward base number 8. It had keenly sensed several powerful soul auras flickering within the base. Greed glimmered in its eyes. Devouring these souls would allow it to reach the 8th tier, further expanding the rift. Its massive form spiraled in the air before decisively diving toward base number 8 without hesitation. The moment the gaze of the Abyss Lord's avatar fell, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloped Tang Feng, Gu Yaozong, and the other grandmasters. The colossal creature, its body stretching thousands of meters, slithered through the skies, dragging stormy clouds in its wake as it charged directly toward base number 8. The oppressive force it exuded bore down on everyone in the base like a mountain collapsing upon them. Not good. That beast is about to strike, one grandmaster exclaimed sharply. Its psychic energy is so overwhelming it's nearing the level of an 8th-tier grandmaster. Adding to the crisis, 3 7th-tier behemoths emerged from the spatial rift. The grandmaster's expressions turned grim instantly. Several 7th-tier beasts combined with a near 8th-tier colossus formed a lineup that could strike terror into anyone's heart. What made matters worse was base number 8's critical strategic position. If it fell, the cities behind it, including Yiqing City, would be left defenseless, leading to catastrophic loss of life. Move out, Tang Feng commanded swiftly. Until reinforcements from the military arrive, we must hold the line at all costs even if it means dying in battle. Old Kong, you stay and oversee the command. The base cannot function without a grandmaster. The rest of us will lure them away. Under no circumstances can the battle reach the base. Before his words had fully settled, Tang Feng, the military commander of the base, along with the 3 deans of the Zhenqing Military Academy, vanished from the operations command room. Their bodies radiated powerful vital energy, forming towering columns of fiery aura above their heads. They sped toward a location far from the base, successfully drawing the Abyss Lord's avatar away. Moments later, earth-shaking explosions echoed in the distance, mingled with the ferocious roars of the beasts. Through the shrouding black mist, the mountainous forms of the 7th-tier beasts loomed faintly. Simultaneously, swarms of beasts poured out of the 2 rifts, surging toward the nearest defensive lines in a frenzied assault. In the command room, the communication systems lit up with red alerts as reports of emergencies flooded in. High ground 3121 is in critical condition. The beasts are overwhelming us. We're surrounded and have lost over half our forces. We may not be able to hold the position much longer. The 3rd Reconnaissance Battalion of the 762nd Regiment is trapped. Heavy casualties sustained. The battalion commander has sent coordinates for artillery strikes and is urgently requesting fire support. The Westline's defense and fire control system has malfunctioned. Artillery coverage has dropped by 60, and we can't stop the beasts' advance. The deafening sounds of artillery fire and the shrill cries of the beasts blended together as the entire defensive line struggled under unprecedented pressure. Kong Huizhan, the head of the Intelligence Academy at Zhenqing Military Academy, demonstrated extraordinary skill in processing information. He issued a rapid series of commands, striving to coordinate all available forces to reinforce the most vulnerable positions. The defense system has failed, Professor Xiao noted, catching the critical detail. He stood up immediately. I'll go fix it. It's too dangerous. That's the front line. Kong Huizhan quickly tried to stop him. Professor Xiao's expression was resolute. If the west line is breached, the casualties will be incalculable. I've lived 70 years, and if I can permanently resolve the flaws in the defense system, it will be worth it, even if I die. Turning to his team of students, he spoke with a heavy tone. You stay here. You're still young, and your future achievements will surpass mine. Professor, the students protested anxiously. You're not as young as you used to be. Without our help, how can you accurately locate the source of the malfunction? I'll go with you. One of the team members stood up resolutely, and several others quickly echoed in agreement. Kong Hui scanned the group, refraining from further persuasion, and his gaze eventually settled on Yiqing. At this moment, the base had almost no troops left to deploy. The higher-ranking officers had long since been dispatched to various battlefields, leaving few available for immediate action. Yiqing looked out the window at the endless swarm of beasts surging toward the base. A strong sense of hunger welled up within him, and his mouth began to water uncontrollably. It had been far too long since he had tasted fresh blood and flesh. Though war was perilous, it also presented opportunities. The blood and souls of these beasts were the very source of his power. While his abilities were limited in high-level combat, he was more than capable of dealing with lower-level threats. Before Kong Hui could speak, Yiqing volunteered. I'll escort the professor and his team. Good. Kong Hui knew well of Yiqing's exceptional abilities. His robust vitality and status as a psychic made him as formidable as a 6th-tier warrior. With Yiqing as their escort, Professor Xiao and his team were sure to reach their destination safely. The situation was dire, with countless lives at stake in the rear. There was no longer time to dwell on whether Yiqing was a prodigy or not. In Kong Hui's eyes, Yiqing was a trustworthy soldier. I'll assign a platoon to you, Kong Hui said, patting Yiqing on the shoulder. He then handed him a sealed vial of medicine. This is the latest healing potion developed by the Academy. It could save your life in a critical moment. Take it with you. With that, he solemnly saluted Yiqing. Go. Yiqing returned the salute and then led Professor Xiao and his team out of the operations command center. As they stepped out of the building, 30 fully armed soldiers were already lined up in formation, waiting for them. Sir. They saluted in unison, while Professor Zhao's team quickly integrated into the ranks. Yiqing carefully examined the platoon and noticed an unusual distribution of ranks. Normally, a platoon wouldn't include fourth-tier warriors. It would typically consist of first- and second-tier soldiers. Yet, in this group, there were 2 fourth-tier warriors, 5 third-tier warriors, and the rest were second-tier. Judging by the heavy scent of blood emanating from them, Yiqing deduced that these soldiers had likely just withdrawn from the front lines and been hastily reorganized into an elite unit. Just pulled back from the front. Yiqing asked. Reporting, sir. We've rested for half an hour and are ready to fight at any time, a fourth-tier major promptly replied. This mission is dangerous. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time, Yiqing warned. Not a single soldier faltered. Some even had reddened eyes. They had just lost their comrades and were eager for vengeance against the beasts. Good. Yiqing nodded and gave the command in a firm voice. Target, Western Line, position 326. Move out. 4 armored vehicles roared out of Base 8, speeding across the desolate wasteland toward the western position. Yiqing and a few elite soldiers guarded the convoy as they advanced. Thanks to the cover provided by the forward defenses, they encountered relatively few beasts along the way. The large-caliber machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles, operated skillfully by the soldiers, unleashed a dense web of crossfire, cutting down the lower-tier beasts one by one. As for the fourth-tier beasts, Yiqing and the 2 majors handled them personally. Commander, the beasts on the left flank have been cleared. Zhou Yu quickly ran to Yiqing's side, with his brother Zhou Jin close behind. We estimate another wave of giant beasts will attack in about 3 kilometers. Determination shone in the brothers' eyes. They were from the same artillery regiment, which had suffered a devastating assault early in the battle. Nearly all their artillery was destroyed, leaving the regiment with heavy casualties and forcing them to fight as infantry. Both the regiment commander and deputy commander had died heroically while covering the retreat. By the time they returned to the base, the Zhou brothers were the only officers left in the artillery regiment. Because of this, they were the first to volunteer for a new mission, leading the remaining forces back into battle. Yiqing gazed at the battle-hardened brothers and gave a slight nod. Go rest. I'll handle the next wave of beasts. Yes, sir. The 2 responded briefly before swiftly climbing into an armored vehicle. Yiqing's eyes glimmered with an unusual silver light as his invisible mental energy rippled outward. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters. His perception extended until it reached 5 kilometers, the optimal detection range. Any further would risk information overload, impairing his judgment. Within this 5-kilometer radius, not a single movement escaped his awareness. Sure enough, 3 kilometers away, more than 60 giant beasts resembling wild boars were charging toward them. Yiqing lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure vanishing in a blur. When he reappeared near the convoy, the air around him was thick with the stench of blood. This battle not only increased his vitality by over 800 points, but also refined the blood energy emanating from the blood core in his chest, pushing it steadily toward its limit. More importantly, he extracted a useful special ability from the abyssal beasts, one that enhanced his resistance to toxins and improved his survival adaptability in extreme environments. Under the protection of Yiqing and the Zhou brothers, the convoy traveled over 80 kilometers, finally reaching a forward command post at the western defensive line. The post was overseen by a major named He Kai, who was originally responsible for precise artillery coverage. However, after the fire control system malfunctioned, he had to take to the front lines to help the soldiers repel enemy waves. When Yiqing's group arrived, He Kai had just returned from the front, slumped on an ammunition crate and gasping for air. Upon seeing Yiqing, he immediately jumped to his feet and saluted with excitement. Commander, you're finally here. Save the chatter. Take us to the equipment failure site immediately, Professor Xiao urged. He Kai turned to Yiqing. Commander, you're the highest-ranking officer and the strongest among us. I'll leave the command to you. With that, he led Professor Xiao and his students, toolboxes in hand, into the trenches, heading quickly toward the artillery positions. Command was not Yiqing's strength. He was better suited as a warrior charging into battle, cutting down enemies with his weapons. He turned to the Zhou brothers. Zhou Yu, Zhou Jin. Present. You 2 take over command. If you spot any powerful beasts, notify me immediately. The brothers were momentarily stunned but quickly nodded with resolve. Yes, sir. After a platoon reinforced the position, though their numbers were small, their formidable strength immediately eased the pressure on the defensive line. Yiqing strode quickly to the front trench, his gaze sweeping toward the massive artillery platform in the distance. There, Professor Xiao and his team were racing against time to troubleshoot the malfunction. Exposed to enemy fire, Their position was perilous. Every second they spent there was a brush with death. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill screech tore through the air. From within the thick black mist a kilometer away, multiple pairs of eerie, glowing blue eyes flickered to life. The sound of thunderous galloping grew louder as it approached. As icy blue currents spread across the battlefield, the temperature plummeted sharply. The blood pooling on the ground froze instantly. Corpses became coated in frost, and many lower-tier warriors found their blood flow beginning to stagnate. From within the black mist, over a dozen massive serpents, each exceeding 10 meters in length and covered in deep blue scales, charged forward. Among them, 3 stood out, their bodies stretched nearly 40 meters long, their lantern-sized eyes glinting with a chilling light. With each exhalation, they released freezing air capable of shattering steel. Not good. It's the bone-chilling ice pythons. An older soldier exclaimed in alarm. 3 fifth-tier ones. Is the anti-tank cannon fixed yet? Fire it quickly, or well lose the position. At that moment, Yiqing was the only 5th-tier combatant on the battlefield. The bone-chilling ice pythons were particularly dangerous due to their unique ability. The freezing aura they emitted could solidify the blood of living beings. When they appeared in swarms, even seasoned warriors found them nearly impossible to fend off. Now, not only was there an entire horde, but 3 fifth-tier ice pythons were leading the charge. Even with reinforcements of 2 more 5th-tier officers, victory would be unlikely under the blood-restricting cold. The anti-tank cannon was their only hope of turning the tide. Quick, activate your blood energy at full force. A veteran shouted to those around him. If you don't, you'll freeze to death. His warning came too late for several inexperienced recruits, whose lips had already turned blue, faces covered in frost, and eyes growing vacant. However, the freezing cold, which could kill an ordinary person, felt to Yiqing like nothing more than a cool evening breeze. Instead of causing him discomfort, it brought a faint sense of calm. The power of the dragon flame coursed through his body, like a warm current, instantly dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Yiqing's figure flickered, agilely leaping out of the trench. A 3-meter-long crimson halberd materialized in his hands with the sound of clashing metal. The crimson gold dragon patterns on the halberd's shaft ignited with fiery light, spreading a gentle warmth in all directions. Behind him, the phantom of great suns appeared one after another as the power of his blood surged and roared within. The special ability granted by the first metamorphosis of the heart's nirvana transformation activated, channeling an endless stream of mental energy to amplify his overwhelming vitality. The previous limit of 7 great suns was shattered in an instant as the 8th, 9th, and 10th suns emerged in succession. 10 blazing suns now hung simultaneously behind him, illuminating the entire battlefield. Yiqing stood proudly at the forefront of the trench, as immovable as a mountain. Gripping the crimson gold dragon-patterned halberd tightly in both hands, he summoned all the amplified vitality from the heart's nirvana transformation and the strength of the dragon flame's celestial body. The formidable powers fused seamlessly in that moment. Raising the halberd high, he brought it down with an earth-shattering force. Boom! The 10 great suns erupted in a dazzling burst of light. Endless radiance and heat surged forth like a volcanic eruption, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that charged toward the serpent horde. The searing heat swept across the battlefield in an instant. The once frozen soldiers felt warmth returning to their bodies, and the color of life returned to their faces. White shockwaves rolled outward as deafening roars echoed. The icy blue streams of cold were instantly vaporized. The 3 leading 5th-tier frostbone ice serpents bore the brunt of the attack, their heads and most of their bodies reduced to charred remains. A massive void appeared within the densely packed serpent horde, as if a rift had been torn through a blue ocean. The surrounding frostbone ice serpents, caught in the fiery onslaught, let out piercing screeches and writhed madly on the ground. The entire beast formation fell into disarray. With a single strike, Yiqing halted the advance of nearly 1,000 colossal beasts. In this moment, the power of 10 blazing suns, the legendary 10 suns aligned, revealed the full might of a perfected master technique. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.